To mourn your deceased girlfriend, you performed a song titled Twilight Echo on the stage of The Voice, moving the audience to tears. In a rented apartment, you gaze at a neatly arranged casual suit, and memories flood back. The original owner of this body was a senior vocal music student at a conservatory. Encouraged by his girlfriend, Xiao Rongyu, he signed up for The Voice of China and successfully advanced to the top 32 with his outstanding image and remarkable singing skills. However, on the night of his advancement, his girlfriend tragically passed away in a car accident. After that, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol every day until he eventually died from excessive drinking. That suit was the last gift from your girlfriend. Staring at it by the entrance, your eyes fill with sorrow. Suddenly, the phone rings. You pick it up and see the caller ID, Director Ping from The Voice. Director Ping's impatient voice comes through. Ning Xia, the competition is in 2 days, and you still haven't submitted your song. We couldn't reach you these past few days. Are you still participating or not? Sorry, Director Ping. I'll send the song to your email shortly. Fine. After hanging up, you think to yourself, since you have such a great voice and I have Earth's music library, I'll fulfill your regrets and unfinished business for you. Meanwhile, on Weibo's The Voice community, a photo quietly sparked widespread attention and discussion. It showed a boy kneeling on the ground, tightly embracing someone covered with a white sheet on a hospital bed, his face streaked with tears and filled with grief. Soon, the boy in the photo was identified as none other than you, the much-talked-about contestant. The image exploded like a bombshell, igniting heated debates among netizens. Using something like this for publicity? Is this really for publicity? Who would exploit such a tragedy? In today's society, people will do anything for clout. As the discussion deepened, the impact of this image gradually expanded, and the controversy intensified. Your name was mentioned countless times, with waves of criticism and skepticism rising one after another. You opened your phone and looked at these messages, not wanting to explain anything, and decided to respond to it all through music. At the recording site of The Voice Top 32 to Top 16, as soon as you entered the backstage, you noticed the other contestants giving you strange looks. You ignored them and didn't blame them. Not everyone knew the truth. You walked to your seat and sat down when a sharp voice rang out. This world really has all kinds of people. Everyone turned to see it was Du Ziting speaking. He had competed with you in the same regional round, but you came out on top while he placed second. We've seen plenty of scripts, but faking a life and death tragedy just for fame? That's a first for me. As Du Ziting's words faded, the crowd began whispering and murmuring, as if they had already made up their minds about your actions. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from outside the door. I'm Yu Yue, the person in charge here. The live broadcast is about to start. Get ready. I believe all of you are talented, and I hope you can understand and respect each other. With that, Yu Yue glanced at you, who was sitting with your head down, and left the room. Soon after, you noticed Yu Yue had sent you a message, her other identity being the best friend of your late girlfriend. Don't pay attention to the noise outside. Just listen to the voice within your heart. Go for it. Carry on Xiaoyu's part 2. You replied, thank you, senior, I will. As the host concluded a brilliant opening speech, the competition officially began. Contestants took the stage one after another, their singing either passionate, gentle, heartfelt, or unrestrained, each showcasing their unique style and charm. You were the last contestant to perform. The moment you stepped onto the stage, the entire venue seemed to fall silent, with all eyes fixed on you. What followed was an endless barrage of insults and mockery, filling the arena with uproar. You actually dare to come up here, clown? I just don't get it. Why use such a thing to chase fame? Is this how desperate you are for attention? For a moment, the jeering was overwhelming. Finally, Mentor Su Hua intervened to defuse the situation. Ningxia, may we ask what piece you'll be performing today? Hello, mentors. Today, I'll be performing an original song of mine titled Twilight Echo. Hearing this, all 4 mentors showed expressions of surprise. It took considerable courage for a newcomer to perform an original song on such a stage. Then please begin your performance. As a mournful and gentle piano melody gradually rises, you take a deep breath and sing. Legend says there's a star in the vast Milky Way, that's her. Even after leaving time behind, she chose to stay, tender beyond words, quietly guarding his regrets. Autumn must go on like this without pause. The wind sweeping away fallen leaves and blossoms from the courtyard. The neighbors' children are loud with laughter. Yet why do I always feel it, sir? Your voice is clear and penetrating, brimming with sorrow. Every note seems to tell a moving story, drawing everyone into the emotional atmosphere you've created. Wow, you have to admit, this kid's got some talent. It's just the opening. What can you tell from that? It might start strong and fizzle out. The 4 mentors' eyes gleamed with surprise after hearing this opening segment. Using just a few simple piano notes to transition into the opening, that's a great touch, praised mentor Zhou Jian. In contrast, these few simple lines already show his vocal skills are definitely not lacking. Mentor Lu Yang shrugged. It would be better if it were more intense. Just then, the musical accompaniment suddenly picks up pace, and you continue singing. Perhaps you've heard her speak too, low or hoarse, as she pours out her longing. She might be at the final place, by your side, or in your dreams. If you see her, don't be afraid. Oh God, could you let me feel her presence, before we both grow too worried for each other? Even if just as a gust of wind, a glance, or a fleeting candlelight would do. And could you please give me an answer? Does only being forgotten mean reaching the end? Even if there are regrets, they can only remain forever in yesterday. How I miss it. The audience felt as if their hearts had been gripped tightly. At first, I thought the opening lyrics were just about a simple breakup song, but now it seems more like expressing longing to someone who has passed away. As the emotional rhythm reached its peak, everyone closed their eyes, immersed in your singing. Autumn keeps going like this, unstoppable. The wind blows away the fallen leaves and flowers in the yard. The neighbor's children are so loud, but why do I always feel like it's her? You've heard her speak, low or hoarse. That's her pouring out her worries. She chose the final place, by your side, in your dreams. If you see her, don't be afraid. God, could you let me feel it? The pain is in our names. We can't let go, even if facing the wind, even if a single glance can't reach, it would be enough. And could you please give me an answer? Only when forgotten is it truly the end. Even with so many regrets, they can only remain forever in yesterday. How I miss it. That obsession won't completely fade away. We'll turn to dust and meet again. When the universe ends, when the underworld runs dry, we'll turn to dust and meet again. The low, gentle yet sorrowful voice echoed across the stage, making the audience feel as if they saw a scene. You, like a devout believer, praying tearfully before a deity, begging for one more meeting. As the song progressed, the audience seemed to be transported into another world, feeling the profound shock and emotion emanating from the depths of their hearts. The lyrics seemed to depict a heart still stubbornly searching for that person after futile prayers. Not a single line directly mentioned longing, yet every line was imbued with deep yearning, especially the final one, delivered in a retro radio-style vocal tone, which pushed the sense of fate to its extreme. As the song slowly drew to a close, the entire venue fell into a brief silence before erupting in thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone wiped tears from the corners of their eyes, with some audience members even hugging their knees and sobbing. It's been 3 years since my girlfriend left me, and I still can't forget her. I just want to see her one more time. This song was sung so beautifully, I've run out of tissues. Meanwhile, you remained with your head bowed low, gripping the microphone tightly, tears falling like broken strings, unable to stop. Your heart felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, waves of loss surging forth, the sorrow unbearable. You knew this was the original owner of this body's final obsession and emotions. The 4 mentors also noticed your unusual state. Suhua immediately asked with concern, "Contestant Ningxia, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The live comments section erupted with heated discussions. Is he just acting? Here we go again with this drama? Hearing your name mentioned, you instinctively raised your head, and the camera zoomed in for a close-up. Everyone who saw the scene felt as if their hearts skipped a beat. Your eyes were swollen and red, tears streaking across your face, lips tightly pressed together, with an expression revealing immense sorrow. It was a shattered face that quickly moved all the audience members, plunging the entire venue into silence once again. That kind of expression, even an award-winning actor couldn't fake it. Could all of this actually be real? Evidence has already surfaced. The deceased was his childhood sweetheart and also his girlfriend. Backstage, Yu Yaoi's eyes were already red with emotion. The 4 mentors had also received news about you, their eyes filled with sympathy and care. You steadied your emotions, then offered the audience an apologetic yet determined smile. I'm sorry, mentors and audience, for showing such an emotional side of myself. The 4 mentors nodded in understanding and gave you high praise. Ningxia, your voice is incredibly moving. It makes people feel as if they're immersed in the world your song depicts. Your music conveys deep emotions that truly touch the heart. Liamo shared his thoughts. Your song has immense potential, without a doubt. You are tonight's #1. Meanwhile, Lu Yang directly expressed his support. Ningxia, I fully stand behind you. Your voice and talent are extraordinary. With the affirmation and encouragement from the 4 mentors, the weight in your heart gradually lifted. You knew you weren't just standing on this stage for yourself, but also for the one who had passed. As the mentors finished their evaluations, the host announced your score. You successfully advanced to the top 16. At that moment, your heart overflowed with gratitude and relief. You knew this was just the beginning of your musical journey, with a long road still ahead. After the competition, your name started appearing frequently in major media outlets. As the misunderstandings were cleared up, those who had once doubted and attacked you began to re-examine their own biases and misconceptions. With the explosive popularity of the song Twilight Echo, your latest Weibo post went viral. Reading, "Only forgetting is true death. The ghosts you fear are the people others long to see with all their hearts." Linxia sat at home quietly swiping her cell phone. After a whole night of fermentation, his story and song had caught fire all over the internet, and countless netizens had left messages expressing their support and love for him. Lin Xia, your song really made me cry for a long time. I hope you can keep singing and warm more people with your voice. Lin Xia, your story touches me. Your talent makes me admire you. Go for it. The road ahead is still long. We will accompany you together. Those who once questioned you should all be ashamed now, right? You proved yourself with strength. You are the best. I'm literally crying my eyes out. My grandma just passed away last month. Do you know how I feel when I hear this song and tear up? May there be peace in the world. Lin Xia looked at the messages. His heart was filled with gratitude. He smiled helplessly and shook his head. Now that the first step was firmly in place, could it be far from the day when he would run? However, the most excited people at the moment are the crew of The Voice. Flat guide. We've exploded. We've exploded. Gazing at the faces of the program team members in the office overflowing with excitement, Director Ping's heart also welled up with uncontrollable joy. He had a premonition that the song sung by Lin Xia would surely become a hit. However, at this moment, its degree of fire far exceeded expectations and simply exceeded his imagination. Even if Lin Xia didn't have any new original works next, and simply followed the current pace of development, their program would undoubtedly become a phenomenal existence. Such an opportunity may give him a chance to make a run at a top-tier director position. Thinking about this, Director Ping turned his gaze to Su Meng, who was slightly in a trance, and smiled gently. Xiao Su, I heard that you have quite a cordial relationship with Lin Xia. However, at the moment, Su Meng was immersed in the Twilight Echo playing in her headphones, in a trance, and did not seem to have heard Director Ping's words. It wasn't until the person next to her gently patted her, signaling that Director Ping was calling her, that Su Meng woke up as if from a dream. I'm sorry Director Ping, I was a bit distracted just now and didn't hear you clearly. Can you repeat it? Su Meng said with an apology. Director Ping smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. He was well aware that Su Meng's background could not be underestimated, so naturally, he was unwilling to offend her over such a trivial matter. No matter, I just want to say that since you have a good relationship with Lin Xia, you'll specialize in his affairs next. The program team will fully cooperate with you and fulfill all your requests. Su Meng nodded her head and smiled as she sniffed. Okay Director Ping, I'll definitely do my best. I say senior sister, what in the world still have to call me out for a trip? Lin Xia took a sip of coffee and looked at the smiling Su Meng on the opposite side of the table and said helplessly. Of course it's a good thing. Su Meng smiled slightly. Do you know how hot you are now? Your performance of Twilight Echoes not only rushed to the top of all the major music charts, but the Weibo hot search even directly dominated the screen. Chapter 6 Free Publication. Lin Xia froze slightly, then smiled back. Yeah, I saw it too. I didn't expect it to have such a big reaction. Su Meng shook her head and said seriously, it's not just the response that's great, Director Ping attaches a lot of importance to you right now, and he's asked me to specialize in your affairs. Everything you do in the program from now on will be arranged by me, including your performance repertoire, rehearsal time, and so on. Hearing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but be a little surprised. Really? Then thank you so much, senior sister. Su Meng waved her hand. There's no need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Everyone can see your talent and hard work, I'm just doing my part. The two of them chatted for a while before Su Meng suddenly smiled mysteriously. By the way, Lin Xia, do you know what everyone wants the most right now? Lin Xia shook her head in confusion. I don't know, what is it? Su Meng took out her phone and opened a video app, then handed it to Lin Xia. Look at this. Lin Xia took his cell phone, and a video was playing on the screen of a clip of him singing Twilight Echoes on the Good Voice stage last night, and the number of comments and likes below was already frighteningly high. And one of the things that people want most desperately is the original recording. Original recording? Lin Xia was slightly stunned. He really hadn't thought about this. He has always believed that singing live is the most authentic and heartfelt. However, seeing that so many people were looking forward to the original recording, he couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart. Did you see that? Everyone wants to hear your original recording. Su Meng looked at Lin Xia with an expectant glint in her eyes. Lin Xia nodded, having already made a decision in his mind. He raised his head, looked at Su Meng, and said seriously, okay, I will record the original version as soon as possible. Su Meng's face blossomed with bright joy as she heard this. She then slowly said, however, at this moment, we are facing a rather tricky challenge. The two giants, Penguin Music and Netsuke Cloud Music, have both contacted the program, and they have both expressed their willingness to discuss copyright matters with you, and their bids must be quite substantial. Lin Xia sniffed and couldn't help but slap her forehead lightly, unexpectedly forgetting about this. But since Su Meng had already mentioned it, he naturally had to give it some serious consideration. In fact, the result is now obvious. This song Twilight Echoes has exploded all over the internet, and with such a huge amount of traffic, the royalties will definitely not be small. The major platforms are definitely trending. For any platform, user traffic is everything. And the two largest platforms right now are Penguin Music and Netflix. To put it bluntly, whichever platform gets the rights to the song next will be able to crush the other side. If it wasn't for not having Lin Xia's contact information, or else he wouldn't have reached out to the program. Just the words of this song. Su Meng looked at the contemplative Lin Xia and did not make a sound to disturb him. Lin Xia's brows were locked. He knew that this wasn't just a copyright issue, it involved the direction of his future musical path. Choosing between the two giants was a big decision for him. He gently put down the coffee cup in his hand, took a deep breath, and then slowly spoke, "Sister, what do you think I should choose?" Su Meng smiled gently. She had expected Lin Xia to have such a question, so she said softly, "It depends on you, Lin Xia. Penguin Music has a huge user base and financial strength, and the publicity and promotion resources they can give you are undoubtedly top-notch. Netflix, on the other hand, focuses more on the quality of the music and the independent spirit, and they may respect your creative freedom and musical ideas more." Lin Xia nodded. He knew that Su Meng was telling the truth. A moment later, Lin Xia said with a straight face, "Senior sister, please reply for me and say that I plan to release this song on the internet for free." Free? Hearing those two words, for a moment, even Su Meng was a bit stunned. Knowing that Lin Xia's living conditions are definitely not very good, with one song he could definitely earn a lot of money. "This song means something different to me. It's not just a tribute to Yinging, it also holds the thoughts of countless people and the courage to start over. So I don't want the song to have anything to do with money. Money can be made anytime, but not now." Lin Xia's eyes were firm, and his words showed talent and confidence that could not be ignored. Facing Lin Xia's eyes that were full of sincerity, a wave of curiosity welled up in Su Meng's heart. This schoolmate of hers seemed to have become somewhat different. Yet her face remained as calm as water, without showing a single ripple. "Lin Xia, I believe in you, you will definitely become the brightest star." The next thing Lin Xia did was to follow Su Meng to find a studio to record Twilight Echo and sing and cry a boss again on the way. "Senior sister, I'm troubling you today." Su Meng waved her hand and smiled. "It's no trouble, Lin Xia. I'm happy to be able to help you. Moreover, I'm sure the original recording of this song will create a craze again." Lin Xia shrugged and laughed. "All of this is also thanks to Senior Sister, which eliminated a lot of trouble, or else I wouldn't have known that I had to make an appointment to queue up for the recordings." Su Meng guffawed at that. "Senior sister, then I'll take you home?" Lin Xia asked. Su Meng shook her head and smiled. "No need, I'll just go back by myself." "You rest well tonight, there's more important work waiting for you next." Lin Xia nodded, grateful in his heart. The two walked out of the recording studio and night had fallen. The lights on the street flickered, reflecting their silhouettes. Su Meng turned around and waved to Lin Xia before disappearing into the crowd. Lin Xia stood still and watched Su Meng leave, then turned to leave as well. But what Lin Xia didn't know was that as he turned to leave, Su Meng looked back at his back for a long, long time. Everything around them was filled with a reminiscent twilight, as if the man was still always there, never far away. Lin Xia, who had returned home, logged into his scarf, edited a dynamic, and clicked send. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, the song Twilight Echo will be available for free on all online platforms, so stay tuned. This news immediately swept like a storm and quickly ignited a lively discussion among the general public. "He really am crying my eyes out. It's free. My good brother, my good brother. It feels a little more different than the live version, again. This song is more than just a song, it's an emotional tribute, a farewell to the past and a look forward to the future." Chapter 7, 16-8. On the other hand, the heads of the two platforms, Penguin Music and Netsuke Cloud Music, expressed great shock and regret after learning of Lin Xia's decision. They all originally thought they would be able to generate a huge amount of traffic and attention for their platforms for once with the rights to the song. But Lin Xia's decision had undoubtedly made them lose that opportunity. However, they all understood that Lin Xia's decision was not unreasonable. The significance that this song represented far exceeded its commercial value. "System, open the panel." Ding. "Open the panel for you." Host, Lin Xia. Age, 23. Health, 80. Note, normal adult health value is 95. Face value, 95, note, percentage. Singing, grade S, note, singing SSS plus is capped. Emotional value, 10,000. How the collection of emotional value is calculated systematically. System, emotional value mainly comes from the listener's emotional response to your music work. When listeners are deeply moved by your songs and have strong resonance, the emotional fluctuations they generate will be converted into emotional value. The amount of emotional value depends on how much the listener enjoys the song and how emotionally invested they are. Lin Xia nodded slightly, understanding in his heart. It seemed that in order to obtain more emotional value, one needed to create more musical pieces that could touch the heart and resonate. The system extracts the song. Please select a song category. Lin Xia thought briefly, took a deep breath, and said in his mind, have an emo. System, the song category has been determined and the song is being drawn for you. Ding. The song, The Mercury Chronicles, has been drawn for you. Lin Xia's eyes widened, not thinking about coming straight to the top. The Mercury Chronicles could be considered one of emo's masterpieces. He was immediately immersed in the melody of the song The Mercury Chronicles, and the faint melancholy and sense of untouchable distance made him feel as if he were in a vast universe, gazing at the unattainable planet. Lin Xia closed her eyes and felt the emotions in the song with her heart. He knew that in order to truly interpret the song, he had to first put his own emotions into the song so that the listener could feel the deep helplessness and endless thoughts. And as time passes, Twilight Echoes is growing in popularity instead of decreasing, bringing more attention to the Blue Star National Voices program. Coupled with the program's moneyless publicity, posters promoting the voice can be seen on almost every street. With such a publicity campaign, it seems as if people's daily lives are surrounded by the voice programs. When chatting after the meal, there was no shortage of discussions centered around the show, and whether Lin Xia's next song would remain an original or not became a hot topic of discussion. And in the blink of an eye it was the night of the second installment. Finally, in the final stage of the program, the host announced in a loud voice, "Next, let's welcome the last contestant, Lin Xia." The audience erupted in applause and cheers. Everyone couldn't wait to see what kind of performance Lin Xia would bring this time. Lin Xia, still wearing that casual suit, walked onto the stage. He smiled and waved to the audience before walking to the microphone at the center of the stage. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Xia." He spoke, his voice clear and strong. As Lin Xia's words fell, the audience on the scene erupted into deafening cheers, and the pop-ups were like a tidal wave, collectively brushing the screen, adding an endless warm atmosphere to the moment. The entire scene boiled over. The audience waved the glow sticks in their hands and shouted Lin Xia's name. With a smile on his face, Su Hua said to Lin Xia, "Student Lin Xia, the Twilight Echoes you created last week was a huge hit on the internet. Can you share how fame has made you feel?" Lin Xia nodded slightly and responded, "Actually, all of this is quite unexpected. This honor cannot be separated from the careful guidance of the four mentors and the love and support of the audience and fans. For me, this is both an affirmation and a responsibility. I will continue to work hard to bring you more excellent musical works." He paused, then laughed helplessly, but, to be honest, the pressure that comes with fame is really not bad. At this moment, Liemo interjected with a smile, "Ha, Lin Xia, your kid is quite good at talking. So, let me ask the last question. I'm sure everyone is very much looking forward to it. What will your song be today?" Su Hua was about to speak from the sidelines, but he was preempted by Liemo, to whom he helplessly threw a blank stare. Chapter 8: The Mercury Chronicles. The scene happened to be caught on camera, and the audience and pop-ups were delighted. "Haha, laugh me to death, Liemo has learned to snatch answers now. My goddess is so beautiful, even her anger has a different flavor. Get it all, they're old enemies, I remember when they were in the same class in school." And Lin Xia smiled slightly upon hearing this, and said in a second, "Today, I'm going to bring you a song of my own composition, Mercury Chronicles." Hearing this, the faces of the audience showed a surprised expression. They didn't expect Lin Xia to actually bring an original song again, and in such a short period of time. Holy! There's really a new song. So fast? Could it be Fast Boy? Wow 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 wow, I really love it. But the song title is so weird. Suddenly the entire arena lights went out, leaving only a beam of light hitting Lin Xia, and as the intro started, Lin Xia's vocals began to ring out. His voice was low and magnetic, instantly silencing the somewhat noisy arena. "Fascinated by your eyes, the Milky Way has a trail. The Milky Way has a trail. Through the gaps in time. It remains true. Attract me to trajectory." Under Lin Xia's singing, every word seemed to be given life as they jumped through the air, resonating with the heartstrings of every listener. The light of this instantaneous eye. The closest distance. Along the texture of your skin. Walk through the zigzag arm. Dream a dream for you. Dream a dream for you. Wait until you see you silver full of interstices. Wait until you can't tell the seasons apart. Only then dare I say indulgence. Lin Xiao's voice, like a nightingale soaring in the night sky, was deep and charming, carrying endless thoughts and sorrow. As the climax of the song arrived, Lin Xiao's voice became more and more impassioned, as if he was trying to pour all his emotions into the song. Above the stage, at some point, a flickering white dot quietly lit up, as if in the vast and boundless universe, mesmerizing. How much farther does it have to go to get into your heart? How long will it be before I'm close to you? A stone's throw away yet. The unapproachable one. Waiting to meet you, too. Circumnavigating the planets. How can I own you? His voice is gentle and deep, as if it can penetrate the heart. As the song progresses, he gradually puts his emotions into the song, filling every note with power. I got it. I got it. What do you know upstairs? Speak up. Don't be a riddler. It's the title of the song. Mercury is the closest planet to the sun, but it can't get out of its orbit or get any closer to the sun. I can't get away from you, I can't get closer to you. Ooh, stop it, stay with one. On the tutors' table, the four tutors were all immersed in the beauty of the music at the moment, their faces overflowing with intoxication. Just in terms of the mood of this song, I'm ashamed of myself. Liemo couldn't help but let out a heartfelt admiration. Lu Yang, who hadn't made any comments, also nodded solemnly at this moment. He's really too good. I'm even thinking, why don't we let Lin Xia take my seat and I'll go up and give a performance? At these words, all four tutors couldn't help but reveal smiles that they couldn't help but hold back. Su Hua's beautiful eyes twinkled brightly. I even want to ask him for a song date. It's really the later waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the previous waves. Zhou Jian exclaimed, his face full of appreciation for his juniors. As a new chorus plays and the song deepens, the sense of untouchable distance seems to grow stronger. It was as if the listeners were really in a vast universe, gazing at the unattainable planet, Mercury. The light of this instantaneous eye. The closest distance. Along the texture of your skin. Walk through the zigzag arm. Dream a dream for you. Dream a dream for you. Wait until you see you silver full of interstices. Wait until you can't tell the seasons apart. Only then dare I say indulgence. With Lin Xiao's emotional input, it makes the whole song infectious, so that every listener seems to be able to feel the deep helplessness and endless longing. How much farther does it have to go to get into your heart? How long will it be before I'm close to you? A stone's throw away yet. The unapproachable one. Waiting to meet you, too. Circumnavigating the planets. How can I own you? A new round of climax arrived. All the audience was moved by Lin Xiao's song. Their emotions began to fluctuate. Those emotions that were once hidden deep in their hearts were awakened at this moment. Tears glistened in their eyes, while Su Meng in the background had a complex expression on her face that resonated with the emotion of the song and recognized Lin Xiao's talent. How much farther does it have to go to get into your heart? How long will it take to get close to you? The one who is near at hand but cannot be approached. What to explore? How lucky to be. As the song proceeded, everyone seemed to be brought into a world full of emotions and memories, feeling the untouchable love and endless thoughts with the main character in the song. The audience spontaneously waved their glow sticks, swaying to the rhythm of the music, and the entire arena was instantly enveloped in a deep blue light. Before I dare you to realize that you are not alone. When I can fly with you again. Circumambulation is boring. At least. Stay with you. As the last note of the song fell, the entire arena fell into a brief silence. It was as if the audience was still immersed in the song and couldn't get out of it. It was as if they saw their own shadows and felt the sense of distance that they could not touch. Their tears couldn't help but flow, resonating strongly with Lin Xiao's song. It was only with the sound of the host's voice that the silence was finally broken, and the scene erupted into applause and cheers. The four tutors were also shocked by Lin Xiao's performance, and they gave high praise. Liemo even said directly, Lin Xia, you're really too good. This song Mercury Tale made me feel an unprecedented emotional impact. I believe that you will definitely become a superstar in the Chinese music industry in the future. The crowd was a little surprised for a moment when they heard Lee Mo speak so highly of Lin Xia. It was important to realize that very few people in the entertainment industry spoke so full of words, if not basically none at all, and that Lee Mo, as an old-timer, had the intention of befriending Lin Xia, a newcomer, literally written all over his face. However, that wasn't all. The crowd hadn't slowed down yet when Su Hua directly spoke. Lin Xia, if there's a chance in the future, I hope I can make a song date with you. Chapter 9 Invitation from the King of Masked Singer. The pop-ups even started to swipe right off the screen. Su Song Queen is also getting better, she's even able to get a song date with Lin Xia. Dog head. It's kind of unique for a music queen to ask a newcomer who hasn't been on the scene for long for a song date. The show works, right? Don't care if it's true or not, but to be able to say it on a live program means that people recognize Lin Xia. Can't you tell? This is all part of an early investment. Lu Yang smiled with admiration and exclaimed heartily, Lin Xia, I must say that you are truly admirable. Just now, I've already told the other 3 tutors that next time, I hope to replace you in my seat and I'll go up and perform for everyone. When this statement came out, the entire audience as well as the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Zhou Jian also smiled and added, let's leave each other's contact information backstage later, so that we can exchange more tips on music in the future. At these words, the crowd instantly snapped back to their senses. I have to say, everyone is betting on Lin Xia's future. Yes, which is Heavenly King Zhou's intention to exchange insights, this is to place an early bet. But Lin Xia is, after all, only 2 songs, isn't that a bit too much? Upstairs you're stupid, just these 2 songs, some singers may not be able to wait for one of the same quality in their whole life, let alone write their own. Yes, even if Lin Xia can't write such a high-quality song in the next few days, that would be absolutely no loss for the several mentors. To put it bluntly, these 2 songs will eat for the rest of your life. Lin Xia couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude and joy welling up in his heart as he heard the sincere words of the 4 mentors. He had been through 2 lives, so he could naturally perceive the deep meaning behind their words. It was important to realize that the current him held the jewel of the entire Blue Star music scene from his previous life, and the Real King bomb was still to come. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Xia took a deep bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the 4 mentors and the audience present. Thank you to the 4 tutors for their love and the audience for their support. I will definitely live up to the expectations and continue to work hard to give back with even better work. As the program ended, Lin Xia's name once again became a hot topic of discussion. His songs Twilight Echoes and The Mercury Chronicles both became hits. That night, as Lin Xia clicked send, his latest piece of news and The Mercury Chronicles, respectively, occupied the 1st and 2nd positions of the hot search. What is ambiguity? In the eyes of the public, you may already be partners, but only you know deep down that the distance between you, like a transparent veil, seems to be close, but in reality it is out. Another crazy one, pull away, pull away. Can I be with you when I've heard the Mercury Chronicles 100,000 times? Ha? Not buddy? The King of Masked Singer is undoubtedly a new music variety show that is about to make a grand debut. With the unique masked format as a selling point, the program invites mysterious guests from all walks of life to participate in the program, who will hide their real identities with unique shapes and masks, and conquer the audience and judges with their songs alone. Lin Xia looked a bit odd. This program could not be said to be unrelated to the previous life's King of Masked Singer, but could only be said to be basically the same. Only, one program is a win reveal and the other is a lose reveal. However, such a setting definitely adds infinite reverie and expectation to the music competition, making every performance full of unknowns and surprises. Lin Xia carefully read the introduction of King of Masked Singer, and an unspeakable excitement surged in his heart. He knows that this is not only a stage to showcase his musical talent, but also a great opportunity to further broaden his musical path and meet more fellow musicians. What's more, it's exciting enough to challenge yourself in such a way that you can touch hearts with pure song. In fact, in addition to Lin Xia, many powerful singers and song kings and queens have received invitations from the program, and everyone is waiting to see what happens. Lin Xia sat in front of the computer, her fingers gently tapping on the desktop, weighing the pros and cons of participating in King of Masked Singer in her mind. He is well aware that such a stage is both an opportunity and a challenge. It not only allows him to gain extreme exposure in a short period of time, but also can undo his previous efforts due to any one mistake. I'm afraid that if he were to participate, he would be the least curried of the contestants. Chapter 10 Not Bad for a Good Thing. Just as Lin Xia was hesitant to participate, the system's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting his musings. Ding, congratulations to the host's emotional value accumulation for the first time to reach the standard, obtaining a chance to draw a prize. And open the Prestige System Store. System, open the panel. Ding. Open. In his previous life, those gifted singers could actually produce female voices, but with his perfect voice he could make it 100% undetectable. After Lin Xia played for a while, suddenly he remembered the system reminding him of something else. System, open the Prestige Store. Ding, opening the Prestige Store for you. One could only see that the store was full of items, including elixirs to enhance singing skills, cosmetics to increase face value, supplements to increase health value, and even the ability to spend reputation value to directionally purchase songs, etc., etc., etc. Lin Xia was dazzled by the fact that one of the songs would cost 20,000 prestige values, while the items that enhanced themselves would start at 200,000 for the lowest. Seeing this, Lin Xia could not help but sigh, he is still too poor, how can it be so expensive? Ding, detected that the host has successfully opened the Prestige Store, now the system is starting to upgrade, please wait. 0%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Ding, the system upgrade is complete, now opening the mission system for you. Lin Xia's eyes lit up as he immediately tapped on the quest system. Just see the page lists a variety of tasks, there are short-term and long-term, complete the task can get rich rewards, including mood value, reputation value, and special props. The first quest was to participate in King of Masked Singer and win the first edition of the championship, with a reward of 50,000 emotional value and 50,000 prestige value, as well as a random skill raffle ticket. Lin Xia looked at this reward and the hesitation in his heart instantly dissipated, he decided that he would participate in this program and would do his best to win the championship. What only puzzled Lin Xia was why there were no quests about Blue Star's good voice. It was as if the system had sensed Lin Xia's doubts and gave a gentle explanation, and the voice, which had originally gone from an icy system tone, seemed to have turned into a female voice with feelings. If the host still loses to a bunch of newcomers with the help of this system, this side suggests that you find a puddle and drown yourself. Lin Xia had a black line, why did he feel that this system of his family had become immodest after it was upgraded? It wasn't at all the same as other travelers' systems. Hello. The reasoning was clear to him, in other words, the mission would only be generated if it was on a competition or show recognized by the system. But he's not going to admit it. At least not this time. Little Toon-chan. Are you looking down on newcomers? Who hasn't come from a newcomer? Do you dare to guarantee that one of these people won't become a diva in the future? You are being irresponsible to them. It's contempt for them. I'm going to accuse you. The system also seemed to be somewhat speechless by Lin Xia's remarks, and was quiet for a while before speaking out. The host can call me number 7, if the host is dissatisfied, this system can leave on its own initiative. Huh? And leave of your own accord? I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now, Sister 7. In view of the host's speech, there is still so much sense, now we are hereby granting compensation, only this time, please check in the Prestige Store. Lin Xia really did not think that this way of playing rogue, but also really work, after half a day of messing around with the tutelage sister or a knife mouth and tofu heart? Of course, kind of thing is estimated to be only this time, but he is still very satisfied, the biggest sin of man. Uni. 7, you're a black-hearted merchant, aren't you? It's really about how much I have, how much you mark up, right? Cheaper. Is it that obvious? Well, then it's cheaper. Lin Xia's eyes lit up when he heard that, there really was such a good thing? He hurriedly opened the store to check it out. After reading it, Lin Xia could not help but be silent for a while, cheap is cheap, and now the price on it has suddenly become 49,999. What can I say, not bad for only $1 cheaper. Do you want it? No, I'm down. Lin Xia heard, this is going to be down cannot be, and hastened to smile, to be, you see what you anxious, this is not a joke for you? Chapter 11 Rules of the Program. To be honest, the current S-Ranks vocals are definitely enough to beat up newcomers, but if they are going to participate in the King of Masked Singer where many masters are gathered, it might not be enough to beat them. This Singing Dan can be a jungle. Number 7, by the Singing Dan. Finished buying, eat it straight for you, feel it for yourself. May I ask? Lin Xia is a little helpless, he also thought to see what kind of entity it is, at least let him smell the flavor is also good. Still, he could feel a cool sensation appearing in his throat that continued to moisturize his throat and lungs in a pleasant way. Number 7, how long is this boost going to last? For a week, during which time you'll be singing a lot. It's just an aid, it doesn't give you a direct access to a particular ability. Lin Xia nodded. This was quite good, at least he had a sense of involvement, at least he could feel that he was truly there. Number 7, open the panel. Host, Lin Xia. Age, 23. Health, 85, note, normal adult health value is 95. Face value, 95, note, percentage. Singing, grade S+, note, singing SSS+ is capped. Emotional value, 50,000, continuously growing. Reputation value, 50,000, by spending 49,999. Lin Xia's eyes lit up, the singing had changed from the original S to S+, and it was estimated that after a week, the bottom line would be an SS. In that case, his participation in King of Masked Singer was full of confidence, with the classic songs of Blue Star in his previous life, together with his SS-level singing skills. Even if he faced the King of Songs and Queen of Songs, he had the confidence to surpass them. That litany of spending numbers, however, does sting a bit. Just as Lin Xia was immersed in the joy of his improved singing skills, his cell phone rang again. It was a message from Su Meng, reminding him not to forget to reply to the invitation from the King of Masked Singer program. Lin Xia came back to her senses and looked at the message on her cell phone. Her heart had already made up its mind. He knows that the program King of Masked Singer is a perfect stage for him to showcase himself. Even if it was just for the sake of the system quest, he had to take part in it. The increase in emotional value and prestige value aside, that skill card, he was really craving for it. So, he quickly replied to Su Meng's message, making it clear that he would participate in the first recording of King of Masked Singer. At the same time, he dialed the contact information left by Su Meng and reconfirmed his willingness to participate. Inside a certain studio, Yan Liwen held a pencil in his hand, recording something quickly on a piece of paper. Busy figures could be seen everywhere throughout the studio. The crew of King of Masked Singer has been working overtime for many days, but everyone has no complaints because they have full confidence in their program. Once the program bursts into flames, promotion and salary increase will naturally not be a problem, not to mention that this is still a program with the participation of a number of singing kings and queens. It is hard not to be hot. Director, all the singers have been contacted, except for a few individual ones who are unable to participate due to health reasons. The rest of the singers are very active. The assistant director walked over to Yan Liwen and reported with a smile. Upon hearing this news, the smile on Yan Liwen's face grew wider. In these few days, not only has your phone been busted, but my phone has barely stopped ringing as well. I'll give you the list later, and you arrange them in order. The assistant director nodded that it was fine, but a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Director, I have a question I don't quite understand. In theory, our program is for powerful singers and song kings and queens, but Lin Xia is just a newcomer. Is it really appropriate to invite him? After hearing this, Yan Liwen shook his head slightly, with a few hints of hatred in his tone. First of all, the first point is that even though he's a newcomer, his singing skills are definitely not to be underestimated, and won't pull down the level of our program. The second point is that just with his performance on those two songs, he's already nothing less than an old man in the ring. The third point is that whether as a singer or creator, Lin Xia's future is limitless, so it's worth it even if we sell our personal favors. The fourth most important thing is that he's getting so much traffic right now that even if he loses the match and unmasks in the first installment, it's a huge traffic and conversation gain for our show. And Lin Xia himself can get more attention as a result. It's a win-win situation, why not? To put it even more plainly, I reckon he might lose in the first round because the first round is very difficult. But I've already thought of a marketing headline for him. Newcomer Lin Xia takes on a group of song kings and queens. His aura is not lost, and he is still honored despite his defeat. Such a title can both attract the audience's attention and add to the program. The fifth. Yan Liwen suddenly had a momentary trance, and the assistant director hurriedly asked, Director, what's the fifth point? Yan Liwen came back to his senses, not knowing what was going on. He suddenly wanted to start something. He shook his head and said, It's nothing. In short, you have to remember, don't just look at the surface of everything, you have to go more into understanding deeper things. Remember to prepare Lin Xiao's costume and mask according to his requirements and mail them over. Don't neglect people. The assistant director nodded his head in understanding, his face filled with admiration and exclamation, Ginger is still old and hot. And at this moment Lin Xia was carefully studying the rules of the program. The King of Masked Singer will debut in a weekly live format, with the 6 singers drawing lots to determine the order in which they will appear and each perform a song. After the singers have singing, they will be scored by the audience, a panel of music industry professionals, and it's convenient and stressful. Of course, Lin Xiaohe himself also received a notice from the Literary Association to have a big shot in the circle to help spread the song, and the association's endorsement, he naturally would not refuse. He has released 2 songs so far, one for Twilight Echoes which has been released for free on the internet, and the other Mercury Chronicles which has been successfully signed to Net Depression Music for $500,000 and its subsequent share. It is worth noting that he still retains the rights to both songs despite such a commercial collaboration. At the same time, Seven automatically applies copyright protection for each song when it is released. Regarding the next song selection, Lin Xiaohe has long been properly arranged. The system can randomly select a song every day. He naturally also participated in it every day without fail, and at present it can be said that there is some inventory in every aspect. For the upcoming The Voice 8 into 4 competition, he plans to sing Faith as the song, Let Emo to the end. As for the King of Masked Singer competition, considering that it might not be appropriate to sing emo types of songs, he is prepared to take songs with ancient and national styles as an alternative. Even the masks and outfits followed this direction with the assistant director of the program in order to match the style of the tracks. Originally, Lin Xiaohe had planned to exchange songs directly in the system store, but unfortunately, he currently had zero reputation. Therefore, he could only rely on the system to extract it, but fortunately, there was still enough time for him to prepare next. The next moment is to witness a miracle. Lin Xiaohe rubbed his palms together and mentally chanted, "The system extracts the song. Please select a song category." Without doing any thinking, Lin Xiaohe took a deep breath and silently shouted in his mind, "Ancient Wind." "System, the song category has been determined and the song is being drawn for you." Ding! The song The Drunken New Concubine has been drawn for you. Lin Xiaohe's heart burst with joy when he heard this result. The song New Drunken Princess is very special, belonging to the classical, drama and pop in one, with its unique ancient style rhyme and deep lyrics, once popular all over the internet, loved by many ancient style lovers. He was able to draw this song, plus he just drew absolute domain. It's perfect voice. It's certainly a bombshell for his upcoming King of Masked Singer competition. It's worth noting that the official broadcast of King of Masked Singer will begin in a week's time on Sunday night at 7:30 p.m. sharp, which gives him plenty of time to prepare. The live broadcast was also immediately after the final of The Voice of China, which can be described as a perfect convergence in time. And his top priority right now is preparing for the 8-4 tournament. In the following days, Lin Xiaohe began his intense preparation for the battle. He constantly practiced the songs and adjusted his state, while silently feeling the process of improving his singing skills. Honestly, feeling yourself getting stronger every moment is an addictive thing. As the date of the competition approached, Lin Xiaohe became more and more immersed in the world of music. He spent hours every day practicing Faith, a deep and introspective song that required him to put all his feelings into its interpretation. Meanwhile, he hasn't forgotten about rehearsals for New Drunken Princess, which will be his secret weapon on King of Masked Singer. During Lin Xiaohe's full concentration on practicing, a scarf released by the King of Masked Singer program team was like a heavy bomb that quickly caused huge ripples on the internet. This program will officially kick off in a week's time on Sunday night at 7:30 p.m. The 6 masked singers will put on a mysterious veil and perform a musical feast together for you. Special mention should be made of the fact that there will be a heavenly star sitting on the judging panel, adding unlimited star power to the program. We cordially invite all viewers to lock the channel and witness this music industry event together and look forward to your attention. This news immediately aroused widespread concern and heated discussion. Finally, the day has come. There's only one thing to say about invincibility. I've waited too long. I see blood flowing. There's even a heavenly king? One can only say that this show is playing big. I did not let me wait in vain. The first installment is so watchable and viciously anticipated. The judges' lineup is also top-notch, with veteran divas leading the way, and it really lives up to the hype. I remember that The Voice of China seems to have song kings and queens as judges now, right? Upstairs you're being silly. The King of Heaven is on another level. Heavenly King-level judges are the top bigwigs in the music industry, as long as the evaluation is bound to tell the truth, not afraid of offending the singer at all. Come to think of it, who else is qualified to critique a bunch of song kings and queens except for the Heavenly King-level judges? And at this moment backstage in the studio, 2 big men, Yan Liwen and the assistant director, were leaning together, looking at the same cell phone and giggling. They had expected the show to be a surefire, but they didn't expect that just a teaser trailer being sent out would already cause discussion all over the internet. Some of the singers who were wavering before, fearing that they would lose face if they lost, have all called, making it clear that they want to participate, hoping that they can be accommodated and given an installment. Even singers who hadn't been in touch with each other reached out to call and ask about the show and if there were still spots available. Lin Xia looked at the comments that were constantly swiping on his cell phone screen, and an inexplicable excitement welled up in his heart. He knew that he was about to stand on a bigger stage and receive scrutiny from a national audience. And all this is the result of his years of persistent pursuit of music. Alexander. Lin Xia closed his cell phone with a sigh. He knew in his heart that participating in the King of Masked Singer competition meant that he would have to face excellent singers from all over the country, and this competition would undoubtedly be extremely fierce. If you want to stand out in this arena, you have to put in more effort. And if he were to fail in this competition, he would truly disgrace those seniors who had traveled to various eras. Thinking about this, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel the pressure multiply. Over the next few days, Lin Xia practically closed herself off in the recording studio, devoting her full attention to rehearsing the songs Faith and New Noble Princess Drunk. For the song The Drunkenness of the New Noble Princess, Lin Xia is still considering whether to adopt an opera accent entirely. After all, one of his peers was banned some time ago for singing opera, which made him a bit apprehensive about using it. He began to constantly tweak the state of his voice, trying to find a way of interpreting the songs that would bring out their charm without touching sensitive areas. As he immersed himself in the world of music, time seemed to cease to matter. Every attempt is a challenge to the self, every note is an exploration of the heart. He feels the emotions in the songs with his heart and interprets each melody with his soul. Finally, the competition day of The Voice of China 8-4 has arrived as scheduled. Chapter 13, 8-4. For the netizens who like music, one of the most worthy of their expectations now is The Voice of China. In addition to the magnificent performance of the new people, more expectation is Lin Xia has no new songs. And on top of that is the King of Masked Singer, which is being previewed on the internet, a big-name audio variety that you just don't see once in a while. Wow, it feels like today's stage is so much more gorgeous compared to before. Crap. This is considered a semi-final. Come on. It's open. Let's bet on whether Lin Xia has any new songs today. I don't believe there's more. If he has a new song today, then I'll just eat it. Upstairs to cheat on your food and drink again? Ha 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 ha. No, you buy it, what are you, hey? To be fair, it's not that I don't believe Lin Xia has a new song, but I don't believe that each of his songs is of the same high quality as the first two. After all, it's the semi-finals today, so surely he has to keep a steady hand, right? Upstairs, old man sober. A tense and enthusiastic atmosphere pervaded the entire stage that day. The crowd arrived early in anticipation of the exciting showdown that was about to unfold. And Lin Xia, as one of the participants, felt an unprecedented pressure. In the waiting area, he silently adjusted his breathing, trying to calm himself down. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, he was just an ordinary person before this, and the first time he faced this kind of scene, it was still inevitably a bit depressing. Lin Xia, relax, there's no problem, I believe in you. Su Meng, who was sitting on the side, seemed to have seen his nervousness and softly comforted him. Su Meng's words were like a spring breeze, and Lin Xia's nervousness was slightly relieved. He took a deep breath and looked up at the challenging stage with a surge of determination in his heart. Thank you very much, sister, I'm ready to go on stage now. With the host's guiding words echoing in the air and the audience's warm applause following, the 8 contestants walked to the center of the stage one by one. Su Meng sat quietly on the chair, her gaze as gentle as spring water, gazing at Lin Xia's fading back, as if she saw bits of starlight gradually converging around him. It's like being in a dream. She murmured in a low voice, but it was as if she was remembering something in the depths of her eyes. When the lights of the stage came on, all the focus was on these 8 contestants. They each brought their own dreams and talents, ready to show off in this semi-final. Today 4 of them will leave the stage they've always dreamed of. It's cruel, but there's no way around it. It's a competition and it's reality. Coincidentally, Tannen was among these 8 people, so it was evident that he still had strength. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xia with a complicated expression. He knew that 80% of the cheers within this ground were given to Lin Xia, and him? He seemed to be just the unassuming supporting character in the midst of all the cheering. It wasn't just Tannen, all the other contestants were thinking the same thing, and it wasn't clear whether it was fortunate or unfortunate to be battling it out on the same stage as. Just then Tannen suddenly stopped in his tracks and uttered, Lin Xia. Lin Xia stopped in her tracks upon hearing this and looked back, only to see him continue to speak. I apologize to you for what happened before. I was overwhelmed by false fame, causing me to say hurtful things. After you became famous, I was afraid that you were waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against me, even if you could have punished me for just saying something, but you didn't, and I know that's your generosity. And after that, I more or less understood how you felt, so I'm really sorry." After saying this, Tannen bowed deeply at Lin Xia, his eyes full of dedication and reluctance to music. Lin Xia was slightly stunned at this scene. He then revealed a gentle smile and gently nodded his head, indicating that he accepted Tannen's apology. He understands that everyone has their own pressures and insecurities on this stage. Tannen's previous behavior, although it made him a bit upset, was only a momentary emotional outburst. To be honest, everyone meets countless people in their lives, and only a few of them really cross paths with them. So don't pay attention to the bad talk, just listen to your heart. Moreover, seeing that Tannen was now apologizing so sincerely, the little bit of stigma in Lin Xia's heart had dissipated. He patted Tannen's shoulder and said softly, "It's okay, we're all here for music. As long as you can maintain your love and dedication to music, I'm sure you'll be able to go far." When Tannen heard this, a glimmer of gratitude flashed in his eyes, and he nodded his head vigorously, as if he had made up his mind about something. Lin Xia didn't say anything more and turned around to continue walking towards the stage. As he stepped into the center of the stage, the cheers throughout the arena surged like a tidal wave, as if they were going to break through the sky. Compared with the previous contestants when they took the stage, the atmosphere at this moment was clearly superior, presenting a very different kind of enthusiasm and shock. The rest of the contestants backstage at the moment, what else can they say besides envy when they see this scene? Suhua listened to the rising and falling cheers of the audience in the arena and teased with a smile, "Your cheers are almost overpowering us four-seated old men. It seems that we are really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past padding on the beach." Hearing this, Lu Yang hurriedly brushed off the relationship and said, "Sister Hua, I'm still young, I'm the same age as Lin Xia. I'm the real old man here." Zhou Jian laughed helplessly. When this statement came out, the scene in the audience and the live broadcast room all laughed, and the atmosphere was suddenly lively. Chapter 14: The Faith. Alright, let's get to the point. I'm sure everyone should have been waiting for this, so Lin Xia student, the song you're going to bring today is? Li Mo also said with a smile on his face. Today still brings an original song of mine called Faith. As Lin Xia's words faded away, the lights of the stage instantly dimmed, shrouded in a deep grayness. Lin Xia stood in the center of the stage, the light softly sprinkled on his body, reflecting his determined eyes. He took a deep breath, as if to breathe in all the tension and stress, and then turned it into motivation and affection for the music. As the introductory guitar gently begins to pluck the strings, an atmosphere of sadness slowly begins to spread, and when the violin sounds begin to emerge, it brings that sadness quickly to the forefront of everyone's mind. Obviously it's just the intro. I feel like I'm going to cry. What should I do? Where's the dude who said he'd eat before? Come out. It's time to eat. Just listen to the intro, this song is definitely not bad. Lin Xia gently closed his eyes, as if he was searching for that world of music that belonged to him. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and began to sing his song. Whenever I hear the melancholy strains that evoke the wounds of memory. Whenever I see the white moonlight and think of your face. Knowing that you shouldn't think, that you can't think, that you're confused. Who makes my heart ache and who keeps me hanging on? It's you. Lin Xia's vocals are like a trickle of water flowing through the silent night, bringing people into a world full of emotions. His voice is deep and infectious, and every note seems to tell a moving story that will move you. While the four people on the tutor's table at the moment were looking at the stage with shocked faces, the Lin Xia who was singing with deep emotion. The song is a good one, and it's safe to say that just listening to an intro establishes that this is no less of a classic than the previous two. But what shocked them the most was Lin Xia's vocals. For a singer to go from third tier to second tier to first tier, and even to be the final king and queen of songs, what is needed is not only the works and audience recognition, but at the core of it is the singing ability. A good singer can easily convey their emotions with their voice and quickly get the live audience into the song as if they were watching a movie played by one person. To say that before Lin Xia was only just enough to sing at the level of a first-tier singer, then now is undoubtedly has touched the realm of the king and queen of the song. This short difference of one level does not know how many singers are stuck. Because aside from talent, it takes a lot of time practicing, and a sense of the song, and multiple good compositions. It can be said that there is a right place, right time, and right person. Lin Xia would inevitably become the king of songs in the future, they had never doubted it, but they hadn't expected that it had only been a short week and Lin Xia had already gathered all the conditions. Of the four, Zhou Jiankai was the most vocal, and as a veteran singer, he knew the hardships of the journey. He sighed, his smile full of incredulity and bitterness. It was true that the world of geniuses was something he didn't understand. I know the things I shouldn't have said that made you wander in anger. Wondering all those years of floating around made you homesick too. If I'd kissed you then, held you then, maybe it would have ended badly. I have so many regrets, so many expectations, you know. As the song progresses, Lin Xia becomes more emotionally invested. And the audience seem to be transformed into the protagonists of the songs, experiencing those sorrows and joys, feeling those love and hate. I love you for how clear and how strong your faith is. I love you for being such a warm and courageous force. I don't care how much my heart breaks, I don't care how much love scares me, I don't care what people think. Love is a faith that brings me to you. Lin Xia's voice was like heavenly music, clear and penetrating. Every note he sings seems to tell a moving story that you can't help but get lost in and forget about. I'm literally going to cry my eyes out. The lyrics are simple and direct, but they have an anti-purple sincerity that touches the heart. The lyrics compare love to faith, to the power from life, has already surpassed the warmth of love or the sadness of lost love. It can be said that at this moment, Lin Xia has already sublimated the word love. One of the lyrics is love is a religion, he takes love to a level we never thought possible. You could say at this moment he is love itself. The audience was mesmerized by his vocals, as if they were transported into a dreamlike world. They closed their eyes and felt Lin Xia's song with their hearts, as if they could hear his inner call and pursuit. As a new intro plays, Lin Xia continues his singing. I know the things I shouldn't have said that made you wander in anger. Wondering all those years of floating around made you homesick too. If I'd kissed you then, held you then, maybe it would have ended badly. I have so many regrets, so many expectations, you know. I love you for how clear and how strong your faith is. I love you for being such a warm and courageous force. I don't care how much my heart breaks, I don't care how much love scares me, I don't care what people think. Love is a faith that brings me to you. His songs are filled with nostalgia for the past, anticipation for the future, and the persistence and pursuit of love. The audience was captivated by Lin Xia's singing, and they seemed to be brought into a dreamy world. They rose and fell with Lin Xia's song, feeling those emotional fluctuations and changes. They were impressed by Lin Xia's talent and touched by his deep feelings. On the other side of the stage, Tannen and the other contestants were also blown away by Lin Xia's singing. They had put down what they were doing and listened to the song with full attention. It was as if they saw Lin Xia's love and dedication to music, and they also saw their own shadows once. I love you for true to yourself and true to your faith and love. I love you from the soul, from the power of life. In faraway places do you like to hear my cries? As the song reaches its climax, Lin Xia's voice becomes more and more impassioned and shocking. It was as if he had used all his strength and put all his emotions into the song. At this moment, he is no longer a singer, but an artist who uses music to express his emotions. Love is the faith that you back to me. Love is the faith that you back to me. His songs are filled with strength and hope, giving a sense of his love and dedication to music. When the song ended, the audience opened their eyes as they were deeply shocked by Lin Xia's singing. They gave Lin Xia a standing ovation and applauded his outstanding performance. Chapter 15 You Shall Become the King of Song. Su Meng watched Lin Xia's performance from the stage, her eyes glistening with tears in her laughter. Tannen and the other contestants also watched Lin Xia's performance, their hearts filled with admiration and envy. The song is over. The last sentence Zhou Jian said seriously, with a hint of seriousness in his demeanor. And the rest of the three tutors heard is also a little helpless, not that Zhou Jian said some extraordinary words out, but this can let you sell a personal favor out? Won't they sell it? Damn old guys. So refined. With things having come to this, they could only hasten to speak out in agreement. I too. We're of the same mind. The audience watching the live broadcast exploded at this statement. At the same time, like sharks sniffing blood, all the marketing numbers caught wind of the situation and quickly pushed Lin Xia and King Zhou Ji's phrase to the top of the wave of hot searches. I seem to be a bit drunk? What did King Chao singing say just now? It seems that Lin Xia will become the king of songs in 2 years? Lin Xia is 23 years old, that means 25 years old Song King? I don't even dare to do that in my ing dreams? So it's not too much to ask to be called the little king of songs now, is it? Ha 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 ha. Isn't it a bit too much for a veteran musician like Song King Zhou to personally come down and endorse Lin Xia? What do you know, for an ordinary singer, the words of Song King Zhou may be harmful, but for a real talent, instead of being bad, he will receive more attention. Yes, it's clear that Lin Xia is a singer that all 4 tutors truly recognize. Regardless of whether he succeeds or fails in the future, this is a favor that he is going to recognize. It's all wrapped up, isn't it? Didn't you see that King Joe used the word explore before? That means he's treating Lin Xia as if he's on the same level. Anyway, I still don't believe it, it's just a little too magical. Novels don't even dare to write like this. Comments about Lin Xia on the internet were polarized, with one side believing that he had not yet reached the level he deserved, while the other side thought that there was nothing wrong with such an evaluation. At the scene, Lin Xia's expression revealed a hint of surprise. He had not expected Zhou Jian to pave the way for him so directly. Although the remaining three did not explicitly state their positions, the same stance as Zhou Jian can be glimpsed in their attitudes. Lin Xia let out a light smile. Since the opportunity was already in front of him, how would he easily miss it? Dude is a young man. And a young man with a system in his hand. What's wrong with being a little crazy? What's wrong with being reckless? Do they know where the word reckless comes from? Number 7, stink. I would like to sincerely thank the 4 teachers for their valuable comments, and I have taken every word of your advice and guidance to heart. Although these 2 years have been slightly long, I will use this as a motivation to move steadfastly towards the set goals and make continuous efforts to live up to expectations. Lin Xia smiled and bowed in thanks, not caring how much of a storm would be created if these words went down. Lin Xia's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. In the audience, people were talking, and the discussion on the internet had reached a white-hot level. Well, you play it that way, don't you? Isn't it normal to be modest and shrug it off? How come this is still straight up in your face and open wide? Are you really that crazy? I'm really LOL, the last one that was this crazy has already cooled off. To put it bluntly, I'm still young. You don't know the sky when you have a little achievement. 2 years feels long? My goodness, what a dare. Young man, what a boldness. In the audience, an old man with gray hair praised in a low voice, his eyes flashing. But no matter what, he was optimistic about Lin Xia's future. The pop-ups continued to roll as viewers voiced their opinions and feelings. Some people were looking forward to Lin Xia's future, while others appreciated his talent. The comments on the internet were polarized, but none of them could deny the strength and charisma that Lin Xia had shown on stage. In the end, Lin Xia managed to advance with an absolute advantage. Lin Xia, with a full smile and deep gratitude, gracefully bowed to the audience and thanked them, then turned lightly and stepped off the stage. The audience, no matter what feelings they had in their hearts, all stood up unanimously and applauded thunderously, sending their most sincere praise and applause for Lin Xia's marvelous performance. After the match was over, Lin Xia didn't rush to leave. He walked over to Su Meng and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior sister, for today's performance. With your support, I was able to relax even more." Su Meng looked at Lin Xia, a gentle light flickered in her eyes. She smiled gently and said, "Your performance was really great. I believe that you will definitely be able to become the king of song." Chapter 16, Hubris? After the competition, Lin Xia's popularity quickly climbed, and his name became a hot topic on the internet, along with the title of 25-year-old King of Song. Countless music lovers began to pay attention to his musical works and his songs spread all over the streets. The discussion about Lin Xia on the internet continues. Some praised his talent and hard work, while others questioned his strength and accomplishments. But no matter what, Lin Xia has become the center of attention. Lin Xia's microblogging fans have increased by hundreds of thousands in just a few days, and every microblog is filled with netizens' praise and anticipation. However, in the face of such a spectacle, Lin Xia appeared unusually calm. Number 7, open the panel. Opened. Host, Lin Xia. Age, 23. Health, 90, note, normal adult health value is 95. Face value, 95, note, percentage. Singing, SS grade, note, singing SSS plus is capped. Emotional value, 100,000, continuously growing. Reputation value, 80,000. Gazing at the system panel, the numbers of value and emotion value continued to leap. His heart was full of joy. How could he still have time to pay attention to the gossip on? Li Ding is a music critic on the Scarf, through the alternative way of review, in order to attract traffic, but also accumulated a lot of fans. Coupled with the usual advertisements, it is also a comfortable life, but what makes him feel difficult is that the recent entertainment circle, more accurately said the music circle, is like a pool of dead water. No movement meant that he had no source of income, and he just couldn't say something if he wanted to. After all, traffic is money in this day and age, and without traffic, those advertisers won't come to him, so just ask who would look for a blogger who has no following to advertise. Just then, Lin Xia came out of nowhere, sucking up all the traffic from the very beginning of his real appearance on stage, which made him envious. But envy aside, he still had to find a way out for himself. After seeing that match a few days ago, and after hearing the remarks of Song Qingzhou and Lin Xia, his eyes lit up. And then after observing the netizens' views on this matter, he knew that he could eat his fill of this wave of traffic. So he began to write about Lin Xia on his scarf, trying to attract eyeballs from another angle. He writes that Lin Xia only knows how to spread negative energy, he writes about Lin Xia's arrogance, he writes about Lin Xia's lack of knowledge of heaven and earth, and he writes about Lin Xia's youthfulness. Each of his articles is full of questions and criticisms, trying to stir up the netizens and get them involved in the discussion. Obviously, because everything he said was true and can only be described in 4. I just proved that the songs are all emo songs. Just listening to them makes me want to shed tears. Dog head. I'm sorry upstairs, the knife can't be retracted anymore, talk faster in your next life. Incense. But to be reasonable and serious, I don't deny that Lin Xia will become the king of songs in the future, but for the time being he's really not even close, there's no humility, only arrogance. Seriously though, I'm a fan of Lin Xia, the songs are so good you wanna cry, and the sleep is so good you can't sleep at night. However, everyone seemed to forget that Lin Xia wasn't officially debuting yet, he had only sung 3 songs since he started and was still considered a newcomer. There's a fault called I think you're in the wrong. Lighting's plan worked, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a huge success. All of the netizens involved in this matter followed his script, with some believing that Lin Xia's talent and strength were enough to support his arrogance and confidence. And some people began to question Lin Xia's motives, believing that he was deliberately trying to gain attention. To be honest, he didn't care if Lin Xia could become the king of song or not, even if it took him a long time to become the king of song. He only cared about whether or not he could get enough to eat and add bells. After all, Lin Xia wouldn't give him a penny if he became the king of song. Li Ding looked at the messages in the comments section and his heart was filled with self-satisfaction. On the other side, Lin Xia looked at the contents of the scarf without too many waves in her heart. He knew that these were the norm in the entertainment industry and the challenges he had to face. He smiled softly and closed the scarf app. Lin Xia stroked the stubble that had grown on his chin as if he was pondering something. After all, they had all been bullied to their doorsteps, so it seemed really unreasonable not to show something. Thus, Lin Xia once again opened the system panel and began to look for new opportunities. New mission issued, Counterstorm. Task description: in response to recent questions and criticisms of you on the internet, create a counter song and release it within a week. The song needs to show your strength and attitude, as well as inspire positive emotions among netizens. Quest reward: emotional value plus 30,000, reputation value plus 30,000, special skill vocalization beginner. He had a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, scoffing at the titles of Little King of Songs and Big King of Songs. In his opinion, Lin Xia was just a fledgling brat. Li Ding doesn't think Lin Xia has a chance to turn the tables on this fiasco, and he firmly believes that the label of arrogance will stay with Lin Xia until the day when he really takes the throne as the King of Songs. For the time being, he should choose to respond in a cold manner and wait for the storm to die down, for after all, this is not a major issue of principle. Unless Lin Xia can become a top streamer with a song in the next match, but that's almost impossible, it's a pipe dream. However, since Lin Xia had already responded, Li Ding had no choice but to gladly accept it and prepare for a new round of traffic boom. Okay, I'll see what happens. Lighting smiled as he hit the keyboard and clicked to send the scarf. And Su Meng at this moment has also dialed his phone. The tone is still as gentle as the spring breeze, without half a point of blame and reprimand. However, nowadays it is difficult to disguise the words that a few points of deep concern. Lin Xia, can you tell me about your idea? Do you need any help from my side? Lin Xia smiled gently, his tone full of confidence. Senior sister, don't worry, I have my own plans. I know what's going on right now, but I believe in the power of music, and I believe that I can respond to all the questions and criticisms with my music. Lin Xia thought for a moment and continued to speak. Speaking of helping out, there's still really one thing that I need to trouble senior sister with, and that's that I need a group of small children who can sing on the final stage on Saturday. When Su Meng heard Lin Xia's words, she chose to trust Lin Xia even though she still had doubts in her heart. She sighed and said, well, I believe you. But you still have to be careful how you respond to these negative comments. Lin Xia nodded her head in agreement to acknowledge the call and hung up. He closed his eyes and began to repeatedly loop the song Junior Huaxia said in his head over and over again, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. Who wouldn't be hot and excited to hear this song when it first debuted on the former Blue Star? He knew that this song was going to be a killer song in the finals and his best chance to prove himself. She immediately contacted the head of the organization and detailed Lin Xia's needs and expectations. The other party, apparently also attracted by Lin Xia's fame and talent, said that they would cooperate fully and promised to screen the most suitable children for rehearsal and preparation within 2 days. After hanging up the phone, Su Meng's heart finally had a trace of comfort. Although he could not directly create songs for Lin Xia, he was able to do his part by finding such a group of outstanding children for him. Su Guan is the minister of the local netizen and has been busy lately due to his superior's request to rectify the malicious marketing numbers on the internet. They had decided to start by setting an example as a warning to others, and for this reason he had been exhausted lately by the continuous discussion of the matter in small meetings almost every day and in general meetings every 3 days. However, whenever I think of my daughter and wife at home, that exhaustion seems to dissipate a lot. Just after work, Su Guan returned home and saw his daughter Su Meng sitting on the sofa, holding a cell phone, and was quietly fidgeting. He couldn't help but smile and ask, "What's wrong again? Who made our Su Meng start worrying again?" Chapter 18, The Finals Begin. Su Meng raised her head, a trace of complexity flashing in her eyes as she handed her cell phone to Su Guan, and on the screen was none other than the controversial news about Lin Xia. Su Gao took the phone and read it carefully, his brows gradually tightening. He was well aware of the power of online public opinion and understood the pressure Lin Xia was facing at the moment. He put down his cell phone, looked at Su Meng, and asked softly, "Menger, what do you think of this matter?" Su Meng sighed and said, "Dad, I believe in Lin Xia. He's the most talented and determined singer I've ever seen, and I believe he'll be able to prove himself with his music." Su Guan nodded, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He had been listening to Su Meng talk about Lin Xia lately, and his ears were getting calloused. Su Guan patted Su Meng's shoulder and said, "Menger, since you believe in him, then support him fully. But tell father honestly, do you like Lin Xia?" Su Meng looked fiercely at Su Gao and shook her head with a smile, then she turned her head to look out the window at the mesmerizing night color and said softly, "Dad, you don't know, this elementary school brother of mine seems to have changed a little bit. How can I put it? It seems like he's become more self-confident. Or some other, I can't say, but I just want to see how far he can go in the end." Su Guan looked at his daughter's reaction, his expression flashed with a hint of surprise, but he didn't pursue it further, he just smiled and said, "In that case, it's all the more reason for you to support him. I believe Lin Xia is a talented young man, he will definitely be able to get through this." Su Meng nodded her head, a firm light shining in her eyes, and said, "I know, Dad. I will always support him." Su Guan looked at his daughter's determined eyes and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. He knew that his daughter had grown up and had her own ideas and pursuits. Although he didn't know Lin Xia well, he believed in his daughter's vision and that Lin Xia could prove her worth. This matter has also been discussed by a few young people in the ministry recently, and I've more or less heard about it, so I'll pay a little attention to it as well. Su Guan laughed. Su Meng was pleasantly surprised to hear that. She knew that once her father said something, he would go all out. Since he said he would pay some attention to Lin Xia, it meant that he would really pay attention and wouldn't even mind helping out and passing at critical moments. "Thanks, Dad. You're the best." Su Guan looked at his daughter's excited face, also smiled and shook his head helplessly. To be honest, for him, if Lin Xia was really a talented young man like Su Meng said, then in public and private, he would more or less give some help. And at this time, Lin Xia was practicing the junior huaxia saying over and over again at home. The melody and lyrics of the song have been deeply imprinted in his heart, and he wants to use his voice to perfectly convey the emotion and power of the song to every listener. As the days passed by and the day of the finals finally arrived, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation filled the city. Lin Xia came to the scene early, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, his heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Su Meng also brought those children to the scene. They were wearing uniform clothes and their faces were filled with confident smiles. Seeing them, Lin Xia's heart couldn't help but surge with warmth. "Senior sister, I've worked hard for you during this period of time." Lin Xia thanked from the bottom of his heart. Seriously, during this period, he was only responsible for practicing the song, while all other arrangements and matters were handled by Su Meng, which made his heart feel a little heavy. Su Meng smiled and shook her head, "Don't say that, Lin Xia. I believe in your talent, and I also believe that these kids can show their best selves. We're all working towards the same goal, aren't we?" Saturday's finale went as planned, with an instant influx of viewers the moment the show kicked off. First. Seriously, I just came to see how Lin Xia got punched in the face. Alas, it's still a bit impulsive. Li Ding is a person who eats this bowl of rice, although he's annoying, but I have to say that this matter is really unsolvable. If you ask me, wouldn't it be better for Lin Xia to apologize honestly? Yes, unless Lin Xia gets national recognition for one song today, the label of arrogance is really going to stay on. Ha, die laughing, is that possible? I don't deny that he writes good love songs, but it's not on the same level as what we're discussing today. Do you people just can't see others excelling? To put it bluntly, if I could have achieved this at Lin Xia's age, I'd be even madder than him. Heck, come to wash again? What if Lin Xia can really get all the recognition from the public for one song? Laughing my ass off, can you stop mindlessly blowing it off? If it does, I'll still eat it. Upstairs again? And at this moment, Director Ping, who was watching the data in the background, was both happy and sad. Happy because since the program started, the traffic data had risen layer by layer in peak today, which was an achievement he had never reached before. And the worry was that he naturally knew exactly what Lin Xia was facing today. Accompanied by the host's voice and the audience's applause, Lin Xia, dressed in a black Chinese mountain suit, walked onto the stage with the children, his gaze firm and confident. Lin Xia stood on the stage, looking at the dark crowd in flashing lights below, but her heart was unusually calm. Chapter 19: The Young Wahhabi Sayings. As Lin Xia led the children to the stage, it caused a pop-up buzz. Even the live audience was talking to each other at the moment. No dude, what's this for? What's the point of bringing a bunch of kids up here? To sing a chorus together? The key doesn't go well with Lin Xia's style. Is it hard to curb the situation? When the time comes, it all gives can dump on the kid and just say it didn't work well together, right? Facing the audience's doubts and comments, Lin Xia smiled and gently patted the hands of the children around her, signaling them not to be nervous. Then, he cleared his throat and opened his mouth to laugh. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Xia. I've seen everyone's criticisms and remarks about me. Lin Xia paused and continued to speak, but I don't accept it. Once these words came out, the entire scene became even more clamorous, and the pop-up screen even began to collectively brush the screen. Mad. It's crazy. Other than that, I'll just say two words. Bossy. Li Ding sat in front of the computer watching the live broadcast, heard Lin Xia uttered the words, the smile at the corner of the mouth how can not hide, this wave it is a splash of wealth. Lin Xia continued to speak, what is a young person? I always hear people say that our generation is no good, that we don't have the essence of the older generation back then. Think carefully, people, aren't they right? We are in a very good and very bad time. The good thing is that we are clothed, fed and at home. The bad thing is that we are on top of a torrent of information on the internet and will be swept away by countless messages every day. It's as if people are gradually accepting their mediocrity as they go about their daily lives, accepting their shortcomings, accepting the judgmental nature of the circle, and accepting the value of not being able to perform miracles at a young age. So what is it, young man? Have you all admitted defeat? Lin Xia's eyes were like blazing flames, gleaming, revealing the pride and vigor unique to young people. He looked steadfastly out into the audience while also unapologetically looking straight into the camera, displaying fearlessness and confidence. Perhaps because those eyes were too bright and hot, or perhaps they had thought of something, the scene and the live broadcast were quiet for a while. The four tutors were also sitting on the tutor seat at the moment with complicated eyes looking at the young man on the stage. They had thought that Lin Xia would deal with this matter in various ways, but the only thing they hadn't thought of was that he would directly up. May all the youth of China get rid of the cold and just move upward without having to listen to the words of the self-absorbed. Those who can do something, and those who can make a sound can make a sound. There is a point of heat, a point of light, so that the firefly general, but also in the darkness of a little light, do not have to wait for the torchlight. If there is no torch afterward, I am the only light. A teenage Wahini saying for you. The lights of the stage dimmed, leaving only a beam of light hitting Lin Xia's body. He took a deep breath, and the performance began. For a moment everyone came back to their senses and gathered all their eyes on him. Su Meng, Su Guan, Guide Ping, Tannen, Yan Liwen, his former friends, classmates, teachers, everyone who had ever crossed paths were watching the scene with rapt attention. The music played. Surprisingly, however, the first thing that rang out was not some guitar, keyboard or other instrument, but a big drum, an authentic Chinese drum. Once the rhythmic and exciting drum sound came out, everyone instantly stared as if electricity was running through their body. Then the group of children began their recitation. The children's voices were clear and pleasant, as if they could penetrate the hearts of the people, with rich vitality and vigor. A wise boy makes a wise nation. When the youth is rich, the country is rich. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. If the youth is free, the nation is free. The audience's confusion faded away and was replaced by shock and emotion. And the moment the sound of the bamboo flute was incorporated into the recitation, the entire audience at the scene and even in the live broadcast room froze. That momentary stirring was the bloodline inheritance of 5,000 years of Chinese history, something that the old ancestors had carved into their bones. And those single 4 sentences made all the viewers feel the heat. The moment. Everyone sat up straight, eagerly awaiting every lyric, every melody that would follow. And at this moment, holding his cell phone to watch the live broadcast of Su Gao, his expression also ignored the relaxation and became serious. Just a beginning, he had a premonition that this song is definitely not simple. With everyone watching, Lin Xia picked up the microphone. The red sun rises, and its path is bright. The river comes out of the volcano, a cascade of water. The submerged dragon soars into the abyss, scales and claws flying. The milk tiger whistles in the valley, and all the beasts tremble in fear. Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Xia's voice so gentle. Everyone thought that since the recitation by the group of children at the beginning was so hot-blooded, you, the singer yourself, should come next, right? Just as everyone was amazed, the next second, everyone was instantly stunned. A young man has his own youthful frenzy, and his body is like a mountain and a river with a backbone. Dare to measure the sun and moon again, I am the only young man today. Dare to ask heaven and earth to test the edge, and who can stand in the way of the thorns? The world laughs at me, but I am strong and not ashamed of my youth. Lin Xia's song was melodious, as if he had traveled through time and space, back to that ancient China, that era full of fervor and dreams. Everyone froze. This song was unlike any other. The power of the song Teenage China Speaks is enough to shatter all doubts and shock everyone. Everyone knew that this was Lin Xia responding to all the voices that questioned him, and at the same time, he was also passing on a thought, the thought of the new youth of Huaxia. And at this moment, Li Ding looked pale and sat paralyzed in his chair. The audience seemed to be transported into a whole new world, a world of hope and dreams, by Lin Xia's songs and the children's performances. Lin Xia opened the song again. The dryad has made his mane. The sky wears its pale, and the earth walks in its yellow. There are thousands of ages, and there are 8 wastelands. The future is like the sea, and there is a long way to go. A young man has his own youthful frenzy, and his body is like a mountain and a river with a backbone. Dare to measure the sun and moon again, I am the only young man today. Dare to ask heaven and earth to test the edge, and who can stand in the way of the thorns? The world laughs at me, but I am strong and not ashamed of my youth. Su Mang watched all this from the stage, tears glistening in her eyes. She knew that Lin Xia had done it. In his own way, he proved his worth and that those dreams were not out of reach. As the climax of the song approached, Lin Xia's vocals became more and more impassioned, and the children's vocals blended in, causing goosebumps to erupt for everyone. The whole stage seemed to turn into a huge magnetic field, attracting every audience's heart. A young man has his own youthful frenzy, and his heart is like the blazing sun with 10,000 lights. I'll go through 1,000 obstacles, I'm the only young man today. The sky is high and the sea is 10,000 miles long, and the youth of China is full of vigor. Be a pillar of strength and live up to your youth. Along with his and the children's voices, everyone in the audience and on the air was deeply moved. From the group of children reciting at the beginning, then Lin Xia's gentle beginning, all the way to this impassioned melody that is so uplifting today. It's like watching the rippling life of a person. Starting as a child, needing the care of an adult, and ending as an eagle spreading its wings, soaring through the sky in order to fulfill the ambitions and dreams of its heart. I'm burning up. My God, first time I've heard such a powerful song. Our Chinese youth should be unstoppable. I'm really convinced. I cry even when I listen to love songs, and I still cry when I listen to this kind of hot-blooded song. Lin Xia, you. I have no regrets about joining Huaxia in this life. It was so hot, I slapped my dad in the face with excitement. You're really laughing, Shun, man, are you okay now? Obviously, how dare anyone question it? What's wrong with just calling it the little king? However, even he was so nervous, and the kids were predictably stressed. However, it was gratifying to see that they not only overcame their inner fears and nerves, but also gave their best and unreservedly put themselves into the music. Responding to every listener's expectations with melodies and harmonies, as well as all the skepticism. Lin Xia looked back and met the eyes of the children. At that moment, their faces were filled with smiles of satisfaction and happiness, which was the best affirmation of their efforts. The scene happened to be captured by the camera, and the moment has become art. The audience erupted in applause and cheers, which was the best recognition for Lin Xia and the children. They have earned the respect and love of all with their hard work and talent. Su Guan watched all this in his office, and his heart was also filled with emotion. his face slightly red because he was too excited. He knew that his daughter hadn't misjudged anyone. This young man was, in today's words, frighteningly strong. Then let's invite our 4 mentors now to critique the Lin Xia contestant. As the host's words fell, the several tutors shook their heads and waved their hands in succession, and at this moment, they even wanted to kill the host. Are you kidding? How can I review this song? How can I review it? Can't you see they're still standing now? But they also understand that after all, it's also the moment when the show wraps up and someone has to come out and say something. In the end, there was no doubt that the burden was still given to Zhou Jian. This time Zhou Jian didn't push back and said with a straight face, Lin Xia, in terms of the song alone, you should be my teacher. When this statement came out, the audience immediately boiled, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast were even more admiring, but no one questioned it because the value of the song had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Hearing such praise, Lin Xia hastily waved his hand. He understood that humility was the proper attitude in this moment. Zhou Jian ignored the clamor of the scene and continued, to be honest, during this week I have thought about whether or not there wouldn't have been so many things if I hadn't said those words in the first place. Even I'm ready to do whatever it takes to keep you, after all, in the end, it's because of me. But the shocking and reassuring thing is that you did it. You shattered all doubts with your music. And with this song, it took this show to a height where it didn't belong. This line Zhou Jian said with a smile. And all the audience laughed along with them, including director Ping, who was watching in the background, grinning happily, not looking angry at all. Because people are telling the truth, it's really too much of a waste for this song to appear on a vegetarian audition stage. And after today he and his program will surely set the country on fire along with Lin Xia. This is the benefactor Na. Lin Xia, thank you so much for today, for giving us such a perfect song. There's no doubt that at this moment, your debut is the top stream of Huaxia. It was only at this moment that the crowd reacted to the fact that Lin Xia was only considered to have made his official debut today. As Zhou Jian's words fell, it also represented the complete and utter end of the program. Perfect finish. Chapter 21 Central Mother herself comes down to praise. However, the real excitement is far from over. Because Lin Xia's song is not just a piece of music, but also a touch of the heart, an emotional resonance, a cultural heritage. In the days that followed, the song quickly became a hit on all major music platforms, with a staggering number of hits, downloads, and shares. Not only that, but the lyrics of the song have been quoted by a wide range of netizens as a motto to motivate themselves and inspire others. And at the moment, Li Ding was sitting in front of his computer and fighting. He didn't realize that his elaborate conspiracy had been uncovered by the netizens one by one. He began frantically replying to comments in an attempt to defend himself, but was soon drowned in a sea of netizens. And with a piece of local official bibbing dynamics, it characterizes the matter even more. My generation of yellow children, since we should work hard, struggle forward, dare to create miracles. The network is not a place of lawlessness. Now for the following account for the warning interview processing, in addition to the circumstances of the bad person for the blocking of the number processing. Among them, Li Ding's account is clearly in the first place of the warning interview processing, so it can be said that everything is already settled. The internet is flooded with negative comments about him. His once arrogant and domineering behavior was now a laughingstock and a disgrace in the eyes of all. At the same time, the central mom of a dynamic, but also completely detonated the general public. Junior Huaxia Speaks originates from Mr. Liang Qichao's prose of the same name, and the song retains the core spirit of the prose, which is to praise the youth's exuberant vitality and place infinite expectations on the future of Huaxia. Lin Xia affectionately depicts the fervor and passion of teenagers, as well as their infinite longing and expectation for the future, fully demonstrating the depth and breadth of the song in terms of spiritual connotation. The song is melodic and stirring, with lyrics that are like bright stars illuminating the road ahead. Lin Xia's composition gives the song a stirring melody while his voice infuses it with soul. Inheriting the classics with music and conveying power with poetry, the perfect fusion of pop and classics brings the two eras face to face. I hope that my Chinese youth will always be vigorous. The central banker's development quickly created a buzz on all major social media platforms as soon as it was released. 1. This is a very rare occurrence. Generally speaking, it is rare for such official media outlets to directly stand up for something of such an entertaining nature. And after the central mother herself came down, major government media outlets and organizations retweeted and shared the song. Netizens retweeted and commented on the song, praising Lin Xia's talent and accomplishments, as well as being moved by the spiritual connotation conveyed by the song Junior Huaxia Speaks. I throw I'm so honored that Central Mom herself came down to praise the summer god. There's really nothing to say about this song. I'm sorry, summer god, I'm the one who didn't know better. I've always been against my own kids chasing after stars because it doesn't make any sense at the end of the day, but today if he's fanning Lin Xia, all I can say is feel free to do so. Before I said Lin Xia was arrogant, now it seems like we're all clowns. People are top streams when they debut, almost indistinguishable from the king of songs. If Lin Xia were to chase me, what would I do? AQWQ, would I just say yes, or would I have to lust for a bit? Just say yes, after all, I'm about to bear you. IP yellow, I'll bear it. Su Guan watched all of this from his office and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. He knew deep down that all of this was what Lin Xia had gotten with her talent and hard work. He not only touched people's hearts with his music, but also proved his worth and dignity with his actions. Moreover, how many people could have been so appreciated by the officials over the years? That alone was enough to show how valuable Lin Xia was. At the same time, Yan Shuli looked at the online heat for Lin Xia as even more happy. He didn't even dare to think that the moment Lin Xia revealed his face, the program would explode into something. Now it could be responsibly said that Lin Xia was the guarantee of a program's traffic. No matter how bad the program was, as long as Lin Xia appeared, then the program was a hit. Of course, the king of Masked Singer also belongs to the top stream of sound synthesis. After all, The Voice has just wrapped up. The next wave of traffic should also be eaten by them. Just this cost, may need to renegotiate with Lin Xia. Before Lin Xia's cost, and now there is no comparison at all, can only be said to be a sky and a land. According to today's market price, if you want to hire Lin Xia to perform once on a certain stage, you have to start with at least $1 million. Lin Xia, at this moment, was on the airplane, resting his eyes, preparing for the next show. The good thing is that the distance between the two places is not particularly far, 2 hours by plane. He didn't realize that the outside world had been flooding him with praise, or that he had become an idol and role model to so many. I'm afraid that even if I knew, I would only smile slightly. He just wants to use music to express himself, use music to infect others, and use music to convey positive energy. In this life he just wanted to be a pure musician, a Lin Xia who used music to express himself. His thoughts were simple: since he had come to this world and had the help of 7, it was only right that he should leave something behind for this world. The plane slowly landed, and Lin Xia Su Meng left the airport through a special channel in a low-key manner and got into a car to go to the hotel. A special note is that just last night Su Meng has submitted her departure and will be appearing as Lin Xia's full-time manager from now on. Lin Xia originally disagreed at first because Su Meng had already helped her a lot and he was really embarrassed to be bothering people. In the end, no amount of persuasion could change Su Meng's mind before she reluctantly agreed. For some reason, every time he saw Su Meng, he felt that Su Meng was looking him up and down with a curious look, which made him feel more or less a little stressed. Just as Lin Xia was thinking, the appearance of the system voice interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Counterstorm. Obtain quest rewards, emotion value plus 30,000, reputation value plus 30,000, special skill vocalization beginner. Voice in the realm primary. During your singing, you can let the audience feel the most real emotions through your voice, as if you were experiencing it yourself. Lin Xia's heart fluttered. This sound proximity skill came at the right time. Chapter 22 Reason, Too Naive. In fact, right after the game last night, he was wondering why the mission hadn't been settled, and in the end, he guessed that it might be that it would only be counted as complete once this thing had actually come to a conclusion. Now it seems that his guess was not wrong. Number 7, open the panel. You can't wait to see it 800 times a day. Listening to number 7's spitting voice inside his head, Lin Xia frowned as he endured. After all, who could say no to a system with an arrogant little sister's voice? Ha ha ha. In fact, early in the morning he had experimented with the system being the system and the 7 being the 7. The two of them, in layman's terms, are more like the spiritual wisdom born from the treasures in the metaphysical novels that I read before. The system is this treasure, and number 7 is the spirit wisdom itself. So whoever he shouts at can exercise the power of his own system. As to why he always likes to shout at number 7. Don't ask. To ask is to enjoy being scolded. Open the panel. It's on, it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on. Host, Lin Xia. Age, 23. Health, 95. Note, normal adult health value is 95. Face value, 95. Note, percentage. Singing, SS grade. Note, singing SSS plus is capped. Emotional value, 300,000, continuously growing. Reputation value, 240,000. Special skills, vocalization, perfect voice change. Uncompleted mission, participate in King of Masked Singer and win the first edition of the championship, rewarded with 50,000 emotional value and 50,000 reputation value, as well as a random skill raffle ticket. Lin Xia looked at the data on the panel and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Is this what a wave of fat feels like? It's just too good to be true. He's considered wealthy and free today. Funny, which skill in the prestige store is not 100,000 prestige? In the next few days, he would be facing the pressure of many first-tier power singers and song kings and queens, which made him feel a little excited. Just then, the cell phone rang, and it was a call from Yan Shuli. Lin Xia, have you arrived yet? My side has been arranged. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you just arrive at the underground parking lot of the music center on time. Remember to change your clothes and masks in advance. The car is also parked in the hotel's parking lot. When the time comes, you just take the hotel's special elevator. Yan Shuli's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Lin Xia's face was handsome, with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like long stars. His eyes were deep and determined, as if they could penetrate the heart. The nose is high and straight, and the thin lips are slightly pursed, revealing an unquestionable majesty. He held a long sword in his hand, its body glittering with cold light and its hilt inlaid with gems, emphasizing its extraordinary stature. And that fine mask is a touch of color in it. It is made of wood with various mysterious designs painted on it, either landscapes, flowers and birds, or mythical beasts. The colors of that mask are bright and full, like a rainbow, and they are a sight to behold. The edges of the mask were inlaid with gold and silver jewels that shone brightly, adding a bit of mystery and nobility. If this were a novel, I firmly believe that I would have been portrayed so delicately. Lin Xia thought in his heart in secret triumph. Knock, knock. At that moment there was a knock on the door of the room. No one else but Su Meng would be looking for him at this time. Lin Xia quickly organized his thoughts and gently leaned his long sword against the wall before walking to the door and opening it. Raising her eyes, it was indeed Su Meng standing outside the door, carrying an exquisite gift box in her hands with a smile on her face. However, just for a moment when Su Meng saw Lin Xia dressed up in such a way, a flash of amazement also flashed across her complexion, and she could not help but lose her mind for a while. In the end, it was only after Lin Xia called out several times in succession that she came back to her senses. Lin Xia, this is a gift I prepared for you. It's also a celebration of your victory in the voice, and I hope you can shine on the stage of King of Masked Singer. Su Meng handed the gift box to Lin Xia, her eyes full of encouragement. Lin Xia received the gift box and a warm current surged in her heart. Chapter 23, The Sword Immortal. Thank you, sister. I will definitely work hard. Lin Xia said with a smile before gently opening the gift box. In the gift box was a pair of gloves. The material of the gloves looked very high class, soft and comfortable to the touch. The fingertip portion of the gloves are inlaid with tiny gemstones that sparkle with a faint glow. These gloves are really beautiful, thank you, senior sister. Lin Xia looked at the gloves, and surprise shone in her eyes. I hope it can help you. Su Meng said with a smile. It was as if all the tension and worry had dissipated in this moment. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xia changed into the costume and mask that the program had prepared for him and walked out of the room. He rode the hotel's special elevator to the underground parking lot and then got into the car that the show's team had prepared for him. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot and headed in the direction of the music center. Along the way, Lin Xia's mood was both nervous and excited. The next King of Masked Singer will definitely be an important test on his musical path. He must go all out and face all the challenges with his best. Consider today a new stop on his journey. The car finally arrived at the music center. The costumes and masks that the crew had prepared for the show wrapped Lin Xia up tightly. He has also given himself the very flamboyant moniker of Sword Immortal. When he told Su Meng about this code name, he also managed to make her poof and laugh. And number 7 just gave a cold meh back. Just kidding. In order not to be recognized, he was specially prepared to sing ancient style and national style songs throughout the entirety of the program King of Masked Singer. What's wrong with having a more ancient style name? He let Su Meng stay in the hotel to rest. After all, this period of time Su Meng is still relatively busy. He is almost as a shirker, think about it, or quite embarrassed. Still, the show will give each contestant a temporary manager who will take care of the big and small matters of the show until they leave the stage. Today's show is about to start. Even the check around the venue is strict. The only way to enter is the license plate that the show team has recorded in advance. It can be said that the program has done a pretty good job of keeping the singer's identity a secret, and the slightest risk that the singer's identity might be revealed has. The smile on Ya's face froze and her toes wiggled frantically in her shoes. Well, once the camera is recording, you're just going to play awkward, aren't you? But as soon as he remembered that he was already in the middle of filming, he hurriedly continued to open his mouth to find a topic. Your outfit really has that chivalrous feel to it. Especially this mask, it's especially exquisite. Was it specially customized? It feels very expensive. Since you asked sincerely, then I'll be merciful and tell you that my generation of cultivators never cared about these outside of their bodies, and relied on nothing more than this 3-foot green blade in their hands. Said Lin Xia, also fiddled with the sheathed longsword at his waist, which was of course unopened, a craft of sorts. That's not bad at all. Sayaka gave an awkward and nonchalant smile. This whole costume was something he pulled a lot of strings with the show at the time, and he even ended up paying for part of it out of his own pocket. It's safe to say that many singers do this after all. Winning and losing is only a momentary thing, while being handsome is a lifetime thing. Xiaoya tried to steer the conversation, but the result that made Xiaoya despair was that no matter how much she steered the conversation, Lin Xia would always be able to say something middle of the road. It made her start to miss her other co-worker, also a middle-aged girl. If it was her, she might have been able to have a good conversation with Kensen. As Xiaoya led the way, Lin Xia stepped into the interior of the music center. The arena was brightly lit, with a variety of equipment and staff busily moving through it, making final preparations for the upcoming broadcast. Lin Xia's heart couldn't help but speed up, but he kept his face calm. Teacher Sword Immortal, this way please. Xiaoya said as she pointed to a spacious and bright corridor. Her voice was gentle and kind, making people feel extra comfortable. Lin Xia nodded slightly in appreciation before following Xiaoya's lead towards the corridor. Moving along the corridor, Lin Xia felt a peaceful atmosphere. A beautiful music poster hangs on the walls, each one displaying a unique artistic style. These posters not only publicize the music culture, but are also a kind of spiritual support for people to enjoy the music and at the same time feel the charm of art. Soon after, Xiaoya stopped and pointed to a door. This is Sword Immortal Teacher's exclusive lounge. You can take a short break here and relax. Someone will come later to take you to the rehearsal room. Lin Xia smiled and expressed his gratitude, then walked into the lounge. The lounge was decorated in a very cozy and comfortable manner, with a sofa, a coffee table, and some fruits and drinks for people to enjoy. Lin Xia sat on the sofa and sighed softly, trying to calm herself down. The next race will be a big test and he will need to give it his all. Chapter 24, Kensen is a good person na. The rehearsal was soon over. The band teacher's skillfulness is nothing short of amazing. By the way, during rehearsals, the singers don't sing all the way through, most just hum along. Aside from the fact that it has to be kept absolutely secret until the show starts, it's more about the articulation and coordination between the singers and the band. After the rehearsal, the program's music director, Zhang Qin, couldn't help but ask Lin Xia, Teacher Sword Immortal, are you a man or a woman? Lin Xia smiled slightly and winked mysteriously, but did not directly answer Zhang Qin's question. He simply said, Director Zhang, do you think gender is important? Music is beyond everything. Zhang Jin froze for a moment, then laughed out loud as he understood what Lin Xia meant. Indeed, in the world of music, gender wasn't the most important thing, talent and the transmission of emotions were the key. You are right, Mr. Jian Xian. Zhang Jin said sincerely, your musical talent is admirable, and I look forward to seeing you and the band work perfectly together tonight. Lin Xia nodded. She knew that Zhang Qin was a person who knew about music, and she was confident in this collaboration. Zhang Jin continued to laugh, and this song is also so well written. This way of writing a song in a classic, if it wasn't for the fact that you and Ms. Lin Xia's voices and styles are different, I would have suspected that you are the man himself. Lin Xia smiled slightly at hearing that. He's the one with the hang-ups. Moreover, with the skill of perfect voice change, it is not difficult to change his voice a little bit. Fellow Daoist is flattered. Then you rest first, Sword Fairy Sensei. I remembered that there are still things I haven't finished. Looking at Zhang Jin's slightly embarrassed back, Lin Xia under the mask had a smile at the corner of his mouth that was already cracking to the base of his ears. This was the persona Lin Xia had given to Sword Immortal, and since he was already wearing such a handsome ancient costume, wouldn't it be a shame not to substitute into the role? As long as he's not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Xiaoya led Lin Xia back to the lounge again, when suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence. Sayaka quickly walked towards the door of the room and opened it gently. Outside the door, the show's staff informs the singers of the upcoming lottery to determine the order in which they will sing tonight. You just smoke it, it's not bad enough for me to make a move right. Lin Xia didn't wait for Xiaoya to open her mouth and directly made an immediate decision. As the afternoon wore on, Yi seemed to develop a hearty resistance. She nodded softly and took a deep breath, then quickly drew one of the many sticks. Xiaoya glanced over and laughed, "Teacher Sword Immortal, guess how many came out? The first few to appear are fine, cultivators of my generation don't carry fear." For Lin Xia, no matter how many came out, he would blow up the field, so the first one was simply a so-called thing. Xiaoya rolled her eyes, wasn't she still a swordsman just now? Now it's a cultivator again. The second, hey. It's not the opening, it's not the finale, it's simply the top. What do you say, Mr. Sword Immortal? Lin Xia nodded in agreement with Xiaoya. On the stage of King of Masked Singer, the order of appearance is important, but he believes that what is more important is his performance. So Lin Xia coolly replied, "As a monk, or a swordsman, I have long been accustomed to walking in the wind and rain, no matter when and where, I can remain calm and confident, so as my sword bearer next time you should also remain calm." Xiaoya's face was covered in black lines when she heard this, and she breathed in the fresh air with a big mouthful of fresh air, and she kept chanting in her heart, "Don't be angry." Not angry. Although she hadn't read those metaphysical novels that boys love to read, but at least she knew what the sword bearer meant, wasn't that the book boy? Although she knew that because of the masks they wore, many singers chose to let themselves go and start living a whole life, it was the first time she had ever stumbled upon such a middle-of-the-road one. Hasn't it occurred to this man that when the day comes to be unboxed, how middle-aged he is now, how socially dead he will be then? "Old me, I'm your agent, not a sword wielder." Xiaoya kept reassuring herself in her mind, and finally forced a smile out of the corner of her mouth. "Okay, Kenshin-sensei, I'll pay attention next time." This concludes the recording of the camera. As for Lin Xia, he simply forgot that no matter if he wins or loses in the end, he is going to unmask, and already belongs to the play high. Backstage at the studio. Mr. Li Wen examined the works sent back by the staff one by one. Upon seeing the series of actions that Jin Xian had taken from the start of the recording until just before the end, especially when coupled with Xiaoya's smirking expression, he couldn't help but hold back his laughter, which echoed through the air. Ah, this Sword Immortal teacher is really funny, completely treating the program as his own stage. Yan Liwen shook his head as he laughed, as if he had seen something extraordinary. He turned to the assistant next to him and said, "Do you think that this Sword Immortal teacher could be some hidden big shot in the entertainment industry? Or which treasure singer we haven't discovered yet?" The assistant scratched his head and said somewhat helplessly, "Director Yan, don't test me. The program group has kept the secrecy of the contestants so tight, so apart from you and the assistant director, how could we possibly know?" Yan Liwen smiled awkwardly. As the show approached, his stress increased, and he seemed to be a bit suspicious of everyone he looked at lately. Knowing that this was an unprecedented program to coordinate many first-tier power singers and song kings and queens, and even the judges had a heavenly king, it was not too much for him to be careful. Yan Liwen continued to stare at the screen, excitement flickering in his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. He really didn't expect Lin Xia to bring him such a big surprise. This young man is not only talented and good-looking, but his strength should not be underestimated. What's even more surprising is that he's willing to let go of his image, that he would be willing to pull off such a whole job. After all, the other singers had similar performances, but since it was the first installment, they had reservations. However, only Lin Xia was fully engaged and didn't seem to be worried about the awkward situation when she took off her mask. Kenshin is such a good guy. For the sake of the show, he's really selfless. Hurry up and put out the advance movie and buy the hot search. Yan Liwen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, who was backstage preparing for the performance, suddenly sneezed. He was a bit puzzled, wondering who was talking bad about him behind his back. After all, he was in such good health now that even a cold was unlikely to happen. Chapter 25, The King of Masked Singer opens. With the release of the advance movie of King of Masked Singer, it only took half an hour for it to hit the Bib Hot Search, and the heat continues to grow. The codename Sword Immortal has also exploded. Netizens have commented on Jin Xian in a variety of ways, most of which are about his hilarious middle-aged speeches. "This dude is so funny, I'm laughing my ass off. His speech was so that, it reminded me of my own youthful days. But the outfit and mask are really handsome, can the anchor be on the link? All I can say is, blind student. You found the wa point. Dog's head I want it too. I've watched every contestant's perspective, but but from what I've seen, the one with the most show is still Brother Kenson. Meanwhile, Ye's kind of smirking expression on the show has sparked a lot of buzz among netizens. A netizen commented, "Ye's expression is so great, how does she manage to hold back her laughter?" Another netizen said, "Ye's expression made me feel twice as good about her, she's really cute." Some netizens also chimed in, "Ha ha ha ha, but doesn't anyone feel so sorry for Xiaoya? Ah ha ha ha, sorry, it's really funny." Other netizens playfully said, "Sword bearer, ha 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 ha, goddamn sword bearer." Someone even shared their own experience, "I also have a middle-aged friend, every time I go out with him I'm so socially dead that my toes can't wait to snap a 3-room apartment, but the third perspective of looking at other people's middle-agedness and embarrassment is all I can say is that it's not enough. Ha ha. The appearance of Sword Immortal added a lot of fun to the program, and also aroused the audience's curiosity about his real identity. In the background, Yen Liwen looked at the heat on the scarf and couldn't help but smile. The program itself was already very popular, and after the release of the pilot, people who didn't know about the King of Masked Singer program began to pay attention to it because of Jianxian's middle-of-the-road remarks. Time passes by, and before you know it, it's time for the start of King of Masked Singer. The audience was eagerly awaiting the start of the program, their eyes focused on the closed curtain, as if they wanted to see through it to the excitement behind the stage. Finally, the curtain opened to reveal a dazzling stage, and the host was already standing in the center of the stage. With a smile on his face and a glint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes, he walked passionately to the front of the stage. The presenter's pace is light and steady, and each step seems to carry an ineffable confidence and charm. His voice was clear and loud, and it carried throughout the scene, "Dear viewers, welcome to King of Masked Singer." These words instantly ignited the atmosphere, and the audience cheered and jumped up and down, with loud applause and cheers that went on and on. I welcome you all to join me on this starry night into the exciting world of the King of Masked Singer. I'm your host for the evening, and it's a great honor to accompany you all through this wonderful time of music. The King of Masked Singer is a unique music competition program that is more than just a singing competition, it's a clash of voices and souls. Here, each singer will be shown in a mask, interpreting themselves with their voices and touching hearts with their emotions. Tonight, we're in for a musical treat like no other. The singers who hide behind their masks will bring us one audio-visual feast after another with their unique voices. Their songs, either stirring and high, or low and deep, or fresh and fresh, or passionate, will all be perfectly presented here. For the next few hours, we will witness their wonderful performance together and experience their music together. At the same time, I would also like to invite all of you in the audience to actively participate in the interaction and cheer the singers with your applause and cheers, so that they can feel your enthusiasm and support. Let's look forward to this musical revelry and experience this unique music together. As the host's words fell, the entire scene directly showed the most primitive boiling. Countless audience members were screaming and shouting, their enthusiasm seemed to ignite the entire stage. Backstage division. The various contestants were in the waiting area, but they also couldn't help but look up at the TVs on the wall, eyeing the stage where the lights were shining brightly, because that was where they were about to fight. Linxia is certainly no exception. He sat still on the couch, his long sword across his lap, his eyes glittering with anticipation and excitement. His palms trembled slightly, and his heartbeat gradually accelerated as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Even though he had simulated the scene countless times in his mind, the feeling of excitement was still unavoidable when he was actually confronted with it. And on the side, Xiaoya was also paying attention to Sword Immortal, seeing that his palms were trembling slightly, like a fallen leaf swaying in the autumn wind. Ripples ran through her heart. She had thought that the man in front of her was a very smelly person, but it turned out that he could feel nervous too. However, Xiaoya thought on second thought, after all, the competition in front of her was a contest of strength and honor, it was only human to be nervous. Mr. Sword Immortal, you don't have to be nervous. Xiaoya's voice was soft and firm, like a spring breeze on his face, hopefully bringing him a touch of peace. Linxia raised her head slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. He shook his head gently, his voice a little husky, "Yeah, you're wrong. I am not trembling because I am nervous." Xiaoya froze, the curiosity in her heart was like a flame that had been ignited, it burned more and more. Could there be melons to eat? Wanting to explore the story behind it, she asked softly, "And was it because of what?" Linxia took a deep breath, as if she wanted to incorporate all her emotions into that breath. He spoke slowly, a hint of vicissitude and emotion in his voice. "This is because my heart is filled with excitement and anticipation. Every duel is another exchange between me and the Sword Dao. Every swing is my love and pursuit of the Sword Dao." The smile on Xiaoya's face froze. Is there anyone to control him or not? I can go to hell with you. Give me back my comfort. And the crowd on the air was doubled over with laughter at the sight. I literally threw up laughing. What the hell is underneath the sword fairy's mask? I feel like I understand ya. I really fooled my buddy just now. I thought I was really nervous, but I didn't think I'd end up with this whole thing. Ha 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 ha. Brother Jian Xian. My stomach hurts from laughing. Ha 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 ha. It feels like there's no big brother in the circle that has a middle child. Even if it's true, can I let you know? But wearing the mask feels like letting it all go. Chapter 26: The Shocking Judges Lineup. Stage. The lights on the scene peaked at this point, with colorful rays of light intertwined, adding a bit of mystery and romance to the night. The host's smile was affable as he continued to speak. On tonight's stage of King of Masked Singer, we are honored to have 4 heavyweight judge mentors. They are both old-timers in the music industry, and have deep and experienced musical attainment and an admirable love and dedication to music. First of all, let's welcome our first judge mentor, a music industry legend who has conquered countless listeners with his soulful voice and superb singing skills. His musical compositions have survived to this day and are still loved by his fans. Every time he sings, he touches the heart and makes people feel the charm of music. He is our godfather of love songs, Mr. Su Jiyu. Stage. Su Jiyu, who was in his early 50s this year, waved his hand to the audience and the camera, and the audience in the live broadcast room and on the stage became even more boisterous. Worthy of being the strongest music program ever, Su Jiyu's Tianming Zhang, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Since her debut, she has been winning awards almost every year, and was once teased that she was either going to be in the process of winning an award or on her way to doing so. Not only the singing world, he also in film and television had left a strong colorful ink, can be said to be countless people's youth. His arrival certainly adds a heavy lift to tonight's episode of King of Masked Singer. The audience cheered as if they were going to topple the entire stage. As for Lin Xia, he sat on the sofa, his gaze locked onto Zhang Tianming on the stage, his eyes filled with respect and yearning. Xiaoya's face flushed red and she was almost so excited that she danced around. Mr. Zhang Tianming is my male god. Among the 4 heavenly kings, my favorite is him. I really didn't think that the program group would actually be able to invite him. Lin Xia looked at Xiaoya's excitement and didn't make a sound. In his memories, Zhang Tianming was not just a heavenly singer, but also a symbol of an era. His musical works have accompanied the growth of countless people and become indelible memories in their hearts. The original owner had been one of them, listening to Zhang Tianming's songs as he walked through his youthful school days and those days when he faced challenges alone. On the stage, the lights flashed again. The moderator announced the official start of the competition and the 4 judges and mentors took their seats. Lin Xia, on the other hand, gripped the longsword in his hand tightly, preparing for the upcoming challenge. Now, please let's give our warmest applause to welcome tonight's first masked singer. What kind of surprises will she bring to us? Let's wait and see. As the host's words fell, the lights on the stage suddenly went out, leaving only darkness and silence. However, right at this moment, a bright light shot out from backstage, illuminating the entire stage. Within this light, a figure slowly walked onto the stage. The figure was wrapped in an ornate and peculiar costume, covered in colorful flowers and leaves. When everyone saw the first contestant's appearance but couldn't help but be happy. Surprisingly, it was the legendary floral green color scheme, like a brightly colored plant. His unique masked costume certainly brought joy and surprise to the audience. That weird costume, which seemed to break the boundaries of conventional aesthetics, was a joy to behold, and added a bit of mystery to the rest of the show. However, when his song started, all the laughter and doubt dissipated instantly. That deep, magnetic voice is like a seasoned singer telling his story. His every note is precise and powerful, every turn of phrase is smooth and natural, and you can't help but marvel at his formidable strength. But the song he sang was heck of a Mercury tale. Ilua Bean, even Xiaxin's Mercury mark. The singing is so awesome, it feels like it's not inferior to the summer god. In the various lounges, the singers were discussing with their program partners, only the lounge Lin Xia was in was silent. Xiaoya looked at Jianxian, who seemed to be in deep thought, but still couldn't help but break the silence and exclaimed, surprisingly, it's Mr. Lin Xia's song. It feels like it's sung with another flavor. Lin Xia smiled faintly, but an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. He never imagined that his work would be performed on a stage like this, and performed so movingly. Yeah, this masked singer is really powerful, Lin Xia said calmly, but the charm of music lies in the fact that everyone can give it a different life. Lin Xia stopped talking and began to close his eyes. Now is not the time to live a whole life, the next one could be him. Luckily, Xiaoya knew that Lin Xia would be the next to appear, and didn't pursue the matter further, quietly watching the singing on the television. Chapter 27: The Drunkenness of the New Noble Concubine. Mr. Plant finished singing. The judges began their critique. Su Jiu was the first to speak. However, he said, when it comes to certain detailing, such as the song's rhythmic changes and contrasting strengths and weaknesses, I think there's still room for improvement. Sometimes the details make the difference. The audience began to whisper, they were expecting a lot from the singer. Some began to speculate how the mysterious Mr. Plant would respond to the judges' critiques. Mr. Plant took a deep breath, then smiled and said to the judges, "Thank you very much for your valuable comments, I will think carefully and try to improve. There is no end to the road of music, and I will continue to work hard." As Mr. Plant's speech ended, the atmosphere throughout the arena became electric once again. It's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting audio variety. This review is so simple and direct, whether it's a top-tier singer or a song king just chatting casually. Haha, laughing my ass off, these four aren't afraid of offending people at all, but yeah, their status is right there. The next step was to start the speeches of the members of the jury. They dig hard for key information, trying to find clues in Mr. Plant's answers while Mr. Plant is cleverly evasive or misleading, doing his best to protect his true identity from discovery. This intense yet fun-filled interaction had the audience's full attention and sparked laughter and applause on several occasions. The audience was immersed in this guessing game, anticipating the reveal of the truth as each round of questions and answers unfolded. All the audience, for a while, actively participated in the atmosphere of the show, guessing the identity of Mr. Plant and experiencing this joyful musical journey with the contestants on stage. As the judges finished their comments, the discussion among the audience and netizens reached a climax. People have been speculating about the identity of the masked singer and are looking forward to unveiling his mystery. In the backstage lounge, Ye stared blankly at the TV screen, full of shock. She really didn't expect a few of the judges to be so nonchalant, and despite giving some praise, it wasn't really any different than not giving it at all. It is important to realize that many judges on music talent shows, even if they have an opinion within themselves, are usually afraid to speak frankly because of their misgivings. Maybe that's one of the biggest draws of the King of Masked Singer. Just then, Lin Xia heard the host's voice. "Next, let's welcome the second singer to appear on stage, Sword Fairy." Lin Xia's heartbeat sped up, and he immediately stood up from the sofa and straightened his clothes and mask. "Go Kensen-sensei!" Xiaoya cheered with her right hand clenched in a fist. "There are 3 million immortals in the sky, and they must all lower their eyebrows when they meet me." Lin Xia hung his long sword back on his waist, his left hand resting on the hilt as he took a deep breath, then took a firm step toward the stage. Finally, it was Lin Xia's turn to take the stage. He was dressed in a flowing ancient costume, wearing a mask that covered his face, with his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword, just like a real sword immortal. He walked onto the stage and swept his eyes across the room, sensing the anticipation and enthusiasm of the audience. "I really have to say it again, it's awesome, dude. It really feels like the exiled man. I just don't know if I'm handsome in person under the mask. According to the Hook theorem, the tier the uglier, the quieter the better looking. No dude, what theorem did you just say this was? But then again, this outfit is genuinely handsome to the core, especially that mask. I'll have to hurry and take a look online to see if I can get my hands on one of these masks as well. Looking forward to Kensen-sensei's performance." Lin Xia walked to the center of the stage and bowed slightly to the audience. The audience has begun to look forward to it, and now there is a lot of discussion about Jian Xian on the internet. The main reason is that before Lin Xia's mask under the middle two speech is too jumpy, so that all the netizens have paid attention to him, so his strength is the most curious, and even a small part of the people came to specifically see Sword Fairy singing. Lin Xia on the stage adjusted her breathing pattern and nodded to the band teachers. With the music playing, the audience quieted down, and the judges quietly looked at Sword Immortal above the stage. The ocarina is beginning, the Zhao's assistants plus the pipa's wheeled fingers, and the flute's constant accompaniment in the background seemed to instantly bring everyone into a picture. Lin Xia raised the microphone and began to sing. The year the snowflakes fell on the plum-blossomed branches. Too much sorrow was left by the Huaqing pond that year. Don't talk about who's right and who's wrong, emotionally wrong and right. Just want to dream about getting drunk with you again. The goldfinch hairpin and the jade head scratcher were your gift to me. The neon song has been sung and danced for you in several reincarnations. Swordgate Pass is your deepest thought for me. At the foot of Manhwa, I wish to break my red face for true love. The songs are melodious, as if traveling through 1,000 years of history, bringing the audience into an ancient world. How dare you sing a new song on the first show of King of Masked Singer with a pretty good melody? There is a strong flavor of ancient style, you know that nowadays the ancient style songs but basically not many people listen to, but this song is to give them a refreshing feeling. But the beauty of it is that the singer has shown only first-rate vocals so far, and I wonder if he's hiding something. But so far, it seems only fair to say that the quality of this new song could be a plus, but the vocals are not enough. It's not that the level of singing in the first line isn't high, it's just that it's not really good enough in front of them. But just then, the tune was suddenly high. Love and hate in a flash. Raise your glass to the moon and love like heaven. Love and hate. Ask when you love. The chrysanthemum table reflects the bright moon. Who knows the coldness of my love's heart? Drunk in the arms of the king. Dreaming of the greatest love. The judge's faces suddenly changed. In his pupils was a shock that he couldn't hide. And the audience on the scene and in the live broadcast room even blew up straight away. After half a day of listening, you're telling me you're a big sister? I can think of something even more terrifying. No, except that's even more shocking. It's a theater accent, isn't it? Opera singing pop? Can still sing like that? The hair sang out to me, it was horrible. Upstairs, hair loss is hair loss, don't dump it. As a veteran musician, let me say that this presentation of opera was something that was completely unprecedented before, and in the case of opera it was still the purest girls' opera, which is amazing. The crowd in the live broadcast room looked at the golden V logo on the man's head and were shocked beyond words for a moment. My mom asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone. Goosebumps. Lin Xiao's voice is unique and charming, from the female opera voice to the male voice, switching freely, without any sense of artifice. His voice conversion skills are breathtaking. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth under the mask. With the launch of the perfect voice change skill, no matter what the voice, he can make it up, not to mention the theater accent. It's very simple, right? Stage. Lin Xia felt himself relaxing more and more as he was completely immersed in the world of music. He interpreted every lyric with his heart and put his emotions into every note. His singing voice infected everyone at the venue and immersed everyone in his musical world. During the performance, Lin Xia not only showed off her singing skills, but also expressed the emotions in the song perfectly through her movements and dance moves. And as the stage lights changed and the entire stage was colored orange, a new climax of songs arrived, which pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. Love and hate in a flash. Raise your glass to the moon and love like heaven. Love and hate. Ask when you love. The chrysanthemum table reflects the bright moon. Who knows the coldness of my love's heart? Drunk in the arms of the king. Dreaming of the greatest love. As the light slowly came on, the big screen in the center of the stage gradually revealed a shocking picture of the Great Tang nocturnal city. All the audience seemed to be brought into the Great Tang of those days. The night of this city seems to be lit up with lights, a brilliant splendor. Tall towers towered over the city, streams of light filled the streets and alleys with the prosperity and joy of the Tang dynasty. On the left side of the screen, a lofty palace came into view, the golden glazed tiles glistening in the moonlight. That was the seat of the palace. The flying eaves and corners of the palace, the carved beams and paintings, all of which showed the dignity and majesty of the royal family. In the center of the screen, there is a bustling street with an endless stream of pedestrians. The stores on both sides of the street were brightly lit, and the peddlers and dignitaries were interwoven into a vivid picture of the city. In the crowd, the figures of Li Longji and Yang Yuan could be faintly seen. They were holding hands and walking slowly in the darkness of the lights. Though their figures are blurred, the affection is deeply sincere. The four judges were wide-eyed and numb at the moment. They really hadn't thought that just by the sound alone, they could make them as if they were there. With Lin Xiao's melodious singing voice, like a sob, it was as if it was the sound of the Great Tang dynasty in its prime, or as if the love story of Li Longji and Yang Yuan was whispering in his ears. The stage lighting changes with the picture, sometimes bright as day, sometimes hazy as a dream. This effect of interlacing light and shadow adds to the mystery and charm of Lin Xia on stage. With the change of the big screen image, the audience seemed to travel through time and space, back to the prosperous and flourishing Great Tang. And the story of Li Longji and Yang Yuan slowly unfolds in this background. Their love, like this Great Tang dynasty, is bright and colorful, yet full of twists and turns and helplessness. The audience was mesmerized, as if they could see the poignant beauty of the watching pond and feel the deep love under the gold sparrow hairpin and jade head scratching. Waiting area under the stage. Xiaodiao was originally marveling at the fact that Sword Immortal had such a gentle voice. Compared to his style of speaking, he was simply two people. The result was the next moment. Her mind was momentarily thrown into a state of chaos and shock as the sword fairy's voice seamlessly blended male and female voices for the first time. The mind was like going into a walkabout. Every word they had said from the first moment they met the sword immortal came to mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? You felt a little bad about the whole thing. Her lips were slightly open at the moment, her eyes glazed over as if she had been struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, frozen in place, looking so confused. Backstage contestant lounge. Mr. Plant snapped to his feet and exclaimed straight out, "Impossible. This is simply impossible. Nonsense." And in the lounge next door, the singer, dressed as Doctor Strange, sat paralyzed on a couch, his eyes so empty under his mask. He's the third player out, how should he take this one on his own? Tired, destroy. The chrysanthemum table reflects the bright moon. Who knows the coldness of my love's heart? Drunk in the arms of the king. Lights also converged at Lin Xiao's feet. The whole stage was rendered by the lights like a sunset. Dreaming of the greatest love. During the sobbing coda, the audience catches a trance of two voices intertwining. It was as if there were two people on stage at the moment, everything seemed so mysterious and intriguing. The scene was silent, as if time had frozen at this moment. Despite the myriad of camera lenses set up by the program, the shock was clear on every face captured in every frame, and that included the four long-suffering judges. It wasn't until Kenshin bowed to the band and the audience in the final seconds of the music that many people woke up as if in a dream and snapped out of that deep shock. Thunderous applause and cheers then erupted, as if to topple the entire stage. The audience rose to their feet, waving their glow sticks and cheering for the mysterious sword immortal. Yen Liwen in the guide room also couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He knew that he had really looked away this time. Originally, he just wanted to suck a wave of Lin Xiao's traffic at first, but he didn't expect him to have such strength and talent. At this moment, he became curious about Lin Xiao's true strength, wanting to see just how far he could go. The live streaming pop-up screen also frantically swiped up at this moment. Quick, someone hit me so I know if I'm dreaming. There's a heavenly outrageousness to it. Just who is this sword immortal? When he switched to a female voice for the first time, I almost thought I'd misheard him, and even began to question whether my hearing was normal. Let me remind you that in general an opera accent is an opera accent, while a female voice is a female voice, but Sword Immortal Teacher's voice is purely a girl's department opera accent, and that's what's scary. If it wasn't for the Heavenly King sitting at the judge's table, I would have suspected that Sword Immortal was hiding someone on stage. Ha 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 ha. Is Jin Xian a male or female singer? I really can't tell the difference. A word of terror. 2 for 1, rascal. I demand a rematch. Rematch. The host on the stage is still a little bit not back to God at the moment. Even if he is a host with decades of experience, he has never seen this scene. A reminder came from the headset, signaling the host to hurry up and speak, which made him react and hastily speak. Teacher Sword Immortal's singing was just amazing. May I ask if Mr. Kensen is a man or a... What I want to say is that Sword Immortal's voice is not just a display of skill, it's also an outpouring of emotion. The third judge, Mu Chen, also couldn't help but praise. During the singing process, I could feel his love and devotion to the song, and this power of emotion made his work more infectious and vital. And finally it was time for the last judge, the Heavenly King Zheng Tianming. Everyone looked at this Heavenly King, facing a singer who was so special, everyone wanted to see what he would say about it. Only Zheng Tianming smiled and said, Sword Immortal's performance has undoubtedly brought us a great surprise. Not only does he have outstanding musical talent, he also has a unique personal charm. And if you're a male singer, this level of girls' section theater accent, you're probably the only one in the whole of Blue Star who can do it to this extent, and I'm afraid even I can't do it. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room and the scene instantly froze, while the remaining three tutors also looked sideways. That's one of the four Heavenly Kings, Zheng Tianming. It goes without saying that his status is the entertainment industry, the top leading boss. That's too high a rating. It's not that people don't think Kensen's strength is worthy, rather, they very much recognize it. From whose mouth this comes out, no one will feel shocked, but only this is coming from the mouth of a Heavenly King. Chapter 30 Starting a Sect. Just then Lin Xia spoke. A few of the jury teachers have always been my idols, and can be said to be the beacons on my way forward, so such a comment is not really deserved. All I can say is, long road for the sword. Seeing the scene, Xiaoya, who was in the waiting area below the stage, couldn't help but skim her lips. Sure enough, this person can't be serious for more than half a second. Saying that, but that pair of beautiful eyes never deviated for a moment to look at the sword immortal on the stage, their eyes glittering as if they had discovered some new continent. And Su Meng, who was watching the live broadcast inside the hotel, was also amused by the middle-of-the-road remarks, her big eyes curving into a crescent moon. Zhang Tianming was also amused at the moment and extended his thumb. Your personal charisma is truly special. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement when they heard this. This kind of middle-of-the-road rendition that didn't care about other people's lives and deaths wasn't something that ordinary people could do. It's supposed to be a new song. What's it called? The New Noble Lady. It's the Peking Opera Pavilion of 100 Flowers adapted? After Zhang Tianming watched the sword immortal on stage nod his head, he couldn't help but agree. Good talent. Good vigor. You can be said to have set a precedent, to be able to blend opera and pop together. No way, you're starting a sect. Zhang Tianming was quite emotional in his tone, his eyes gradually emptying as if he was reminiscing about the past. The four words "open a sect" in the scene and even the entire broadcasting room is like a flame fell into the hay, quickly ignited. Everyone knew what that meant. It was basically a ticket to the Heavenly King level already. And those were the words coming from the mouth of veteran Heavenly King Zhang Tianming. To become a Heavenly King, one must make indelible contributions to the entertainment or music industry, and one of them is to start a new music genre. Listening to the noisy murmurs of the scene, Zhang Tianming came back to his senses and apologized with a smile. Sorry for getting lost in thought just now. Is it convenient to say who wrote this song? Looking at Zhang Tianming in front of him, Lin Xia thought for a moment and spoke. It's Mr. Lin Xia. Instantly, the entire room shook. The audience area, which had already fallen silent, was once again enveloped by a warm atmosphere, only because the name Lin Xia resounded like thunder in every corner. I can't believe it's him. Could this be Mr. Lin Xia's new song? So it's the work of the summer god. No wonder it's so special. I really didn't think that teacher Lin Xia would write a song for Sword Immortal. No. Don't you guys see the blind spot? Today is a Sunday. It was also yesterday that Xiaoshen finished the finals of The Voice, and the fact that he can come up with so many classics on his way to his own competition while still having the spare energy to help someone else write a song that isn't even remotely close to the same is the most terrifying of all. As for why no one suspected that the Sword Immortal was Lin Xia, first of all, everyone subconsciously thought that the time was too rushed and feared that it would be too late. You should know that the King of Masked Singer program group but basically belongs to half a month or even a month in advance to invite singers to participate. That time Lin Xia has not exploded across the network like now, become the top stream. You know, it was only after Lin Xia sang Junior Says Wasia Says that he reached such an achievement. Besides, the program group should not invite a newcomer to participate in this kind of program where first-tier power singers and song kings and queens are gathered. Not to mention the sound is different. It's just not possible. Here we have to admire the outstanding internet sense of speech leaven. At first it was to suck the flow, mutual achievement, but I did not expect that now by mistake to harvest more. Lin Xia's original intention today was to keep the lyrics and music a secret, or simply say that the identity of the Sword Immortal wrote it himself. However, he thought that he might not be able to collect the emotional value and reputation value, so he simply admitted directly that Lin Xia wrote it, which was also more convenient. The scene began to stir. And in the contestants' lounge, the various singers began to talk, knowing that Lin Xia's was wondering if he could go about a song himself. The singer, who had been in closed-door cultivation, resulting in not knowing what was going on, directly took out his cell phone and checked it out live. Zhang Tianming from the judges' table nodded his head in agreement. I've gotten to know this young man Lin Xia recently, and I can say that he is a very talented and powerful young man, and from his junior Huaxia speaks, I can tell that he is very good at writing songs from the classics. It's his style. And the remaining three teachers on the jury heard about it and agreed. It's reasonable to say that in terms of their curiosity, they normally wouldn't even pay attention to a singer, let alone a newcomer. However, the recent internet is covered with news of Lin Xia, just yesterday even more on the top, even more by the central mother of the praise by name. Now they want not to pay attention to it is difficult. With the end of the four judges' comments, the atmosphere of the scene once again reached a climax. The audience gave a standing ovation to Kenson's brilliant performance. Lin Xia, on the other hand, stood quietly on the stage, enjoying the honor and applause of the moment. Afterward, at the host's gesture, Lin Xia slowly walked down amidst the applause and cheers, a faint smile on his face as if everything was within his grasp. He knew that his performance today was shocking enough to make the audience remember this mysterious Sword Immortal. More importantly, it was as if he could see countless emotion values and reputation values coming towards him like flowing water. And as the third singer stood waiting at the stage, looking at Jian Xian, who was walking down step by step, and listening to the applause and cheers from the arena, he couldn't help but begin to think, what would be better to eat at night? Ya, who was waiting quietly under the stage, also met Kensen without incident. As she soaked in the warmth, it was still hard to hide her amazement. Just a few minutes, the duration of one song, could trigger such an enthusiastic response. From time to time, Xiaoya secretly glanced at the sword immortal beside her, her eyes revealing a strong curiosity, as if she was trying to peek through that mysterious mask and see the true face hidden underneath. She even began to wonder if this sword immortal was Lin Xia, who had recently exploded in popularity on the internet. It was important to know that she was Lin Xia's #1 fan, and it could be said that she had been following the voice auditions since they were held. But then she quickly dismissed the idea. After all, the voices and styles were far apart. Sword Immortal looked at the curious gaze cast by Xiaoya and smiled gently, as if he had read her mind. He didn't answer directly, but gently patted Xiaoya's shoulder, signaling that she shouldn't be overly concerned. As the third singer took the stage, the atmosphere was once again ignited. The audience was engaged in a new performance, and Xiaoya put away her curiosity for the time being to focus on the match. Chapter 31, Confusion. However, Xiaoya's mind was never at peace. She couldn't help but look at Kenshin again, only to see him sitting quietly watching the match on the television. The whole person exuded an aura that was different from before, as if all those middle-of-the-road remarks he made before were not from him. Just then, Sword Immortal suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiaoya. "Girl, don't stare at me like that, although the wine is good, don't be greedy." Xiaoya laughed, really believing in Kenshin's evil, returning all her previous touches. As the third masked singer, Dr. Strange, finished his performance, the stage of King of Masked Singer was once again plunged into intense and exciting speculation and anticipation. Only during his singing, it was clear that it wasn't playing particularly well. But everyone can understand, after all, he took the field of the sword fairy. This kind of theater voice of the female voice, is the king of the song, also have to be punched twice to go. And the fourth singer is called the flower fairy. The flower fairy sings with as much sweetness and freshness as her costume. She chose a classic ballad song, and with her soft and slightly childlike voice, she performed every note of the song as if it were a spring breeze brushing her heart. The audience was mesmerized by her performance, as if they were in a garden full of flowers. Xiaoya was also infected by the freshness, and an inexplicable feeling of emotion welled up in her heart. She couldn't help but wonder, if Sword Immortal was really Lin Xia, then how did he have such a versatile talent in music? Right at this moment, Sword Immortal turned his head once again with a deep glow in his gaze, as if he could see through Xiaoya's mind. "Girl, the beauty of music lies in the resonance of the heart, not in external dress," Sword Immortal said indifferently. Xiaoya was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Sword Immortal to say such philosophical words. Xiaoya made a face and stopped thinking about those impossible things. After all, the voices were different. How could Sword Fairy be Xiaoshan? The heartbeats of the audience seemed to be synchronized with the rhythm of the lights on the stage, and every flicker tugged at their emotions. Viewers are speculating who the next masked singer will be and what kind of performance they will bring. In this tense and expectant atmosphere, the fifth masked singer slowly walked onto the stage. It was a singer in a long robe and a bucket hat, as if he were a poet who had traveled from ancient times. His appearance immediately caused lively discussion and speculation among the audience. "This singer looks so special, is he an actor in some costume drama? I don't know, but looking at his outfit, he should be a very cultured person, right? Then according to you, you're saying that my brother Jian Xian is uneducated? I'm guessing he might be a folk singer, seeing as how the vibe fits." As the music started, the masked singer began his performance. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if it had the power to penetrate the heart. And coincidentally, what he was singing was actually Lin Xia's first song in this world, Twilight Echoes. As the song ended, the atmosphere reached a climax, with the audience giving the masked singer a standing ovation for his brilliant performance. Backstage contestant lounge. Xiaoya became interested in the masked singer, really because the singer's voice and form were too much like Lin Xia's. She kept talking beside Sword Immortal. "Hey Sword Immortal. Isn't this person Xiaoshan? Xiaoshan even wrote you a song, you two should be very close, right? Is he the summer god? He's not really here to participate, is he?" Xiaoya even began to wonder if this poet was Lin Xia's other identity. Sword Immortal looked at Xiaoya's puzzled eyes and gently shook his head, but under the mask was a tight frown and a hint of surprise, because not only Xiaoya felt like it, but even he, himself, felt that there was indeed something there. "I'm not sure if it's Lin Xia. It doesn't feel like it. As for my relationship with Lin Xia, It should be considered very good, right? Lin Xia felt a little funny listening to Xiaoya's words, asking if she had a good relationship with herself. That could only be said to be too good. Jian Xian's answer made Xiaoya even more curious, and she pondered in her mind, if it wasn't Lin Xia, then who exactly was this singer and why did he have such a similar voice and style? And the discussion on the internet got even more heated. It can't really be the summer god, can it? The sound and form are so similar, I feel a little 85% of it. But there's one thing that's strange, the song that Jian Xian sings is an original by Xiaoshan, while this poet who looks like Xiaoshan sings a non-original song. You can't give the original to someone else and then sing the old song yourself, can you? Could it be possible that they suddenly got ready for the show and then didn't have time to prepare? Now there are only two things, either this poet is Shagami himself, or he is an imitation, because he has not admitted that he is Shagami himself, it is only. Upstairs says a bunch of things but then seems to say nothing. As the program progressed, the identity of the masked singer-poet became the biggest suspense of the night. Speculation from the audience was rampant, but there was never a definitive answer. Xiaoya also began to recall the clues about the poet in her mind, hoping to find some clues. However, just as Xiaoya was busy guessing, Lin Xia seemed unusually calm. He seemed to be thinking about something, occasionally glancing at the poet on the stage with a curious glint in his eye. In fact, for the imitation of him this point, he did not have any rejection. Everyone wants attention, make money, not cold doped. As long as the poet doesn't deliberately use the audience's suspicions about him to say something out of character, there's no problem. Above the stage. At this point out is already the last contestant of the first installment. The singer is called Optimus Prime, and the overall costume design is as powerful as its namesake, a red and blue-colored robot with a powerful design, singing the same song. Optimus Prime sings with power and passion, and his music seems to be able to penetrate the heart and awaken the dream of a hero within everyone. He chose a rock-inspired song and used his explosive voice to deliver every note of the song as if it were a raging storm. The audience was blown away by his performance, as if they were in the middle of a rock concert, feeling the unrivaled passion. Lin Xia took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but the nervousness inside her was like a shadow. Xiaoya looked back at Jian Xian somewhat nervously. Are you nervous, teacher Jian Xian? Lin Xia, which cannot admit, nervous. What nervous is fuss, walk. Well, I'm just a maid of honor anyway. The scene was perfectly presented to the general audience through the camera, amusing the crowd. Ya. Xiaoya. How did you accept this identity? Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off, since I can't resist, I can only enjoy it. Dog head. Lin Xia followed the staff out of the room. He looked around and saw the other contestants either looking down in contemplation or exchanging complicated glances with each other, each silently preparing for the coming moment. Following the staff's footsteps, they walked through a long corridor to a spacious conference room. In the center of the conference room was a huge round table covered with a deep red velvet tablecloth, making it look solemn and mysterious. Name tags had been placed around the round table, and each contestant found his or her place and sat down, keeping a polite distance from each other. Sword Immortal teacher, you're being too rogue with this theater accent, aren't you? Can I also go and ask Mr. Lin Xia for a song date, no? Flower Fairy asked, breaking the silence. At this point, Mr. Plant humorously interjected, what do you care about others? However, I also want a song with Mr. Lin Xiao's collaboration. Plant, shut up. I asked first. The conversation drew laughter from the crowd, and the atmosphere among the singers became light and lively. Lin Xia shook his head and said, I'm not sure, the highest realm of kendo is that there are no moves, so I haven't thought about it myself. As for about song words, you can ask. Ha, Sword Immortal teacher really has a sense of humor that doesn't care about other people's deaths. Heavenly King Zhang is right. Kensen sensei, I like your song. The poet looked to Lin Xia and said. When these words came out, they instantly drew the eyes of the entire room. One was a Sword Immortal with Lin Xia's original songs in hand, while the other was a poet who resembled Lin Xia, so one could only say that these two people were too intriguing. Just then, the lights in the conference room dimmed, and the director, Yan Liwen, appeared. He wore a straight suit, a smile on his face, and his voice was calm and strong. Contestants, after a fierce competition, we have finally come to this moment. He cleared his throat and continued, this has been carefully evaluated by the judges, as well as the votes of the general audience, and no matter what the result is, you are all the best. Please keep quiet and let's witness today's rankings. The breath in the room seemed to freeze, and all eyes were focused on Yan Liwen. He gently flipped the card in his hand, his voice echoing in the silent conference room. Tonight's 6th place winner is As each name was announced, and now, let's reveal the winner. Speech Levin's voice rang out again, and the eyes of the room focused on Sword Fairy and Optimus Prime. Lin Xia clenched his hands, he was ready for whatever the outcome would be, she was proud of her efforts. The winner is, Speech Levin deliberately paused before loudly announcing, the Sword Immortal. Applause rang out again, but this time, Lin Xia's heart breathed a sigh of relief while he stood up and bowed. Chapter 33 First. 1 fish, 2 meals. After reading out all the rankings, Yan Liwen's tone was slightly heavier. Teacher poet, due to the fact that you are 5th in this period, you have entered a pending status, and if your ranking does not improve in the next period, you will be eliminated. The poet nodded, understood, and now this is kind of unexpected. Although the poet did his best to imitate Lin Xiao's voice and perform his songs, the imitations were always difficult to reach the level of the original singer. The 4 judges present were all experienced, so they were naturally able to hear the difference. The audience might find it difficult to tell the difference, but not them. The poet looked to Dr. Strange and said with an apology, I may have gotten lucky and taken advantage of you. Dr. Strange gave a bitter laugh and shook his head, congratulations. It was already clear in his heart that he was bound to be 6th, which was a real technical inferiority and could not be blamed on anyone else. Speech Levin said with slight regret, since you are ranked 6th in this game, you will need to head to the stage for a facelift. Dr. Strange accepted with open arms, just go. Who's afraid of who? Everyone had a smile on their face when they heard it, and at the same time, they couldn't help but feel emotional. This is the cruelty of the competition. Besides the singing strength, the draw out of the smooth position really can affect the fate of a singer. Of course, if it's strong, nothing affects it. At the same time, Yan Liwen also solemnly declared, on a side note, the entire voting process of the program was conducted under the strict supervision of the relevant departments, so there is absolutely no so-called shady existence. Therefore, everyone can rest assured. The singers in the audience nodded in agreement. They're not cuties. Who can't tell who sings well and who doesn't? Not to mention the fact that there are 4 authoritative judges on stage to witness, who would dare to play something that is not there. Please ask Dr. Strange to proceed to the front desk for the reveal. In addition, regarding the rankings of the other singers, we have decided not to announce them for the time being. Viewers will learn the result only 2 days later, when the edited version of the program is aired. The crowd was slightly puzzled as they exchanged puzzled glances with each other. Shouldn't this be a live broadcast session? Why did they wait until 2 days later to announce the rankings? They naturally understand the concept of edited programs, many of which are simultaneously broadcast live and recorded for viewers who cannot watch them in real time to watch later. However, such a decision left them a bit puzzled. However, after much deliberation, they gradually came to understand the mystery. They couldn't help but marvel at the fact that marketing strategies in the internet age were really played by Yan Liwen. With this strategy, the show not only captured the attention of the live audience, but also secured viewership for the edited version of the show, a double whammy. They left the ranking segment, which viewers were most looking forward to, in the edited version of the show, which will undoubtedly attract a large number of viewers to the show. After all, most viewers may choose to fast forward or skip certain parts of a TV show or movie, but how can they easily miss such an exciting live show? Once the viewer clicks on the link, it's worth it, even if it's just to hear the song again. And while they were immersed in the program, it seemed reasonable for the showrunners to plant a few ads at the right time. The airing time after these 2 days is also very deliberate, not too early, not too late, so to speak. It can be said to have whetted the audience's appetite. It can be expected that the next time, the hottest topic of the whole network that can only be King of Masked Singer, and there is no one. The singers have sighed, or else Yan Levin can become a well-known domestic first-line directorate. Its unique way of thinking and keen market insights other people cannot compare. It's practically synonymous with eating 2 fish in 1, which the crowd totally understood. Under the attention of the crowd, Dr. Strange slowly walked onto the stage and unmasked his face to the rhythm of the music, and the entire audience instantly erupted in awe. Dr. Strange, formerly known as Suji, is a top-tier actor on the Blue Planet. Inside the assembly hall, the singers were stunned. Mr. Suji. I've watched countless TV shows he's starred in. I've seen his movies too. I didn't realize that his vocals are also so outstanding. He can totally be ranked as a quasi-first-rate singer, right? It's unbelievable. If it wasn't for the fact that he took over Sword Immortal Teacher's field, I'd really feel like he could put up a fight. It still feels like it can't be spelled, right? After all, Mr. Suji is still practically a full-time actor, and it's still a bit of a stretch to compete with a bunch of powerful singers. Lin Xiao was also surprised. No one expected an actor to be hidden among the group of singers. So, the true identity of this poet does deserve a deeper look. Not only did Lin Xia think so, but so did the other singers, who cast inquiring glances, scrutinizing every detail of the poet. The poet felt the pressure and his body trembled slightly, obviously a little nervous. The poet took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves inside. He himself knows very well that although he squeaked into 5th place in this round, the challenge will be even tougher in the next round. He had to find a way to break through or his fate of elimination would be inevitable. I don't know if my impromptu go-around is going to help. Poet shook his head and snickered. Lin Xia looked at the poet and an inexplicable respect welled up in his heart. As a non-professional singer, it takes a great deal of courage and perseverance to break out of your comfort zone. He stepped forward, patted the poet on the shoulder, and encouraged, "Come on, I'm sure you can do it." The other singers also gave the poet words of encouragement, knowing that it is not easy for everyone on this stage, and that everyone is working hard for their dreams. While competition is fierce, respect and encouragement for each other is equally important. As he watched all of this, Yan Liwen also felt a hint of relief in his heart. He knew that it was this kind of atmosphere that made the program King of Masked Singer not just a simple competition, but also a platform for singers to grow and show themselves. The identity of this poet is indeed another of our mysteries tonight. Yan Levin's voice rang out again as he looked at the crowd with a smile, as if he had already anticipated their reactions. However, as our program strives for, every identity is just a mask, and what really matters is the music they bring to us. He paused and continued, "Tonight, we have witnessed the extraordinary talent of Sensei Jianxian, and we have also felt the deeply hidden singing skills of Sensei Dr. Strange Suji. But our journey has only just begun, and there are many more singers to come who will unveil their masks and bring us one musical feast after another." Chapter 34, Are You Really Not Afraid of Dying? The crowd nodded, the anticipation and fervor in their hearts once again ignited. They are starting to look forward to the next installment of King of Masked Singer, which will have new singers filling in, as well as who will go and who will stay. Amidst the applause and anticipation, Words Raven declared the program closed. As the camera pulls away and the lights on the set dim, the first installment of King of Masked Singer comes to an end. The stars are extra bright at night. Lin Xia and Su Meng were on their way back to the hotel. They talked about the exciting moments of the game and the outstanding performance of the players, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Su Meng looked at Lin Xia and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, your speech in King of Masked Singer is too middle class. Aren't you really not afraid of social death after revealing your face?" Lin Xia froze a little at the news. Bad. He played high. If at first he just wanted to conform to the old-fashioned persona, but then all the talk, he is really playing high. After all, who does not have a sword? Jiang Hu dream. But speaking of which, Lin Xia seems to kind of know what song to play next. Looking at Lin Xia's slightly embarrassed face, Su Meng couldn't help but laugh out, and then she didn't delve into the topic any further. "But I really didn't expect Dr. Strange to be Suji, and I didn't think he'd show up as a singer, and he's not bad at it." Su Meng's voice interrupted Lin Xia's thoughts, but he had also decided on a song for the next King of Masked Singer. "When the time comes, you'll be on stage shouting sword. It's an awesome scene to think about." Lin Xia smiled slightly, his eyes glittering uniquely under the starlight. "It's not just Suji, I guess. The next installment will definitely have more faces that we wouldn't expect to see. After all, this stage brings together so many talented singers and artists, each with their own unique charm and strength." "But you'll keep going, right? The Great Sword Fairy." "Ha ha." Zuman laughed. Well, Lin Xia seemed to suddenly understand why every time Xiaoya looked at him with a look of hatred that he couldn't wait to beat himself up. The two of them continued to chat, and before they knew it, they had walked to the front door of the hotel. They nodded, exchanged goodnights, and went to their respective rooms. In her room, Lin Xia sat quietly on the edge of her bed, reflecting on the night. Every contestant tonight was strong, and now it seems like it's still the first installment of the show where everyone is slightly reined in on their strengths. He had a feeling that everyone would be absolutely on fire for the next installment. And the song he was going to choose could only be described as one of his favorites within the ancient songs of his previous life. System, open the panel. As for why not number 7? Because Lin Xia is really afraid that she will make fun of him with the sword immortal thing. Opens the panel for you. Host, Lin Xia. Age, 23. Health, 96. Note, normal adult health value is 95. Face value, 95. Note, percentage. Singing, SS grade. Note, singing SSS plus is capped. Emotional value, 350,000. continuously growing. Reputation value, 290,000. Special skills, vocalization, perfect voice change. Uncompleted mission, participate in King of Masked Singer and win the first edition of the championship, rewarded with 50,000 emotional value and 50,000 prestige value, as well as a random skill raffle ticket. Looking at the panel in front of him, Lin Xia secretly nodded. Emotional value went up by 50,000, and likewise prestige value went up by 50,000, which was a good harvest. After all, this time on the perspective of others, he only helped Sword Immortal wrote a song, so the increase will not be particularly large. Like the last time he sang Teenage Wahine Says, a song that made him a top stream on a wave of fat. Opportunities like this don't come along every time, it's more of a fine line. And most of the audience's attention is still focused on Kensen, and it's only when he removes his mask that Kensen's assets will flow back into himself. System, redeem the song Knowing Me. Ding! The song Knowing Me has been redeemed, please check it out. Lin Xia's heart was delighted as he immediately opened the music library within the system and prepared to audition the song Knowing Me. This song was his favorite in his previous life, the unique melody and deep lyrics always touched the softest part of his heart. He believes that on the stage of King of Masked Singer, this song will once again become his sharp weapon and will once again ignite the audience. However, before auditioning, Lin Xia took another look at the special skills on the system panel. In his mind, he decided to try the soundscape skill again. He closed his eyes and began to visualize himself in a landscape, holding a long sword and drinking with his soulmate. At the same time, she wished that this summer would never end, a summer that belonged only to the sizzling heat of Lin Xia. Chapter 35, Changing Houses. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many netizens have criticized the program group at the same time, but cannot help but look back at the program again, the mouth cannot help but send out really fragrant exclamation. Almost every second someone is watching the program and discussing it at the same time. Where's the director? Coming out to be scolded, how dare he put the rankings off until now? After listening to all the artists again, all I can say is it smells good. And when Sword Immortal made his appearance, his male and female voices, which were like divine techniques, once again aroused the netizens. No matter how many times I hear it, I feel incredible. Is this really a human voice? The song is written so well too. Worthy of being produced by the summer god. All I can say is that in the future, Kensen's partner is blessed to know what he knows. Not buddy? You're a wolf, aren't you? Am I the only one who felt Kensen's speech was a bit pretentious? Not as much as my Ada brother, who is neurotic. If you don't like to see it, then go out. What's the matter? Your Adu brother is the real deal, and we Sword Immortals are just pretending Good and bad words are letting you say it yourself. The instant the rankings were revealed, the 4-word tag King of Masked Singer skyrocketed to the top of the hot searches, setting off a wave of buzz about the program on the internet, with discussion coming and going in an endless stream. I just want to say that Doctor Strange is really miserable. It's really a shame about Mr. Suji. But then again, this show really is a godsend. Botanicals. Laughing my ass off, I love flower fairies. All I can say is that with this voice of Kenshin's, and with Natsujin's song in hand, it's just a messy kill. Not necessarily, everyone may not be at full strength yet. I'm just waiting for the day Sword Immortal takes off his mask. I want to see who such a middle-of-the-road singer really is. The first issue of Sword Immortal's first place is well deserved, there's no spraying. Will no one discuss the poet? Is he really not a Shagami? I have a feeling that it shouldn't be, since Mr. Suji can also participate, it means that stars from other circles can also come. As the show finished airing, the Heat 4 King of Masked Singer has climbed to the top of the heap. And the first to reveal the face of the departure of Doctor Strange, Mr. Suji, also again in just 2 days to harvest a large number of fans, which makes a host of stars envious. For a while, many stars, whether they had the idea before or not, have been making connections and looking for phone calls, expecting that they can go to record an installment. And the biggest problem in front of Lin Xia at the moment is to change a house. Lin Xia's small rented apartment suddenly became buzzing with news that leaked out of nowhere after the Good Voice program aired. Numerous enthusiastic fans and curious media reporters came in droves, hoping to meet him or simply interview him for a few moments. This not only caused him personal inconvenience, but also caused a lot of trouble to the surrounding neighbors, so a new house has become a necessity without delay. He hadn't changed it before because he didn't have the money and because he really didn't have much time, but now he was kind of primed to get a foothold in the circle, so it was something to think about. Lin Xia looked at his balance. Although there were currently some deposits lying inside his bank card, but he definitely couldn't afford to buy it, so he can only rent it. Lin Xia began to search the internet for various rental information. He hoped to find a place that was both quiet and convenient. After all, he had to travel back and forth between the studio and his home to write and record songs on a regular basis. As for why he didn't ask Su Meng, it was because he was too embarrassed to bother people anymore. Even if they were good friends, there was still a limit to what they could do. He had his eye on a large bungalow near the center of town in an elegant setting with easy access to public transportation and surrounded by parks and shopping centers, which suited his needs perfectly. Lin Xia dialed the number according to the contact information left, and it was soon answered by a girl with a sweet voice. The two quickly agreed on a time to see the house. When Lin Xia met the girl, he realized that not only did she have a nice voice, she was also very good looking. "Hello, I'm here to make an appointment with you to see the house." Lin Xia smiled and greeted the girl. Lin Xia was naturally well armed since she had gone out. The girl also revealed a friendly smile. "Hello, my name is Xiao Yu and I'm your viewing counselor. The location and environment of this house is perfect, I'm sure you'll like it." The two of them walked into the large flat together, and the spacious and bright living room, the exquisite bedroom, the well-equipped kitchen, and a separate music studio, all of which pleased Lin Xia. Xiao Yu carefully introduced the functions and features of each room to Lin Xia, while Lin Xia silently imagined in her mind the scene of her future life here. After looking at all the rooms, Lin Xia decided to rent the house without the slightest hesitation. Although the rent was a bit high, Lin Xia decided to bite the bullet and rent it, considering his current financial situation and future income expectations. Signed the contract. Over the next few days, Lin Xia was busy moving and organizing her new home. When I say moving, there weren't really many items that needed to be taken away from the small house that was there before, and after packing and packing, I ended up taking the contents of one suitcase. Although a little tired, but see his new home a little bit become warm and comfortable, his heart is full of satisfaction and joy. Of course, after all the organizing was done, he didn't forget to call and invite Su Meng over for a dinner, which he was going to cook himself as a thank you. When Su Meng received Lin Xia's invitation, her heart was both surprised and delighted, while also expressing dissatisfaction. Being a good friend plus an agent myself, it's outrageous that I didn't even know about something like changing houses. She knew that Lin Xia had been busy preparing for a new song recently, so she didn't bother, but she didn't expect that after only a few days of not seeing her, she had even changed her house. Su Meng arrived at Lin Xia's new home on time and was attracted by the bright and spacious space and cozy atmosphere as soon as she entered. She looked around and realized that Lin Xia's vision was really good. Every place was arranged in the right way, both practical and stylish. For dinner, Lin Xia personally cooked and prepared a sumptuous table for Su Meng. A look of shock appeared on Su Meng's face as she stared at the dishes on the table with wide eyes in disbelief. Each dish was tantalizingly fragrant, colorful, and beautifully presented. The dishes looked like they came from a professional chef and even rival the big restaurants out there. Chapter 36, What if I have a guilty conscience? Su Meng stammered, unable to speak. She couldn't believe that everything in front of her was made by Lin Xia's own hands. She couldn't help but exclaim, "I thought you would only be able to cook, but I didn't realize your cooking skills were so superior." Lin Xia smiled slightly and said modestly, "It's really nothing special, I just like cooking. Besides, I think I still have a lot to improve on." First of all, whether Lin Xia could cook or not, the answer was yes. In his previous life as a senior lone wolf in the desert, not being able to cook was definitely not an option. As for wanting to reach the current level, it was his intention to further study from the system. He found that as his reputation value and emotion value grew, something new would be refreshed in the system store. This culinary mastery was what he had purposely exchanged from the store, and it was still cheap, only 50,000 prestige value. Su Meng shook her head in disagreement. She said, "You're too modest, these dishes are really delicious. If you opened a restaurant, it would definitely be a huge hit. It is said that if you want to catch a man's heart, you must first catch his stomach," and now how does Su Meng feel that her stomach is going to be caught? Lin Xia smiled, feeling very happy in her heart. The two of them ate and talked about their recent lives and jobs. Su Meng looked at Lin Xia and joked, "I really didn't expect our great sword immortal to not only be a musical talent, but also cook a good meal." Lin Xia smiled and said modestly, where, it's all because you taught me well, senior sister. Without your help, where would I be today?" Poor mouth. Su Meng laughed out softly, then collected her laughter and asked sullenly, "Now that you have sort of stabilized yourself in the circle, do you have any plans for the next development plan?" Lin Xia pondered for a moment and slowly said, "I think it's better to do a good job with music first. It's my first love and the thing I love the most." Of course, if there's a chance, I'd like to try some new fields, such as acting or variety arts. Su-meng nodded in agreement. You have the right idea. Music is your foundation, so make sure to capitalize on it. As for acting and variety arts, it can be used as a supplement, allowing you to better interact with your fans and expand your influence. She continued speaking after a moment of silence. Recently, many entertainment companies have contacted me, wanting to sign you. What do you think about this matter? Su-meng's words made Lin Xia fall into deep thought. Often most of the pre-crossovers choose to start their own studios, and while it's freeing, there are a lot of doors involved, and you can't just find an office space and start up. There are only so many resources in the circle, why should they share them with you for no reason? They say talent is everything, and while that's true, this is a one-out card, and while the end result won't change, the process will definitely be much more difficult. He's not so inflated as to think he can touch base with capital just yet. Lin Xia understood that this was an important turning point that concerned his future direction. Although he is currently a minor celebrity in the music industry, there are only 5 songs left for the public at this point in time, full stop. There will still be a lot of people who have something to say about him. The fans like, give him face to call Xiaxin, and one day do not give face, he is a surname Lin. More resources and support are needed to continue to expand its reach and go further. However, he also didn't want to lose his beginnings and principles by rushing into things. Lin Xia took a deep breath, looked firmly at Su-meng, and slowly said, Senior sister, I want to hear your opinion. You are the person I trust the most, I believe you will make the best choice for me. Su-meng smiled faintly, a trace of appreciation flashing in her eyes. She knew that Lin Xia was an opinionated person and would not be easily swayed by outside temptations. She thought seriously for a while, then slowly said, I think you can consider signing up with a powerful entertainment company, so that you can get more resources and support, which will be beneficial to your future development. However, you must choose a company that truly respects you and is willing to provide a good environment for you to grow, and not get caught up in the immediate benefits. Lin Xia nodded, her heart deeply grateful for Su-meng's suggestion. He knew that he was not a person who was good at dealing with complicated interpersonal relationships, and so far, without Su-meng's help and support, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to devote himself fully to the music. Then schoolteacher, please make an appointment for me tomorrow, go ahead and have a chat and see. Su-meng nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while longer and the atmosphere was very cordial. After the meal, Su-meng took a look around Lin Xia's new home and praised it. This place is really nice, the environment is nice and quiet, it's very suitable for you to create music. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, yeah, I also think this place is very nice. And there's a separate music studio here, the soundproofing is so good that no one will hear me even if I shout my throat out. Su-meng smiled slightly, revealing 2 shallow dimples and her eyes curved into a crescent shape. She stopped and walked lightly to the window, gazing quietly out at the peaceful night scene. The moonlight poured over her, outlining a gentle and beautiful figure. She suddenly turned around, her gaze softly falling on Lin Xia, and said softly, Lin Xia, you know what? I've always envied you, your talent, your persistence, and your love for music. I hope you can keep it up and not let the temptations and pressures of the outside world change you. Lin Xia looked at Su-meng's serious face and a warm current surged in his heart. Her words were sincere and warm, as if a bright light had illuminated the entire night. Su-meng is not only his friend, but also an important partner and supporter in his future music path. He solemnly nodded his head and said, Senior sister, don't worry, I will. Su-meng nodded her head slightly, a pleased look in her eyes. She gently patted Lin Xia's shoulder and said encouragingly, I'm sure you can do it. Well, it's getting late, I should get going, still be careful, it'll be troublesome if I'm secretly photographed and cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Lin Xia saw this and lost his smile and shook his head and said, which have you think so much, senior sister, I just moved here on the first day, besides, it's good that we have a clear conscience between us, don't go thinking too much. Su-meng couldn't help but flash a hint of mischievousness in her eyes when she heard that. She smiled and joked, and what if I have a guilty conscience? Lin Xia froze, he didn't expect Su-meng to say that. He looked at Su-meng suspiciously, trying to find an answer from her expression. Looking at Lin Xia's puzzled expression, Su-meng couldn't help but laugh out loud and softly said, Alright, I won't tease you, I'm just kidding, don't mind. Lin Xia had a helpless face when she heard this. I say, school sister, stop teasing me, it's giving me a sweaty fright. Ha, who knew you were so unamused? Well, it's really late, I have to go. I'll come pick you up tomorrow, good night, Lin Xia. Su-meng smiled and said goodbye before turning around and leaving the room. Lin Xia stood in place and watched Su-meng enter the elevator before turning around and returning to her room. Su Meng slowly walked out of the building and couldn't help but laugh when she remembered that scene just now. She couldn't help but look back, her gaze traveling through the layers of windows as if she could see a figure standing at one of the windows silently watching her. The silhouette was blurry, but an inexplicable feeling surged in Su Meng's heart. The moon filled the air with silence. Only the breeze gently brushed the leaves with a subtle sound. The young girl with her heart in her mouth took one step forward and 2 steps back. Out of the blue. She was beginning to look forward to this one summer. Chapter 37 Starlight Entertainment. Day 2. The early morning sunlight was warm as it poured onto Lin Xia's face through the gaps in the curtains. He rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed, stretching and feeling the energy that a new day brought. As if last night's conversation was still echoing in her ears, Lin Xia couldn't help but think of Su Meng again. Lin Xia knew that his feelings towards Su Meng were a bit complicated. It could be friendship, or it could be kindness, or all sorts of things like that. After all, Su Meng had helped him a lot. So he had also been thinking about how he could talk about this matter without hurting Su Meng. Lin Xia sighed silently as he stood up, walked over to the window, and pulled open the curtains, letting the sunlight flood the room. It's a new day, a new beginning. There's no use thinking about it now, just go with the flow. No bridge to Lin Xia pretending to hit his face appeared. After all, navigating in the sea of commerce, buying and selling is not a matter of benevolence, which is something everyone understands. Lin Xia sighed softly with a slight tiredness in her eyes. This should be the last one, right, senior sister? He looked over at Su Meng with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Su Meng smiled and nodded, responding, yes, the last one is Starlight Entertainment, a company with a long history and a strength that is considered strong within the industry. Starlight Entertainment? Lin Xia frowned slightly. This name was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard of it before and knew that this company had a significant position in the industry. And interestingly, the owner of this company is rumored to be very secretive and rarely appears in the public eye. It has always been the VP of this company who has been active at the forefront of the business. This company should be hard to get into. Su Meng nodded. That's right, their threshold is indeed very high, but relatively, the conditions given will be more favorable. I believe that your strength will definitely be able to impress them. Lin Xia took a deep breath. No matter what, this was the last stop of the day. If it really didn't work out, forget it for now. After a few days of moving delays and a day-to-day, there's not much time left before the next installment of King of Masked Singer. He's definitely setting aside some of that time to get in shape. The two arrived at Starlight Entertainment's headquarters, which had a unique architectural style and was full of artistic flavor. The soaring building's exterior design is sleek and chic, with a glass curtain wall that reflects the beauty of its surroundings, giving it a modern visual impact. Entering the lobby, the interior is even more stunning. Photos and posters of some of the famous artists hang on the walls, showcasing the company's illustrious history and achievements. The floor is covered with high-grade carpeting, which feels soft and cozy to the feet. A huge crystal chandelier was placed in the center of the hall, emitting brilliant light and illuminating the entire space. They filled out their visit information in the lobby and then waited to be greeted by a staff member. Shortly afterward, a woman in professional attire walked over. Her face was filled with a warm smile as she politely greeted the two of them. Hello both of you, I'm the receptionist of Starlight Entertainment, please follow me. Under the guidance of the receptionist, they walked through a long corridor to a spacious and bright conference room. The conference room was decorated in a simple but elegant way, with tables and chairs neatly arranged and a large painting hanging on the wall, adding an artistic atmosphere. There was already a middle-aged man waiting for them in the conference room, sitting at the conference table and reading the documents intently. At the sound of footsteps, he raised his head and gazed gently at the two men who had entered. The man wore a fine suit, his hair was neatly and sharply combed, and his face was kind and unassuming. He looked very refined and his eyes revealed a deep wisdom. The middle-aged man stood up, smiled, extended his hand, and said in a cordial tone, "Hello you all, I'm the music director of Starlight Entertainment, my surname is Li. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Su Meng and Lin Xia also hurriedly stood up and shook hands with Director Li in greeting. After sitting down, Director Li went straight to the point and expressed his appreciation for Lin Xia's musical talent. He spoke, "Mr. Lin, I've heard your songs and I like them very much. Your musicianship is impressive, and your music has a unique charm that touches people's hearts. We at Starlight Entertainment are always looking for musicians with potential, and I think you're just the person we need." His voice was low and magnetic, a warm force to be reckoned with. Lin Xia smiled faintly and said without arrogance, "Thank you for your compliments, I am deeply honored to receive your recognition." Superintendent Li's gaze fell on Lin Xia, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Lin Xia pondered silently in his mind, a pang of intent in his heart. It was important to realize that merchants tended not to give prices directly, they preferred to engage in some small talk before negotiating, and would rarely cut straight to the chase, which was why he was so tired in the morning. This is done in order to pressure the price and at the same time to raise their own position, and secondly, in the process of negotiation, whoever is in a hurry first, it means that which party loses the initiative. However, Director Li's forthrightness was a bit of a surprise to him, and at the same time made him feel good about the company. Su Meng also revealed a satisfied smile on the side, knowing that she had chosen the right company for Lin Xia. In the next few moments, they began to discuss the contents of the contract in detail, including the length of the contract, the percentage of the share, the publicity strategy, and so on. The conditions offered by Director Li were very generous. Not only the contract period was relatively short, but also the share ratio was very reasonable, even exceeding their expectations. The one-year contract period even gives him autonomy, and the contract he signed is also an S-level contract within the industry, knowing that S-level contracts can be exclusive to Song Kings. When the company's artists come to you for song appointments, I hope that you, Mr. Lin Xia, will be given priority, but of course, the copyrights of the music are still in your hands, the company just has the right of first refusal to use it. Chapter 38. Speaking of this, Director Li suddenly paused for a moment, seemingly remembering something important, before continuing to speak. It just so happens that there's an artist in our company right now, and her upcoming new album is still missing a hit song. I wonder if Mr. Lin Xia is interested in giving it a try. We are willing to offer a generous reward and will definitely not let you down. Of course, there's no need to be overly nervous about time, as long as you can send us the finished product within a month. Hearing these words, Lin Xia couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He hadn't expected the other party to make such a request at all. However, he quickly realized Superintendent Li's intentions. This was clearly a test of his own. Such a request makes sense after all. If there were no request at all, it would rather seem abnormal. It may even mean that there is some trap or risk involved. Lin Xia responded without hesitation, okay, I accept this request. Please rest assured that I will complete the song as soon as possible and guarantee the quality. Since the other party had already given such a great deal of sincerity, Lin Xia himself definitely had to show something. Director Li was satisfied with Lin Xia's decisiveness and confidence, and nodded with a smile. The parties then continued to discuss the details of the contract in depth. This includes his signing as well as about songs, etc., etc. After some discussion, a consensus was finally reached and a contract was signed. Something else very interesting happened when we left Starlight Entertainment. Mr. Lin Xia, are you interested in going to King of Masked Singer? If you want to go, the company can help arrange it. Director Li's words caused both Lin Xia and Su Meng to feel a bit surprised. You know that now King of Masked Singer is a meat and potatoes, all kinds of stars can be said to be on the verge of beating their brains out, are scrambling to want to participate in a period. But it was such a program that in Director Li's mouth, it was as if he could go anytime if he wanted to, and that was enough to surprise people. Lin Xia was the first to react. He smiled and shook his head. Thank you for Director Li's kindness, but I've already participated. Oh? Superintendent Li revealed a puzzled look upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure. He smiled and nodded his head in understanding before continuing. Since it's the best if you've already participated, I wonder which issue Mr. Lin Xia will be participating in? Lin Xia smiled slightly and replied, I'm here in the first issue, my name is Sword Fairy. Hearing this, Superintendent Li subconsciously nodded, not seeming to particularly care about this information. However, when he reacted, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Xia. The first issue is just called Sword Immortal. What? Sword Immortal. Lin Xia and Su Meng glanced at each other, and both could read a hint of laughter in each other's eyes. In the past few hours, it seemed like the first time they had seen Superintendent Li have such a big mood swing. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, confirming, yes. Director Li excitedly slapped the table and stood up. Excitedly, I didn't expect it to. The female receptionist who had guided the duo to the conference room earlier walked in and nonchalantly sat next to Director Li. I say brother or Mr. Li, as to go through so much trouble? And also robbed me of my job. The woman's mouth complained of dissatisfaction, but her complexion was not the least bit angry. Yes, she was the real music director of Starlight Entertainment, Li Mu, and the man sitting beside her was the rumored most mysterious boss of Starlight Entertainment, Li Tianhe. Li Tianhe smiled gently and turned his head to look at Li Mu, his eyes filled with favor and helplessness. He gently patted Li Mu's head and said, You girl, you are always so acute. I have my own plans for this time. Li Mu wrinkled her nose and glared at him, muttering, "Humph, you're always like this, deciding everything on your own and not consulting me." Li Tianhe smiled and shook his head, saying, "This is not a discussion, but a decision. For Lin Xia, I have very high expectations. He's not just a talented singer, he's an artist with potential. I believe that if he is given enough stages and opportunities, he will be able to shine." Li Mu nodded, seemingly moved by Li Tianhe's words. She looked out the window at Lin Xia and Su Meng, who were drifting away, and a wave of anticipation rose in her heart. She knew that her brother Li Tianhe was betting on the treasure, betting that Lin Xia's future would definitely be more than that, and if it came to fruition, the benefits that the company could receive would be incalculable. But she didn't have any worries about that, because ever since her brother took over Starlight Entertainment, he hadn't lost once, as evidenced by Starlight Entertainment's position in the circle today. "Then what should we do next?" Li Mu asked. Li Tianhe pondered for a moment, then said, "First of all, we need to create a complete publicity plan tailored for Lin Xia to ensure that he can rise quickly in the market. Send people to create momentum on the internet, just target the point of sword immortal for publicity. The more the crowd pays attention to it, when the day comes when Lin Xia reveals his face, the more will be gained. Remember, the sense of contrast must be prominent. Also, we need to keep a close eye on Lin Xia to ensure that he can maintain a high level of play in terms of songwriting and singing." Li Tianhe continued. Li Mu nodded in understanding. She couldn't help but admire Li Tianhe's decision-making ability in her heart. She knew that this signing of Lin Xia was undoubtedly an important strategic deployment for Starlight Entertainment. Lin Xia and Su Meng left Director Li's office in an extraordinarily relaxed mood. "I didn't expect this cooperation to go so smoothly." Su Meng sighed. "Yeah, at least it's really possible to concentrate on music." Lin Xia laughed. Su Meng smiled slightly upon hearing this. He knew that Lin Xia was referring to the previous matter of Li Ding. If there had been a company behind that time, this matter would not have even splashed a little. Back home, Lin Xia immediately put into the new song creation. He naturally knows how important a hit song is to an artist and understands that this is the perfect opportunity to showcase his strength. Lin Xia searched for that artist on the internet and listened to her work, a female artist with a very soft voice called Wang Mingqi. It's a top-tier powerhouse singer who looks like she's trying to make an impact as a songstress with. Li Tianhe nodded slightly in agreement. This is a good idea, it can well increase the public's attention to Lin Xia. In addition, we can also consider cooperating with some well-known music bloggers and have them audition Lin Xia's songs and post reviews, thus increasing Lin Xia's exposure. Li Mu nodded and continued, "Right, and we also need to prepare a complete PR strategy in case any negative news emerges. You know, the entertainment industry is always full of uncertainties." Li Tianhe smiled and patted Li Mu's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll make sure everything is under control." Right at this moment, Li Tianhe's cell phone placed on the table suddenly lit up, and a new message was displayed on the screen. Li Tianhe looked down and realized that it was Lin Xia who had sent him a message. He clicked to open the message and saw Lin Xia write, "Brotherly, I just finished a song, I hope you can listen to it sometime." There is also a link at the bottom of the message that is supposed to be an audio file of the song. As Li Tianhe looked at the message, a hint of doubt and surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he was surprised that Lin Xia had completed a song so quickly. At the same time, his expression revealed an unspeakable look. Li Mu, who was on the side, noticed Li Tianhe's reaction and asked curiously, "Who sent you the message?" Li Tianhe replied, "It's Lin Xia, he said he's already written out his new song and wants us to hear it." Hearing this, a surprised expression appeared on Li Mu's face, followed by a trace of dissatisfaction. She frowned and said, "Doesn't he realize that what we need is a hit song for the album? Even if it's just for him to try it out, it shouldn't be done so perfunctorily. He actually wrote a song in just one night, how is that possible?" Li Tianhe smiled and shook his head, reaching out his hand to gently pat Li Mu's shoulder and said soothingly, "Mumu, don't be in a hurry. Lin Xia is a very talented singer. Since he can finish a song so quickly, he must have his own ideas and considerations. Let's give it a good listen first, there might be surprises." Although Li Mu was still a bit dissatisfied in his heart, he looked at his brother's firm eyes and nodded slightly, indicating that he was willing to listen and see. After all, she knew that her brother's vision had always been spot on, so if he was so optimistic about Lin Xia, then Lin Xia must have something going for him, right? So, the two clicked on the link and began to play the audio file Lin Xia had sent. At the beginning, a piece of soothing and soft music slowly sounded, like a spring breeze over the ears, with a slight warmth, refreshing. The melody is soft and melodious, as if it can bring people into a romantic and beautiful world. As the music gradually deepens, the lyrics become clearer, like a bright star dotting the night sky. It was a song full of deep feelings, with lyrics revealing the persistence and pursuit of love, and each line was like a heavy stone thrown into a lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Li Mu's originally tightly wrinkled brows gradually stretched as a look of shock surfaced on her face. It's a really good song, both the melody and the lyrics are very satisfying to her. The melody is beautiful and melodic, flowing like gurgling water. The lyrics are written in a very moving way, revealing deep emotions between the lines. The whole song feels like a colorful painting that you can't help but get lost in. Even if her business vision was not as good as her brother Li Tianhe's, she was definitely a competent music director. Li Mu had a premonition that this song would definitely explode all over the internet and become a classic, and even this one song would be enough for a singer to eat for the rest of his life. She turned her head to look at Li Tianhe and found that his face also showed surprise. After the song ended, Li Tianhe was unable to return to his senses for a long time. His eyes glittered with excitement, as if he saw the splendor of the future. He gently tapped the table and broke the silence. Mumu, this song is too outstanding. I believe that this song can definitely become Wang Mingqi's masterpiece, and may even become a milestone for Starlight Entertainment. Li Mu also nodded excitedly, her heart filled with admiration and anticipation for Lin Xia. She realized that her previous questions and dissatisfaction with Lin Xia were redundant. The story of the 1,000-mile horse and the bull didn't think it could really happen. Li Mu joked. Li Tianhe smiled and shook his head. Lin Xia is this 1,000-mile horse, we are not bull. After all, his talent is well known. The appearance of this song once again convinced me of the value in him. All we can do now is just icing on the cake. With or without us, Lin Xia will definitely go to the top with his talent. However, since Lin Xia has taken out such a large share of the meet and greet gift, we can't be stingy and raise Lin Xia's internal resource level to SS. Li Tianhe's eyes flashed with excitement as he laughed out loud. Since we're already on the table, let's have a big gamble. The next step is to center around Lin Xia and tilt the resources without limit. Although Li Mu was shocked to hear this, she still nodded her head. For this big brother of hers, she would always trust unconditionally. It was important to realize that the unlimited tilting of resources meant that as long as Lin Xia looked at any program resources or made a request, the company would unconditionally satisfy it 100%. To put it bluntly, take what you see. Knowing that Lin Xia was a newcomer who had just entered the company, this news, when released, would definitely cause the entire company to quake. But he, Li Tianhe, dared to do so, dared to bet so, enough to see his vigor. The last time the company was this desperate to promote someone was when they were vying for the diva throne. Diva Su Yao, the only female diva among the 4 heavenly kings and the youngest among them. The position of heavenly king is not a self-appointed title within the circle, but a title put out by the Chinese Arts Association, a recognition and a responsibility. And the Tenno position is not a lightning rod, as the Tenno battle takes place every 5 years. If no one challenges it, naturally not. As the music started, the conversations in the conference room gradually disappeared, replaced by the shock and excitement that gradually surfaced on everyone's face. The melody, the lyrics, as if by magic, captivated every heart. Li Tianhe stood in front of the conference table, looking at the crowd's reaction, his heart filled with relief. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Everyone, I believe you've all heard this song Red Beans. This is a work that Lin Xia created in one night's time. And Lin Xia has become an artist of our company. As soon as the words fell, the conference room exploded. Lin Xia was naturally no stranger to them, arguably one of the hottest singers at the moment. Debuting as a top stream is no joke, and while there are no substantial honors at the moment, the crowd knows that's coming sooner rather than later. Their company had signed Lin Xia without a word, which shocked them. But creating a song in one night? How is that possible? There was a lot of talk in the conference room. But then that beautiful melody started up again, and everyone had to admit that the quality of the song was truly beyond belief. Li Tianhe continued, I believe that this song will become our company's masterpiece, as well as Wang Mingqi's masterpiece. We will do our best to promote this song so that more people can hear it and feel its charm. Wang Mingqi sat on the sidelines, her eyes flashing with excitement. She never imagined that her album would have just such a song as a hit. As a professional first-rate singer, she could naturally hear how good or bad a song was. In her opinion, her desire to be promoted to the position of Queen of Songs can now be considered as a nail in the coffin. If this song doesn't work, what else will? Lin Xia. Wang Mingqi murmured, a curious glint in her eyes. Next, Li Tianhe arranged the next work plan in detail, including the promotion of the song, the shooting of the music video, and Wang Mengqi's follow-up development plan and so on. Everyone was listening with great interest and anticipation for the upcoming challenge. Just then, Li Tianhe also announced something unexpected: an unconditional tilt in resources for Lin Xia. This news was like a heavy bomb that caused a furor in the conference room. Surprise and doubt flowed from everyone's face, but no one dared to open their mouths to question it easily. This is because everyone here is well aware that Li Tianhe's decisions often have deep meanings. Those veterans who had worked for the company for many years sat silently in their seats, gazing firmly ahead. Even when a new employee tries to ask a question, he or she is gently pressed by the veteran employee next to him or her, shaking his or her head to signal not to say anything more. These veteran employees understood that the last time Li Tianhe had made a similar decision, there had been opposition to it as an impractical idea. However, Li Tianhe persevered to the end under tremendous pressure and eventually achieved amazing results. Now, facing someone with more potential and talent like Lin Xia, who would dare to question Li Tianhe's decision so easily? After all, their brilliant results had proved his vision and ability. Therefore, no one dared to question Li Tianhe's decision this time. What's more, none of the shareholders present had raised their voices in opposition, so they would be ungrateful if they sang the opposite tune. An atmosphere of tension and anticipation pervaded the entire conference room, as if an impending storm was quietly brewing. It's time for the big ship, Starlight Entertainment, to set sail again after so many years at anchor. After the meeting ended, Li Tianhe returned to the office with Li Mu. They know that the next few days are going to be very busy. Mu, what do you think of Lin Xia? Li Tianhe suddenly asked. Li Mu thought for a moment and replied, he's very talented and has great ideas. I believe that as long as he is given a chance, he will be able to become the pride of all of us. Li Tianhe nodded, a determined light flashing in his eyes. With the arrival of the recording notice for the second installment of King of Masked Singer, Lin Xia's life is once again filled with busyness. Over the course of 2 days, he practiced and polished the song Knowing Me over and over again. Lin Xia is not only practicing the songs and adjusting her condition, but also thinking about the stage presentation. To stand out on a stage like King of Masked Singer, it's not enough to rely on the song itself, it's more important to convey the emotions and stories in the song to the audience. For him, every time he stands on stage is a challenge and a test. Lin Xia felt every word of the lyrics with his heart, trying to fully integrate himself into the song. In his imagination, it was as if he was the swordsman walking the rivers and lakes, holding a long sword and searching for the soulmate who could understand him and fight. Finally, it was the day of the live taping of the second installment of King of Masked Singer. Chapter 41, Prophecy? The day. Lin Xia sat in his car in his sword fairy costume and headed to the recording venue. After attending the first installment, I'm now familiar with the process, and I'm not as rushed as I was last time, so I can say that it's a lot better. Only there was one more girl in the car besides him and Su Meng. Her name was Lin Yuexin, and she was the working assistant that Starlight Entertainment had arranged for him over there, while Su Meng had become the living assistant. Said to be an assistant is actually still exercising the work of the agent. At that time when Li told him, he also hesitated for a while, finally thought about it, also still agreed. This was done so that Su Meng's work could be lightened, and also so that Starlight Entertainment could be reassured. Just to see Lin Yuexin's age looked to be about 27 or 8 years old, just the most attractive age for a woman. Her face was delicately made up, with arched eyebrows and a sweet smile, giving her a kind and warm feeling. Her hair was neatly combed into a ponytail, revealing her pale forehead and slender neck. Lin Yuexin's figure was tall and slender, wearing a set of OL professional clothes, looking very elegant and generous. She wore a white shirt on top with a black tie tied at the collar, while her bottom was paired with a black wraparound skirt that reached just above her knees, showing off her beautiful curves. A pair of black high heels under her feet made her whole body look more upright and confident. Lin Yuexin was also wearing a pair of black half-rimmed glasses, which not only did not affect her beauty, but instead added a sense of knowledge and maturity. Her eyes were clear and bright, revealing an intelligence and determination. Lin Yuexin said as she drove, "The program team came to notify us that we won't be going to the underground parking lot today, we'll be driving in directly from the main entrance, and the moment we get out of the car the live broadcasting will." Lin Yuexin's voice was soft and strong, and it carried a sense of professionalism that could not be ignored. Good to know. Lin Xia nodded, naturally having no opinion on this. And as the car slowly pulled up to the door, Lin Xia gently turned her head sideways, surrounded by fans of the show who had already gathered around, holding up the support signs of the various masked singers. As soon as Lin Xia stepped out of the car door, a burst of screams and cheers instantly erupted around him. Sword Fairy. Sword Immortal, let's spar. No, let's exchange sword Dao tips. Sword Immortal, I will always be your most solid support. Fellow Daoist Sword Immortal, please be mindful of my presence. With the first installment of King of Masked Singer, Jianxian has long been popular with his amazing operatic voice. Many people have come today just to see for themselves if this sword fairy is really as middle of the road as he is on the show. Lin Xia nodded to the two men in the car. With that, he smiled and waved to the enthusiastic crowd, laughing and shouting, "Don't even think about challenging me, I won't take it." The crowd around the room burst out in joy at this statement. It's really 100 times better. After greeting him, Lin Xia calmly stepped inside the music hall under the gaze of many eyes. Xiaoya had already greeted her at the door. "Teacher Jianxian, long time no see, let's go to rehearsal first." Walking. Lin Xia was led by Xiaoya through the bustling backstage towards the familiar rehearsal room. Walking into the rehearsal room, Lin Xia saw the band members already waiting. He greeted everyone and sat down to start preparing for rehearsal. Lin Xia adjusted the microphone and softly tried to sing a few lines. His distinctive voice echoed in the rehearsal room, drawing sidelong glances from the other members. After all, the last installment of the opera's cadence was just too much of a stunner. At that moment, the music director, Zhang Qin, walked over to Lin Xia with the sheet music and reconfirmed some details with him. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, indicating to follow the top of the sheet music first. As the music started, Lin Xia immersed himself in the song, his infectious voice energizing the entire rehearsal room. After the rehearsal, Lin Xia hadn't even waited to leave when Zhang Qin took the initiative to find him. "I think on the chorus, we could have tried to add some stronger drums to make the emotion fuller." Zhang Jin offered his idea, his eyes glittering with excitement. After Lin Xia pondered for a moment, the corner of his mouth lifted up in a smile, and he easily gave an okay gesture to show that he had no problem with this. Let's just say it's worthy of a top-notch music director. Lin Xia tried to imagine in his mind that it would indeed be more gripping if a more intense and tight drum beat was added to the chorus. After the rehearsal, Lin Xia walked out of the rehearsal hall. Xiaoya and the staff in charge of the live recording had been waiting outside for a long time, and they quickly stepped forward to greet them. As the camera switched, Lin Xia once again appeared in the live feed. Despite the fact that there is still some time before the official competition, the number of viewers in the live stream is still high, and everyone is enthusiastically discussing various topics related to the program. Sure enough, no matter how many times I see it, I'll always be amazed by this costume of Kensen-sensei. A pop-up wrote. "Ha, totally agree, it's simply awesome, but why does it feel like Mr. Kensen is so introspective today? It seems to have lost that middle-aged feeling from the first installment." Another pop-up expressed doubt. "I guess it might be because Jin Xian saw our comments after the first installment. After all, he's also afraid of social death." Dog's Head, another person, suggested a possibility. "Good point. Laughing my ass off, looks like the first installment was overplayed, huh? Ha 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 ha." More people chimed in. For a while, the screen was filled with a joyful atmosphere as people discussed Lin Xiao's performance and image. Back in the lounge, it was still some time before the game started. Lin Xia simply took out her cell phone and began to swipe the scarf. In the bib, news of the King of Masked Singer is churning around like a wave. Just then, a dynamic caught Lin Xiao's attention. He fixed his eyes on the title of the dynamic, which was clearly a detailed look at the ranking of the current Masked Singer. Lin Xiao's curiosity was instantly ignited, and she clicked into the article without hesitation. In the article, the author provides an in-depth analysis of the contestants of this episode of King of Masked Singer with a unique perspective and detailed analysis, especially praising Lin Xiao's role as Sword Immortal. The article not only reviewed Jianxian's amazing performance in the first installment of the show, but also boldly predicted that he will climb up the rankings again in this installment, and is even expected to hit the second consecutive championship throne. The author writes, Jianxian, the mysterious knight-errant who walks the musical jungle under the name of middle childhood, has managed to capture the hearts of thousands of viewers with his gender-crossing voice and unique stage charisma. Chapter 42, Success is also an opera, failure is also an opera. In the first episode of the program, he completed a magnificent transformation from a middle-aged teenager to a music magician with just one song, making people admire his profound musical skills and amazing artistic expression. And in this installment, with his further deepening of his musical understanding and his growing understanding with his bandmates, every rendition by Jianxian will be another challenge to his own limits. The article also quotes a large number of comments and speculations from netizens, including all sorts of speculations about Jianxian's real identity, but the author always stays neutral and only looks at the music itself, giving high praise to Jian Xian's performance. Sensing Lin Xiao's curiosity, Xiaoya then opened her mouth to elucidate. The blogger of this article had predicted the outcome of the match many times before, which is why it was called the Book of Prophecy by everyone. A prophet? The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth unconsciously rose, and in her heart she secretly thought, this is a bit interesting. He couldn't help but think of the same person in his previous life who was also known as a prophet, only that person specialized in reverse prediction. Lin Xia continued to read. But in the last installment, I'm going to go out on a limb and make a prediction that a few of these contestants may not have been at full strength at all. The most representative of these are Mr. Plant and also Optimus Prime, and I won't go into the details of Mr. Plant. That's the one that several of the judges and teachers have personally admitted that he's hiding on purpose. And one of the things that I don't know if you've noticed about Optimus Prime's rock scene is that rockers in general are all in on the songs. And in the last installment, Optimus Prime had been looking like a tour de force throughout the entire match, but even then, he managed to hijack the entire audience, including the judges, who gave him extremely high marks. So, for these two singers, it may be that this installment is the real start of the competition, and for the Sword Immortal contestant, if he can't make much of a change in this installment, it may be a grueling journey for him in the competition. I have to admit that Jianxian's opera voice and female voice is very stunning, but in my opinion, success is also opera, but also failure is also opera. If this issue is still the same set, it may lose the audience's freshness. Of course, we can't rule out the situation where Xiaoshen once again writes a song for Jianxian. I personally like this player Jianxian very much, and I also hope that Mr. Jianxian can have a different style in this competition. Finally, I wish all the teachers the best of luck in this competition. Lin Xia gazed and watched. I have to say, this article was written professionally. He swiped the screen and slid over to the comments section. Not bad for a book of prophecy, telling it like it's true, it's graphic now. Sword Immortal teacher people are singing well in opera, why do you want them to change? I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses, this article makes a fair point alright. Right, that's the truth. If this installment remains still operatic, you might actually get tired of listening to it. It has nothing to do with the quality of the songs, the people themselves are like that. For a professional singer, it's a challenge to be able to step out of your comfort zone alright. I say, what are you guys arguing about here? Wait until you're done watching today's broadcast. The comments section of this article is full of all sorts of voices. The vast majority of comments echoed the insights of this article. Sayaka quickly peeked towards Kenshin. She had read this article before and even she thought it made sense. But now that the competition was imminent, she was afraid that it would affect Mr. Sword Immortal's competition. Lin Xia smiled and shook his head. They were saying that others were hiding their strength in the first phase, but how could he not? But he didn't have any other emotions because the article was right on the money and a blogger watching the show was able to make such an accurate prediction. So how could he, the person in question, not have thought of it? Xiaoya spoke carefully. Sensei Jianxian, don't affect the state of your game. Lin Xia smiled and shook her head. It's okay, he's got a point. There was just a touch of strangeness surging through Lin Xiao's heart. It seemed like this assessment had been talking about his shortcomings, but it silently focused everyone's attention on him. If he still breaks out in this installment, not to mention the title, even if he only takes the top 3, he will still become a hotspot on the internet again. Kind of like passively pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, Lin Xia silently pondered and thought of a possibility. Lin Xia secretly calculated in his heart that if he could really amaze the audience again in this competition, then he would become the most striking presence in this program. And that kind of attention may be just what he needs. He understands that in this era of entertainment supremacy, the only way to stand out in the competitive music market is to constantly create topics and surprises. He, on the other hand, is long past the point of being a musician content to remain obscure in niche circles. Lin Xia took a deep breath and decided to turn the predictions of this article into her motivation to move forward. He wants everyone to see that he is not just a sword fairy with an operatic accent and a female voice, but a musician who was able to handle a variety of styles and constantly break through. Teacher Sword Immortal, you may come and draw lots. The staff pushed the door in and spoke. Lin Xia sniffed, nodded and smiled. I hope I can draw a good sign today. My sword Dao is not allowed to be flawed. Although the speech was still as puzzling as it had been in the first installment, Xiaoya was secretly relieved to see that Kenshin was unaffected. Lin Xia stood up and walked towards the draw table with a calm pace. No matter what kind of draw he gets, it can't affect what he does next. After the drawing ceremony, Lin Xia returned to the lounge and Xiaoya nervously greeted him. Teacher Sword Immortal, what number was drawn? Lin Xia smiled faintly and replied lightly, it doesn't matter, no matter what number, I'll give it my all. Then what number is it anyway? Xiaoya was a bit helpless, her people were obviously so nervous, but the main body didn't look like anything was wrong at all. Ah, number 6, don't be nervous. Lin Xia patted Xiaoya's shoulder and laughed. Ha! Isn't that the last one out? There's going to be a lot of pressure, Kenshin-sensei. It doesn't matter which one comes out first, it's going to be on sooner or later anyway. Xiaoya nodded, but she was still a little apprehensive in her heart. She knew that this installment was crucial for Sword Immortal, and if she couldn't make a breakthrough, she might actually lose the support of the audience. Xiaoya looked at Jian Xian, who was still able to leisurely swipe his cell phone, and had a mixed feeling in her heart of both helplessness and a few moments of amusement. Chapter 43, Showing Off Your Skills. With the host's enthusiastic opening, the lights focused on the center of the stage, bright and dazzling, as if foreshadowing that the next will be the opening of an audio-visual feast. There was a subtle tension in the air, mixed with curiosity and anticipation of an unknown performance. Lin Xia, or Sword Immortal, sat in the lounge backstage with his eyes closed, but his heart was as unsettled as a churning tide. Despite the many speculations and unfavorable opinions of the outside world, the real stage belongs only to those who dare to speak with strength. The dual voice, a unique skill, is by no means his only weapon. The first contestant has taken the stage. She is the fill-in singer for this episode with a unique and fascinating name, Kim Gradual Layer. Kim Gradual Layer is shown in an adorable cat head mask with a clearly recognizable silhouette that makes you guess that there must be a female singer behind this. When she opened her mouth, her melodious voice instantly filled the entire arena, the audience applauded and cheered, and the atmosphere was pushed to the first climax. Kim Gradient was on fire as soon as she took the stage, her vocals packed with ethereal and stirring melodies. The singers in the various lounges nodded their heads as they listened, an unspeakable gravity in their eyes, clearly shocked by the strong strength of the fill-in singer. The lights on the stage slowly dimmed after Kim Gradient's performance, but the shocking afterglow seemed to reverberate in the air for a long time. The audience couldn't get enough of the discussion and were even more excited about the next singers to come out. And the second singer to appear next was the poet. In the first installment, that singer suspected to be Lin Xia undoubtedly became the center of attention, sparking widespread curiosity and anticipation, with people speculating which masterpiece he will perform this time. This curiosity and anticipation was not only limited to the audience, even the singers backstage could hardly hold it down. They had become the most eager group of bystanders, truly interpreting the deep meaning of outsiders see the fun, insiders see the doorway. However, the moment the singer opened her lips to chant, the whole audience was shocked. The familiar voice is no longer the familiar Lin Xia, but has wonderfully transformed into the voice of another renowned singer in the industry. Let's just say the program was fully effective and breathtaking. And the climax came when the third singer Optimus Prime rocked the stage. He still maintains that same passionate rock that gets the blood pumping. Optimus Prime has conquered the hearts of countless fans with his unique style and charm. His music is full of passion and power, and every note seems to carry an electric shock. However, behind this intense stage scene lies his delicate vocals. His singing voice was like a burning flame that illuminated the entire stage. Whether it was the explosive power of the high notes or the calmness of the low notes, Optimus Prime was able to handle it with ease, displaying excellent singing skills. A rock scene like this isn't something that just any singer can handle, so everyone basically had a rough guess in mind, they just weren't sure yet. The 4 judges gave even higher ratings. And Optimus Prime, with a big, dominating wave of his hand, said, "Give me a break." Then the 4th was Mr. Plant. If anyone else had taken over a field as stirring as Optimus Prime's might have faced difficulties, but for a man known as the King of Songs, such problems hardly posed an obstacle. Mr. Plant steps onto the stage in an almost mystical way. He was dressed in a green outfit and wore a hat made of various kinds of plants knitted on his head, and it really seemed as if the elves in nature had descended to earth without making any funny business. As he gently strummed the wooden guitar strings in his hands, a strand of fresh and unassuming melody slowly flowed out, instantly leading the audience gently from Optimus Prime's passionate rock to a serene forest. His singing voice, like the dewdrops gliding over the tender leaves in the morning, is both pure and full of life, and every note contains a reverence and love for nature. Between the audience, many people closed their eyes, as if they could travel with the song to that distant and mysterious land, resonating with all things. Thunderous applause erupted at the end of the performance, as people marveled at the unique musical style and deep emotional expression. The 4 judges also gave high praise to Mr. Plant for his unique way of adding an unparalleled touch of color to the stage of King of Masked Singer. Backstage, Lin Xia was also quite emotional, with both admiration for his seniors and anticipation for his upcoming appearance. Everyone's strength should not be underestimated, even if he can open up, but facing a group of powerhouse singers, it may be possible to even turn over. The fifth contestant, the Flower Fairy, made an elegant entrance. Although she clearly has the strength of a top-tier singer, it is difficult to imagine the difficulty of taking over the baton in the face of a challenge at the level of the King of Songs. The scene couldn't help but remind her of Doctor Strange in the last issue, and once again she was impressed with the subtle learning and unpredictability of the draw. The song ended, but the result was not as one would have hoped. The judges shook their heads, revealing that they were not fully satisfied with the performance. As the competition progressed, the players took turns to show their strengths. Some were deeply emotional, some were passionate, and each performance was impressive, so to speak. But Lin Xia knew that all of this was just a prelude, and the real fight would begin the moment he took the stage. Finally, when the host read out the name of contestant number 6, Sword Immortal, the entire arena seemed to have been pressed the pause button, and all eyes converged on the backstage exit. Finally. It's not still a double voice, is it? That really doesn't feel like much fun. That's easy for you to say. If you're good, you're on. If I was good, would I be here holding back words? That's a very reasonable thing to say. Kind of leaves me speechless. Lin Xia slowly got up, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and then took a firm step. Under the spotlight, Lin Xia, dressed in sword fairy robes, stood in the center of the stage, as if he were a chivalrous man who came from the ancient times, and as if he were a dreamy messenger who intertwined modernity and classicality. He was wearing that trademark mask. The eyes scanned the audience and judges on stage through the gaps in the masks, and it was as if they were looking through the cameras at all the singers backstage, as if it was a silent communication. With the host's passionate introduction, the cheers in the audience once again boiled over, as if they were going to overturn the entire music hall. Lin Xia slowly raised his hand and gently waved it, as if summoning some kind of power. The lights on the stage instantly converged on him, enveloping his entire body in a golden glow. Chapter 44 Knowing Me. As the melodious accompaniment with a bit of bleakness rang out, the crowd at the scene all held their breath and gazed at the Sword Immortal on the stage. The four judges on the stage also glanced at each other in surprise. There's actually an electric guitar in the backing track? Listening to the intro, it's obvious that it's something like an old-fashioned song, but among the accompanying instruments there are drums, electric guitars, and even a piano. The traditional old-fashioned instruments were nowhere to be seen, giving them a feeling that said old-fashioned was not old-fashioned, and that said rock was not rock. This time, Lin Xia didn't show off his dual voices, but slowly sang the first line of the lyrics in a completely new way with his magnetic voice. The moonlit sunset river wrinkles autumn waves. A boat full of dreams pressed against a river of stars. But there are night sparrows and no one in sad songs. Sharpen the tongue for the lyre and watch the mountains. Suddenly I heard a long song. Demoiselle drenched in dew, fishermen and woodcutters return home at night. At that moment, the whole arena was quiet, only his singing voice, as clear as a stream and as deep as an ocean, hit the heart. Lin Xia continued to speak. Playing the river with Aoyama. I know the joy of the green mountains and rivers. Fiddle for no one knows my joy. Oceanic and lofty again. The visitor laughed at me. What the voice says is available to all who come. The lyrics are well written. Su Jiu nodded. Muchen also nodded with approval. The picture is very full, the river shimmers under the moonlight, the sky is covered with stars, reflected in the water, the night is deserted in all directions, and only the night sparrow is attached to his song, so I can only say that the writing is very good. It's just that the style of the song is a bit puzzling, huh? Gu Yun laughed. Heavenly King Zheng Tianming did not say anything, but just quietly listened to the melodic lyrics therein, his eyes full of anticipation. A strong sense of foreboding welled up inside him, as if his blood was about to boil and an exciting moment was coming. Sure enough, at the climax of the song, the intense drum beat proposed by Zhang Qin arrived as promised. In vain I leave the bright moon to remember the past. Warm wine meets the soul. Ask how many on earth can know me. The 3-foot Yao Qin breaks bones. Like a broken string breaking the heart of sorrow. All alone in the pale world. That drum beat exploded on the stage like thunder, blending perfectly with Lin Xia's vocals, pushing the whole atmosphere of the scene to the top. All the spectators felt as if electricity was surging through their bodies, goosebumps rose all over them, their faces flushed red from too much excitement, and they couldn't take their eyes off the stage as they looked at the Sword Immortal. The four judges' eyes were also filled with shock. It's not pop, it's not rock, it's not old school, hard to say what type of song it is. National rock. These 4 words appeared in the judges' minds. 2 words that couldn't have come together before this are now skillfully combined. If someone had said those 4 words to them before they heard Sword Fairy sing that song today, I'm afraid they would have laughed, slapped the other person in the face, and told him to get lost. But now, a new round of the main song plays, and Linxia takes the microphone once again. The sky will be bright and the grass will be frosty and cool. For whom the strings are broken. The misty appendage does not realize that the zither is in disarray. Until the coming year when the moon is full again. Begonia ragged. Stroke the 7 strings again broadly and talk to the king. His voice was as clear as spring water and as sharp as a long sword, penetrating the entire stage. Every note seemed to carry emotion, hitting the audience straight in the heart. In vain I leave the bright moon to remember the past. Warm wine meets the soul. Ask how many on earth can know me. The 3-foot Yaoqin breaks bones. Like a broken string breaking the heart of sorrow. All alone in the pale world. As the song entered its climactic part, Linxia suddenly pulled up his pitch, as if he was announcing his presence to the world. Spring and fall turn and old men are not cold in lonely graves. The mountains and the rivers are only for the king's salvation. The dream returns to the end of the song and is not played again. As the lights dimmed, the large screen in the center of the stage slowly lit up and a vivid picture came into view. The first thing that comes to mind is a magnificent landscape painting, with mountain peaks cascading over each other, clouds and mist, and streams gurgling, as if you can hear the birdsong of the mountains and the streams singing softly, which is refreshing and relaxing to the mind. Immediately afterward, the scene shifted and the figure of a swordsman appeared in the landscape. He was dressed in plain clothes, holding a long sword, with an upright posture, and his eyes revealed determination and unyieldingness. The tip of the sword was lightly tapped, and the sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky, displaying extraordinary sword skills and chivalry. The scene then switches to an image of a confidant. He sat on top of the mountain, playing the zither and singing. The sound of the zither was melodious, resonating with the landscape, as if it could touch one's heartstrings. The soulmate and the swordsman, one martial arts and one literary, mirror each other, and together they interpret the legendary stories in the Jianghu. Finally, the entire big screen was occupied by a vast scene of the Jianghu. The rivers and lakes were full of wind and clouds, with heroes emerging in various sects in constant strife. But in the midst of this chaos, there is also true friendship, deep love, and noble faith. Swordsman and soulmate, hand in hand in the Jianghu, face challenges and difficulties together, writing their own legendary chapter. A new chorus begins with unchanged lyrics, but this time the vocal tone is soft as hell, unlike the previous stumble. It was as if it was reminiscing, it was longing, it was tenderness in the midst of the jungle. In vain I leave the bright moon to remember the past. Warm wine meets the soul. Ask how many on earth can know me. The 3-foot they felt that free and unrestrained Jianghu atmosphere, but also felt that deep loneliness and longing. All alone in the pale world. La 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 la. As the last 3 words of the sentence fell, the rousing drumbeat started again. It was as if people saw us, who was unyielding and would rise again for the ideal in his heart no matter how. You really don't say, the sword immortal on the stage really fulfills all my fantasies. No, Xiaoshen hasn't heard a thing since the voice finals, doesn't care about his fans at all, just writes songs for other people, right? Upstairs has a point, I'll go to the bib to scold Natsujin after watching the show in a while. Dog head. Ha ha ha, laugh your ass off, Natsujin, don't think I'm not there, I'm actually there all the time. At the judges' table, the 4. With Zhang Tianling's affirmation, the atmosphere of the scene once again reached a climax. The audience also discussed it as they heard it. Indeed, the crowd was filled with anticipation for Sword Immortal's strength at the moment. Though most people think it's just Lin Xia's songs that add to Kenshin's luster. But Kenshin's excellence in the game is equally not to be overlooked, only its light is perhaps overshadowed by the brilliance of the song and stands out less. Zhang Tianming's words undoubtedly added more certainty and anticipation to Sword Immortal's path to advancement. I'm curious, how did Mr. Lin Xia come up with the idea of blending the 2 very different styles of Chinese style and rock? The host asked curiously. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the Sword Immortal on the stage with gazes of anticipation and curiosity. Now everyone defaulted to the fact that Sword Immortal had a very good relationship with Lin Xia, or else they wouldn't have been able to come up with this kind of work to help Sword Immortal. At this moment Lin Xia is really being asked, you ask me what I think? I sat down and thought about it, what else could I think? Besides, it's Lin Xia you're asking, what's it got to do with me, Sword Fairy? It just seems hard to go down now without saying something about the scene. Lin Xia thought for a moment and spoke, thank you to the judges and teachers for their affirmation, and thank you to every listener for their love. In fact, the birth of the song Know Me was a spiritual baptism for me. It is not only a work that Mr. Lin Xia and I created together, but also a profound exploration of our understanding of this world, life, and emotions. Sincerity and contemplation shone in Kenshin's eyes as he continued. In this chaotic world, we are all looking for that person who can understand ourselves and know ourselves. And Know Me is like a bridge that connects every lonely soul, allowing us to find resonance in our songs and feel each other's presence. Kenshin's voice, though specially processed, was inexplicably warm and firm, and he gently bowed to the surroundings, expressing his inner gratitude. As Sword Fairy's words fell, the big screen lit up again. This time it shows a moving picture, mountains, lakes and seas, sunrise and sunset, fishing in a lonely boat, playing the piano under the moon. Each image is full of poetry and philosophy, complementing the lyrics of Knowing Me, which makes you feel like you are in a transcendental wonderland. The crowd rose to their feet and applauded and cheered for Kenshin. But at the moment the judges and jury members on the scene were in trouble. Very torn, not a good day to vote in their opinion as everyone is arguably very good. The moderator controlled the stage and interacted with the 4 judges and jury members in a heated discussion. 15 minutes later, a group of singers gathered within the backstage hall. Optimus Prime took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lin Xia and gave a thumbs up, excellent work, well sung, the national style rock really opened my eyes. Lin Xia was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that this old-timer in the rock circle would give himself such a high evaluation, and I was still somewhat flattered in my heart. You know, Optimus Prime didn't even interact with them much last issue. Actually, every musician is constantly trying to push their boundaries, and I'm really honored to receive your recognition. Lin Xia smiled and responded. Mr. Jian Xian is polite. This song Knowing Me has shown me the infinite possibilities of music, it's really great. Optimus Prime's hearty laugh echoed in the background, causing the singers to look sideways. The singing was really good. Mr. Plant exclaimed from the sidelines, at the moment it feels like you're the only one who can sing this song, but I'm now even more curious about how Lin Xia's brain grows, it's all combined together, amazing. Chapter 46, Unexpected? Yes, Mr. Lin Xia's creativity is always so original and breathtaking. Kenshin smiled and nodded, but in reality, he was still a little embarrassed. The thing about praising yourself in front of everyone. What, I say, besides being a bit shameful, it's still. Although his performances were often eye-popping, the lack of vocals was always an insurmountable obstacle. The poet laughed bitterly as he nodded his head, as if he had expected it, knowing very well himself that he was already very lucky to have made it to the second round. Here is the 4th place. Mr. Plant. The director looked over at Mr. Plant, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Mr. Plant shrugged slightly, but still had a big smile on his face and shouted, "It's okay, I'll be back for the next one." As soon as these words left his mouth, the crowd around him burst into laughter, infected by his optimism. Needless to say, Mr. Plant is definitely a pro when it comes to creating a fun atmosphere. However, the problem with Mr. Plant's slide down the rankings this time around is mostly the song selection. Although he managed to pick up the baton from Optimus Prime and deliver an extremely impressive performance, the more rousing tracks were clearly preferred in such an arena with a competitive atmosphere. The atmosphere on the field became tense as everyone looked forward to the top 3 places. 3rd place, Kim Gradual Layer. The director shouted out. Kim Gradient looked a little surprised, but quickly regained her composure as she smiled and thanked everyone for their support. 2nd place, Optimus Prime. The director said excitedly. Optimus Prime had a satisfied smile on his face as he waved to the group. Finally, the director took a deep breath and solemnly announced, the 1st place winner of this installment, Sword Fairy. Kenshin stood up with a confident smile on his face. He honored the other contestants. Chapter 47, still number 1. The crowd's eyes coincidentally converged on Sword Immortal. It's all in the words. Yen Liwen loudly announced Sword Immortal's glory. Teacher Sword Immortal has won a total of 701 votes for this contest, crowned with glory once again. Lin Xia rose and gave a slight bow to the crowd. You all are obliged. The crowd laughed and applauded, and no one became dissatisfied. Meanwhile, the poet and the flower fairy step onto the stage, ready to unveil their mystery. There is no discrepancy between everyone's guesses as to the true identity of the flower fairy. Instead, the reveal of the poet's identity left the crowd in awe. It turned out that the poet was actually a master comedian known for his excellent impersonations and virtuoso performances, and his name was Tian Xiaoshang. As the true identities of the flower fairy and the poet were revealed, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, and the mood of the audience was pushed to a new climax. The lights focused on the two singers who took off their disguises and showed their true colors, with love and reluctance for the stage shining in their eyes. The host stood by with a warm smile on his face, knowing full well that this moment meant a lot to all involved. Let's once again give a warm round of applause to Mr. Fong Nan and Mr. Tian Xiaoxing for their exciting renditions. Each of their performances is a reflection of their endless love and pursuit of music. The applause subsided, but the atmosphere remained warm. The host turned the tables and continued, "Tonight, we have witnessed countless touches and surprises, but the stage of King of Masked Singer never lacks challenges and unknowns. In the next installment, we will welcome brand new fill-in singers. What kind of shock and emotion will they bring us? Stay tuned." As the host's words fell, the lights on the stage gradually dimmed, signaling the successful conclusion of the episode. However, for the audience, this musical feast has only just begun. They walked out of the venue with great anticipation, already guessing in their hearts which mysterious singer would appear in the next installment and what kind of auditory feast they would bring. Meanwhile, backstage, the contestants were preparing to leave amidst mutual encouragement and well wishes. Sword Immortal, Golden Gradient Layer, Optimus Prime and others came forward to shake hands and hug Tian Xiaoxing and Fong Nan, expressing their respect and reluctance to leave them. Although there are winners and losers in the competition, everyone is a witness to each other's growth on this stage. The night was low and the stars dotted the city's silhouette. The second installment of King of Masked Singer has come to an end, but the buzz on the internet has not abated and the heat continues to rise. The comments from netizens have come in like a tidal wave, and the buzz about tonight's game on social media platforms is heating up. The appearance of the fill-in singer Kim Gradual Layer in this installment has sparked widespread speculation among netizens. Her unique singing style and breathtaking performances quickly attracted a large number of viewers who otherwise knew nothing about her to become her loyal fans. Kenshin's fans were naturally ecstatic. Screenshots of him taking the #1 spot once again were posted with all sorts of compliments, as if the entire cyberspace was occupied by his moving music. Every single one of Jin Xian's fans coincidentally went to leave a message under the scarf that predicted the rankings, with a variety of messages. "Prophet, show yourself. Come and receive our sword salute. Where are those former doubters? Stand up and face our sword fairy." Ha, what a laugh. Tonight's Sword Immortal is simply handsome. Although not his real name Sword Immortal, he is better than Sword Immortal himself. With the golden body falling apart, tonight's rankings are a real mess. In view of the live previous predictions are based on rational analysis, so it did not attract the siege of the brainless black powder, mostly just between the netizens of the relaxed banter. However, there is still a portion of netizens who do not have a favorable opinion of Jian Xian, expressing their displeasure and questioning. Celebrating with champagne at halftime? Giving dude the whole laugh. I don't understand what you guys are screaming about. Are you complacent just because Lin Xiao's song is hot? Who says it isn't? This is what Heavenly King Zhang used to say, so what new tricks are you guys arguing about? Kenshin's fans were both amused to witness this. They thought to themselves, these people are too good at distorting the facts. Obviously Zhang Tianming didn't mean those words at that time, but now they were actually taken out of context and interpreted. This behavior is simply laughable. However, they also understand that for those who are deliberately looking for trouble, any explanation is futile. So they decided not to tangle with these people any longer, choosing instead to remain silent and let time tell. After all, really good works and singers will eventually be recognized and loved by everyone. And those who try to elevate themselves by maligning others will eventually be reviled. In this atmosphere, people can't help but start looking forward to the next installment of King of Masked Singer. Internet speculation about the new replacement singer is even more varied, with all kinds of gossip flying around. Some have speculated that it could be one of the veteran divas, while others think that perhaps it's a new generation of potential singers. However, regardless of the speculation, the audience's love for the music and anticipation for the stage remained constant. Chapter 48, Live Streaming? Meanwhile, fans of various singers present a peaceful gesture on the internet. Optimus Prime's fans are slightly saddened, but more than anything, they give him unwavering support and encouragement. As for Mr. Plant, even though he didn't rank as well as expected, we can all understand that, after all, this issue was truly a masterful and competitive one. Overall, fan relations between several of the contestants were mostly harmonious and cordial, and not much controversy arose on the internet as a result. The only point of contention is Kenson. Because the other contestants on stage are all market-tested classics, through their reinterpretation, naturally, for the audience to bring a unique audio-visual enjoyment. Jian Xian, on the other hand, he chose Lin Xia's new songs as the melody on stage every time, which couldn't help but make some of his stubborn fans think that he was just dominating with the freshness of his new songs. As for the identity of the next fill-in singer, it has stirred up endless thoughts and speculations among netizens. Some have speculated that it could be the return of a certain powerhouse vocalist who hasn't been seen in a long time. Others are looking forward to seeing more crossover singers to add unlimited possibilities to the King of Masked Singers stage. In any case, the enthusiasm and anticipation of the audience has certainly injected a constant stream of life and vitality into the program. In addition, Lin Xia's scarf also suffered a lot of fans' warm attention and discussion. Dog thief. I don't see your people every day, I don't care about us fans, right? I didn't realize that if I wanted to see you nowadays, I could only listen to the Sword Fairy sing your songs. Please, come out and show yourself, hiding and defending your brother? And by the time Lin Xia witnessed these messages, it was already early the next morning. Lin Xia was sitting in front of her computer at home, the corner of her mouth inadvertently sketched out a light smile, and her eyes glittered with warmth. He perused each message one by one, his heart filled with deep emotion. In recent times, he did devote himself to the recording of King of Masked Singer and had no time to interact with his fans. Although he was always active in the public eye, people did not associate the identity of Kensen with him. Lin Xia sat quietly at the table, deep in thought. It's not complicated to get back to interacting with your followers, all you have to do is simply reply to a few comments on Twitter or post a dynamic. However, Lin Xia was unwilling to do so. Such a move would appear to lack sincerity, and he was unwilling to perfume his supporters in such a way. Therefore, how to conduct business interactions appropriately has become a crucial issue. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia resolutely decided to call Li Tianhe. After all, professional advice should be sought on specialized issues. The phone was quickly connected, and Li Tianhe's slightly tired but still spirited voice came from the other end. Hello, Lin Xia? What's the matter so early in the morning? Lin Xia let out a light laugh and replied, Brotherly, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but there is indeed something I want to discuss with you. Oh? Tell me, what is it that makes you so anxious? Li Tianhe's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Lin Xia then went over the overwhelming response from fans on the internet last night and his own confusion about how to better interact with them. After hearing this, Li Tianhe was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking about something. Lin Xia, I know you're deeply attached to your fans and don't want to deal with them with a simple reply. Tell you what, I have a suggestion. Li Tianhe's voice had a bit more seriousness in it. We can plan an online live broadcast or a small fan meeting. This will allow you to communicate with your fans face to face and show your sincerity, while also allowing them to feel your heart. Lin Xia's eyes lit up, thinking that this proposal was very good. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? A live stream or a meet and greet would keep the mystery alive while still letting the fans feel my presence. It's worthy of you, Li. That's of course. Li Tianhe smiled proudly. However, the specific planning and execution still needs to be arranged by our team. Is the time set for this week? Yes, let's set it for this week. It's really troublesome for you, Li. Lin Xia said with gratitude. The two then talked for a long time about the details of the matter. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xia's mood became much lighter. Let's just say the pros live up to their name. He even considered this detail of why he hadn't shown his face for a long time, just in case someone with a heart of gold guessed the identity of the sword immortal towards him. In that case, when he finally revealed his face, the effect would undoubtedly be much worse, and although he had deliberately changed his voice, there was always nothing wrong with being careful. Li Tianhe purposely asked him to cooperate in releasing a microblog to officially join Starlight Entertainment, and the same approach was taken on his side. This would satisfactorily explain why the songs have been heard but not seen in recent times. In the same vein, this provides just the right opportunity to announce the upcoming live interactive event this week. Lin Xia acted quickly and contacted Lin Yuexin to start preparing matters related to the live broadcast. That afternoon, a brand new dynamic appeared on Lin Xia's scarf. It's been a long time, dear ones. Thank you for your continued support and companionship. In order to hear your voices more directly and feel your passion, I've decided to organize an online live broadcast this Wednesday at 8 p.m. to communicate with you face to face. At the same time, I officially announce my joining Starlight Entertainment. At the same time, Starlight Entertainment's official media also released a dynamic. Officially welcome Mr. Lin Xia to join Starlight Entertainment. We'll walk hand in hand together in the future. Wednesday night at 8 p.m., we won't see you there. The news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up layers of ripples. This is Seeing Our Comments. Dog thief, you're still willing to come back? No dude, you're a guy, what are you whimpering about? Lin Xia husband loves me. Very, very much looking forward to staying. It's not going to be the old-fashioned way, on the link, is it? I'm feeling a little hungover, cutting leaks already? What's wrong with you upstairs? That's Starlight Entertainment. Starlight Entertainment with a diva in attendance. It wouldn't do such a thing. Yes, and I'm sure Natsujin won't either. Laugh your ass off, don't you care what's sitting around, isn't it profitable? It's only been a while, and you're getting ready to cut a crop. Anyway, we'll see when the time comes. Definitely not. Although this has had a bad rap, fans have continued to retweet and comment, expressing their excitement and anticipation. Some fans are already counting down the days, while others are busy calling out to their friends on social media to invite more. You won't be able to leave today's broadcast without a couple new songs. Say, how come you suddenly joined Starlight Entertainment? Good boy, not showing up for a while, I guess he just went to discuss the contract, didn't he? Husband. Lin Xia looked at the pop-ups rolling across the screen, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile, and a gentle light flickered in her eyes. Lin Xia smiled and said slowly, it seems that everyone has been waiting for me for a really long time. First of all, I would like to say sorry for this period of absence. But, please believe that every disappearance is a return for the better. As for joining Starlight Entertainment, it's a fresh start for me and a new challenge of sorts. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became even more enthusiastic. Put a sign on my husband. Agreed, a little gift to show for it. Walk up, get information. Exposed? Starting to cut, huh? Laughing little black boy, the summer gods have given the gift function off, you tell me what's exposed? And really give it a shutdown? No, I've got my money all charged up in advance and you're telling me I'm not allowed to give it away? The audience in the live broadcast room were simply stunned to see this scene, the first time to see the opening of the broadcast do not want a gift. For a time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were as crazy as a tidal wave, with hundreds of pop-ups crossing over almost every second. Don't worry everyone, there's definitely a chance for gifts. Lin Xia revealed a wry smile, but we have to wait first, there's an even more exciting program behind us. Fans sniffed and speculated curiously. Is it going to be a raffle? Or do you want to send an autographed picture? Whatever it is, as long as it's from the summer god, I like it. Lin Xia smiled without saying anything and signaled the staff to move a large box in front of the camera. This is the giveaway session I was talking about, only it's from me to you all, and it's filled with little surprises I've got in store for you all. Oh. He purposely sold out, prompting fans to swipe. Li Tianhe, who was sitting on the sidelines quietly watching this scene, couldn't help but have a helpless smile appear at the corner of his mouth. When Lin Xia suggested to him to turn off the gift-giving function, he was initially quite puzzled, mistaking it for a fear that the company would take a cut. He immediately took the position that he deserved whatever he received. However, Lin Xia responded with his warm smile, usually, it's always our fans who silently support us, and today, it's my turn to give back to them for once. Whenever he recalled these words, Li Tianhe was overwhelmed with emotion. From this nuance, it was enough to prove that his choice was not wrong, and Lin Xia was undoubtedly able to climb to the top. He will surely conquer the stage and all people with his unique charm and talent, and become the target of countless people. Lin Xia didn't rush into the next segment, but patiently responded to the questions in the pop-ups. Whether it was a discussion about music or a concern about his personal life, he answered them all, showing an unprecedented sincerity and intimacy. Lin Xia's live broadcast room was bustling with activity at the moment, and he smiled as he announced that he was going to randomly invite viewers to chat on the microphone, a proposal that immediately ignited the passion of the pop-up screen. The viewers on the mic started all kinds of whole jobs. Some imitated celebrities, some told cold jokes, and some even sang impromptu songs. The entire live broadcast room was filled with laughter, and Lin Xia was amused by these lovely viewers. It was in the midst of this joyous atmosphere that a special voice quietly rang out. Hey, can Natsujin hear me? The girl's voice sounded pleasant and melodious, but a faint trace of exhaustion passed unnoticed in her voice. The crowd in the live room swiped up at the sound of a girl's voice. Missy has a nice voice. Lin Xia is also getting better and is able to have female fans. Dog head. Does Missy have a boyfriend? If so, mind having one more? Hahaha, die laughing, but seriously, Missy's voice sounds a little tired, huh? The girl on the mic witnessed this passionate scene, and in her heart she couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless, and for a moment, didn't know how. Chapter 50, Questioning. She opened up to Lin Xia about her time in the bustling city. Those days of hard work, those late nights of loneliness and longing, and those feelings of both anticipation and confusion about the future. The scrolling of the pop-ups on the live feed gradually slowed down. Lin Xia listened quietly, an unspeakable emotion welling up in her heart. He felt the girl's strength and difficulty, as if he also saw countless people like her quietly struggling in the city. I am afraid that this is the epitome of countless dream chasers, and how could he not be a member of this dream-chasing army in his previous life? He was going to sing his song for this girl, but also for the countless people who feel anxious. Although this song was not part of the plan for the day, Lin Xia thought it was worth it. System, redeemed the song if the moon hadn't come. Ding! It's been successfully redeemed and sent, please check. Lin Xia smiled with a gentle glint in her eyes and said, Nanan, don't go away on the mic, I'll give you a surprise later. After saying that, he picked up a pen and paper aside, buried his head and did not know what he was writing, after writing and then immediately got up and left the camera. This scene caused the crowd in the live broadcast room to be a bit puzzled, and there was a lot of chatter. What is the summer god up to? Why did you leave all of a sudden? Yeah, it's not going to the bathroom, is it? Ha ha. Couldn't have written a song on the spot and taken an instrument, could you? You don't say, you really don't say. Surely not, it's only been a few minutes? 5 minutes to write a song, right? I'm a fan of the summer god, I wouldn't even dare to blow it like that. Ah, yes, it's just that novels wouldn't dare to write like that, 5 minutes a song, it's too much. If you sing in a while, I guess you can only sing what you've prepared in advance, didn't you say there's a new song? Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. So what's this for? Running away? Dog's head. Don't talk nonsense, the summer god must have his. Lin Xia, this was really written by you in a few minutes? Li Tianhe's voice contained both shock and admiration as he looked up at Lin Xia, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Xia gently nodded her head, confidence and gentleness shining in her eyes. Yes, I want to send this song for that girl who is struggling in the city, and for all those who feel lost and tired on the road to chasing their dreams. Music, sometimes is the best solace for the soul. Li Tianhe took a deep breath, he looked at Lin Xia and nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll go and arrange for the band teacher to familiarize himself with this piece, give me 10 minutes. Originally, Lin Xia was just going to sing a new song tonight, so the band teacher had been on standby in a nearby room. It's a new tune, but 10 minutes is enough time for a professional first-class band to perform a simple matching accompaniment. Lin Xia looked at Li Tianhe's back as he left, his heart filled with anticipation and emotion for the song. If the Moon Never Comes, a song he heard by chance in his previous life, but which touched his heart deeply. It is about not only the regret of love, but also the deep desire for peace and warmth in the hustle and bustle of the city. Lin Xia believes that this song can bring a touch of solace to Nanan, and to all those who struggle in the city. With Li Tianhe's departure, the staff at the scene began to get busy, making final preparations for the upcoming surprise. Lin Xia, on the other hand, returned to the live broadcast room, facing the camera with an unspeakable firmness and gentleness on his face. Everyone has been waiting for a long time, Lin Xia said with a smile. Next, I would like to bring you a special song. It was just composed by me for Miss Nanan and all of my friends. I hope this song can bring you some warmth and strength. Only now we need everyone to wait a little while for our band teacher to come by later. When these words came out, the live broadcast instantly exploded. It's not Shagami, it's really not necessary, is it? Really kind of misjudged you. It seems that people with great talent don't always have good character. Natsujin, you take back your remarks now, we can pretend we didn't hear it just now. I'm really speechless, from the time I put pen to paper to the time I get up, it's only 5 minutes in total, who can believe you just wrote it? Either this young lady on the mic is a trust, discussing in advance the whole such a drama for us all to see. Tourism possible, just now I went to look at Miss Sister's homepage works, she started to share her daily working life in Magic City since 2 years ago. I don't believe it when she started to lay out 2 years in advance. Okay, then I'll see what level this just written song of yours is. If you want to act, we'll act with you. Chapter 51, If the Moon Doesn't Come. Nanan, who was still on the mic, looked a bit overwhelmed at the sight. Writing a new song in 5 minutes seemed a bit impossible to her. But looking at Lin Xia, who had a gentle smile on her face, her heart somehow subconsciously began to believe Lin Xia's words. In the face of the sudden skepticism and mockery in the live broadcast room, Lin Xia's eyes were unusually firm and did not waver in the slightest. Thank you all for your concern. I know it may be unbelievable to say this, but music for me is a momentary blossoming of inspiration and a sincere outpouring of emotion. Tonight, I want to prove with practical actions that the magic of music lies in its ability to transcend time and hit the heart. Lin Xia's voice was gentle and powerful, reaching every audience member's ears through the screen. The wait seemed to be stretched out, every second filled with anticipation and anxiety. Finally, Li Tianhe hurriedly returned with the band teachers, their faces wearing a nervous yet excited look. The band members quickly took their positions and began tuning their instruments in preparation for the unexpected challenge. Seeing this, Lin Xia gently picked up his guitar and adjusted the intonation, then looked at Nanan in the screen, and all the people waiting for him. Nanan, and everyone in the live room, this is a song I prepared especially for you. If the moon didn't come, I hope you guys like it. As Lin Xia's gentle guitar intro sounded, the rest of the backing vocals followed, and the entire broadcast room seemed to be surrounded by a warm force. The wind blew over the mountains and the ship docked. Landscape a little look. I'll go north, you go south. Stories, a flip. His voice is gentle and magnetic, and every note is like a direct hit on people's hearts, awakening emotions that have been hidden by busy lives. However, some viewers of the live stream weren't buying it. Yeah, it's pretty good, it's a new song, and then what? That's what you wrote on the spot? Does this have anything to do with the other lady? Heck, laugh and don't say a word. What's your hurry, it's only the beginning. Lin Xia did not pay any attention to it, and the singing changed, continuing to chant in a tone that was mixed with feelings of helplessness. So annoying, working late again. You took the empty swing, the subway is at the end of the line. It's so annoying to be very much in love and yet be separated. Relationship talk doesn't get it. It's so annoying, it's so hard to approach the ideal. And yet it's still hard to see how to embrace the blandness. If, most difficult to get consummation. Might as well choose to be frank. The songs are melodic, the lyrics are simple yet true, and each line feels like it's hitting the listener directly in the heart. The viewers in the live broadcast room, the corners of their mouths unconsciously raised a smile, as if the song precisely sang the resonance of their hearts, so that people couldn't help but feel affection and recognition. Lin Xia's vocals turned back to being soft and ethereal. If the moon is not yet here. Streetlights can also shine on windowsills. Shine on the white camellias blooming slightly. If the morning breeze hasn't come yet. Even the evening breeze can blow into your arms. Blowing the gentle swaying of the shadows of the trees in that field. With Lin Xia's vocals, it's not just a song, it's more like a narrative. Ugh, I have to say the writing is really, really good. Yes, listening to the song the mind unconsciously starts to recall the times when I used to fight and struggle. Back then I was very poor, because of this my girlfriend's family did not agree to our marriage, and finally had no choice but to break up, and now I have everything stabilized, but I cannot get her back. I've never denied Natsujan's talent, and I'm a fan of his, I just can't figure out why it has to be said that it was written now. It doesn't matter if it's written now at this point, we're just here to listen to the song, aren't we? Right at this moment, a brand new melody quietly rang out, and the viewers in the live broadcast room instantly widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. What exactly did they hear? Is it rap? Isn't this a joke? For a long time, rap music has been accompanied by some negative reviews and stereotypes, favored by only a few. Is it really appropriate to sing rap for this occasion? Only Lin Xia's soft but firm power-containing voice echoed within the live broadcast room. Her Bluetooth stereo is a couple dozen bucks and plays rewind on a loop. Leaning on the porch ledge, was eating slightly cold takeout. A girl who was hell-bent on staying in Mordor from a small town. How do I describe it? Her frustrated state. The crowd was shocked. Is this still rap? Is rap that good? And when that phrase, a girl from a small town who was bent on staying in Mordor, was said, everyone just felt an instant tingle in their scalp. The thousands of pop-up messages that were surging like a tidal wave every second, unexpectedly came to a sudden halt at that moment, followed by a more surging wave of information. I really believe you when you say it's written now. Off the charts, I got goosebumps the second this rap came out. 5 minutes? A song of that quality? My mom asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone. From now on, I'll be the #1 fan of the summer god. I'll believe even if the god of Xia says he's the first emperor of Qin. The atmosphere in the live room gradually shifted as the song progressed. The initial skepticism and mockery faded away, replaced by a screen full of admiration and emotion. The song continues. Looking out over the high-rise CBD. Where is her habitat? The shared rental house is a few square meters. She has someone who remembers her birthday. The future is always far away. The pressures of life are even more breathless. Why at the age of a flower? It's not easy to go through so much. The audience was impressed by Lin Xia's talent, the live streaming pop-ups were full of admiration, and some even started sharing their own stories that resonated with the song. Cluelessly moving forward. Stumbling but not being able to cry out in pain. Don't dare to wish for love so easily. Nor can it be easily self-moved. Moon you don't understand. How much a sixpence weighs anyway? That bus to the hometown. Appeared in her dreams again. The lyrics are simple but straight from the heart, and Lin Xia's singing is a perfect interpretation of this emotion. The pop-ups in the live streaming room boiled over again, but this time, it was more moving and resonant. It's so good. Natsujin's songs always hit the heart. This song reminds me of the days when I was struggling alone in a foreign land, and it's really touching. Nanan, do you hear that? The summer god is singing for you. Ooh, so enviable, first time I've seen a star write a song for a fan personally. Nanan sat in front of her computer, tears slipping down involuntarily. Chapter 52, Surprise Gift. She never imagined that one of her chance streaks would result in such a precious gift. Lin Xia's songs seemed to light a lamp for her, allowing her to find her way in her loneliness and confusion. The accompaniment faded, and Lin Xia slowly spoke the lyrics in an almost sighing tone. The pillow was pulled hard by her tears were flowing. I don't know if I'm going to leave or stay next year after this year. The hazy moonlight swept over the tear stains her face green. The evening breeze blew through the window and the camellias actually bloomed. Under Lin Xia's interpretation, the song seems to have life, and it makes people feel the difficulty of struggling in the city, as well as that desire and longing for a better life. As the last round of the chorus slowly sounded, Lin Xia's voice was as gentle as moonlight as it sprinkled the entire broadcast room. If the moon is not yet here. Streetlights can also shine on windowsills. Shine on the white camellias blooming slightly. If the morning breeze hasn't come yet. Even the evening breeze can blow into your arms. Blowing the gentle swaying of the shadows of the trees in that field. Blowing the gentle swaying of the shadows of the trees on that ground. As the song ended, Lin Xia looked at the screen again, his eyes filled with warmth and encouragement. No matter how hard the road ahead may be, remember that you are not alone. We are all here, cheering you on and applauding you. Because in this world, there is always a light that will illuminate the path ahead for you. As the words fell, the entire broadcast audience cheered, and the staff in the room gave a standing ovation. Lin Xia likewise rose and bowed deeply to the crowd. Somewhere in a villa. The light poured down softly, illuminating the room. The heavenly king Zhang Tianming sat on the comfortable sofa, holding his cell phone in his hand, his eyes fixed on the live broadcast image on the screen, a shocked expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief and awe, as if he had seen something jaw-dropping. Zhang Tianming was already curious about Lin Xia. After all, the new songs that Sword Immortal sang in every installment came from him. That's why he took the time to come over today to see what this young songwriter has to offer. However, what was happening in front of him shocked and confused him. In just 5 minutes, Lin Xia had actually created a masterpiece. Such speed is unbelievable and unbelievable. For Zhang Tianming, it is not impossible to complete an excellent piece in such a short period of time. But the prerequisite is a very high level of talent, deep accumulation of experience, but also add just the right timing and environmental factors. All of these conditions are indispensable in order to achieve such an amazing speed of creation. At this moment, Zhang Tianming slowly put down the cell phone in his hand, his eyes showing complex emotions. He both marveled at how talented Lin Xia was and seemed to be thinking about something. He understands that in this competitive music scene, talent is important, but opportunity is equally indispensable. And with this performance, Lin Xia was certainly announcing his arrival to the crowd, and in an almost shocking way. He could already foresee the hot headlines and hot topics tonight. And, the news will undoubtedly cause an uproar in the music industry. It's not that the lyrics or the melody are flawless, but it's the talent that goes into creating a song in those 5 minutes that is truly breathtaking. As for whether it was prepared in advance or created on the spot, that was something he could still tell. It's really a fearful later generation. Zhang Tianming muttered, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop as if he was pondering on some important decision. As a Heavenly King-level singer, he had seen too many talented young people, but like Lin Xia, there were very few who could create such a heart-touching work in a short period of time. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated with a message from his manager, Tianming. Did you watch Lin Xia's live broadcast? This young man is not simple, should we consider? Zhang Tianming smiled faintly and replied, of course, such a talent cannot be missed. But it's not time yet, let's take a look at it. Meanwhile, in Lin Xia's live broadcast room, the atmosphere was still warm. And Nanan, the girl who was silently weeping on the other end of the screen, had long ago silently disconnected from the connection. She wiped away her tears and smiled a long-lost smile. She knew that no matter what the future held for her, she would persevere, because in this world, there would always be those who were willing to light the way forward for her. Thank you everyone, I really appreciate your support and encouragement. Lin Xia's voice was warm and sincere through the microphone. I will continue to work hard and create more good works to give back to everyone. After he finished speaking, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, then he gently nodded, signaling the staff to push the things over. Within moments, it was just a crew pushing a box in front of the camera. The viewers in the live broadcast room had started to get curious, and they were staring at the screen with wide eyes, trying to guess what exactly was inside from the limited images. Is this the start of the lottery? So curious what's inside. Generally speaking, it should just be some autographed photos or peripherals or something, right? I have a feeling it's not. If it was, it couldn't have been so mysterious. One even jokingly typed, original flavor. Original flavor. I want the original. Sisters upstairs? Laughing my ass off, that's BT. Looking at the many speculations on the public screen, Lin Xia smiled slightly. He gently opened the box, and inside wasn't a so-called autographed picture or an expensive gift. Instead, it was an exquisite notebook, each with a handwritten note on the cover, to everyone who has grown up with me. This is my handwritten lyrics book, documenting bits and pieces of my songwriting process, plus my handwritten draft of the song I just wrote as a gift to everyone tonight. I don't think there's anything more representative of my heart than these. Laughing to death, this is obviously a new song that Xiaoshen hasn't released yet, it's a hook for us. Everyone hold on, don't fall for it. And then when the time comes, you'll hear it for yourself, won't you? I see right through you. One thing I'm particularly curious about right now is what kind of relationship teacher Jianxian has with the summer god, to the point where he writes a new song for every installment. The pack wears one pair of pants, whoever goes out and wears them, the base is full of them. Dog's head. Sure. The king of masked singer backstage lounge. Lin Xia looked at the varied discussions on the internet, smiled slightly, and gently turned her cell phone off. Xiaodia was still chirping away, pinching shoulders and handing over water. Teacher Jianxian, the summer god is really handsome. You two are so close, can you get me a notebook too? I can't believe I didn't draw one, damn it. If the laptop doesn't work, even ask me for an autographed picture. Lin Xia nodded helplessly, why haven't I seen you so enthusiastic before? Nowadays, there are many praises for him on the internet, however, under the name of Sword Immortal, there is still no lack of skepticism just borrowing the momentum of the new song, but his strength is just mediocre. If he accidentally flipped his car one day, the overwhelming negative comments would threaten to overwhelm him like a tidal wave. And whenever he releases a new song, it always triggers a lot of bloggers to cover it, and he is steadily at the top of the music charts, and the scenery is endless. However, there were always those bloggers who covered his songs while taking the opportunity to smear him as a way to gain eyeballs, which made Lin Xia feel unhappy. So, Lin Xia prepared a king bomb today, Moonlight. It's the same Moonlight that has a melodic twist and turn and wraps around the beam 15 times in 3 words. Someone questioned his singing ability? How about you try another one today after he sings? And now, when Moonlight came out, Lin Xia secretly laughed in his heart. Once the song comes out, for a while it could be said that all eyes were focused on the stage. Only to see Sword Immortal gently raise his hand, signaling the band to get ready, the entire scene instantly quieted down, only waiting for the sound of that first note. The prelude to Moonlight flows out slowly, and the sound of the bamboo flute is like the gentlest moonlight in the night sky, gently shedding on everyone's heart. Lin Xia's voice followed. Moonlight colors, women's fragrances. Tears break the sword, how long the love is. How much it hurts, no words to think about. Forget you oi. His voice was clear and penetrating, and every word was like a carefully crafted work of art that hit home. The 4 judges each had a knowing smile in their eyes the moment they looked at each other. They all understood in their hearts that today's Sword Fairy was not just here to sing, but it was also a demonstration of skill. The quality of the song itself, naturally, is impeccable, maintaining Lin Xia's usual high standard of excellence. But what made them marvel even more was the skill embedded in the song, especially that last word, where Sword Immortal accomplished multiple transitions with amazing skill, leaving everyone in the room awestruck. And those few short lines of the song filled the crowd with emotion and imagery that conjured up a deeply emotional and slightly sad scene. A quiet and beautiful night, the moonlight is like water, gently sprinkling, while a gentle and beautiful woman is mourning alone under the moon, thinking of her beloved. And this beloved had to make difficult choices or sacrifices for various reasons, and the pain in his heart was so deep that it could not be expressed in words, but could only be borne in silence. After experiencing deep pain and struggle, he chose to forget as a way to free himself briefly. Open your mouth and kneel, brother. No, just now I think I heard something extraordinary. The last word Sword Immortal actually sang several transitions? I can only say one thing, if the summer god produces it, then it must be a fine product. But today Jianxian opened his mouth and these lines really amazed me. What about saying that people can't sing? Come out and get beaten. Chapter 53, 1,000 Turns. On stage, Kenson's song continues. Lonely souls, swinging in the wind. Who goes to think, infatuated man? This battlefield of red dust. 1,000 armies have who can be king. Lin Xia's skillful use of transitions and vibrato brings out the emotional layers of the song, making you feel as if you were under that bright moon, feeling the intertwining of loneliness and warmth. Everyone gazed at Sword Immortal, who sang with deep emotion on the stage, immersed in the poignant and moving melody. By the gradual rise of the tune, everyone knows that the chorus is coming, which at the same time is the essence of every song. The main song is already so amazing, how much more will the chorus part take off? The large screen in the center of the stage began to light up, reflecting a flowing picture that blended perfectly with Sword Immortal's song. The image of the old bridge, flowing water, and homes under the moonlight, as well as the lonely figure walking in the night, all tell the story behind the song. Lin Xia's right hand gripped the microphone so tightly that her fingertips were vaguely white because she had exerted herself too much. He took a deep breath. Tonight was make or break. Sure enough, not to be outdone, the chorus arrives as the drums join in. Past the barrier of love, who dares to break through? Looking at the bright moon, my heart grieves cool. 1,000 ancient hates, the wheel returns to taste. Eyes closed, who's the maddest? The impermanence of this world. Doomed to a lifetime of hurt for those who dare to love. That 1,000 turned, melodious and moving song tightly clasped everyone's heartstrings. At this moment, the entire scene seemed to be frozen in time, everyone's lips involuntarily opened wide, their hair stood up in sweat, and their eyes were filled with unbelievable shock and stagnation. 3 words of lyrics that twist and turn and win their way out 15 times, making it hard to believe that they came from a human being. 3 of the 4 judges, moreover, were so shocked by this sudden shock that they directly stood up from their seats. Whose ministry is this? Is he the judge or are we the judge? Originally thought that this is just a simple show of skill display of the sword fairy, I did not expect that this directly show off to the sky, which let them this group of mortals how to do? In contrast, although Zhang Tianming remained seated, his facial expression was no different from the crowd's, the shock and disbelief equally profound. Every time the camera captured the field, there was a stunned face. And the pop-ups in the live stream went wild. Me. Dropping. Mom. Was I not awake? I'm kneeling, I'm really kneeling, big brother Sword Immortal, take away the divine power. I admit that my voice was a bit loud before, and I was larded up to say that Kenshin's vocals weren't good, so I was really wrong. Is this a song that people can sing? For phrases that add up to a total of over 80 transitions. I declare Sword Immortal to be sealed as a god at this moment. Backstage in the contestants' lounge. The contestants, who might have been immersed in the atmosphere of preparation or tension, have now been broken by this sudden shock. The murmurs in all directions, as if a pot of boiling water, full of incredulity. This is not an opening? It's a straight-up opening for the field. Meanwhile, a certain fill-in singer, who had come out second in the draw, had quietly shattered. This is a game where whoever takes it now dies, whether it's the king or queen of the song, all beings are equal. As the song progressed, Lin Xia's singing became more and more devoted, his voice sometimes high and impassioned, sometimes low and gentle, like the waves under the moonlight, wave after wave impacted the listener's mind. Past the love barrier, who dares to break through? Looking at the bright moon, my heart is sad. 1,000 hates, a taste of reincarnation. Who's the craziest when his eyes are closed? The impermanence of this world. Doomed to a lifetime of hurt for those who dare to love. Sword Immortal's voice seemed to penetrate the boundaries of time and space at this moment, each note carrying a thick emotion that hit the softest part of the human heart. At the moment on the stage, Sword Fairy is like a magnet, firmly attracted the attention of all the people, every turn of the tone, the listener's heart with the ups and downs. As the last note fell, the entire studio fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. Lin Xia opened his eyes and looked towards the audience. There were countless pairs of eyes filled with respect, a recognition and affirmation of his strength. At this moment, all the doubts and prejudices vanished, and he proved everything with. At the judges' table, the comments of the 4 judges were unstinting in their praise. At this moment, this song has become art. Su Zhiyu excitedly stood up and exclaimed in admiration. Gu Yan followed closely behind and said, Sword Immortal, your song undoubtedly demonstrates an unattainable height of singing, and I'm afraid that the vast majority of singers would be hard-pressed to reach the caliber that you've demonstrated. When it was Mu Chen's turn, she didn't seem to have gotten over her shock. She only shook her head and said, there's no way for me to comment on this song anymore. What the 2 judges in front of me have to say is what I have to say. On the judges' bench, Zhang Tianming slowly stood up, his eyes filled with praise. Sword Immortal, you exceeded everyone's expectations. This song, you not only sang with that amazing skill, but you sang with soul, and I am honored to have witnessed this moment. His voice carried throughout the studio through the loudspeakers, capping off Lin Xia's performance. As the last vestiges of applause dissipated, the atmosphere in the studio remained warm and exciting. Lin Xia slowly walked off the stage, each step seemed unusually firm, as if that performance just now was not only an interpretation of the song, but also a firm oath to his own musical path. The game continues. The fill-in singer in the waiting area of the stage is silently shredding once more at the moment. Chapter 54, The Proper C-Seat. Lin Xia slowly stepped off the stage and into the backstage. The staff there, whether their hands are busy or not, all coincidentally give him a look full of respect. They knew deep down that tonight's stage undoubtedly belonged to Sword Immortal, the mysterious singer. He completely overwhelmed everyone in the room with his heart-piercing vocals. At the same time, the pop-ups in the webcast room tumbled like a tidal wave, each one filled with praises and marvels for Sword Immortal, as if they wanted to pour all the praises on the talented singer. Inside the backstage lounge, Xiaoya's cheeks were scarlet as she excitedly leapt to her feet and cheered loudly, Sword Immortal teacher. You are simply wonderful. Simply divine. We've won the championship once again. Before the words fell, Xiaoya seemed to realize that she was in the middle of a live broadcast at the moment, and hastily covered her mouth with her hand, looking slightly embarrassed. After all, the second singer had not yet taken the stage to sing, so perhaps her excited comments were a bit inappropriate. The audience in the live broadcast room witnessed this scene, and all of them laughed, and the atmosphere was instantly enlivened. However, no one in the audience disputed this. Because, not only did Xiaoya think so, even the hearts of the audience had already silently reserved tonight's champion's throne for Jian Xian. It should be noted that there are still 3 King of Song level contestants yet to be unveiled in tonight's match, which is an extremely rare situation in the past. With just one song, Moonlight, Jian Xian has managed to capture everyone's heart, and no matter which singer's fans, they have to admit at this moment that they are no longer capable of competing with them. When Lin Xia saw this, the corners of his mouth sketched out a bland smile, and there was both humility and confidence in his eyes that could not be ignored. He gently patted Sayaka's shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. Don't get excited, Xiaoya, this is just the beginning. Lin Xiao's words revealed a composure and atmosphere beyond his age, as if he had long been accustomed to such moments of public attention. However, to be honest, even Lin Xia himself didn't expect the song to be so shocking after it really all broke out. Thinking back to the days and nights he spent preparing for this song, all those moments of practicing over and over again, constant adjustments, and even self-doubt, are now transformed into a bright light on stage. But that's the beauty of music, it allows us to transcend ourselves and touch places that are normally unreachable. At that moment, Yan Leiwen slowly walked in with a satisfied smile on his face. Sword Immortal, your performance was a masterpiece. We've received enthusiastic feedback from many viewers, and this song will undoubtedly become a classic that will be sung for years to come. We are looking forward to the next race with great anticipation and believe you will continue to bring us more surprises and touches. Lin Xia couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise in his heart. After all, this was the first time he had seen the director personally step into the restroom during a contestant's performance. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and responded with a smile and a nod. Thank you for the director's affirmation and encouragement, I will definitely work harder and live up to expectations. Speech Levin smiled and nodded in agreement, then hurriedly left the lounge. It is important to realize that as the general director of King of Masked Singer, he is at his busiest time at the moment. However, he couldn't restrain his inner excitement, so he decided to come backstage to pay his respects to Kenshin in person. Admittedly, all because Kenshin's rendition of the song is so amazing that it will not only be engraved as a shining gem of the program, but will also be closely associated with his name. He asserted that, except for the top bigwigs in the circle who might dare to challenge the song, the rest of the singers would be hard to reach, and might not even be able to touch its threshold. Moreover, the uniqueness of the song is extremely remarkable, a uniqueness that will undoubtedly make it so closely tied to the program that it will be deeply etched in the hearts of the audience and become an unforgettable memory. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Speech Litvin. He knew the extraordinary value of the song and foresaw the tremendous impact it would have on the program. Therefore, even with his busy schedule, he resolutely decided to spare some time to have an in-depth conversation with Jianxian and expressed his love and appreciation for the song without mincing words. Others might not know anything about the Sword Immortal's identity, but how could he not? That's the much-hyped Lin Xia. Currently, it could be said that in the Chinese music world, apart from a few heavenly kings, Lin Xia was undoubtedly the hottest existence. The moment the Sword Immortal unveiled his mystery, he could hardly imagine what kind of uproar the entire network and even the entire entertainment industry would set off. As the match progressed, other contestants took the stage, but Sword Immortal's performance certainly became an insurmountable peak in the room. Whenever a contestant tries to challenge a difficult song or technique, the audience and judges will always unconsciously compare him to Kenshin. And Lin Xia, the author's name, was mentioned time and time again as an integral part of the game. The second filler to appear was named Xylitol, and as the name suggests, his singing style also tends to be refreshingly unpretentious and his strength is quite impressive. The challenge for Xylitol, however, is that he's taking over the Kenshin show floor. Unless he can present a song of the same caliber with superb vocals, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break the existing pattern. It can be said that the situation is extremely not optimistic, almost 10 deaths. Third on the bill was Mr. Plant, who didn't suffer too much with Xylitol instead of the dodo, and continued to play consistently as the king of songs. The fourth Optimus Prime, as always, is a hot rocker that can be described as rough and tumble without too many surprises. The fifth and fill-in player is called Microphone. He similarly chose a show-off style song, but with Sword Fairy Pearl in front of him, it's safe to say he hit the bullseye right on the head and didn't get much of a reaction. The final finale was Kim Gradient, who easily drove the room with his high notes, and the standard remained the same. It was late at night and the game was finally drawing to a close. The singers gathered in the backstage hall. The air was filled with an indescribable mixture of tension and anticipation, and the desire for results and respect for each other's strength was written on each singer's face. Sword Immortal, your performance tonight was really shocking. I really want to peel your mouth open and see what your voice really looks like. Mr. Plant walked over and joked. Jean Gradual Layer laughed. If you dare to pick Sword Fairy's mouth, the director will dare to remove your jaw. The crowd laughed at this statement. Although this is a joke, it also sidesteps the status of Jianxian IV, King of Masked Singer, at this moment. It can be expected that after this issue, Jianxian is the show's traffic guarantee, proper C position level. Chapter 55, Still Holding. And through the camera feed, the audience in the studio and the live stream watched the scene with laughter. Incidentally, since the first installment, the rankings have gone back to real-time broadcasting after all. The two fish in one operation can only be used once, and viewers will be turned off by using it more often. As Yin Liwen pushed the door in, the atmosphere of the entire backstage hall instantly froze. The director came in at this time. Naturally, he was about to reveal the result of this game, and all eyes were focused on him, as if even breathing had become cautious. After a fierce competition and rigorous judging, our winner of tonight's installment of King of Mask, true to form. Teacher Sword Immortal and Xia Shen are really a double sword combination. One sings and the other writes, invincible. Ha ha, double sword CP, my kryptonite. The enthusiasm of the audience was like a tidal wave, pushing Lin Xiao's heart to the top as well. He arched his back slightly and saluted the surroundings, with a mixture of joy at the victory and gratitude for the support of the audience. At this moment, it was as if he had really transformed into a Sword Immortal on stage, using his song as a sword to cut through all the restraints and doubts. Thank you all, this honor belongs to each and every one of us, including every singer here, and the staff that works quietly behind the scenes. Lin Xiao's voice carried clearly through the microphone, and his humility and sincerity won him more applause and respect. Seeing this, Speech Levin also revealed a satisfied smile. He walked forward and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, appreciation and anticipation shining in his eyes. Sword Immortal, your performance has far exceeded our expectations. I believe that this is just the beginning and you will bring us more surprises in the future. This edition of King of the Masked Singer Optimus Prime is second, Mr. Plant is third, Golden Gradient is fourth, Microphone is fifth to be determined, and Xylitol is sixth unfortunately revealed. The funny thing is that the mic and xylitol votes aren't really that far apart, the difference is nothing more than xylitol picking up. The real identity of Sword Immortal has also become a hot topic of discussion among viewers and the media, and people have come to leave messages under Lin Xia's scarf. Whenever someone speculated that he might be a certain famous singer, Lin Xia always smiled when he saw it, keeping a mysterious and low profile. Chen Shi is an anchor on Douyin, who rose to prominence on the Douyin platform with her sweet appearance and cover songs, and is also a fan of Lin Xia. Welcome all brothers into the live room like Creek can click attention oh. Chen Shi's voice is gentle and magnetic, and through the cell phone screen, her smile seems to instantly warm the hearts of every audience. Tonight, her live room was even more lively than usual as the winner of King of Masked Singer was revealed, making even this loyal Lin Xia fan excited. Do you all know? I just watched the live broadcast of King of Masked Singer, and Mr. Sword Immortal was really amazing. His singing voice simply gave me goosebumps. Chen Shi's eyes were glittering with excitement, and her words were filled with admiration and respect for Lin Xia. And oh, did you guys know? Teacher Jin Xian's song Moonlight was written by my family Xiaxin. The collaboration between the two of them is just seamless and perfect. As she spoke, she picked up her cell phone, slid the screen, and shared the live recording of Moonlight on the big screen of the live broadcast room, and all of a sudden, the entire live broadcast room was surrounded by this wonderful melody. Viewers left messages expressing their love for Moonlight and their admiration for the combination of Lin Xia and Jin Xian. Some viewers even teased, Xiaoxi, do you want to collaborate with Xiaxin on a song too? Chen Shi sniffed, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she laughed shyly, Aya, you guys shouldn't tease me. Being able to work with the summer god, that's something I've only dreamed of. However, I'd better work on improving my singing skills for now, hoping that I can one day stand on a stage as high as his. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere in the live room became more and more heated. Creek, you try singing Moonlight too? An audience member suddenly suggested, while giving a gift of great value. The entire live broadcast room was instantly surrounded by gift effects. The boss is confused. Who dares to sing this? The pop-ups have been swiping. Seeing this, Chen Shi hurriedly rejoiced, thank you for the gift, boss. Then I'll sing a small part of the song to try it out. Oh, don't blame me if it's not good, boss. It's okay, it's all understood, just sing the best you can. The big brother who gave the gift typed. Chen Shi nodded and took a deep breath, over off, who dare vomit. Before the words fell, Chen Shi himself was first amused, and the live broadcast room even exploded, laughter and pop-ups flew together, a joyful scene. Laughing my ass off. Creek is too cute to sing already. First time I've ever seen a singing transcription give itself a retch. I don't blame Creek, 3 words and 15 twists this who can come, this is all good. Chen Shi hurriedly waved his hand and explained with a smile, Aya, this song is simply too difficult, I really can't do it, everyone forget about the part just now and don't send it out. Boss, I'll sing you a new song. Audience responded. Don't worry, it won't send out. I'm a man with a notoriously tight mouth. Yes, you're still not sure about us. However, the scene happened to be captured in screen recorded by passing netizens and uploaded to the internet, which quickly sparked widespread concern and heated debate. As the video went viral, various anchors and singers joined in to cover Moonlight. But without exception, all of them ended in failure, and it was simply impossible to sing at that level of the Sword Immortal. It also proves that the song's 3 words, 15 bends is a gold standard, and the popularity of the song has increased rather than decreased. Chapter 56 Invitation to the Mid-Autumn Gala. At the moment on the internet, in addition to the heated discussion caused by King of Masked Singer, the Mid-Autumn Gala has undoubtedly become another major focus. Netizens have been speculating which stars will be invited to appear at this year's gala, with fans of all stripes arguing on social media. Also flocking to Lin Xia's Weibo to ask if he will attend the Mid-Autumn Gala. Lin Xia scratched his head as he swiped the message above his scarf. He was naturally paying attention to the Mid-Autumn Gala, but he hadn't received an invitation. Just then, Lin Xia's cell phone lit up, and it was Lin Yuexin calling. Hey, Sister Uxin, what's up? Lin Xia picked up the phone with a hint of doubt and anticipation in her tone. After all, at this juncture, Lin Yuexin's call might bring some good news. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yuexin's voice carried an unconcealed excitement. Lin Xia, there's a good news to tell you. The Yang TV Mid-Autumn Festival Gala Party has sent us an invitation, and we hope you'll sing that classic Young China Speaks on stage. Lin Xia's eyes flashed with a glint of joy as he nodded firmly and said, of course there's no problem, moreover, I also have a new song, and I feel that it might fit the atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala better. After hearing this, Lin Yuexin was a bit stunned for a moment. A new song? Singing it at GOAT TV's Mid-Autumn Gala? Are you sure? Lin Yuexin asked in a tentative tone. Lin Xia's voice was filled with undeniable confidence. Yes, I'm sure. Although Lin Yuexin was a bit hesitant after hearing this, what Li Tianhe had said came to her mind. She then relieved herself and nodded, saying that she would fully support Lin Xia's decision. Okay, Lin Xia, I believe in your choice. I will communicate with the TV station side and convey your idea. However, this decision caused quite a rift. Just then, a staff member hurried in, breaking the quiet of the office. He was holding a USB flash drive in his hand and said with a nervous expression, Lin Xia sent over the new song. Do you all want to listen to it? When these words came out, the general director's face instantly grimaced, his brows locked as if he could wring out water. He was really a bit angry at the moment. What kind of masterpiece could be created in such a short period of time, just one night? This was the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, with all eyes on it, not something that could be compared to his small live broadcast room. Seeing this, the others in the office also lowered their heads, trying to minimize their presence for fear of accidentally being caught in the chief director's wrath. The atmosphere of the entire room became unusually depressing, as if even the air had frozen. However, the chief director didn't let the silence last long, and he sneered, a few hints of annoyance in his voice. Release. I want to see what kind of song he, Lin Xia, can come up with. If it's not good, then don't blame me for not being polite, and he won't be able to sing on the program Junior Huaxia Speaks anymore. When these words came out, everyone in the conference room was shocked. They knew that the chief director was really angry this time. The staff member hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and plugged the USB flash drive into the computer and clicked on the attachment, which was the audio file of that new song Wish for a Long Time. When the crowd's gazes touched the song title, they couldn't help but exchange a glance with each other, which was mixed with a few moments of surprise and curiosity. Wishing for a long time? Some people muttered softly, speculating in their hearts, could this be an adaptation of the popular Song of Water by Su Shi? If that was true, it coincided with the atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Gala, and had a unique flavor. Seeing this, the chief director's tense expression relaxed slightly, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At least he knew that Lin Xia was not fooling around. As the melody slowly played, the whole conference room seemed to be surrounded by a warm force. The heartfelt singing, like moonlight, sprinkled in everyone's heart, evoking infinite thoughts of home and deep longing for reunion. The song ended, the crowd did not say anything. For a long time, just immersed in the atmosphere created by the song could not. With its stirring lyrics and uplifting melody, full of positive energy, Junior Huaxia Speaks is undoubtedly an excellent choice for the opening, and can instantly ignite the enthusiasm and passion of the audience. And with its deep cultural heritage and heart-touching emotional expression, but I wish it lasts long is the perfect work for the finale, which is sure to be deeply imprinted in the hearts of every audience member and leave an indelible impression. When these words came out, everyone in the conference room was shocked, and the atmosphere became heavy and full of anticipation. You know, even if Lin Xia was on fire, he was really just a newcomer in front of them. How many stars who have been on the scene for years have no access to the stage, and even if they do get on, it's just a bunch of people singing a song together. There is simply no such thing as a newcomer who has been on the scene for a few months coming up and opening and closing the show, and the crowd has spoken out to discourage it. Someone worried, but director, Lin Xia is still a newcomer after all, would this arrangement be too risky? Other stars who have been on the scene for many years may not have this kind of treatment. The general director smiled and waved his hand. I know what you're worried about, but we have to trust our vision. Lin Xia's talent and potential is beyond doubt, he deserves such an opportunity. Moreover, such an arrangement will not only add highlights to the evening, but also show the audience that we value and support newcomers. There was a lot of chatter in the conference room for a while. I don't think the chief director's decision is wrong. Lin Xia's songs are really good, and I support him on both songs. But is this arrangement really okay? Will it cause resentment from other artists? Yeah, you know even the king of songs doesn't get this kind of treatment, right? Seeing this, the chief director knocked on the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. Listen to me, everyone, if even these two songs by Xia are not qualified to be on our stage, then what other songs are? We have to have the courage to experiment and innovate and not always be bound by the framework of the past. I am sure that our audience will also like this arrangement. And furthermore, continued the chief director, with a determined gleam in his eye. The rise of Lin Xia is not just his personal success, but a reflection of our cultural confidence. In this era of deepening globalization, we need more works like Junior Huaxia Speaks to promote national culture and inspire national pride. There is also a need for artifacts like Wish for a Long Time that cross the boundaries of time and space and touch the softest part of the human heart. They complement each other and will surely come together to form a unique cultural landscape for our gala. As for the emotions of the other artists, the general director's words changed, and his tone became gentle but firm. I understand everyone's concerns, but art is meant to be a blossoming of 100 flowers and 100 schools of thought. We respect the dedication and hard work of every artist, but it is equally important to provide a stage for young people who have the courage to innovate and make breakthroughs. I believe that a true artist will speak with his work and win respect with his strength. This opportunity for Lin Xia is something he has earned with his talent and hard work, and we should recognize and support it. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually calmed down, and the crowd began to seriously consider the words of the general director. A moment later, someone took the lead. The general director is right, we can't be stuck in our ways just because we're afraid of a challenge. Lin Xia's 2 songs really deserve such a stage. Moreover, another planner added, from a publicity perspective, such an arrangement can also attract more attention. As a newcomer, Lin Xia's every appearance can spark a topic of discussion, which will go a long way in raising the heat and influence of the party. As the discussion progressed, more and more people began to agree with the general director's decision. They realized that this was not only a recognition of Lin Xia's personal ability, but also an enhancement of the quality and cultural connotation of the party. In the end, the meeting reached a consensus. Both of Lin Xia's 2 songs, Junior Huaxia Said and Wish for a Long Time, would be on the stage of the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, serving as the opening and finale respectively. On Lin Xia's side, after receiving Lin Yuexin's relay, he was also very surprised. Naturally, he was very confident in all his songs, but at first he thought he would only be asked to sing a song called Wish for a Long Time. I didn't realize that nowadays, not only is it unprecedented to take the stage to sing 2 songs at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala of Sheep TV, but it also gives itself the heavy responsibility of both the opening and the finale. He didn't hesitate for a second. Since the chief director of the Mid-Autumn Gala had such trust in himself, he naturally had to show a corresponding attitude. Immediately, he asked Lin Yuexin to book a flight ticket to Kyoto for him and left immediately. Lin Xia not only had to familiarize herself with every note of the new song, but also had to adjust her state to look her best in front of the audience. The King of Masked Singer's side is also announced to stop broadcasting for a week, and the netizens naturally understand the reason after seeing it. After all, King of Masked Singer and the Mid-Autumn Gala are on a collision course at the same time, so it's only natural to make way. After Lin Xia arrived in Kyoto, he went straight to the Mid-Autumn Gala rehearsal site. At the rehearsal site of the Mid-Autumn Gala, the lights were bright, the music was melodious, and the whole backstage was filled with a festive atmosphere. Lin Xia's arrival definitely added a few bright colors to the party. He met many popular stars backstage, and everyone looked at Lin Xia with curiosity when they saw him. After all, during this period of time, Lin Xia could be said to be out of the limelight, coupled with the fact that Lin Xia seldom appeared in public, so naturally, people did not have much communication, and hence, he had not become condescending or alienated from others as a result. Instead, he remained that humble and sincere, infecting everyone around him with his actions. And on the way, Lin Xia also saw Zhou Jian and Su Hua. The 2 of them came forward and greeted Lin Xia warmly, and said with a bit of a flirtatious tone, "During this period of time, you've really made a big splash and gained a lot of fame. Now I'm afraid that both of us will have to honor you with the title Teacher Lin. P.S. Trying to sell the wave of misery, life is difficult, people give throw some. QAQ. Chapter 58, another new song? Who's singing it? For these 2, Lin Xia is still very respectful. After all, in addition to this identity of the circle of seniors, when in the good voice of the program on him is also a lot of care. When Lin Xia heard this, a modest smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly waved his hand. "Both of you, don't jab at me, just call me by my first name. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Su, you are the real seniors, I still need to learn more. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to be on the same stage as all the seniors this time." Zhou Jian patted Lin Xia's shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. "It's good for young people to be modest, but your strength is obvious to all of us. Just a few months after your debut, you can participate in Go TV's Mid-Autumn Gala, so it's obvious that everyone recognizes you as extraordinary. Prepare well and look forward to your wonderful performance." Su Hua also nodded his head on the side and agreed with a smile. "Yes, don't feel pressured, and feel free to come to us for discussion if you have any problems." Lin Xia secretly laughed in his heart. If they knew that he sang 2 songs by himself, and they were also the opening and the finale respectively, it was estimated that their jaws could be stunned down. After all, the program listings are completely confidential, and even the artists who appear on stage can't talk to each other. Still, a warm current surged in Lin Xiao's heart at that moment, and he gratefully said, "Thank you two teachers for your encouragement. I will definitely do my best to live up to everyone's expectations." Lin Xia then began an intense rehearsal, led by the staff. He knows that this opportunity is not easy to come by and that every minute is precious. From stage positioning to lighting coordination, from music rhythm to emotional expression, he strives to achieve perfection. In between rehearsals, Lin Xia did not forget to exchange ideas with other artists to learn from their stage experience. His humility and diligence won the favor of all who looked upon him with approval. As time passes, the rehearsals for the Mid-Autumn Gala are in the final stretch. Lin Xia stood on the stage, looking at the busy staff and the expectant gazes from the stage, her heart filled with gratitude and motivation. This party is not just a performance for him, it is a summary and demonstration of his past efforts and a new starting point for his future musical journey. As the Mid-Autumn Gala approaches, there are heated discussions on the internet about the list candidates. Other than the Mid-Autumn Gala this year, some of the veteran singers and queens will surely attend, right? I think it will. Now it's up to us to see if any new faces join in, and hopefully my brother will be on Sheep TV too. I'm wondering now if the summer god will take the stage. According to this heat and strength of Xiaoshan right now, it should definitely be. Now it depends on what song is sung in the first appearance. Appearance. This is not much to ask for. After all, Natsujin has only been on the scene for a few months, and to be able to make an appearance would already be a first in the ring. Yeah, it's already pretty awesome alright, except for the opening and finale positions, which aren't really that far off. Wow, I'm really looking forward to it. Will it still be singing new songs? New song? You're overthinking it. This kind of stage usually doesn't let you sing new songs. If something goes wrong, no one can afford to take the blame. When will the list be announced? Can't wait. Sent. Check it out. What? It's coming. With the release of the list for the Mid-Autumn Gala, this immediately caused a furor on the internet. Simply because the first opening program on the list reads, Junior Huaxia Speaks, sung by Lin Xia. Ilu ago, Summer God opening ah? Just a few months into their career and they're on the Go TV stage, getting the opening spot. Am I hallucinating? Ha, the Summer God deserves to be the Summer God. It has face everywhere you go. But when you look at the program, the finale song Wish for a Long Time has the singer in the coded position of Hey. What kind of song is this? Is it a new song? Who's singing it? Why does the title of this song sound so familiar? It can't be Su Shi's Song of Water, right? If that's the case, I'm suspicious that this is a new song written by Hashin, who is the only singer these days who likes to adapt some classics. You don't say. Really don't say it. It's possible. I find it a bit unbelievable that Xiaoshan is singing as the opening song, and now it's straight to a whole new song at the Go TV Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. So who's singing this? It's not still the Summer God, is it? You're overthinking it upstairs. It's definitely impossible. One opening by Xiaoshan is enough. There's simply no singer who can sing two songs in a row on a stage like this. Yeah, figured it would just be some of the old favorites to sing, maybe solo or in chorus. The list was spread around the internet, with fans expressing their anticipation and some industry insiders beginning to take a keen interest in Lin Xiao's new song. Even though the author's information was not labeled on the program for Wish for a Long Time, both the audience and professional singers generally tended to think that it was Lin Xiao's latest masterpiece. After all, for a long time, only Lin Xia has adapted classics into songs with his unique talent. This time, it is even more directly with a new song, successfully on the Mid-Autumn Gala. Such an achievement naturally triggered widespread curiosity. Over the next few days, the party team worked intensively to prepare for the event, and Lin Xia was in intense rehearsals. He knew that this opportunity was not easy to come by, and it could even be said that there had been no such case before, so he had to give his all and return everyone's support and trust with his best performance. Finally, the Mid-Autumn night arrived. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon was as bright as a trainer, and the whole city was immersed in a festive atmosphere. The lights of all homes are brilliant, and every family is immersed in the festive joy of reunion, sharing this warm and wonderful time. And what makes the adults strange is that today the children at home are not playing games on their cell phones, but have turned on the TV early, tuned to the channel of the Sheep TV Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, and kept watch. Did the sun come out of the west today? Instead of staying inside and playing games, you're out watching the party? A mom wondered. What's so fun about the game? I'm waiting for Natsujin to make an appearance. The god of summer? Since when is there this god? In which temple? The young man laughed out loud and explained, it's not the temple, Mom, listen to me tell you. This scene doesn't just happen in one family, it's an anecdote in almost every household. Parents were also curious as they listened to their children's stories and waited together in front of the TV for the start of the party. With the passage of time, the slow lighting of the stage lights and the TV screen, the entire venue seemed to be gently covered by a dreamy veil, and the audience's anticipation reached its peak. On the big screen, the countdown numbers jumped one by one, and finally fixed on 0, the whole room broke out in thunderous applause and cheers. Chapter 59 Long May We Live. For hosts with a smile, gathered on the stage, the wheel of time rolled over a deep trace, leaving the harvest of the golden autumn. The bright moon conveys a deep longing for the mid-autumn reunion. Today, we are the sons and daughters of China. At the end of the opening speech, the host smiled and said aloud, let's welcome the first performer to take the stage tonight, Lin Xia, who will bring you the song Junior Huaxia Says. The presenter's voice resounded through the loudspeakers throughout the arena, and also reached every home through television sets and cell phones. At that moment, all eyes were focused on the entrance to the stage. Lin Xia was dressed in a special performance suit embroidered with delicate patterns of Chinese elements as he walked towards the center of the stage with a smile on his face and a steady pace. As the prelude sounded, the song full of youthful vigor and patriotic feelings instantly lit up the atmosphere of the scene. The red sun rises, and its path is bright. The river comes out of the volcano, a cascade of water. The submerged dragon soars into the abyss, scales and claws flying. Milk tiger whistles in the valley, all the beasts tremble in fear. Lin Xia's singing voice flowed into everyone's heart like a clear spring, making the audience feel shocked and moved like never before. After the performance, the applause was long-lasting, and Lin Xia bowed deeply to the audience to thank them, with a gleam of excitement and gratitude in her eyes. Sure enough, this song is going to be hot and shocking no matter how many times you hear it. Yeah, I was listening to Natsujin sing with my family today, and my family is all fanning Natsujin with me. Ha ha. It's a shame we can only hear the summer god sing one song tonight, what a shame. Also quite contented, as a fan of the summer god to speak, the summer god's first appearance on the Sheep TV stage to get the opening position, it is enough to illustrate the strength of the summer god, we fans are also super face. Now look forward to a new song for the finale. The discussion about the Mid-Autumn Gala on the internet intensified, and there was a lot of praise for Lin Xia's opening performance. However, this was only the beginning, and the audience had already begun to anticipate the mysterious finale, Wish You Were Longer, in their hearts. During the intermission, the discussion about Lin Xia on the internet became more heated. Some speculate that Wish for a Long Time will be another one of his masterpieces, while others worry whether such a bold attempt will be risky. But in any case, there was a lot of anticipation for the young singer and a lot of speculation about who would be singing in the finale. Can't the new song for the finale really be Natsujin coming out to sing again? It really can't. There would be no such precedent. Really can't it be Natsukami? I really can't. How obsessive are you upstairs? The finale is probably supposed to be an old national singer or queen coming out to sing. Well. Finally, as the evening drew to a close and all the audience waited with bated breath, the stage was once again illuminated with bright lights. The prelude to But I Wish You Were Longer played slowly, a melody that blended classical and modern elements that was both familiar and new. Just as the crowd was speculating about the singer, Lin Xia's figure once again appeared in the center of the stage, holding the microphone, his gaze firm and gentle as he looked towards the audience. Seeing this scene, the internet instantly exploded. Ilua Xiaoshun, only debut a few months of newcomers, but in the Sheep TV Mid-Autumn Festival Gala solo opening and finale of the repertoire of the scene. Really? This is unbelievable. He's only been on the scene for how long and he's getting this kind of treatment? Yeah, singing 2 songs by one person, that's definitely an unprecedented feat. The summer god has truly become a god. It seems like the general director of the gala recognizes Xiaoshun's strength, otherwise he wouldn't have given him such an opportunity. Looking forward to Xiaoshun's performance. That's right, I'm super looking forward to it too. I hope Xiaoshun can shine on stage and let everyone see him shine. At this moment, the 2 people under the stage, Zhou Jian and Su Hua, looked at each other in dismay, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. In the 2 men's complexion, there was shock and envy that could not be concealed. Before Lin Xia as the opening was enough to shock them, and now this came as a finale? This is really the Yangtze River's later waves patting the former waves, giving the former waves to be patted on the beach. Zhou Jian had a face of emotion. Su Hua nodded with approval. This time, Lin Xia could be said to have overwhelmed 99.9% of the artists in the circle, which was unprecedented. Just then, Lin Xia's song rang out, sprinkling the entire venue like moonlight. When is the bright moon? Ask the green sky with a glass of wine. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to return on the wind, but I'm afraid of the agora. Dancing in the high places, dancing in the clear shadows. How like on earth? With Lin Xia's melodious singing, the entire arena seemed to be surrounded by a warm and deep emotion, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. My God, it's really Su Shi's Song of Water. I'm a lyricist. In fact, I've always been curious about how exactly to adapt such a 1,000-year-old classic, because no matter how I change it, I'll destroy the original mood and flavor of the poem, and today, Mr. Lin Xia has really taught me a lesson. It's really absolute. One can only say that this is the card face of the summer god. This may also be the undercurrent of the Mid-Autumn Gala's general director daring to make such an arrangement. Seriously, if my teacher had taught me this when I was in school, I would have memorized this poem a long time ago. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off, I second the motion. Me too. The song continues. Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful door, illuminating the sleeplessness. There should be no hate, what is long to part. People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its fullness. The matter is ancient and difficult. Wish for a long time, 1,000 miles together. The audience was immersed in the mood created by the lyrics, some bowed their heads in contemplation, some raised their heads to look at the moon, their hearts surging with nostalgia for the past years, as well as a beautiful vision of the future life. Lin Xia's voice was sometimes high and impassioned, like the moonlight piercing through the clouds and shedding silver light, sometimes low and gentle, like the gurgling of a stream, speaking of endless tenderness and longing. Seriously, I'm a little homesick. Me too, I've been out on my own for 10 years now, and usually I even feel like I'm used to being alone, but now. Ugh, don't talk upstairs bro, stay with one. Every note of Lin Xia's voice touches people's heartstrings with precision, making this song Wish for a Long Time not just a song, but also an emotional support and a cultural heritage. Just then, from the entrance of the stage, a performer who had appeared on the stage came out. They stood in a row behind Lin Xia, with warm smiles on their faces, following the beat, waving their arms, and singing along with Lin Xia in soft voices. It was then that the audience came to the realization that when the song came out, they didn't know what kind of finale they should end the show with, and it turned out that the general director had actually blended the finale and the finale into one. On the stage, Lin Xia's figure appeared upright under the light, and his eyes were full of love and persistence for music, as well as infinite tenderness and longing. Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful door, illuminating the sleeplessness. There should be no hate. What's the long way to another time? Beshawan. The crowd's vocals blended perfectly with the stage set and lighting effects, creating a unique atmosphere that was both classical and modern, making it seem like you were in a dreamy moonlit night. People have sorrows and joys. The moon has a cloudy day. The matter is ancient and difficult. May it last. Thousands of miles to go. The four hosts are now standing in front of the stage, and with their soft and warm voices, accompanied by a melodious song, they slowly delivered their closing speeches. As the last note fell, Lin Xiao bowed deeply to the audience, and the entire arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. At this moment, he is not only the singer who shines on the stage, but also the spokesman of that common emotion in the hearts of all Chinese children. He reinterpreted this classic in his own way, perfectly blending Su Shi's poetry with modern musical elements, making people feel as if they were in that mid-autumn night 1,000 years ago, feeling the poet's deep thoughts and good wishes for his loved ones in faraway places. Lin Xia's singing not only shows his excellent singing and creative talent, but also conveys an emotional resonance and cultural heritage that transcends time and space. This year's Sheep TV Mid-Autumn Festival Gala has officially come to a successful conclusion, and at the same time has been evaluated by countless people as one of the most classic and unforgettable Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Chapter 60, Harvest. With the end of the Mid-Autumn Gala, on the internet, the discussion about Lin Xia had reached an unprecedented level of fervor. His performance was liked, retweeted and commented on by countless netizens, making it one of the hottest topics on Mid-Autumn Night. Some people praised his moving voice, some marveled at his talent, and some were even impressed by the love and dedication to music in him. Lin Xia's name, since that moment, had been deeply engraved on top of people's heart plates. Not only limited to youthful young people, on that reunion night of Mid-Autumn Festival, the hearts of countless families were captivated and unforgettable by the dazzling young people on the stage. And then, the Sheep TV Mid-Autumn Gala program team even released a scarf that once again shocked the crowd. This song, Wish People Lasted Long, is derived from Mr. Su Shi's Song of Water and songs When Will the Bright Moon Come? After Mr. Lin Xiao's composition, it not only has beautiful melody and deep emotion, but also contains rich cultural connotation and philosophy of life. Through the depiction of the bright moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival, it expresses the longing for distant relatives and the desire for a better life, and the Chinese nation's profound concept of kinship and family. And President Li Weihua stood at one end of the conference table, his voice steady and strong, his eyes swept over everyone present. Today, we not only want to review the past 100 years of brilliant achievements, but also look to the future and think about how to continue to pass on this musical flame. I have a few proposals regarding the preparations for the school party. Zhang Yu, head of the music department, took over the conversation as she flipped through the binder at hand. First of all, we plan to invite well-known alumni from home and abroad to return, and there are many of them who have made a big splash on the international stage, and their participation will greatly enhance the artistic level and influence of the evening. At the same time, we should also emphasize the voices of the younger generation and give them a platform to showcase their talents, so that this evening can become a musical feast that spans the ages. Director Seng's idea is very good, I completely agree. Vice President Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. In addition, I think we can also consider setting up some special sessions, such as classic repertoire reenactments and original music presentations. It gives the evening a nostalgic flavor without losing its innovation and vitality. Especially the classic tunes, they not only carry the historical memory of the college, but also serve as a bridge between the past and the future. Speaking of the classic repertoire, I have an idea. At this time, the young teacher sitting in the corner, Li Ming, suddenly opened his mouth. Seeing the sights of many bigwigs gathered on him, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He pursed his lips and said slowly, "Why don't we try to invite Xia? What about Mr. Lin Xia? If I remember correctly, Mr. Lin Xia is still a senior student at our academy, right?" At these words, the conference room fell silent. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and a subtle atmosphere of embarrassment quietly permeated the room. It was really because Lin Xia's achievements since her debut until now were so amazing that it subconsciously made people afraid to admit this. The crowd came back to their senses and everyone nodded in agreement. Li Weihua was even more bright. He clapped his hands and decided, "What an old fool, I almost forgot about this. This proposal is very good. Lin Xia's musical talent and influence are perfect for our school gala. I will personally contact him and invite him to join us." Just now what made Lin Xia puzzled was why his health value had risen to 97. Didn't it say that the health value of a normal adult was only 95? Could it be that he would eventually turn into Superman? As if it seemed to sense Lin Xia's doubts, the system spoke out and explained. Given that the host has previously taken a genetic potion, your health value is capped at 100 points. Note, 100 points of health value will only mean that you won't get sick easily in the future, and will still age normally. Lin Xia nodded in understanding. Ding! Detecting that the host's emotional value has reached the standard of 500,000, and is now specially rewarded with one lucky draw, and at the same time, in light of the fact that the host's reputation value has reached 500,000, rewarding one skill treasure chest. Chapter 61: A great increase in strength. Here it comes. Here it comes. Lin Xia rubbed his palms together excitedly. The last time he obtained the number of draws was when his emotional value reached 50,000, and now that he even needed 500,000 to obtain one more, wouldn't the next time be 5 million? However, Lin Xia was not discouraged by this. After all, the system had already given him a great deal of help, and this lucky draw was nothing more than an unexpected blessing, not to mention that there was also an unexpected treasure chest this time. Draw. Only a lottery will, just like the last one, surfaced, with gold, purple, blue, red, and white colors on it, representing different grades of rewards. As the roulette wheel spun rapidly, Lin Xia looked tense, his hands clenched together as he stared deathly at the spinning roulette wheel. Kim. Jean. Lin Xia silently prayed. The rotation of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and eventually a dazzling golden light filled his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, Supreme Tone Range. Please fill out the specific effects on your own. The highest register? Lin Xia was a bit puzzled, and then he opened his mouth and prepared to give it a try. That's a shocker if you don't try it. He merely employs the most basic of everyday voices to open up the melody to try it out, but ultimately crosses effortlessly into the B5 range, hardly feeling much pressure. To put it bluntly, the famous Left Hand to the Moon from a previous life reached the B5 stage at its highest note. And that's still a female singing voice, realizing that boys' voices are naturally about 6 notes, or nearly an octave, lower than girls. Lin Xia's range is now able to easily cross over to B5, a remarkable ability that in itself sets him apart from many singers. Within the realm of professional singers, although having a wide range is something many singers strive for, it is rare to find one that can touch the high B5 so easily. Lin Xia's eyes glittered with an excitement that was hard to hide, and he was deeply impressed that the preciousness of this draw far surpassed the amazing male and female voice transformation experience of the last time. He took a deep breath and prepared to ride out the storm. System, open the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Master Piano Technique. Lin Xia's eyes once again flashed with a color of surprise. Master-level piano technique. This was undoubtedly another huge boost to his strength. It is important to realize that the piano, as a bridge between classical and contemporary music, has a complexity of technique and a richness of expression that is difficult to compare with other instruments. Having this skill means that he will be more comfortable on the path of music, both in creation and interpretation, and will have a broader world. To put it more bluntly, it's a necessary skill to be sainted in front of people. He couldn't wait to get to the piano in the living room. His fingers gently touched the keys, and in an instant, a melodious and heartfelt melody flowed out. Each note seemed to be given life as they jumped, spun, and intertwined to form a stirring picture. Lin Xia was so immersed in his playing that he forgot the passage of time and everything around him. Only the music was with him. After the performance was over, Lin Xia took a long breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This promotion was too big for him. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting Lin Xia's thoughts. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was an incoming call from Zhang Yu, the head of the music department. The corners of Lin Xia's mouth rose slightly. In his memory, Mr. Zhang Yu was undoubtedly a model of great responsibility. Her in-depth approach to teaching, making it easy to understand, combined with her exceptional professionalism, has made her one of the most popular teachers among her students. Hello, Mr. Zhang Yu, this is Lin Xia. Lin Xia picked up the phone with a bit of respect and kindness in his voice. Lin Xia, I was also entrusted by the dean with this call today, so let the dean tell you the specifics. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yu's voice was warm and full of anticipation. Hearing that the dean wanted to speak to him, Lin Xia couldn't help but have a touch of respect appear in his complexion. This could really be an artist of the older generation, with a high status within the circle. Di Li's kind voice came. Lin Xia, I'm Li Weihua. Isn't this week going to be the centennial school celebration soon, and the preparations for the school celebration party have entered the final stage? Our side is also trying to invite you to attend as a special guest. I wonder if your schedule is convenient? Lin Xia thought for a moment and then readily agreed. Dean Li, I'm very honored to be invited to participate in the school celebration gala, and I will definitely do my best to bring you a wonderful performance. Please rest assured that I will not let you and the college down. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xia stretched and began to think of a suitable song for the school festival. Lin Xia's gaze went out the window. The night was deep and the stars were dotted as if they were paving the way for the journey he was about to embark on. After thinking for a few moments, an idea grew in his mind. Since we want to represent the college, the song selection must reflect the cultural heritage of the college as well as show the vigor and dreams of contemporary youth. Several tracks intertwined with classics and originals came to Lin Xia's mind, each of them carrying different emotions and stories. He thought for a moment and finally came to a decision. System, redeem Chasing Dreams. Ding, the exchange is complete, please check. As the system's beat fell, Lin Xia's mind instantly flooded with the melody and lyrics of Pursuing Dreams with Red Heart. The stirring tunes and uplifting lyrics seemed like an invisible force that inspired him to keep moving forward. He closed his eyes and savored every note of the song, every lyric, his heart filled with anticipation for the upcoming school party. This song not only can show his love and pride for the college, but also can inspire everyone in the audience to resonate with the memory of those youthful but passionate years. Over the next few days, Lin Xia devoted herself to rehearsing the song. And the official media of the Magic City Conservatory released a dynamic heavy preview. The stars are shining brightly at the Centennial School celebration. We are honored to announce that the musical talent Lin Xia will be the representative of the old students, a special guest, and sing at the upcoming school celebration party. Lin Xia, with his unique voice and extraordinary musical talent, has won wide acclaim since his first appearance in the music industry. This time, he will link the past and the future with his voice, weave dreams and hopes with his notes, and bring us an audio-visual feast. It is reported that Lin Xia has prepared a special song for the school celebration, Chasing Dreams Red Heart, which not only contains the expression of deep emotion for the college, but also sends the contemporary youth's persistent pursuit of dreams and unremitting struggle. Let's all look forward to that moment when we sing youth and build dreams together with Lin Xia. In addition, the school celebration party will be broadcast live throughout the whole event, bringing together many faculty, students, and alumni for an exciting performance that is not to be missed. Come lock your seat and join us to witness this unforgettable centennial celebration. Hashtag Magic City Conservatory of Music Centennial. Hashtag Lin Xia Special Guest. Hashtag Chasing Dreams with Red Heart. Hashtag Let's meet on the night of the school celebration, and we won't see each other again. P.S. Can you all please go and rate it? Thanks. Chapter 62, What 7 Summers and 8 Summers. Once this dynamic was sent out, it was quickly liked by countless people in a short period of time, commented on, retweeted, and hit the hot search at the same time. Honestly, if it wasn't for this dynamic, I would have forgotten that Natsukami is even now a student who hasn't officially graduated. Haha, who says it isn't? Natsumi's college life went to the top and my college life fell to the bottom. Already on my way to Magic City, I'm going to attend the school festival this time. Uwo so envious, because I can't get away from work at all. Luckily there's a live stream where I can watch the summer god sing. Chasing Dreams is supposed to be youthful and inspirational by its name, right? Pack of inspirational ones, it's a school festival after all. And when the students of the School of Music learned that Lin Xia had been invited to participate in this school celebration ceremony, the entire campus seemed to be instantly struck by an invisible current, and the air was filled with unspeakable excitement and surprise. Their eyes glittered with disbelief, as if every cell was cheering, the shock in their hearts surging like a tidal wave. This school festival has even invited the summer god to return. Don't dream, what are you thinking? Natsumi is probably busy right now, right? No, why would I lie to you? Look, our academy has already made an announcement. Really? The crowd of students rushed to tell each other, and the news spread like wildfire, quickly spreading in every corner of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. The silence of the library was broken, and inside the study rooms, students exchanged words and discussions. Even the figures who usually bury their heads in hard reading can't help but look up, their eyes flashing with infinite longing for the upcoming event. In the dormitory building, it was even more lively, and under the light coming through the cracks in the door, it was the roommates sitting in a circle, excitedly planning how to best welcome Lin Xia's return and how they would spend the night of the school festival. Now Lin Xia is the lighthouse in the hearts of all the students of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, their guide. No amount of empty words of encouragement can be as powerful as the tangible success stories around you. Lin Xia, as their senior, fellow student, and partner who had spent time with them, his success was undoubtedly the most inspiring and morale-boosting. There is nothing more exciting and inspiring than witnessing and learning from the success of those around you. Meanwhile, Lin Xia was in the midst of intensive preparations. For him, it's either that or he doesn't do it, and since he's going to do it, he's going to strive for perfection, and he's not going to lower his standards for himself just because it's just a school day. This performance is not only a demonstration of personal ability, but also a deep love for our alma mater. Therefore, he treats every detail to strive for perfection, from the stage position to the lighting coordination, from the emotional input to the handling of each turn of phrase. He has repeatedly scrutinized, and strives to present the most perfect version of himself to everyone at that moment. As the day of the school's celebration approaches, the entire Magic City Conservatory of Music is immersed in a festive and busy atmosphere. The campus was filled with colorful flags and banners, each written with a celebration of a century of glory and good wishes for the future. On the playground, teachers and students are working hard to set up the stage, and every detail reveals the importance and expectation of this event. Finally, the day of the school anniversary is upon us. As night falls and the lights come on, the Magic City Conservatory is decorated in a picturesque manner, just like a dream castle. The entrance to the school was bustling with crowds of people, who were lining up in good order to enter. At the same time, a group of journalists, armed with long guns and short cannons, also gathered here. Lin Xia sat in the car, looking out through the window with a hint of doubt, and softly inquired, "Senior sister, what's wrong? Is it impossible to go in?" Sumeng glared at Lin Xia and said helplessly, "This is a special passageway. The security uncle said that you need an invitation to get in, but it turns out that you forgot to bring it. I asked you to find someone to pick you up, but you preferred to stroll around on your own. There's really nothing I can do about it." Lin Xia laughed a few times in embarrassment, knowing that she had been a bit hokey about it. Then he got out of the car and walked over to the security uncle, discreetly took off half of his mask, and said in a low voice, "Uncle, I'm Lin Xia." However, the security uncle just glanced at him and said sternly, "I don't care if you're from 7 summers or 8 summers, you just can't enter without an invitation. There are so many people inside today, if anything happens, I can't afford the responsibility." The security uncle pondered for a moment before continuing, "If you don't have an invitation letter, I suggest you head over there and wait in line. According to the instructions I received, visitors without an invitation letter are not allowed to enter." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the main entrance. Su Meng stood aside and Lin Xia exchanged a glance, helplessly sighed. It seems to be the only way to call someone to pick up. It's not that they haven't tried to go over there and enter in an honest line, but there's just too many people over there. It wasn't that Lin Xia was boasting. If this was discovered, I'm afraid the entire scene would be in chaos. The risk factor was too high. The security uncle still maintained that serious expression, his eyes revealing unquestionable firmness. Young man, I know you're probably a celebrity, but rules are rules, and I can't make an exception just because of who you are. There's a lot of traffic here today, safety first, and I really can't let you in without an invitation. Lin Xia smiled at that and nodded in understanding. Just as Su Meng was about to pull out her cell phone to contact the school authorities, a rush of footsteps came from far and near, accompanied by a few crisp calls. Wait a minute. Wait. The visitor was a young girl wearing the academy's uniform with a school festival volunteer work tag on her chest. She was full of surprise and obviously recognized Lin Xia. The girl's name is Li Xin and she was Lin Xia's classmate in school. Li Xin? Why are you here? Lin Xia was a bit surprised, but she also felt a trace of warmth. Li Xin smiled and explained, I'm one of the volunteer leaders for this school festival, responsible for receiving the guests. Just now, I saw some small situation over here, so I came over to take a look, and I didn't expect that it was really you. Did you forget to bring your invitation? Don't worry, I'll bring you in. With that, Li Xin walked over to the security uncle and whispered something, while the security uncle's expression obviously became a bit tense. The security uncle said with some restraint, I'm sorry Mr. Lin Xia, since I usually don't go online at all, I didn't recognize you, I'm really sorry. Lin Xia quickly waved his hand when he saw this and said, You are doing your duty, it's me who forgot the invitation and caused you trouble, this is a school, it's definitely true that safety comes first, so don't be like this. When the security uncle saw this, the panicked look on his face eased a lot, and he smiled gratefully, waving his hand to signal for release. Chapter 63 Opening. Passing through the bustling crowd, Li Xin led the way while introducing Lin Xia to the preparations for the school festival and the exciting programs that would be staged. Her words were filled with love for her alma mater and anticipation for Lin Xia's return to the city. Time is truly a magical thing. I've only been away from school for a few months, and now it feels more like I've been away for years. Lin Xia lamented. Li Xin smiled and responded, Yes, but no matter how long it takes, you are the pride of our Magic City Music Academy. To be back today is a special gift to all of us. Together, the three walked around the academy, talking about the memories they had made. And that was the fundamental reason why Lin Xia wanted to come in quietly. It was always a bit uncomfortable if there were a bunch of people following. As time passed, Lin Xia's state of mind became more and more calm, and under Li Xian's leadership, he smoothly entered the school festival site. The lights on the stage were already on, music was playing, and the whole campus was immersed in a sense of joy and peace. Lin Xia stood aside, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene in front of her, her heart surging with complex emotions. Perhaps there is more of a feeling of nearness to home for him now. At this time, the head of the music department, Zhang Yu, also looked over, and after entering the campus at the beginning, Lin Xia sent a message to Zhang Yu, signaling her not to worry. I say Lin Xia, are you on a private visit? Zhang Yu laughed and joked. Lin Xia lightly laughed and shook her head, Don't tease me, Mr. Zhang, I just don't want to make too much of a fuss, I just want to quietly stroll around to see the changes in my alma mater and feel that pure atmosphere. Zhang Yu's gaze was filled with relief and pride. By the way, how is your program prepared? The whole school can look forward to it. Lin Xia nodded, a confident gleam in her eyes, everything is ready, just waiting to go on stage, I'm sure everyone will like it. Zhang Yu sniffed, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes, that's really great, I'm sure your performance will be the most dazzling part of the night. Let's go backstage, Dean and the others are waiting. With Zhang Yu leading the way, Lin Xia made his way through the bustling crowd to the backstage. The place was equally busy and organized, with actors applying makeup, tuning their instruments, or doing final rehearsals, and the air was filled with tension and excitement. Because Lin Xia was wearing a mask and hat, not many people noticed him. Lin Xia stepped into the backstage, each step seemed extraordinarily light. Today he is facing not only his former classmates and friends, but also those who once gave him unlimited support and encouragement of the teachers and elders. This responsibility and honor filled him with inner strength. Lin Xia, you're here. A familiar voice came from the crowd, it was none other than Dean Li Weihua. As the words fell, the crowd backstage unanimously focused their eyes over. At the same time, Lin Xia gently removed his hat and mask, and in an instant, the entire backstage was filled with sounds of surprise. Natsujin! Natsujin! Ah! See the real person. Xia Shun. I'm your idol, no you're my idol, give me an autograph. Oh my god, the real Xia Shun is even more handsome than he is on screen. My heart is going to jump out of my chest. Is the summer god looking at me? Does he like me? Boing boing. Watch the punch, I'm going to wake you up. Fortunately, Dean Li Weihua had made arrangements earlier, and the crowd behind him quickly dispersed to maintain order backstage. Lin Xia smiled and waved his hand towards the surroundings, then walked forward. The two of them shook hands tightly, no need for words, everything was in the air. Dean Li Weihua patted his shoulder and smiled. Lin Xia, you are the pride of our magic sound, don't worry about breaking through, all of us are your support. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, thank you old Dean, I won't let everyone down. Lin Xia swept his gaze around the room, and every familiar face made him feel closer. Look, there's the summer god. The pride of our school. Someone in the audience excitedly pointed in Lin Xia's direction and said to his partner beside him. Let me tell you guys. Xiaoshan slept in the same dorm room as me back then. We wore the same pants. Really, little brother? Then can you get me a pair of Natsujin's pants? Ha! Huh? You're poisonous, aren't you? Leader's table. Lin Xia, nervous? Dean Li Weihua, who was sitting next to him, asked amiably. Lin Xia helplessly laughed. Dean, you just arrange a side-foot seat for me to sit, this directly lets me sit next to you, can I not be nervous? This might be bloodline suppression. Dean Li Weihua laughed brightly upon hearing this. Ha, Lin Xia, this is what you deserve. What you've accomplished in just a few months is something most people can't achieve in their entire lives, sit at ease. The stage lights fade and the host slowly walks on stage with a microphone in hand and a smile on his face. The atmosphere grew silent as the crowd was filled with anticipation, knowing that the night was about to kick off. Chapter 64, Pursuing the Dream of the Red Heart. The evening builds to a crescendo as time goes on. The programs on the stage went on one after another, and each thunderous applause seemed to be warming up Lin Xia's entrance. Finally, when the host reported Lin Xia's name, the entire venue instantly boiled over. Aha! It's finally Natsukami. Although the previous programs were all great as well, the most anticipated one is the new song of the summer god. I'm so envious of people who can go to the site. Why doesn't my company give me a vacation? Let me only watch live. I also got Natsujin's autograph just now. Don't say it. Ooh, jealousy already. And the moment Lin Xia's figure appeared in the center of the stage, all the crowds at the scene were chanting Lin Xia's name. He was seen standing in the spotlight in a customized tuxedo, as if he were a warrior about to conquer the world. As the intro of Chasing Dreams and Red Heart slowly played, Lin Xia took a deep breath and closed his eyes, as if he was conversing with his past self and shaking hands with his future self. He then opened his eyes and the song flowed out like a spring, each note full of power and emotion, hitting the heart. Where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliffhanger. Live hard, love hard, even if it's with your head on a platter. Don't expect anyone to be satisfied, just be true to yourself. About ideals I never chose to give up. Even on a gray day. Lin Xia's voice echoed on the stage, and he used that magnetic voice to interpret every word. Finally, we're waiting for a new Natsujin song. Is this the new Natsujin song? Well, it's pretty good, but it just feels a little short on meaning, doesn't it? The lyrics seem pretty inspirational, but it does feel like it falls a little flat when sung. It's not like Natsujin's style. The river's talent is gone? I mean, the song just started and you hacks jumped on it? The song continues. Maybe I don't have the talent. But I have the innocence of dreams. I'll go and prove it with my whole life. Maybe I have stupid hands. But I would like to keep exploring. Give all your youth without regret. Lin Xia stood in the center of the stage, facing the countless pairs of eyes on the stage. He didn't need to guess, I'm afraid he knew what the audience was thinking right now. Inspirational lyrics without the inspirational flavor. In his previous life, when he first listened to the first half of this song, how could it be any different? But isn't that life? Without the blandness and buildup of the first half, what would be the explosion of the second half? He closed his eyes and allowed himself to be completely immersed in the music. The climax of the song, which made the heads of all the audience tingle, arrived as the drum beat increased in tempo. Run forward. Meet the cold eyes and the jeers. How can the vastness of life be felt without suffering? Fated cannot bring us to our knees. even if blood is spilled all over the arms. Keep running. With the pride of a naked child. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't hold on to it? Instead of lingering, let's burn with abandon. One day it will sprout again. In the climax of the song, Lin Xiao's voice reaches a mind-blowing height, as if he is shouting with his life, releasing his deepest passions and desires unreservedly. The entire venue seemed to be lit up by his song, and everyone was infected by the power. Holy crap, this kind of singing as if screaming and hissing at fate really gives me goosebumps all over. All I can say is that Xiaxin deserves to be Xiaxin, and the outbursts after the blandness are always shocking. Sing me to tears, buddy. This song is not only about those school children, but how can it not be about us, the social animals? Yeah. All the dreams you had in the beginning might have been given up due to various setbacks, and Natsujin is telling all the dream chasers not to give up. So what if my family and friends don't think highly of me? If I have to recall it later and regret it, then I will choose to burn everything I have at this moment. I'm going to be a pastry chef. I'm going to get into a prestigious university. I'll fight for the manager position, screw the backstage. Seniority. The audience was deeply moved by Lin Xiao's song, as if they saw the dreams and persistence they once had. As the lilting violin interlude ended, a new round of the main song started again. The future is charmingly gorgeous, always calling to me. Go forward even if you have only pain for company. I want to sail on the bluest sea there is. Never care if you can return it. Depressed after failure. That's cowardly. Please clench your fists as long as you live. Before the day breaks. We need to be braver. Waiting for the brightest moment at sunrise. As the song progresses, Lin Xiao's performance becomes more and more devoted, and he uses every movement of his body and every look to convey the determination and persistence of a dream chaser. The audience was driven by his emotions and the venue was filled with an empathetic atmosphere. Lin Xiao, go for it. Summer God, we will always support you. We're all in this together. You're the best. I'll do it this year. The arena was filled with cries as the crowd rose to their feet, shouting as if to show their respect for Lin Xiao. Again, it's like screaming at fate with the determination that you will never surrender. Lin Xiao listened to the cheers in the arena, the corner of his mouth raised in a smile as he used all the shouts of the audience as the best chorus, and the climax followed. Run forward. Meet the cold eyes and the jeers. How can the vastness of life be felt without suffering? Fate cannot bring us to our knees. Even if blood is spilled all over the arms. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao on the stage with tears in their eyes, and at that moment, time seemed to freeze. The audience was so captivated by Lin Xiao's song that they forgot everything around them. Lin Xiao's song is like a key that opens the softest part of everyone's heart, bringing back those memories of youth, dreams, and struggles. Keep running. With the pride of a naked child. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't hold on to it? It is better to burn with indulgence than to languish. For the good of the heart. No compromise until old age. As the last note fell, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Xia stood at the center of the stage and bowed deeply to the audience, a slight glint of tears in her eyes. Chapter 65, a 23-year-old professor? At this moment, how could he not be reminded of the once defeated self in his previous life? Thank you everyone. Lin Xiao's voice trembled slightly, obviously her emotions hadn't calmed down yet, but her voice was full of power. With less than 6 hours of sleep a day, a neutral pen net runs out in 2 days, and countless cups of instant coffee alive and well under us, I wondered as I walked through the darkness of dawn into the distance if we were not overdrawing on our past and future. The entire room was silent as people listened in silence, their eyes focused on every word Lin Xia said on the stage. Lin Xia paused and continued, now I get it, as long as you want to win, all this is nothing. I mean, sure you can fail in life, but you can never back down. As Lin Xiao's words fell, the entire venue once again resounded with warm applause. In this moment Lin Xia conquered everyone. President Li Weihua stood up and led the applause, with tears glistening in his eyes. He knew that Lin Xiao's success was by no means accidental, he was the pride of the Magic Sound Academy, and even more so, the pride of all the teachers and schoolmates. Lin Xia walked off the stage and backstage, where it was already a jubilant scene. His friends and mentors had come up to congratulate him, and everyone was proud and honored. Lin Xia, you're great. Your vocals, they really rock. Tonight's performance will definitely be one of the most memorable nights in our school's history. For many, tonight is not just a school celebration, but a great inspiration and motivation for their dreams. Lin Xia smiled, her heart filled with gratitude. None of this honor would have been possible without the people who supported and encouraged him on his way up. Afterwards, Lin Xia was surrounded by enthusiastic teachers and students, who took photos with him to express their love and admiration for him. He smiled and communicated with everyone, sharing his musical story and journey. And journalists flocked to it. Lin Xia, can you tell us how this song was created? A reporter raised his microphone and asked eagerly. Lin Xia smiled, his eyes swept over the faces full of expectations. He took a deep breath, began to tell his own story. In fact, my music road is not flat. Once I also wanted to give up, thought of simply lying flat. But at Magic Sound Academy, I met many like-minded friends and teachers whose support and encouragement made me even more determined to fulfill my dream. I hope to inspire more young people through my experience to love music, to love traditional culture, and to bravely explore the unknown. Lin Xia paused briefly, seeming to reminisce about the past, then continued, I believe that as long as we have love in our hearts and the courage to innovate, we will definitely be able to create more classics that belong to this era. The reporters listened intently and recorded Lin Xia's words. Lin Xia continued, tonight's performance is a report to all the people who have supported me. I hope that through my songs, I can inspire more people to bravely follow their dreams, defy hardships, and persevere to the end. Lin Xia, what do you think music means to you? Another reporter followed up. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, then firmly replied, music to me is an expression, a kind of power, and a kind of faith. It allows me to find hope in the midst of hardship and courage in the midst of frustration. My hope is that my music can be a light in more people's lives, illuminating their path forward. The reporters nodded their heads upon hearing this, agreeing with Lin Xia's words. Lin Xia's music has indeed become a light in many people's lives, illuminating the way they follow their dreams. As the interviews came to an end, the school night, in a mixture of laughter and tears, slowly came to an end. However, Lin Xia's song has remained in everyone's heart forever, becoming the most solid strength and warmest companion on their way forward. Lin Xia's name, at this moment, was more than a simple symbol. He became synonymous with youth, dreams and glory, inspiring every student who pursues relentlessly on the path of music. His stories, his music, like the brightest star in the night sky, lead them forward. With the end of the centennial celebration of the Magic City, the internet discussion about pursuing dreams of the Red Heart never stops. Lin Xia also posted a dynamic, "May the flower of your dream and mine never wither." Netizens have retweeted it in the comments below. Isn't it just a college entrance exam? What is this? I've never seen anything like it. I'm going to take the 211 exam, and I'm aiming for 620 points. There are 69 days left until the exam. There's still such a long way to go, I can't fall down easily. At 2140 people who are better than you are still studying on the road, and at 2343 Tsinghua students are still studying seriously. 014 The off-duty socializing talent is sent home by a friend. 226 The movers are already moving goods to the car. 306 truckers start their trucks to go finish the job. 547 breakfast store owners have started to yell. 639 The downstairs is filled with the voices of office workers saying hello, look everyone in this world is suffering, why I will not be able to carry. Even if I have to lose, I'll do my best before that. The summer god is the summer god, well deserved. We're all still on the journey, so don't give up so easily. And after that, Magic Sound made an even bigger announcement. After discussions with Mr. Lin Xia, Pursuing Dreams and Red Heart was officially played to become the sole song of our academy. This is not just the honor of a song, but also the resonance of the unquenchable flame and dream in the heart of every student. What is even more exciting is that the talented Mr. Lin Xia has been grandly invited by the college to assume the position of honorary professor. With her extraordinary talent and relentless pursuit of her dreams, Mr. Lin Xia has become a role model and beacon for all of us. Let's work hand in hand and continue to write a glorious chapter that belongs to us to the tune of Chasing Dreams with Red Heart. The internet was instantly abuzz with the news. Netizens were shocked and congratulated, with messages pouring in like a tidal wave. I'm a poor reader, what does that soul song mean? It means it's become the school song. I'm starting to envy Magic Sound, why isn't Natsugen from our school? Follow Your Dreams to the Heart deserves to be the school song. My God, never seen any singer sing a song that can become the school song of an academy like Magic Sound. I can only say one thing that deserves to be called Xiaoshan. I can't even imagine how hot I would have been if I had listened to this song every day when I was in school before. Doesn't anyone pay attention to the fact that Xiaoshan Du has become an honorary professor? A 23-year-old professor emeritus, my God. Youngest professor emeritus. If I remember correctly, I don't think the summer god even officially graduated yet, right? It's the first of its kind in the ancient world. Ah, who says otherwise? The summer god is bullish. Xiaxun cowpokes. Meanwhile, Lin Xia himself was enjoying some rare free time. Since the end of the school festival, he has received invitations from all directions, including interviews on TV, invitations to music festivals, and invitations to give lectures at major universities, but he has declined all of them. He had been continuously busy lately, and even he was beginning to feel exhausted. And soon a new installment of King of Masked Singer will begin, and he'll have to take a break and get in shape before then. And I heard that something new would be announced for this episode, which made Lin Xia curious. Chapter 66: A new format for King of Masked Singer? The backstage contestant lounge of the King of Masked Singer. The show hasn't started yet, but the contestants are all together in a rare moment. They sat around the couch, whispering to each other, a tense and expectant atmosphere in the air. The director, Yin Levin, had asked them to get together before the start of the show, surely to announce the new rules of the program, something that had been mentioned once before, but not in detail. Sword Fairy, do you have any tidbits of information there? What are the new rules? Mr. Plant couldn't help but break the silence, his eyes glittering with curiosity. Lin Xia shook his head and laughed. I don't really have any tidbits of information here. I've just been informed that today is the last game for the few of us in the near future. Ha ha ha, this should have all been notified, right? There are no fill-in singers in this episode, which means that the 5 of us will have to eliminate one more person out. Optimus Prime laughed out loud. Jean Gradualayer also smiled and nodded. Anyway, the notification was like this: I didn't even prepare much, maybe I'm going out for the 5th time today. Me too, it does get a little tiring with all the high-intensity confrontations every time in these episodes. I'll just take 4th. Mr. Plant slumped in his chair and waved his hand. Optimus slapped hands on his thighs and laughed. I'll go. It's 100% impossible, and tonight's installment, he has a feeling, is definitely going to be the most intense one yet, but of course, he's come up with his own king bomb of a song, Celadon, to deal with it. As the atmosphere of the contestants flirting with each other heated up, the door to the lounge was suddenly pushed open, and the director, Yen Liwen, walked in with a mysterious smile on his face. He looked around the room, his eyes lingering on each player's face for a moment as if assessing something. Everyone, today is a special moment for our King of Masked Singer. Speech Levin's voice carried a hint of solemnity. In this episode, we will not only announce the new rules, but it will also be the final battle for all of you as opponents. The contestants looked at each other, a hint of wariness and anticipation flashing in their eyes. Lin Xia smiled slightly. He had guessed correctly, the competition tonight would definitely be fierce. Yen Levin continued, as I mentioned to you all before, after this installment, the tournament system will be changed to group qualifying battles. That means this installment will eliminate the 5th place finisher outright, while the remaining 4 will become teammates and play 2x2 in the later rounds. After this you can all rest for a while until the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams are chosen, the 4 strongest teams against each other, and finally decide the throne of the King of Song in the program. The lounge fell silent as everyone digested the sudden news. Lin Xia's heart couldn't help but speed up, he was getting a little excited. According to Speech Raven, they are now a team. The show's next plan is to continue inviting singers to face off against each other in order to form a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th team. Crucially, however, the strength of their first team was evident. Frankly, it's a team of top-notch singers. The next 3 teams must have the strength to match, or even surpass them, or the program will lose its competitive edge. In other words, even singers who are slightly less powerful must be of a standard close to that of the King and Queen of Songs, or else they will not make it to the stage at all. How can it not be exciting that 4 teams, 16 of the top singers who have killed their way through the competition, will be competing on the same stage next? Well, without further ado, let's go back to your respective lounges and prepare for the draw. Let's get ready for tonight's challenge. After saying that with a smile, Speech Levin turned around and left the hall lounge. The people who stayed in the hall lounge looked at each other and seemed to be able to feel the burning passion in each other's hearts. They nodded their heads and got up to leave. At the moment, their thoughts were amazingly consistent. Even though they will soon be teammates, they are still rivals in this round. Each is eager to sit atop that number 1 ranking themselves. Microphone wiped the beads of sweat from his neck. He felt a little strange. Obviously the air conditioning was on full blast. Why did it suddenly get hot just now? However, when he thought of the words of the director, Yen Liwen, just now, he couldn't help but also feel his blood rise, and he could only say that at this moment, he was frighteningly strong. Time slipped by and it was finally time for the program to officially begin. The lights came on, the pop-ups raged in the broadcast room, and the cheers of the audience came in like a tidal wave. Obviously they also knew the new rules of the program at this moment. Holy! Off the air for a week and straight out of the gate with a big one. That's outrageous. What show normally dares to play like that? Without further ado, I'm fired up. Go Kensen-sensei! I like Kim Gradient. It's our Mr. Kim Gradient's turn to take first place in this issue. Nonsense, it's clearly Mr. Plant's turn. Yuck. I rock hot blood in my body and it will never go out. Aren't we forgetting someone else? As the crowd murmurs, the lights on the stage come into focus and the 5 contestants walk onto the stage in turn, where they will be drawn live today. Each of them wears a different mask, but today, it's no longer the mystery that hides behind those masks, but the final tussle between them as rivals before the ultimate final. Lin Xia took a deep breath and adjusted his state. He could feel the anticipation of the audience under the stage and the battle spirit of the other players. Kim Gradient gently stroked her mask as if she was sending some kind of power to it, and she closed her eyes as she mumbled the song she had prepared in her mind. Mr. Plant, on the other hand, looked extraordinarily calm as he smiled and waved to the audience as if he had everything under control. He knew in his heart that tonight's stage would be the perfect time for him to showcase himself. Optimus Prime stands in the corner of the stage, his gaze firm and deep. Tonight he will show what it means to be hot-blooded. Microphone stood in the middle of them, and although he had acted a bit clueless before, he was full of confidence at the moment. He believes in his voice, he believes in his music, and he wants everyone to know that he's not just a supporting actor, he wants to be the lead on this stage. Chapter 67, Liars. All liars. As each of the 5 contestants stood with their own agenda, the atmosphere became more and more tense. The audience waited with bated breath for the next part of the draw, as previous episodes have proven that drawing a good sign can be a real advantage for the contestants. The lights moved slowly across the stage, eventually settling on the presenter. Dressed in a shiny suit, he smiled and announced in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to reveal the results of tonight's draw. Will the 5 contestants please come forward and draw in order?" The first to step forward is Kim Gradient, who gracefully extends her hand and pulls a card from the box in the host's hand. She gently flipped the card over, a glint of determination in her eyes, before turning to face the audience and displaying her appearance in the order of precedence. Fourth. Mr. Plant smiled as he drew his card from the box, and he seemed to anticipate the scene, showing his outgoing rank second with aplomb. Optimus Prime follows suit, his movements crisp and clean as he draws his card. He turns to face the audience and shows what's on his card. Third. Lin Xia smiles slightly and walks forward calmly as he reaches into the case and slowly pulls out the card, then turns to face the audience and the camera to display fifth. McPhee took a deep breath, his heart filled with anticipation and apprehension. 2, 3, 4 and 5 were all drawn out, so he could only be the first out of the lineup. The first appearance is still relatively good for him, he is still quite confident in his own strength, and the first appearance means that there will be no other accidental factors, just need to show their own good. The draw was over and the crowd began to cheer. And one of the things that viewers are most looking forward to is whether or not Kensen will be number 1 for the 4th consecutive installment tonight. Why do I get the feeling that this is a very interesting draw tonight? Yes, it's safe to say that the pressure will go straight to Kenshin tonight. Why didn't I get it? Isn't this the same as all the previous installments? Someone explain it to me. That means everyone will definitely be firing on all cylinders for this installment tonight. The opening mic aside, it's of little consequence. The strength of Mr. Plant in the second appearance is also needless to say, taking over the microphone scene must be a breeze. Third out of the gate, Optimus Prime rocks just enough to restrain Mr. Plant's tunes, so it's not a problem, and fourth out of the gate, Kim Gradual Layer, is not afraid to rock the floor with her high notes. So for the last Sword Immortal to come out, the pressure and expectation will be all piled on him. It's like the singers in front of him are 1v1 and the last Sword Immortal is going to be 1v4, get it? Biggie, I'm on my knees, that's something to watch tonight. If we want to stay at number 1 for 4 consecutive installments, we'll have to see if Sword Immortal will come up with a new song from the Summer God tonight. According to this, the average new song won't do, it still has to be the top new song. Yes. Seeing this, the host excitedly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's appearance has been revealed. Let's wait and see who will come out on top in this fierce competition and become tonight's winner." As the host's voice dropped, the remaining 4 contestants, with the exception of the microphone, each returned to their respective lounges to prepare for the upcoming challenge. Tonight's stage will bear witness to their sweat and glory, and the audience can't wait to see an amazing musical feast. Microphone stands center stage, spotlighted. The music rose slowly as he took a deep breath and his voice began to echo through the air as the rhythm led him. He chose a powerful song, where every note feels like it's announcing his determination and courage to the world. The audience was captivated by his singing voice and quieted down, immersed in this musical baptism. Microphone's performance was full of passion and infectious energy, and he conquered everyone in the audience with his voice, even making those who were originally supporting the other contestants move. Even the 4 judges nodded their heads in appreciation of his performance tonight. The applause was thunderous as the microphone ended the performance. He bowed to the audience and then slowly walked off the stage, his heart full of satisfaction and pride. Microphone has a smug smile on his lips. Right now he really feels like he could beat the world, and he could not be happier with his opening performance tonight. Mr. Plant took to the stage next, playing a very different, yet equally engaging style of music than the microphone, easily breaking the afterglow that the microphone had left behind on stage in the previous set. His soft melody and heartfelt interpretation made the audience feel as if they were in a peaceful garden, while the hissing and breaking sound at the end of the song was like making the audience experience both fire and ice, which made all the audience cheer for him. Microphone, who was watching the scene from the lounge, looked a little stiff, but reassured himself, it's okay, it's only the second one, there's still a chance. And Optimus Prime's appearance heated up the scene once again. His soaring voice and passionate performance made the whole stage seem to be on fire. The audience was blown away by his vocals and stood up to cheer him on. The smile at the corner of Mackenzie Wynn's mouth had completely disappeared at this moment, and she just looked on. Kim Gradient came on next, and she sang like a heavenly voice, clear and melodious. The gold crescendo treble part is like an eagle soaring in the sky, free and high, mind-blowing. The audience was so overwhelmed by her singing that they felt as if they were in a dreamlike realm, forgetting the worries and stresses of reality. Mike, liars. All liars. Talking about being tired and unprepared. All liars. Lin Xia, who was in the restroom, all felt an unprecedented pressure. Counting Kim gradual layer, the first few singers have reached a new level of performance, and if they hadn't come up with Celadon early tonight, it would have been easy to roll over. As the game progressed, it can be said that each player brought out his or her own skills, and the atmosphere of the scene was pushed to a climax again and again. Lin Xia closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his mind. He began to mull over every note, every melody of Qinghua porcelain over and over again in his mind. Finally, a voice came out of the loudspeaker in the lounge to get Kenshin ready to come out. Teacher Sword Immortal, are you ready? Xiaoya asked softly, a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her tone. Lin Xia opened her eyes, her gaze firm and deep. Of course, never been more prepared. He stood up and straightened his clothes, as if he was a warrior about to step into battle. Chapter 68 The Blue and White Porcelain. Lin Xia stood waiting at the stage, listening to the loud applause in the arena, but his heart was unusually calm. It can be said that every stage appearance is a challenge to himself, and the real opponent, in his opinion, is always only himself. He rubbed his temples gently, trying to get himself more focused on the rest of the show. Let's give our warmest applause and welcome the last singer of the night to the stage, and that's Mr. Sword Immortal. As the host's words fell, Lin Xia nodded his head to Kim Gradual Layer, who walked off the stage, and then he slowly walked to the center of the stage. The lights instantly converged, enveloping him in a radiant glow. The audience was filled with cheers and applause, each and every one of them expecting Sword Immortal to surprise them. Coming. Been waiting for ages. Kensen-sensei is under a lot of pressure tonight. Yes, the singers in front of us all sang too well, and now Mr. Sword Immortal is like taking over several singers' venues all by himself, so the pressure can't be too great. I'm not worried about Kensen-sensei's vocals, now it's up to you to come up with a song of any quality. The quality of the songs? What's the point of Summer God? That's true, but what each of the previous singer-teachers sang was a classic among classics, so even a song written by the Summer God wouldn't be easy to please, would it? It's like this, unless the song Xiaoxin wrote for Mr. Jian Xian is also at the King Bomb level, it's all hard to say tonight. It seems to be true, so tonight's up in the air. The whole scene was at its peak. Lin Xia took a deep breath and closed her eyes, feeling the temperature of the stage and the enthusiasm of the audience. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if the whole world had stood still, leaving only him and the microphone in his hand. Lin Xia nodded to the band teacher. The music started slowly with a mellifluous Guzheng intro, and the audience was instantly captivated by the unique oriental flavor. With the addition of arrow, flute and pipa, the audience was instantly transported to the Jiangnan painting of splashing ink and smoky rain. What a beautiful melody! Muchen opened her mouth with a flash of amazement in her eyes. She was known as the god of soundtracks, so she naturally knew all kinds of instruments like the back of her hand. Yet it's amazing how these instruments can be so stunning when combined and played with plucking, percussion, and winds. Just hearing the intro, she knew that she couldn't go wrong with the song. The rest of the several judges also nodded their heads, and Zhang Tianming's eyes were even filled with anticipation. Every time the sword immortal had been able to bring shock to the crowd, so what about this time? Lin Xia's voice rose slowly with the melody. The vegetal embryo outlines the cyanotype, and the brushwork is thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies as you first made up. Ren sandalwood through the window, the heart of the matter is clear to me. The writing on the rice paper is hereby put aside in half. Lin Xia's song was picturesque, and every word seemed to tell an ancient story that mesmerized everyone. Glazed renderings, ladies' drawings, and rhymes are privatized. And you smile sweetly, like a bud. A wisp of your beauty drifts away. Going where I can't go. Lin Xia's voice is clear and deep, as if it could penetrate the heart, bringing the audience into that distant time and space, feeling the beauty and sorrow. Heavenly King Zhang Tianming is also not stingy, nodding his head and sighing. The essence, I can kneel on a scrub board for an hour. Can you do it? Then this? I dare you to kneel durian to hear the song. Do you dare? 666, where's the big brother who said earlier that Jian Xian is hanging tonight? Come out and listen to me on your knees too. Hey, I'm not going to lie, brother, it's already on my knees. Lin Xia's singing voice was like a messenger traveling through time and space, showing the haze of the smoky rain in the Jiangnan water town, the warm luster of the blue and white porcelain, and a lingering and sentimental love story in front of the eyes of the crowd. The song remains the same. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain, while I'm waiting for you. The moon was salvaged and fainted away the ending. Like heirloom celadon, beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. His voice echoed over the stage, as if bringing the audience into an ancient and mysterious world, where there was the quietness and elegance of celadon, and the tenderness and sorrow of the Jiangnan water town. Midway through the song, a haunting string accompaniment fades out and a new round of the title track slowly unfolds with it. Koi carp of white color and green flower leap to the bottom of the bowl. While copying the song drop, I was thinking of you. You're hidden in kiln fires, the secret of 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, as if an embroidery needle had fallen to the ground. Chapter 69, Picturesque. Li Wen is a professor of literature at a university who, by chance, followed the program King of Masked Singer. He had thought it was nothing more than an ordinary entertainment, but he had not realized that tonight's performance had changed his opinion completely. Levin sat in front of the television, the pen in his hand unconsciously sketching on the paper, as if recording every detail of the song. This isn't just music, this is art. Li Wen said to himself, his gaze following the sword immortal on the screen as if he wanted to engrave every note in his heart. He couldn't help but pick up his cell phone, open the live broadcast, and after editing a paragraph, he decisively sent it out and was quickly topped by the sharp-eyed administrator. The cleverness of these lyrics is that it skillfully blends the process of making celadon with thoughts of someone, as if telling a love story that spans thousands of years. The koi carp in white color and blue flower leaping from the bottom of the bowl not only depicts the pattern on the celadon, but also symbolizes a timeless beauty. And while copying the song drop, I was thinking of you reveals the author's deep emotion and concentration while creating the work, as if he had placed thoughts of someone in each piece. He went on to explain. Viewers were captivated by this insightful explanation and popped in to express their approval and admiration. So there's so much deeper meaning in the lyrics. I only thought it sounded good before, now I feel like my whole being feels elevated. It's really invincible. A sword immortal sings like a picture, and a summer god writes songs like poems. These two combined are really a bit scary, bro. A combination of poetry and paintings without a single flaw. As the song continues, Lin Xia's voice becomes more and more clear and distant, as if telling an ancient story that resonates with the heart. Outside the curtain, the banana, causing a sudden rain, the door ring causes the copper green. And I passed through that southern town to mess with you. In splashed ink landscape painting. You are hidden from the inky depths. The audience held their breath and were attracted by the unique oriental flavor, as if they were in the misty rainy Jiangnan water town, feeling the delicate emotions and long mood. Kenson's rendition was not just a transmission of sound, but a blend of emotion and culture that mesmerized everyone in the audience. The judges were also impressed by the song and showed their appreciation. Zhang Tianming's eyes even flashed with a light like seeing a rare treasure. A sword immortal and a Lin Xia were definitely his most reliable teammates in the future. At this moment, the stage lights change, the whole stage and even the venue are in a soft azure color, creating a peaceful atmosphere, as if the audience is brought into the rainy night of the Jiangnan water town. The big screen also slowly surfaced an ink painting of the Jiangnan scenery, misty rain, small bridges in water, green tiles and white walls, so that people seem to be in that poetic painting. This isn't just an auditory treat, it's also a feast for the eyes. Gu Yun couldn't help but marvel. Yes, Sword Immortal's singing and Lin Xia's lyrics perfectly combine music and literature, making it seem as if you're listening to a symphony where the classical and the modern mingle. Su Jiyu added. The chorus played again, the audience's heartstrings were plucked again, and the picturesque mood echoed in their hearts for a long time. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain, while I'm waiting for you. Cooking smoke rises millions of miles across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, the Chinese script imitates the drift of the previous dynasty. Consider me ambushed for meeting you. As the climax of the song arrives, Lin Xia's voice is like heavenly music, soaring without losing its softness, pushing the beautiful mood to the extreme. The audience couldn't help but sway gently to the melody, as if the entire venue was immersed in that ancient atmosphere. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain, while I'm waiting for you. The moon was salvaged and fainted away the ending. Like heirloom celadon, beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. Lin Xia's singing voice gradually lowered, but it touched the hearts of the people even more. It was as if the audience could feel the deep love and waiting contained in that celadon, as well as the unchanging love of 1,000 years. As the last note fell, the room fell into a brief silence, then erupted into thunderous applause. The audience rose to their feet and gave Kenshin their loudest applause for his wonderful performance. Inside the backstage lounge, the group of singers had all gone silent by now. They were shaken by Sword Immortal's song, and complex emotions surged in their hearts. Some of the singers had a gleam of admiration in their eyes, while others were silently contemplating the brand new song ideas that the song had brought about. Mr. Plant sat paralyzed on the sofa and spoke helplessly, "How can I fight this? I can't fight a bit, I'm really convinced by this one. Looks like I'm really old, and the youngsters are next." Optimus Prime sighed. "I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing anymore." Gene Gradual Layer shook his head and laughed. "Mike, no he. The pop-ups in the livestream also boiled over again, with viewers expressing their feelings of emotion and shock. The vocals, the lyrics, it's a work of art. Sword Immortal and Summer God, you're going to heaven. I'm ready to play this song on a loop all night, it just won't stop. It's not just a listening pleasure, it's a catharsis for the soul. A saying comes to mind, strangers are like jade, and gentlemen are unrivaled in the world. These two, the Sword Immortal and the Summer God, deserve their reputation." Ha, very graphic and vivid, no problem. Lin Xia stood on the stage and smiled as he bowed to thank the audience, knowing that this song had deeply touched everyone's heart. "Mr. Sword Immortal's song tonight is really great." The host excitedly walked onto the stage, his voice filled with excitement that was hard to hide. "Thank you, it's my honor to be loved by everyone." Lin Xia bowed slightly, a hint of humility in his voice. "Ha, Mr. Sword Immortal, you're too polite, let's hear what the 4 judge teachers have to say next." As the moderator's words fall, the camera pans to the 4 judges and teachers. The song, the lyrics, make me feel as if I'm seeing a flowing Chinese painting. They're not just a visual treat, they're a transmission of emotion and culture. Su Jiyu praised. Guyan nodded his head in admiration. "Whether it's your vocals or Lin Xiao's lyrics, they both make me feel the mood of a Chinese landscape painting and the profound emotions behind that. All I can say is perfect. I have a lot of words in my head that I want to say, but when it really comes down to it, I feel like I can't say anything to describe the wonderfulness of this song. The combination of you and Lin Xia is a perfect combination of music and culture, a harmonious dialogue between modernity and tradition." Mu Chen nodded and smiled. Chapter 70, Chinese Wind. When it was time for Zhang Tianming's turn to speak, the entire room silently fell silent, their eyes gazing at him. Everyone was curious about how he, as a heavenly king, should comment on this song. Zhang Tianming looked at the dazzling Sword Immortal on the stage, his eyes filled with admiration as he spoke. "This celadon porcelain is more than just a song, in my opinion, it's more of a painting, a piece of history, and a transmission of emotions. This song is different from all the songs you've sung before, whether it's the pop meets opera Drunken New Concubine or Knowing Me, which has rock elements but sings in an ancient style. There was even that song, the 3 words in 15 turns that didn't leave anyone alive, Moonlight, that didn't blow me away as much as today's song, which isn't just a difference in skill, it's a touch of the soul." When talking about Moonlight that didn't leave anyone alive, even Zhang Tianming couldn't help but laugh as if he had thought of something funny. The audience laughed along with them and the atmosphere became light and pleasant. Speaking of this, Zhang Tianming suddenly asked with some curiosity, Sword Immortal, I'd like to ask, this song Moonlight, if you're singing it again by yourself, will you still be able to reproduce the same caliber as you did in the last installment? When these words came out, everyone looked at the Sword Immortal on the stage. It is important to realize that since the release of this song until now, countless singers, bloggers were confidently ready to cover it. However, the final result is that they all fell down. So now the majority of netizens are most curious is, Jian Xian him this original can still perfectly reproduce again? Lin Xia silently pondered for a moment before opening his mouth and smiling. There shouldn't be any problem if it's in terms of technique, but there shouldn't be any way to perfectly recreate it in terms of feeling. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming smiled at the camera and said, you all heard it, right? There's no way to restore the original singer, so why don't you all hurry up and listen to it? There might not even be a live version in the future. Laughter from the audience filled the space. Ha ha, joy, good news, the sword fairy can still sing. Bad news, can't sing that flavor anymore. Meaning, the people are still there, but the song is out of print? I'm especially curious to know if the song Moonlight can be sung by Xiaoshen since he wrote it for Jian Xian. Dog head. Why didn't I think of that? Go ahead and force the issue when the time comes. As the laughter in the arena faded, Zhang Tianming returned to the topic and continued to speak. Kensen, your performance tonight reminds me of myself back then, full of passion and innovation. Your voice, like a sharp sword, penetrates the heart, while Lin Xia's lyrics are like a delicate painting that mesmerizes. Your collaboration has shown me the infinite possibilities of music. Although those 3 songs before were amazing, I still categorized him amongst the ancient style category, but with this song today, I don't think it applies anymore. How do you guys categorize it? Zhang Tianming asked. Lin Xia heard firmly and seriously said, Huaxia wind. We have been in Huaxia for 5,000 years, and the things left by our old ancestors cannot be lost. With these words, a touch of intense pride rose from all the spectators in the room. Ah, what a Huaxia style. This new genre of song, I recognize it, it will open a whole new door for all musicians. Zhang Tianming laughed out loud. When Zhang Tianming's words fell, the entire audience was shocked, and the crowd naturally knew clearly what this meant. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room once again frantically screamed, countless 666 and kneeling filled the screen. Tonight Jian Xian's song conquered all. Jean Gradual Layer also walked up and opened his mouth to laugh. It's really powerful. It's simply like being hung up. I'm convinced. I hope we can work together when we have the chance in the future. This Wah Wah song really opened my eyes. Optimus Prime exclaimed from the sidelines. At this time, the director, Yan Liwen, came over with a few moments of excitement in his demeanor. Sword Immortal, your performance was amazing. The data in the live broadcast room has just exploded, and the viewers are frantically swiping the screen, asking you to do another song. Lin Xia was slightly stunned, then smiled and shook his head. Thank you all for your enthusiasm, but that's enough for tonight's performance. Every song should have its full story and emotions, and I don't want to cheapen this touch. Speech Levin sniffed, and although he was a bit regretful, he was deeply in agreement. After all, the purpose of their show was still about competition, and it was really out of order to have a singer who had appeared on the show go back and sing another song, and he was overwhelmed by the traffic. He nodded, you're right, music demands respect. However, I'm sure tonight's performance will be an unforgettable memory for everyone. With all 5 contestants finishing their performances, the atmosphere became tense and expectant. The host stepped onto the stage and announced with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, after a fantastic round of performances, it's time to announce tonight's winner. The stage lights converge once again as the 5 masked singers stand together, awaiting the final results. Chapter 71. Though the result was well known to all, both the first and that first had landed. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of the contestants for their wonderful performances. You have conquered our hearts and minds with your music, showing us the infinite charm of music. The host's words were full of respect and appreciation. Tonight's competition was not only a contest of skills, but also a battle of emotions and creativity. Each of you showed your unique style and love of music, giving us a glimpse into a diverse world of music. The audience waited with bated breath for the final result. And now, I will announce the winner of tonight's. The host deliberately paused, adding to the tension in the room. And the winner of tonight's match is Kenshin. As the host's words fell, the melody of Qinghua Porcelain once again resounded in the arena. The entire audience erupted in applause and cheers as Lin Xia stood in the center of the stage, smiling and waving to the audience. Sword Immortal, your performance tonight has undoubtedly become the center of attention in the room. Your music not only touched us, but will surely affect many more people. Lin Xia stepped forward and spoke. Thank you all for your support. Thank you to all those who supported me. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am tonight. Music is our common language and a bridge connecting our hearts. I will continue to work hard to create more and better works to return everyone's love. Lin Xia's words were short and sincere as he bowed deeply, and the applause from the stage became even louder. Sword Immortal, is there anything you would like to say to the audience? The host asked. Lin Xia took a deep breath, then slowly spoke. Music knows no borders, it can cross cultural and language barriers and touch the heart. Tonight, we have created a wonderful memory together, and I hope that this is not just an end, but a new beginning. Let's all look forward to the future of the music world with more sounds of our own. As the words fell, the entire audience once again erupted in thunderous applause, and Lin Xia's musical dreams were flying farther away with this applause. And the end result was not what anyone expected. Golden Gradient is second, Mr. Plant is third, and Optimus Prime is fourth. Microphone Fifth regretted leaving all faces, and he made the crowd laugh during his final speech, vocally accusing everyone of cheating on him backstage. Haha, laughing my ass off, also bad huh? Look at the child being tricked. He's all aggravated. I've seen people cheat, I've never seen them cheat themselves. Dog's head. Actually, the microphone strength is still quite strong, but helplessly the remaining four are stronger. In the end, in the midst of the cheers, Zhenxian won the unanimous praise of the audience and judges once again with his perfect rendition of Blue and White Porcelain, and succeeded in winning the first place in King of Masked Singer for 4 consecutive periods. The singers hugged each other and exchanged musical insights. The next time they meet again will probably be at the Battle of the Bands tournament in a couple months. As the program came to an end, the audience left reluctantly, but those moving melodies still echoed in their minds. And in the midst of this match tonight, the names of Sword Immortal and Lin Xia were destined to be remembered by even more people, and their songs and lyrics would echo in the hearts of countless people, becoming eternal classics. Meanwhile, on social media, Zhen Xian's name and the melody of Qinghua Porcelain quickly took over the top of the hot search list. Who the hell is Sword Fairy? That voice is practically killing me. Whoever he is, all I know is that I'm completely overwhelmed by him. Looking forward to Kenson's next performance, be sure to keep surprising us. Kenson's performance made me completely fall in love, and I feel a little bit happier when I'm fanning Natsujin while fanning Kenson at the same time. Laugh your ass off and double your pleasure, huh? This song has so much charisma, I've been playing it on loop all night and I still don't think it's enough. This song is really beautifully written, and I'm blown away by the Wuxia style. Who says it isn't? Xia Shan belongs to the category of being the one who started a new genre all by himself, and along with that, the ancient style is now on fire. Yeah, in the past, the ancient wind circle was pure self-importance, no one listened to the rest except for their own people, and now it's really better too, they all have to thank the summer god. Seriously though, before Natsukami's debut, who would have thought that something from an old ancestor would be so beautiful when combined? That's right, we can't lose the national essence that is uniquely ours. Inside the Theatre Association conference room, a group of senior executives were sitting around the conference table, and were seriously discussing a certain topic, and the whole atmosphere of the conference room seemed a bit serious. Everyone, we are gathered here today to discuss an important topic. The president of the Opera Association spoke solemnly. Lin Xia's Qinghua Porcelain has not only caused a sensation in the music world, but has also had a profound impact on our traditional opera. We cannot ignore this cultural phenomenon and must take action. The people in the conference room nodded their heads, knowing that what the president said was true. With the evolution of the public's aesthetic concepts and values, traditional opera has gradually been regarded as obsolete and difficult to attract young audiences, leading to a gradual decline in its popularity. Even today, fewer and fewer people are willing to learn to understand opera, and the entire industry has been described as down and out. And now the popularity of Qinghua Porcelain has not only made the younger generation interested in the Chinese style, but also brought a new part of attention to the art of traditional opera. How should we respond? A vice president asked the question. The president pondered for a moment, then said, first of all, we have to realize that tradition and modernity are not opposites. Lin Xia's musical works actually provide us with a good opportunity to think. We can give new life to traditional opera by combining it with popular music. I've decided to invite Lin Xia to come and be the face of our opera association and attend our opera events. As the words fell, there was a momentary silence among the people in the conference room. The president's earlier proposal was highly appreciated by them. However, the fact that they were suddenly asked to invite someone as a spokesperson, and that person was to be involved in a specialized theater event, was a bit overwhelming. You know that semi-official association organizations like theirs are generally very cautious. Plus, is it really feasible to invite someone from across the line of work as an approach? No one is willing to take that risk. President, your proposal, very creative, but we need to consider not only innovation, but also the purity and professionalism of Lin Xiao's work resonates because he has found a bridge between tradition and modernity. We invited him precisely because we hope to use his influence to make more young people understand and love our traditional opera. And now we're the ones begging people, not them begging us, and I'm saying that this thing is just a proposal, and it's still a toss-up whether Lin Xiao will say yes or not. The atmosphere in the conference room became a bit tense, but the president's words also caused some people to think deeply. A young opera singer stood up, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. The president is right, we can't refuse to try for fear of change. Lin Xiao's musical work has proven that there is a market for combining traditional elements with modern aesthetics, so why can't we take that brave step? The president nodded and thanked the young actors for their support. He continued, we are not abandoning the tradition, but we want to keep it alive in a. The prerequisite is that Ms. Lin Xia is willing to come to our event, so I'll be the one to make the contact on this side. In the end, the president's proposal was supported by the majority. Although the old man still retained he also expressed his willingness to observe Lin Xiao's performance to see if the young musician could really bring new hope to. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment as he slowly spoke, President Zhao, I am honored by your system, redeemed the song Red Velvet. Ding! It has been successfully exchanged for you. Lin Xiao gently tapped on the desktop, the melody of a kara echoing in his head. The song's backstory comes from a legend of an ancient opera artist, telling the story of a skilled actor and how he stays true to his art and beliefs in a chaotic world. The song incorporates traditional opera singing and modern musical elements, with a classical flavor without losing the pop feel, making it perfect for presentation at an opera festival. Thinking of this, Lin Xia immediately got up and prepared to head to the company to record the song first. He actually has a small recording room in his home, but that's just a little easier for his day-to-day work. If you want to record professionally, it's better to go to a company. Lin Xia, although the company will fully support you in all your decisions, but seriously, I still don't recommend you to touch opera. Li Yuexin stood by the side and said helplessly. It's not that I don't believe you, but in terms of your current volume, if you sing well, the promotion is not too big, but in case if you don't sing well, it's a big loss, the gain is not proportional to the risk. Lin Xia smiled faintly upon hearing this, don't worry, Sister Uxin, I'm sure. He knew that what Li Yuexin said wasn't wrong, and in the perspective of a normal person's eyes, this was indeed a very low cost-effective thing to do. Even though the curator of the Opera Association, Zhao, didn't say anything, he was more or less aware of some of the voices within the association. But this is for him to do a strong promotion of traditional cultural heritage, he is very happy. It is also hoped that, in the future, more young people will be willing to enter the world of opera to experience that ancient and he knew the significance of this song to Lin Xia and the Opera Association, so he didn't dare to slack off in every detail. Little teacher Zhang, let's try this section again, it feels like there's still room for improvement. Lin Xia suggested with a smile. The recording engineer, Xiao Zhang, nodded and gave an OK gesture, indicating that there was no problem. Lin Xia took a deep breath and plunged into the world of the song once again. This time, his voice is deeper and more emotional, as if bringing the listener into that turbulent era, feeling the inner struggle and persistence of the actor. Finally, after hours of hard work, the recording came to a successful conclusion. Lin Xia took off her headphones and said to Xiao Zhang, thanks for your hard work, Mr. Xiao Zhang, this recording was very successful. Xiao Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, Teacher Lin Xia, you sang it so well, this song will surely touch the hearts of many people. Lin Xia smiled slightly, his heart filled with anticipation. Night. Lin Xia, who had returned home, picked up the phone and dialed Chairman Zhao's number again. When the phone was connected, Lin Xia opened the door and said, President Zhao, regarding the matter of composing an opera song, I've already composed a song titled Qiling. It incorporates elements of traditional opera and has already been recorded, so I'll send it to you later, so you can see if it fits, and we'll change it if it doesn't. But I believe that this song can add luster to the opera festival. Chapter 74 Lin Xia wants to sing opera? President Zhao looked unusually shocked after hearing this. How long has it been? You Lin Xia not only wrote it, but even recorded it? However, when he thought of Lin Xia's amazing talent, everything felt very reasonable again, and he quickly suppressed the surprise in his heart and opened his mouth. It's really hard work for you, Mr. Lin Xia. We at the Opera Association will definitely give you our full support, and we look forward to this song becoming a highlight of the festival. Lin Xia smiled and responded, "Thank you for President Zhao's trust. I will send you the idea and lyrics." "President, what do you want to see me about?" the vice president asked. President Zhao took off his headphones, his eyes glittering with excitement. "Take a listen to this song, Red Velvet. This is the new song Lin Xia just sent us." "That fast? It's unbelievable," the vice president said while receiving the headset with a trace of incredulity on his face. As President Zhou taps the play button, the music begins to flow and the vice president concentrates and begins to listen. As the music flowed, his expression grew stony. When the song ended, he took off his headphones, the same tears glistening in his eyes. "It was so touching, it was a perfect interpretation of the traditional art of opera," the vice president exclaimed. President Zhao nodded. "Yes, this song Chilling by Mr. Lin Xia not only incorporates elements of traditional opera, but also injects the vitality of modern music. I'm sure this song will cause a sensation at the opera festival," the vice president said excitedly. "President, I'll convene a meeting for everyone to come together and listen." President Zhao waved his hand and stopped him. "Chairman, you this. Isn't that why you called me here?" the vice president said with a puzzled look on his face. President Zhao shook his head, a glint in his eyes. "I called you here mainly for you to make arrangements. I'm going to make an appearance on the day of the opera festival as well, and I'll be singing Peach Blossom Fan. Arrange this scene of mine with Ms. Lin Xiao's Qiling and wait for me to sing to the end, after which Ms. Lin Xiao will come out and take over." The vice president was a bit dumbfounded and at the same time a bit shocked by what he heard. According to this statement, the president is going to use his own play to be Lin Xiao's padding, or stepping stone. President, shouldn't you reconsider this? There's no precedent for this. President Zhao firmly shook his head. "It's settled. Mr. Lin Xia has already held more than enough respect and esteem for us, then we have to show our attitude as well. Besides, if we never know how to change, our opera will really be forgotten by time." At this moment, the discussion on the internet about the King of Masked Singer is still not stopping, with the end of all the events of the first team led by Jian Xian. Everyone was looking forward to the next two teams, 3, 4, and finally the big 4-team melee. And a flurry of scarfing from the theater guild quickly drew a lot of attention from the internet, because on it people saw an unbelievable name. The Opera Association warmly welcomes Mr. Lin Xia to join the festival. Mr. Lin Xia will be presenting an original song, Shiliang, which incorporates elements of traditional opera. On the day of the program, we will be live streaming the entire event, so let's look forward to this perfect combination of tradition and modernity. #OperaFest #Linxia Chiliang #. As soon as the news broke, the internet was in an uproar. "Ilologo, finally wait for Xiaxin's new song again. Die laughing, didn't we just hear Celadon the other day? Dog's head. That's different. The Opera Association is really getting better. They've invited the summer god to write a new song for them. Opera? Does anyone listen to that anymore? Isn't Lin Xia a pop singer? How come you're suddenly into traditional opera? Upstairs you're stupid. Xiaxin also wrote New Noble Consort Drunk for Jianxian. But I still feel that nowadays, it's really not a good idea to touch the theater, and someone else has been blocked because of it before, so Xiaxin made a wrong move. Don't be ridiculous, neither is different in nature, and anyway, I support Natsujin unconditionally." In the face of these many voices on the internet, Lin Xia did not respond, believing that the work itself would speak for itself. Meanwhile, the staff of the Theater Association has been working intensely to prepare for the upcoming festival. They are making all kinds of preparations for the upcoming opera festival, striving for perfection in every detail, from stage design to publicity and promotion. Lin Xia's Red Velvet is listed on the publicity poster for the festival. On the poster, Lin Xia is wearing a costume, holding a folding fan, with a kind of firmness and deep love in his eyes. The bottom of the poster reads, "Traditional opera, modern interpretation, Lin Xia takes you through the millennium." As time goes by, the days of the theater festival are getting closer and closer. Lin Xia and the team from the Opera Association had several conversations and worked together to refine the details of the song. They have also invited renowned opera performers to participate in the show to add more traditional flavor to Chiliang. Finally, the day of the opera festival arrived. Chapter 75, This Isn't the Summer God Either. The sunshine sprinkled the whole venue, and the audience came early in anticipation of an audio-visual feast. The stage is decorated in an antique style, with the words Opera Festival written in golden letters on the carved mahogany backdrop, making it look solemn and elegant. Lin Xia likewise came backstage early to prepare. Mr. Lin Xia. Good morning, Mr. Lin Xia. Along the way, the staff greeted Lin Xia, and he responded with the same smile and nod. As far as Lin Xia's eyes could see, Chairman Zhao was sitting in front of a makeup mirror, her face already coated with exquisite makeup. He greeted softly while Chairman Zhou turned his head and responded with a smile. President Zhao curiously asked Lin Xia if she was planning to put on makeup as well, but before Lin Xia could say anything, a cold snort cut through the air as Elder Lu Wenhai walked over with a dissatisfied look. As a senior artist in the opera industry, he had openly opposed President Zhao's proposal at the last meeting. Lu Wenhai glanced at Lin Xia, his tone serious. How can anyone go on stage and sing without makeup? You have to perform well today, don't bring shame to our opera association. After saying that, he turned around and left. Chairman Zhao smiled helplessly and apologized to Lin Xia. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin Xia, I haven't had the chance to let them enjoy your singing, that's why old Mr. Lu is like this. In fact, he's usually very good-tempered, he's just incredibly obsessed with theater, so he always seems a bit insensitive as well as stubborn when it comes to these things. And I invited these old generation of opera masters to the scene today, also to let them feel the torrent of the new era, and the scene in person is always more shocking than wearing headphones to listen. I'm really sorry for letting you suffer, Mr. Lin Xia. Lin Xia smiled bashfully, shook his head and said softly, It's okay, President Zhao, I understand all of it, and I can't bear to see our Chinese national essence fall into disrepair. With that, Lin Xia turned his head and spoke, signaling the makeup artist to start applying his makeup. He had changed into an exquisite costume and his makeup had been carefully retouched, and it was as if his entire body had traveled through time and space, transforming into an actor of that era. As the audience gradually filled up, the lights on the stage dimmed and the atmosphere became tense and expectant. The host stepped onto the stage and announced in a rousing voice, Welcome to our annual opera festival, where today we will witness a perfect fusion of tradition and modernity. As the host exited the stage, the lights came back on and the actors, dressed in their magnificent costumes, slowly walked onto the stage and began their performance. It's on, it's on. Where's my summer god? Didn't you read the program? Natsujin is going to be the last one to appear. Hey, man, don't tell me, I feel like this opera is pretty good, huh? Really? Just the beginning felt like a refreshing listen, and then it got more and more boring. Yeah, kind of want to go to sleep. Maybe it's because we young people feel bored listening to it, it feels like the older generation kind of likes it. It's like this, wait for Natsujin to come out, today is the day to run for Natsujin. On the stage, a classic opera clip was staged in turn, and the charm of traditional art was shown in the interplay of light and shadow. The audience's emotions rose and fell with the drama, sometimes laughing, sometimes sighing, as if everyone was deeply attracted by this ancient power. This isn't the summer god, is it? It's much shorter. Even though everyone is wearing makeup, I'm pretty sure this isn't Natsujin. That's strange, didn't the host announce that it was Natsukami's Akira? Was there a stage accident? Impossible, this is the Opera Association, it won't make such a low-level mistake, just watch without fear, maybe the summer god has arranged a special program. I know. This man is the president of the Opera Association. His name is on the program list. Says he'll be working with the summer god. On stage, President Zhou took a deep breath and began his performance. His voice is loud and rhythmic, and every word is full of emotion. As the play progresses, he incorporates his perceptions into every movement and every look. The audience was deeply moved by his performance, as if they had traveled back in time to that legendary era. This is singing Peach Blossom Fan? But it feels a bit wrong, is this an adaptation? It looks like it's been adapted, with all those teeth and claws next to them and evil ghost masks that weren't in the original. Holy! I know! What do you know? Don't be a Riddler! You'll find out when you search the 26th year of the Min State, the night of July 7th. Is it hard to believe that Natsujin's red velvet is linked to this? Can't say bro, really can't say. Lu Wenhai sat on a chair at the bottom of the stage, his face looking somewhat gloomy. He gripped the armrests tightly, his fingertips whitening from excessive force, and he couldn't help but whisper under his breath, nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Chapter 76 The Red Velvet. The older opera singers sitting in the same row as him looked at each other in disbelief and were also a bit puzzled. To know this kind of classic opera, not that can be adapted to adapt, and still sing such sensitive things, once grasp the boundaries of which is not good, can be a big deal. On the stage, Chairman Zhou was still engaged in the opera, and the crowd wearing evil ghost masks beside him surrounded the area, making exaggerated movements. As the drums beat urgently, President Zhao's singing became more and more sorrowful, and for a while the air seemed to be frozen. Only to see President Zhao's singing voice turn, he shouted, "Light the fire." As the words fell, the ground of the stage, including the large screen behind it, began to ignite with a blazing fire, and the entire stage was covered in a fiery red color for a while. The actor wearing the evil ghost mask lies on the ground, writhing frantically, a low wail of agony emanating from his mouth. All of the audience was deeply attracted by this performance on the stage, their attention was fixed, their fists clenched, and they were staring at the stage in death. This moss and blue tiles are piled up, I have slept the sleep of the wind and watched the rise and fall of 50 years to the fullest. As President Zhao's voice fell, the stage lights gradually darkened. And with that, a new round of music rang out, with elements of traditional opera in the intro, the flute mellifluous, the drums steady, instantly bringing the audience into an ancient and mysterious world. Immediately after that, a spotlight hit the center of the stage. Dressed in a gorgeous costume, with delicate makeup applied to her face and holding a folding fan, Lin Xia slowly stepped into the audience's line of sight. At that moment, time seemed to freeze and all eyes were focused on him. Coming. President Zhou's performance was so shocking. Yeah, that's the pioneers. Now it's up to the summer god's tune. I feel like sealing the deal. Lin Xia took a deep breath, the folding fan in his hand gently waved, and slowly opened his mouth. One twist of the play, the water sleeves rise and fall. Singing of sorrow and joy and separation has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes, and the gong rings and is silent. Who's to say when it's a play in a play out? Lin Xiao's voice was like a sob, as if she was narrating a story. The audience was captivated by this unique rendition and gradually became immersed in it, with the whole room falling silent. Accustomed to putting both joy and sorrow into pink ink. So what if the clichés are sung through, white bones and green ashes are all mine? Floating in the chaotic world endures to see the beacon burning the mountains and rivers. A lowly position does not dare to forget my country, even if no one knows me. Lu Wenhai at the moment also looked a little trance, looking at the stage of Lin Xiao's face welled up a touch of complexity. A good sentence, a lowly position did not dare to forget to worry about the country. This singing is not exactly them? Is perfectly linked, guys. The lyrics are so well written, with no mention of theater in a sentence, but every sentence is theater. In conjunction with President Zhao's performance just now, it's really going to seal the deal. On the stage, Lin Xiao's performance continued, and as the tempo was high, the crowd's expression hung in shock. People walk by off stage and don't see the old colors. The man on the stage sings heartbreaking parting songs. It is hard to put ink to the word love. She must sing in harmony with blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls. Who is the guest? The opera cadence rang out, and the entire venue seemed to be shaken by an invisible force, as everyone was immersed in the mood created by the song. He sang the sorrows and joys of the actors, the vicissitudes of the times, but also the love of traditional culture and perseverance. Seriously, I had goosebumps for real, and for a split second there was a tingling sensation in my scalp. I get you, bro, it really rocked. Seal the gods. Definitely sealed the gods. The summer god deserves to be called the summer god. I'm really coming around to theater now. Lin Xiao's song transformed, a light sigh that seemed to tell history. Ah. Strong feelings, regret, seriousness, turn back all illusion. Who is the person opposite? Lu Wenhai's eyes widened. The previous opera cadence and lyrics had already shocked him, but at this moment, this pure kunku tune made him doubt his life even more. Based on the merit of just a few words, he could conclude that Lin Xiao's skill in opera was definitely not low, and was not even inferior to many senior opera. The way is merciless, the way is merciful. How to think? The Tao is merciless, the Tao is merciful, and it takes a lot of thought. Lin Xiao's singing voice was like a clear stream, slowly flowing in everyone's heart, awakening their awe and yearning for traditional culture. In the audience, some people were in tears, some applauded, and many more were immersed in this moving experience across time and space. At the end of the song, the venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The staff of the Opera Association was also thrilled, knowing that the song Chiliang would be the highlight of the festival. Lin Xiao bowed deeply to the audience and thanked them, satisfaction and pride shining in his eyes. He just hoped his efforts today wouldn't be in vain. Instead, the truth is that Lin Xiao not only made more people feel the charm of traditional opera, but also contributed to the inheritance and development of Chinese culture. This day of the festival has not only become an important milestone in Lin Xiao's career, but also an important opportunity to promote the integration of traditional opera with modern culture. Since then, more people began to pay attention to opera, understand opera, and fall in love with it. And the starting point of all this is that show Chilling brought by Lin Xia. Chapter 77, Concert Guest of Honor? After the festival, Lin Xia's Chilling quickly became a hit on the internet. More and more young people are beginning to pay attention to and understand traditional opera, and the Opera Association has received more attention and support. Various media outlets have retweeted, liked, and commented. The song Chilling sings about the world and the impermanence of the world. #Chilling, #Lin Xia, #opera. We should pay more attention to the national essence of China and not let the culture passed down by our forefathers be lost. #Chilling, #Lin Xia. And the netizens have left comments. Lin Xia's performance made me reacquaint myself with the charm of opera, which can be so stylish and moving. A netizen wrote on the social media platform. After listening to the song Chilling, I made it a point to search for the backstory behind the song and the history of the development of opera up to the present day, and it's just mind-blowing. Yes, especially when I learned that once the curtain goes up on an opera, it must not be stopped in the middle, and that even if the stage is empty, you must keep singing until the end. This spirit is really touching. Okay, you guys go ahead and brag, I've moved on to learn to worship. Holy, surprise action figure. As the popularity of Red Velvet continues to climb, Lin Xia's name is becoming more familiar to more people. He has not only caused a sensation in the opera world, but has also created a traditional culture craze among young people. Meanwhile, the Opera Association has struck while the iron is hot with more opera-related programs and events. In cooperation with major media, they have produced a series of documentaries and special programs on opera, giving more people the opportunity to learn about the stories and cultural connotations behind opera. 1 week later. Inside the Starlight Entertainment conference room. Brother Li, what's the matter that called me here today? Lin Xia walked into the conference room and sat next to Li Tianhe and smiled. Li Tianhe smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's not a big deal, it's just that didn't you write a song called Red Bean for Wang Mengqi before? Does it still ring a bell? Lin Xia nodded. Of course I have an impression, I wrote that song especially for her. Preparations for Wang Mengqi's album are nearing completion. We plan to organize a concert for her as a way to perform this new song. The main purpose of finding you here today is that I am going to invite you as a special guest to sing this song Red Bean with her, just as if I had adapted in advance. Now it's up to you. Li Tianhe laughed. Lin Xia heard carefully pondered, since the opera festival on stage singing Chilling has passed a week, this week he has nothing to do, enjoy being a salted fish. It could be said that this week had been the most leisurely since he'd crossed over, and now that he'd had enough rest, it was time to get out and walk. Besides, he had always been curious about the concerts over here, so this was a good opportunity to learn, and he might be able to use it again in. Go check out Sister Mengqi's scarf, announcing new news about the concert. On Wang Mengqi's scarf, a beautiful poster came into view, which read, New song for Wang Mengqi's concert Red Bean lyricist and composer, Lin Xia. Looking forward to a musical feast with you. Fans have been leaving comments and the anticipation is instant. Oh my god. I can't believe the summer god wrote the song for him. A fan commented excitedly. The combination of Sister Mengqi and the summer god, this is like a divine combination. I'm already fantasizing about the atmosphere of the scene. Now besides Sword Immortal, Sister Mengqi is the only person the summer god has written a song for, right? It's so honorable. I just finished saying that it's impossible for summer god to write a new song for Sister Mengqi. I didn't expect the smack in the face to come so fast, but all I can say is that this smack in the face is really cool. All the marketing numbers were sniffing around for a while, and now the traffic code is clear to everyone. As long as there is the word Lin Xia, you just write anything that is explosive. Shocked. Lin Xia is actually in this kind of relationship with Wang Mengqi. Big news. Renowned top-tier top female singer Wang Mengqi surprisingly takes out Lin Xia's. Countless netizens laughed at this kind of headline. Well, that's how you write a headline, isn't it? Scared to death, before I clicked in I thought Xia Xingjin and Meng Qi's sister really had some kind of relationship. Come on people. The dog head guillotine is waiting. Holy, there's a new song from Summer God, is it too late to buy tickets? Late. It's all on sale a month in advance, hee, I have it. Dog thief. Say, what's the Summer God been up to lately? All new songs and no people again? Ha, die laughing, let him rest and relax. Lin Xia and Wang Mengqi began intense rehearsals under Starlight Entertainment's arrangement. Their musical understanding gradually emerged, and Lin Xia's unique voice added a bit of unique flavor to the song. Teacher Lin Xia, your voice is really superb, it's a match made in heaven with the song Red Beans. Wang Mingqi sincerely complimented in between rehearsals. Lin Xia smiled and responded, Ms. Mingqi, your voice is also very infectious, I'm sure this concert will be very successful. As the concert approaches, Starlight Entertainment's promotional campaign intensifies. Chapter 78. Will Lin Xia come tonight? Major media outlets have reported that concert tickets are hard to come by. Fans are eagerly waiting for this audio-visual feast. On the eve of the concert, the city's night sky seemed to be shrouded in an invisible layer of anticipation, and the streets, alleys were buzzing with talk of the Lin Xia's collaboration with Wang Mingqi is indeed a highlight. Chen Ming whispered to himself as Lin Xia's unique and penetrating voice and Wang Mingqi's gentle yet powerful vocals came to mind. The combination of the two undoubtedly gave a whole new life to this new song and made the concert full of endless possibilities. He hadn't heard that song Red Beans yet, but since it was Wang Mingqi who dared to bring it out in this situation, it already proved the quality of the song, not to mention that it was written by Lin Xia. It was just that what made Chen Ming feel a bit funny was that Lin Xia had not submitted any declarations to the association so far. Obviously, with singing skills and popularity not inferior to the king of songs, but recorded in their association are the 18-line newcomers who have just debuted. He continued to flip through the data report, each item showing the unprecedented magnitude of the concert. Tickets sold out in seconds, the online buzz continues to soar, and major media outlets are clamoring for coverage. All of this signaled that this concert by Wang Mingqi would be the center of attention in the entertainment industry in the near future. However, to be promoted to Song Queen, just one concert is still not enough. Chen Ming secretly pondered in his heart. It is important to realize that the title of Queen of Songs does not only represent popularity and influence, but also a deep understanding of music, continuous creativity, and positive contribution to society. Wang Mingqi needs to continue to prove herself with her songs and actions after this concert. Thinking of this, Chen Ming gently closed the folder and looked up into the distance. The lights of the city mingled with the bright lights in the concert venue, as if telling the stories of countless people. With the countdown to the start of the concert ringing out and the audience entering in an orderly fashion at the moment, Chen Ming also retrieved his thoughts and re-entered the intense and orderly work of judging. Every stroke and stroke of his own hand may determine the fate and future of a singer. Therefore, he must remain impartial and rigorous, listening with his heart to the stories and emotions behind every song and sound. The curtain of the concert was finally slowly opened, and the spotlights on the stage converged into a sea of brilliant light, illuminating Wang Mingqi's silhouette in a particularly dazzling manner. Wang Mingqi was dressed in an exquisite long dress, just like a fairy coming out of a painting. She smiled with a microphone in her hand and shouted, "Hello friends." The words fell, and the arena erupted in hoots and hollers. "Sister Munchkin, we love you. Goddess. Aha. Sister Mingqi, you're so beautiful tonight. When's the new song? Is the summer god coming tonight?" Wang Mingqi smiled slightly as she listened to the cheers in the arena and said, "Don't worry, dear friends, good things are always worth waiting for, right? The title track from the album is definitely going to be at the end, and as for whether or not Mr. Lin Xia will be here tonight." Wang Mingqi deliberately paused for a moment, and the eyes of the entire audience suddenly gathered on the stage, their gazes containing anticipation. Teacher Lin Xia has been quite busy lately as well, so you get the picture, right? In the end, Wang Mingqi shook her head in mock regret and said, "What a pity, it would have been great if the summer god would have appeared tonight as well." A spectator shook his head in regret. After all, it's good enough that Xiaxin can write a hit song for Sister Mingqi, and now there are multiple people in the circle who want to ask for a song but can't. That's true, we all came here to listen to Sister Munchkin sing tonight anyway, and having a new song from the summer god is kind of an unexpected favor. Lin Xia, who was sitting backstage, listened to the sounds coming from the front of the stage, and he smiled helplessly. After this period of time, he and Wang Mingqi naturally became much more familiar with each other. She's an elegant person, but she's got a lot of ideas in her head, and sometimes she's just like a child who can't grow up. Stage. Look at you guys like you're sorry. Come on. Tonight is my concert, okay? Can't everyone just focus on me? Wang Mingqi laughed. The audience laughed on stage. So for the first song of the night, please enjoy. As Wang Mingqi's words fell, the lights on the stage gradually softened, and the background music slowly played, as if leading everyone to travel back to those days when they were treated gently by the years. A carefully crafted music video played on the big screen, each frame filled with a sense of storytelling that complemented the new songs that were about to be sung. Wang Mingqi's voice flowed slowly on the stage, as if a melodious flute sound, bringing the audience into that time and space full of memories. She sings with deep emotion and power, and every note seems to tell a moving story. The atmosphere of the concert gradually heated up, and the audience swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, as if the whole venue was immersed in a sea of warmth. Wang Mingqi's singing skills became more and more pure, and her perfect blend of emotion and technique made everyone present feel the charm of music. With the rendition of a classic song, the enthusiasm of the audience was also ignited as they waved glow sticks and clapped along with the rhythm, turning the whole arena into a sea of joy. Wang Mingqi interacted with the audience on stage, sometimes playfully, sometimes affectionately, filling the entire concert with joy and emotion. Chapter 79: The Red Bean. As time passes, the concert is gradually going to reach the end. Wang Mingqi had changed into a red dress at the moment and stood in the center of the stage, her face slightly red and her eyes flashing with determination. She took a deep breath and prepared to deliver the finale of the night, Red Beans. Next, I'm going to sing for you the long-awaited new song Red Bean, which means a lot to me. Wang Mingqi's voice echoed in the arena, and the audience instantly quieted down in anticipation of her singing. Here it comes. It's finally time for a new song from Natsujin. Yeah, a few other songs are pretty good too, but the most anticipated one is the Summer God song. I really don't know what Xiaxin's song would taste like when sung out of Sister Mengqi's mouth. The current styles of tunes written by the Summer God don't feel like they'll even suit Sister Mengqi very well, do they? Laugh your ass off, if you can think of it, others won't. Listen to the song in peace. You makes sense. At the moment Chen Ming on the stage was quietly expectant, a blue folder in his lap. So far these new songs of Wang Mingqi don't sound good, but it's not enough to be promoted to the Queen of Songs, it all depends on this last song. This song Red Bean was written by Mr. Lin Xia, in which he uses the melody to tell the flow of time and the lyrics to depict the delicacy of emotions. I hope it can touch the softest part of your hearts. I believe you guys will like it. As Wang Mingqi's words fell, the lights on the stage dimmed and a soft spotlight hit her. Wang Mingqi's voice was gentle and firm as she gently closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The intro plays softly and the entire arena instantly quiets down, all eyes focused on the stage. Wang Mingqi gently picked up the microphone and began to sing deeply. Haven't felt it properly yet. Snowflake bloom climate. We tremble together. There will be a better understanding of what tenderness is. The melody of Red Bean flows slowly, and Wang Mingqi's voice is gentle and affectionate, as if each line of the lyrics hits the listener directly in. Perfectly intertwined with Wang Mingqi's vocals, like two parallel rivers that converge into a sea at a certain moment, rippling yet gentle and delicate. The moment Lin Xia walked onto the stage, the entire venue boiled over. The audience took out their cell phones to take pictures and videos, trying to record the moment. Natsujin, ah! No way bro, this surprise is too much, pinch me. Choke me. No dude, if you're going to pinch yourself, what the are you pinching me for? Holy, I've been tricked by Sister Mingqi, who understands our family. The moment Xiaxin's voice appeared, my sweaty hair stood up. I get it. I get it. Because I do too. Lin Xia was seen wearing a simple yet classy black shirt with a pair of casual pants, and his appearance seemed to light up the entire stage. There was a deep glow in his eyes, as if he could see through people. Lin Xia walked over to Wang Mingqi's side, and the two of them smiled at each other with a tacit understanding. Sometimes. I will believe that there is an end to everything. Meet and leave, all sometimes. Nothing that will last forever. But I, sometimes, rather choose to stay and not let go. Wait until the landscape is seen through. Maybe you'll watch the thin air with me. The song entered the climax, and the chorus of Wang Mingqi and Lin Xia pushed the atmosphere to the top. Their voices intertwined in both harmony and power, as if telling a love story across time and space, moving everyone present. Shen Ming's eyes were wide open at the moment, and even for him who was used to seeing big scenes, he couldn't help but feel moved at the moment. He picked up a neutral pen and began to take notes. Red Beans is a song with a pleasant melody and lyrics that are full of delicate and lingering emotions. And although Wang Mingqi's voice is slightly ethereal, it is scattered in form but not in spirit. Especially the emotion contained in the middle part of the song is expressed in a natural and sincere way, no longer inferior to the queen of the song. Chen Ming thought about it and continued to fill in a few strokes, but I, sometimes, rather choose to stay and not let go. Wait until the landscape is seen through. Maybe you'll watch the thin air with me. The melody of Red Bean echoed in the arena, and their songs were like a warm current that connected people's hearts. Lin Xia then joins in with the harmonies at key moments, his voice like the brightest star in the night sky, adding an ineffable charm to the song. As the last note fell, the room erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Mengqi Wang and Lin Xia bowed deeply to the audience to thank them for their support and love. The audience rose to their feet and applauded and cheered them on for a great performance. Chapter 80, 5 million. After the concert, the heat of discussion about this audio-visual feast on the internet continued unabated, and a variety of videos recorded on the scene with cell phones spread all over the internet. God damn it! How come no one told me that Natsukami would be making an appearance at the end of the concert as well? I was going to ask too. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I'd have overcharged for a ticket from someone else. Even watching the video, I felt my heart skip a beat the moment the summer god's voice appeared. Agree with upstairs because I was there, and all I can tell you is that the scene was even more shocking than that. Shut up, dog thief. Don't make me an envy. I have to say, Sister Mengqi has really pulled out all the stops this time. This song is enough even if she eats for the rest of her life. A fan exclaimed. The song Red Bean quickly became a hit, becoming the #1 single on all the major music charts. Wang Mengqi has also gained more fans and accolades as a result, and her name, for once, is truly resounding in the Chinese music scene. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this time Wang Mengqi's promotion to Queen of Songs is almost a nail in the coffin, and all that's needed next is for the water to fall into place. On the side, this song Red Bean also once again refreshed the general public and a group of singers. Lin Xia, in turn, made more people realize his talent and charisma through this collaboration, and the number of fans on his social media accounts surged again. There was an endless stream of people who wanted to find Lin Xia to ask for a song, whether they were singers, or various TV dramas, movies, or anime all came to the door, all looking forward to getting a song from Lin Xia. However, for Lin Xia, these fame and fortune were not all he pursued. What he enjoys more is the purity and freedom of the singing process on stage. As for Chen Ming, he submitted a detailed report to the Literary Association after the review. In the report, he not only recognized Wang Mengqi's outstanding performance in the concert, but also made special mention of Lin Xia's talent and contribution. At the same time, Chen Ming deliberately emphasized a few words at the end of the report: times are beginning to change. September's autumn breeze with a bit of coolness gently brushed every corner of the city, but also for the season to add a few unique flavor. Lin Xia wore a mask and sunglasses, followed by Lin Yuexin at her side, and got into a car that drove away from the airport in a low-profile manner. This time he had received an invitation from the program Field Life to come and be a flying guest for an episode. This program focuses on inviting celebrities and well-known personalities from all walks of life to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city and go deep into the countryside to experience a simple and rustic life. Through the lens to show the beautiful picture of man and nature coexisting harmoniously, but also to convey a positive, return to the true attitude of life. The show has been well received on the internet, and in today's fast-paced life, it's this slow-paced idyll that many may aspire to. And for Lin Xia, it's nice to come and experience this slow life once in a while. Lin Yuexin sat in the driver's seat, glanced at Lin Xia through the rearview mirror, and spoke, "Let's go to the hotel arranged by the program group now, and then tomorrow, the program group will uniformly arrange for a vehicle to go to the destination." Lin Xia smiled and nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with it, then asked curiously, "Say, Sister Yuexin, how much is my notice fee for this issue?" Lin Yuexin's expression gave a start as she spoke somewhat helplessly. "Did you not read the information I sent you?" "Well, should have read it, right?" Lin Xia smiled awkwardly. He would never admit that he didn't finish it because he fell asleep halfway through. Seeing this, Lin Yuexin silently sighed as she stretched out her right palm, gently shook it, and smiled. 5 dozen heads, satisfied? Lin Xia's eyes lit up in surprise. $500,000? That's quite a lot. There's so much more for this kind of eating and drinking program? Lin Yuexin shook her head with a smile and corrected, "It's $5 million. Great talent, Lin, you're worth more than that." However, this time, the program group is also full of sincerity, knowing that you usually keep a low profile, but your influence is there, so they naturally had to show enough sincerity to invite you. Lin Xia's eyes widened as he sniffed. It seemed like all he had participated in since crossing over had always been music competition-type programs, so he really didn't know much about this kind of life variety price. But for even the last time he signed with the Opera Association as the image spokesperson, it was only $20 million, or a 2-year system, and that still counts the right to use the song Qiling. But it's a side note to his influence and popularity today. Lin Xia slightly sighed. This program group is really rich, it seems like they still need to keep working hard. The two chatted along the way, and the car soon arrived at the hotel arranged by the program. The hotel's environment was elegant and far away from the hustle and bustle, allowing one to feel an aura of tranquility as soon as they entered. After checking in, Lin Xia and Lin Yuexin were ready to go back to their respective rooms to rest and refresh themselves for the next day's idyllic trip. And at the same time, Field Life posted a scarf update. Idyllic Life, mysterious flying guests will be landing soon. Dear Field's family, are you ready for our 2 unexpected mystery guests? They, the bright stars of the music industry, the weavers who weave dreams with their voices, and the gentle singers in the hearts of countless people. Tomorrow, they will put down their microphones for a while, put on comfortable casual clothes, and stroll along the rice paddies with us, feeling the breath of nature and experiencing the purest idyllic joy. They are Mr. Lin Xia as well as Mr. Lu Yang. Imagine what a moving picture it will be when Lin Xia and Lu Yang's songs are intertwined with the winds of the countryside and the waves of the rice fields. Let's look forward to, together, the debut of the 2 teachers in Field Life. I believe they will bring us different surprises and touches. Hashtag Linxia Idyllic Tour, hashtag Luyang Idyllic Tour, hashtag New Guests of Idyllic Life, hashtag Music Meets Nature. When the news came out, the internet was instantly abuzz with fans leaving messages and retweeting them to express their anticipation and excitement for the duo's participation in the show. Aha! Lin Xia is actually going to Field Life. What kind of divine combination is this? Finally waiting for Lin Xia's variety debut, looking forward to his performance on the show. It's going to be super terse. There's not only my brother, but surprisingly, there's also the summer god. Aha! Love it! It's amazing that 2 of my favorites are on the show together, and hey, look forward to a different kind of collision. Upstairs? You better be serious. Imagine Lin Xia and Lu Yang singing in the fields. The picture is too beautiful for me to look at. Hada, one is a contestant of the original voice and one is a judgmenter. The picture is too much. The show knows us so well. I love this guest lineup. Chapter 81. After returning to his room, Lin Xia simply cleaned up and prepared to go to the restaurant to eat something. To be honest, the airplane food could only barely pad his stomach. Just as he opened the door to his room, a surprised voice could be heard. Lin Xia? Lin Xia turned his head to look, only to see a man in casual clothes with a surprised face standing at the end of the corridor. It was Lu Yang, his judge from his Good Voice days. When he was on the program, probably because of the small age difference, Lu Yang took care of him quite a bit, and now that he met again, Lin Xia naturally felt a bit surprised. Mr. Lu Yang? Why are you here? Lin Xia asked with some surprise, then realized that this was probably another guest of the show, and was secretly glad to have met an acquaintance in advance. Lu Yang smiled and came forward, explaining, "What do you call the teacher called teacher? Our age is not a few years difference, just call the name on the line. I was also invited as a flying guest by the program group of Garden Life, and I didn't expect to be at the same time as you. It looks like we're going to experience the idyllic life together this time." Lin Xia nodded as he smiled, a sense of affection welling up in his heart as he smiled. "That's great, with you here, this program shouldn't be." Lin Xia and Lu Yang found a seat by the window and ordered some simple dinner. Over the course of the meal, they chatted about how they were doing and what they thought of music, and realized that they had a lot of empathy for each other, and that there are times when boys and men become friends just for. "Right, Lin Xia, are you interested in going out for a drink?" Lu Yang suddenly asked, and said with a cheers gesture. "Is that good? It'll be hard to end it if someone finds out, right?" Lin Xia sniffed and was a bit impressed. In all the time he'd been here, it seemed like he hadn't really been out and about, either on his way to join the workforce or laying around the house. Now that this Lu Yang had mentioned it, it really made him a bit moved. "I know there is a clear bar nearby, the atmosphere is great, the owner is also a music fan, we are old friends, don't worry." Lu Yang got up and said, looking a little excited. The two left the restaurant with their masks and hats on and walked along the hotel's garden path, heading out of the hotel. The night breeze was light and carried a light floral scent that was pleasant. Before long, they arrived at the bar. The owner personally greeted the two at the door, looking around 30 years of age, smiling profusely, and obviously having a good relationship with Lu Yang. "Lu Yang, you guys finally gave up coming." The boss enthusiastically patted Lu Yang's shoulder, then his gaze turned to Lin Xia, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "And this is?" Lu Yang smiled and introduced, "This is my friend Lin Xia, you should have heard of him. The two of us want to find a quiet place to have a drink today. Lin Xia, this is the bar owner, just call Old Li." "Hello, Boss Li, please." Lin Xia nodded and smiled. Old Li revealed a look of surprise upon hearing this, and hurriedly waved his hand in greeting. "Just call me Old Li, welcome, quickly please come in. I'll find you guys a good spot." The bar is decorated in a simple yet classy style, with a variety of musical instruments and music posters hanging on the walls, creating a relaxing atmosphere. The bar plays soft jazz music, making it extra relaxing. Lowly directed them to a corner seat, which was relatively secluded and suitable for private chats between friends. After Lin Xia and Lu Yang sat down, Old Li handed over the wine list. Lu Yang casually ordered a few wines, and then a few people started chatting. Xiaoshan, I'm your fan. This bar of mine has lasted until now thanks to your song Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart, or else I would have been ready to cash out this bar in the first place. Old Li took a sip of wine and spoke. Oh? Lin Xia was a bit curious, Lu Yang was likewise. It was also the first time he knew that Old Li had this story? Lali smiled bitterly and continued to speak. My dream is to open a own bar. When open is opened up, but business has not been good. My family gave me the pressure is also quite large. At first thought to forget about it. But in the chance to hear your song, to say it is not afraid of you laugh, at that time really gave me to listen to the tears, so I thought of biting the bullet in the persistence of persistence. Then it lasted until now, and as you see, the business has picked up a little, and I can barely make a little bit every month, not much, but at least it's enough for my family to live on, so I have you to thank for this glass. Well, I'll leave you two alone. I just want to thank the summer god in person. Just yell at me if you need anything. By the way, tonight is on me. Looking at Old Li's departing back, Lu Yang opened his mouth and laughed. How about it, Lin Xia? This bar is not bad, right? Old Li is also an open person, so feel free to drink it. Lin Xia nodded with a sigh. It seems like it's the first time I've listened to a fan tell his story so face to face, and there's me in the middle of that story. It's a pretty amazing feeling. Lu Yang smiled, filled his glass with wine and spoke. You know what? I used to dream of having a concert of my own. Lu Yang took a sip of the wine, and a hint of longing showed in his eyes. Lin Xia nodded and listened attentively. He was no longer the white guy he was when he first started out, and he more or less knew a little bit about what was going on in the music industry. For Lu Yang, who was labeled as a love bean right after his debut, it is indeed a great pressure for him to successfully transform into a professional singer. It is gratifying to see that Lu Yang has put in a lot of effort on this path of music and has made some achievements, but it is just not enough. However, it seems that this dream may still take some time now. Lu Yang sighed, seemingly somewhat helpless. Don't be discouraged, opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Lin Xia encouraged, as long as you can persevere, you will definitely have a chance. I can write you a song if you need it. Lu Yang laughed and looked at Lin Xia gratefully. Huh, then you'll have to give me a friendship price when the time comes. Then Lu Yang's words changed, and he said with a straight face, thank you brother, with your words, feel much better in my heart, but the good steel should be used on the blade of the knife. When I'm just short of the proverbial doorstep someday, I'll definitely come to beg you for a song with a deadpan. The two drank and talked about music, life and future dreams. The atmosphere in the bar grew lively as people talked over the music and enjoyed the evening. Without realizing it, it was already very late. Lin Xia and Lu Yang were both slightly drunk, but their moods were extraordinarily pleasant. Hey, old Lin, do you think there is any way to help Old Li? Lu Yang said as he took a sip of wine and surveyed the surrounding area. Lin Xia's eyes were slightly mesmerized, and after thinking about it he opened his mouth and laughed. It's not that simple, you ask Old Li to bring a pen and paper over. Lu Yang was first stunned and a bit puzzled, but he still smiled and nodded, calling for Old Li. Not a moment later, the Old Li hand carrying 2 bottles of wine, with a pen and paper came over to sit down, curious to speak. What's wrong, brothers? Lin Xia smiled, took the pen and paper, and said to Old Li, didn't you say you're my fan? Then how about I sing you a song tonight? When Old Li heard this, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, really? That's great. I never dreamed that such a day would come. Lu Yang had a shocked look on his face at the moment, and Old Li might not have thought of the point of this for a moment, but he understood Lin Xia's meaning in just an instant. What song do you need a pen and paper for? That's obviously a new song. At first he had thought that Lin Xia was going to simply go up and sing a song, just as a way to raise some awareness for Old Li's bar. But now it seems, which is to give to enhance the popularity of this is directly to the Old Li's bar and adding a layer Lu Yang smiled and patted Old Li's shoulder and lamented, Old Li, you're a lucky guy, Lin Xia is going to sing a new song in your bar. What? Old Li scuffed up at his words, his voice couldn't help but rise much higher, attracting the attention of everyone in the bar for a moment. Lin Xia waved his hand and said humbly, don't say that, I'm happy to be able to help my friend. Old Li was so excited that he was at a loss for words, and hurriedly waved his hands to apologize to the surrounding customers before looking at Lin Xia with an incredulous face. God Xia, are you for real? I can't believe it. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, signaling Old Li to sit down. Of course, tonight will be a special benefit for you. However, I have a condition. Old Li nervously gulped and hurriedly asked, what conditions? As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Lin Xia laughed and pointed to the wine glasses on the table and joked, Old Li, I really like this bar of yours, so if we come back to drink again in the future, you'll have to give us both a discount. Old Li heard some complexity in his expression. Even if he was slow, at this moment he also reacted to Lin Xiao's intentions. This favor is too big. Now even some second and third tier celebrity singers' commercials start at more than $100,000 for a song. Not to mention that nowadays, in terms of Lin Xia, Lu Yang's two people's value, I'm afraid that a game will require hundreds of thousands, or even millions of appearance fees. Old Li shook his head with a firm face and said, Xiaoshen, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept it, it's too expensive. If it was Lu Yang, I might have accepted it half-heartedly. After all, we've known each other for a long time, but even if I'm a fan of yours, we've only just met for the first time today, I really can't afford it. Lin Xia quietly listened, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. He knew that he hadn't recognized the wrong person. He smiled and patted Old Li's shoulder with a hint of firmness in his tone, Old Li, you don't have to be so polite. I'm not doing this for money, but for my friends. You just said you're a fan of mine, and this is how I want to return the favor for the support you've given me. Old Li looked at Lin Xia's sincere eyes and a warm current welled up in his heart. He knew that Lin Xia truly wanted to help him, not out of business interests. Old Li took a deep breath and nodded, God Xia, since you said so, then I'll respectfully follow your order. However, let's sign the contract. Chapter 83, Become a Boss? Sign a contract? What contract? Lin Xia, Lu Yang and the two of them were both a bit puzzled by what they heard. You guys wait for me. Old Li got up and left his seat at the sound of his words. Looking at the figure of Lao Li leaving, the two looked at each other. Both could see each other's doubts, how to say well, suddenly want to sign the contract. Not a moment later, Lao Li walked back and sat down, holding a bag in his hand. He opened the bag and took out what was inside and solemnly said, this is the contract template I prepared before. Originally, after the business was a little bit more promising, I thought of looking for someone to partner up, but now it seems that I can't use it. Old Li said while signing his name on the contract, while taking out the official seal and stamped on it, then handed it to the two men and continued, this is the share transfer agreement. In the future, I account for 30%, Xiaoshen you account for 70%, this new song brings in the stream of people's income, as you into the stock. Lin Xia was slightly stunned at hearing this, and turned his head to Lu Yang, signaling him to say something. After all, he really didn't have anything else on his mind, he just wanted to simply help Old Li. After all, nowadays, putting aside the identity of a fan, Lao Li's character was also something he looked favorably upon, and he would consider it as making a friend. The new song is sung anywhere anyway, and he himself wouldn't mind it per se. Lu Yang smiled and shrugged, Old Lin, don't look at me, speaking according to Old Li's character, if you don't agree today, I'm afraid he won't accept your help either. Lin Xia sighed, what is this called? He then spoke helplessly, how about this Old Li, count Lu Yang another one, let's split it evenly. Looking at Lu Yang's confused expression, Lin Xia continued to laugh, after all, we'll need great talent Lu to contribute in a while. Hearing this, Lu Yang quickly waved his hand and said, it's fine to contribute, but you don't have to give me a share. Old Lin, you're the main force, and I'm the one who's playing second fiddle and still getting money? There's no such reason, no. Alright you, it's settled, what do you think Old Li? Lin Xia ignored Lu Yang's opinion and turned his head to look at Old Li. Old Li nodded without the slightest hesitation and said, Xiaoshen will listen to you, Lu Yang and I have also been friends for many years, I have no problem with that. Lin Xia smiled with satisfaction, then turned to Lu Yang and said, Old Lu, then we'll collaborate on a song together tonight? Lu Yang saw that resistance was ineffective, and eventually nodded helplessly, his eyes flashed with a flash of gratitude. He was also someone who had been around the circle, he naturally understood Lin Xia's intentions. In addition to helping Li's bar get more attention, it will also allow him to quickly establish himself as a singer in the community. Lu Yang knew how important this one opportunity was to him. Even if it wasn't a song written specifically for him, being able to participate in the premiere of Lin Xia's new song was an opportunity that many people could only dream of but couldn't even ask for. He raised his glass and said to Lin Xia, Old Lin, I won't say more, saying too much makes me look pretentious, I'll see you on things later. Old Li also followed suit and raised his glass, Xiaoshen, Lu Yang, thank you, I will definitely run the bar better in the future and live up to your expectations. Lin Xia similarly smiled and picked up his wineglass. He actually had his own considerations for doing so, since he had crossed over, he had never made any friends either, and now it was sort of going with the flow. And Liu Yang is the one who has been taking care of him since he was in the good voice, before he had any fame period. In terms of volume, in fact, now both of them are about the same, even if it is high, Lin Xia is not higher than Liu Yang to where, just in the circle of positioning is not the same. Now Liu Yang wants to transition from love beans to singers. For Lin Xia, aside from the identity of friends, he is naturally happy to send a favor. According to Lin Xia's understanding, Liu Yang's character was almost unchanged both on and off stage, and was very popular with others. And the singing prowess is not bad, and his character is okay, as evidenced by the fact that he hasn't had a single negative news story in the past few years since his debut. And Old Lee didn't need to say much. Being able to keep his head clear in the face of huge benefits was something no ordinary person could do. Therefore, in terms of conclusion, Liu Yang and Old Lee's outlook and character were very much in line with Lin Xia's heart, and that was why he was willing to go and help the two. Do you really think he's a charity? Come on. Lin Xia laughed. The three men raised their glasses again, the sound of clinking glasses echoing through the bar. Lin Xia picked up a pen, contemplated for a moment, and began to sketch out the melody and lyrics on the paper. His fingers danced gently across the paper as if he were playing an invisible piano. Liu Yang and Old Lee both held their breath and gazed at him without looking away, afraid of missing a single detail. Old Lee's hands trembled with excitement, and he hurriedly poured a glass of wine for Lin Xia, as if this glass of wine could bring him more inspiration. Lin Xia took the glass of wine and gently took a sip, then began to chant in a low voice. His voice was low and magnetic, each note seeming to leap through the air with emotional power. Just like that, Lin Xia hummed softly as she wrote. Old Lee stared nervously at the pen in Lin Xia's hand, as if each word carried his hopes. Liu Yang, on the other hand, was quietly enjoying the scene from the side, and in his heart, he was even more impressed with Lin Xia's talent. Not long after, Lin Xia put down his pen and handed the written lyrics and music score to the two. See how it is? Old Lee took the lyrics and read them excitedly. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window. These lyrics are fantastic. Liu Yang similarly lamented, Old Lin, you are truly divine. Did you write this on the spot too? Lin Xia smiled and shook her head. No, this was written before, it just so happens that I took it out today only. Liu Yang rolled his eyes when he heard that. He didn't believe this sentence at all. How could there be such a coincidence? Alright, Old Lin, if you write it on the spot, say you write it on the spot. It's not like you haven't written it before, all your own buddies. What are you being modest about? Liu Yang joked. Exactly. Old Lee nodded in agreement. Lin Xia sniffed a little helplessly. This song Fading Sorrows was really something he had drawn ages ago, he just never had the right opportunity to take it out. This couldn't help but remind him of a very famous TV drama line from his previous life, it was they who forced me to set up this great achievement. He really wasn't trying to pretend. Lin Xia laughed, did not continue this topic and spoke, Liu Yang, familiarize yourself with it, in a moment I will be in charge of the guitar and you will be in charge of the electronic piano, is that okay? Chapter 84, Recognized. Yu, an office worker struggling to make a living in the bustling city, is almost suffocated by the heavy workload and trivial life every day. Near the end of the day, facing the dense files on the computer screen, she felt physically and mentally exhausted. After taking a deep breath, she decided to put everything aside for a while and asked some friends to go to a bar to drown their sorrows and tell each other their feelings. When the night fell quietly and the lights came on, Yu and his friends walked into the tranquil atmosphere of the bar. The soft lighting intertwined with the soothing music made their tense nerves relax quite a bit in an instant. A few people found a comfortable seat, ordered a few specialty cocktails, and began to pour out all the worries and heartaches of their respective lives. Yu took a sip of the wine in his hand, feeling the momentary solace brought by the liquid spreading out on his tongue, and the pressure inside seemed to be alleviated a little. She listened intently to what her friends were pouring out, nodding her head in understanding from time to time, and occasionally giving her own opinion. Just as they were chatting away, Yu inadvertently cast her eyes to the corner of the clear bar. It was dimly lit and she could only vaguely see two figures. The silhouette of the figure made her heart flutter slightly, it seemed familiar, but she didn't dare to be sure. She couldn't help but frown, wondering if perhaps she was overly tired and creating an illusion, so she withdrew her eyes and continued to engage in conversation with her friends. However, the calm did not last long. The bar owner suddenly stood up at that corner table and gave a loud shriek. This sudden sound instantly broke the original tranquility of the clear bar, and once again attracted Yu's attention. She looked at that corner again, and the more she looked, the more familiar she felt with those two figures, and an uncontrollable curiosity and anticipation welled up in her heart. After she explained to her friends, she carefully got up and headed for that corner. With each step closer, her heart beat faster and faster. When she finally approached, she incredulously realized that it was really Xiaoshen and Lu Yang sitting there. Yu couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, "The summer god? And Lu Yang?" Lu Yang turned his head at the sound, and seeing Yu's face that was full of surprise, he smiled and greeted, "Hi." Lin Xia also smiled and nodded her head, raising her wineglass in a gesture and taking a light sip. Yu couldn't believe his eyes. On such an ordinary and uninteresting night, in this unassuming little clear bar, he could unexpectedly meet these two idols. With much trepidation, she cautiously asked, "Can we take a picture together?" Lin Xia and Lu Yang looked at each other and smiled, responding cheerfully, "Of course." The promise was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, and the originally quiet bar instantly boiled up. The other guests had gathered around at the sound of the noise, excited murmurs rose and fell, and everyone's face was filled with surprise and excitement. Summer god, summer god. Ah! And brother Lu Yang. Am I still awake? Crazy, I'm really crazy. When I go out in the future I'll be able to brag to others that I've had drinks with the summer god and Lu Yang. Whoever said that a clear bar is not fun with few people? What do you mean surprise? This is a surprise. Seeing the crowd more and more tightly surrounded, Lin Xia and Lu Yang rushed out to let everyone not crowded. Lali saw this also rushed to greet the staff over to help. Lin Xia got up and shouted, "Don't crowd, pay attention to safety, in a moment I'll sing a new song with Lu Yang, are you all looking forward to it?" At these words, the crowd shouted in surprise. Expectation. Expect. Holy. While drinking wine, I can still hear the summer god play new songs live. What kind of divine life is this? Why don't you just charge me some money, or I won't feel comfortable listening to it. I've got to hurry up and tell my friend to hurry over and listen to the song. Lin Xia saw that the scene was already under control, and then turned his head to signal Ol to turn on the. Lu Yang sat in front of the electronic piano on the side and tuned the tone a few times, and his eyes met with Lin Xia and understood each other. A song called Fade Away for Everyone. Lin Xia embraced the guitar and gently plucked the strings, and the crisp notes flowed out like gurgling water. Lu Yang sat in front of the electronic piano, his fingers jumping deftly on the keys, adding rich harmonies to the melody. When the light focused on them, Lin Xia's handsome face appeared more three-dimensional in the glow, his eyes were focused and deep, every subtle expression seemed to tell the story of the song. The lines of Lu Yang's face were softly and warmly outlined by the light, and his eyes were slightly closed as he immersed himself in the world of music. The music started, and Lin Xia's magnetic voice was like a warm light that instantly penetrated the silence in the bar. His eyes were slightly closed, and every muscle in his face quivered slightly as the melody rose and fell. When you walk into this pleasure ground, carry all your dreams and thoughts on your back. All colors of makeup on all colors of faces. No one remembers what you look like. Lin Xia's voice is full of the vicissitudes of time and the sense of life, and every note seems to flow from the depths of his soul. Lu Yang's fingers played on the keys as he approached the microphone and opened his mouth to sing. Chapter 85, Fading Sorrows. 3 rounds of drinks later you're in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song. Hear it drowned in the din. You pick up your glass and say to yourself. The two men's voices surrounded the bar, and the audience seemed to be pulled into a world full of confusion and longing, with memories of past dreams and hopes for the future welling up in their hearts. A glass to the sunrise and a glass to the moonlight. Awaken my yearning and tenderize the cold window. And so one can fly against the wind without looking back. Fear not the rain in your heart and the frost under your eyes. In the middle of the performance, Lin Xia slightly turned her head sideways and her eyes met with Lu Yang. Lin Xia smiled and nodded at him, as if giving silent encouragement. The corners of Lu Yang's mouth rose in response to this tacit understanding, and then he sang with even more devotion. A glass to the homeland and a glass to the faraway land. Guard my goodness and urge me to grow. So the road north and south will never be long again. Souls no longer have nowhere to lay their heads. The crowd inside the bar, quietly enjoying the two men's performance. Some people can't help but get red in the eyes, remembering the persistence they held on to in moments of loneliness. The golden lights on the stage were projected from behind the two, and in the view of the audience, they looked like they were bathed in light. And the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already reached 10W+, and the number was increasing rapidly every minute and every second. Standing next to the cell phone holder, Lali quietly turned his head and gently wiped away the teardrops from the corner of his eyes. In this moment, even a big man like him couldn't help but feel that the two men on stage were extraordinarily handsome. Uhu, it's worthy of a Natsugen song, the lyrics are so fittingly written. Listening to this song really makes me feel that life goes by so fast, everyone is so busy in the bustling city that it seems like they're slowly finding themselves. Seriously, I was touched by a big old man. I don't know what I've held on to and what I've lost in this rowdy world. For the first time, I realized that Liu Yang's singing skills are apparently not bad either. Yes, it's no worse than a first-rate singer singing. As the song progressed, the audience was completely immersed in it, some gently humming along, some feeling it with their eyes closed, and a deep sense of emotion and empathy permeated the entire bar. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Li Yuexin was swiping her cell phone in boredom. She bristled in disbelief when she saw a live-captioned Xiaoshen and Liu Yang preparing to perform a new song inside a bar. Wasn't this just the title party trying to gain attention? After all, where was Lin Xia? Could she not know? But for some reason, a hint of a bad premonition faintly rose in Lin Yu's heart. With this doubt, she still clicked into the live broadcast room, and in an instant, her whole person was like a thunderclap, violently sitting up from the bed. Her expression was stagnant. Who else could those two people in the screen be if not Lin Xia and Liu Yang? Inside the bar, the song continues. Restless Cedars. Self-righteousness performed. Disguised, dancing, exhausted. You pick up a glass of wine and say to yourself. Lin Xia's and Liu Yang's voices intertwined as if they were speaking of the struggles and releases deep within each person's heart. The crowd inside the bar was so impressed by the power that they began spontaneously turning on their cell phone flashes, waving their arms, and some even stood up and gently swayed to the music. A glass to tomorrow and a glass to the past. Supports my body and thickens my shoulders. Never believed in the so-called mountain highs, though. Life's too short to be nostalgic. When the song reached its climax, Lin Xia's voice became more and more impassioned, and Liu Yang's zither sound became more enthusiastic, and the two of them worked together seamlessly. Lin Xia signaled Liu Yang with her eyes to play a wonderful solo, and Liu Yang understood, his fingers flying on the keys, drawing cheers from the audience. A glass to freedom and a glass to death. Forgive my mediocrity and dispel the confusion. While always scribbling away after dawn. Sober people are the most ridiculous. The melody gradually stopped. Lin Xia, Liu Yang and the two of them glanced at each other, coincidentally and tacitly opened their mouths softly and sang the last line. Sober people are the most ridiculous. As the last note dissipated, the entire bar fell into silence. Immediately afterward, applause and cheers like a volcanic eruption instantly flooded the entire space. The audience rose to their feet and gave the two talented singers their biggest ovation. God Xia, I love you. A girl's voice rang out in the crowd, and immediately afterward, more people began to shout Lin Xia's name, and it was as if the entire bar had turned into a giant resonance box. Wonderful! Summer God, Liu Yang, you guys are great! The audience shouted excitedly, and the applause was endless. Lin Xia smiled and waved to the audience, his eyes filled with gratitude and contentment. Liu Yang also put down his electronic piano and stood up, bowing to thank the audience. Thank you all, thank you for your support. Liu Yang said into the microphone with a hint of emotion in his voice. Lin Xia also picked up the microphone and added with a smile, thank you to everyone who was there, you're the ones who made this night so memorable. As the night wore on, the lights in the bar grew softer, and the sound of music filled the room with a sense of warmth and hope. Lin Xia and Liu Yang's songs were like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating everyone's hearts. On such a night, no one would feel lonely. Because of the music, because of the dream, because of each other's company, they created an unforgettable memory together. The two walked off the stage to loud applause and went backstage at the bar. After all, there were so many people in the bar now that they might not be able to get out if they went back again. Old Lee excitedly greeted him, gratitude shining in his eyes, you guys are fantastic. You guys wait for the annual dividends, if I can't get the bar up and running with this, I'll jump straight off the building. Lin Xia gently patted Old Lee's shoulder and laughed, they are all brothers, don't say that, we believe in you. Ha, that's right, do well, young man, the future is yours. Liu Yang smiled and joked from the side. You. Old Lee listened to Liu Yang's words and cursed with a laugh, the little touched atmosphere all washed away at once. Liu Yang hemmed and hawed and turned his head to look at Lin Xia. What do you say, old Lin, retreat? Lin Xia nodded, let's go, it's getting late, we have to go record the program tomorrow. Back door of the bar. Two sneaky figures poked their heads through the door, realizing that no one was there before slowing down. They were heavily armed with hats, masks, glasses, and even in case of outerwear, the outerwear was worn backwards. Lin Xia and Liu Yang walked side by side on the street, witnessing the large number of fans still flocking to the bar, and even the street corner at the back door was spotted with people constantly gathering. This scene made the two of them feel a pang of fear. If they left any later, then I was afraid that it would be really difficult to get out. No comment tonight. It's so exciting. Lu Yang laughed out loud. P.S. Thank you for your continued support. I have an ungrateful request. Everyone who was able to help send some support, thank you. Chapter 86 Departure. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, patted Lu Yang's shoulder and said, "Let's go back and rest. We still have to experience the idyllic life tomorrow." Lu Yang nodded, and the two of them walked along the night trail towards the hotel. The moonlight poured over them as if they were covered in a silvery glow. Just as we arrived at the front door of the hotel, we saw each other's agents. Lin Xia's agent, Li Yuexin, and Lu Yang's agent, Sister Sun, were standing there with black lines on their faces. The two men looked at each other. At the moment they all feel a little numbskull. Bad, just focus on the high to go. To these two people forgot. Lu Yang's manager, Sister Sun, took the lead. "Lu Yang, you brat, do you know what you're doing? What if this gets written up by the media?" In fact, now Sun's position is in a more awkward position. She is also in the circle for many years of veteran agent, so naturally can see that this matter Lu Yang can get how much benefit. Moreover, she could know Lu Yang too well. Sneaking out for a drink was definitely his idea, and before she was sure about Li Yuexin's attitude, she definitely wanted to preemptively teach Lu Yang a lesson. When Lu Yang heard this, the playful expression on his face instantly tightened, and he gently sighed with a few apologies and helplessness in his eyes. He knew that Agent Sister Sun's severity was out of concern and protection for him. After all, in this complicated entertainment industry, one wrong step could lead to all ruin. Lin Xia also came forward, and although his manager, Li Yuexin, didn't directly lash out like Sister Sun did, the worry that was tightly locked between her brows was likewise not to be ignored. He gently patted Lu Yang's shoulder as a sign of comfort. Lin Xia then turned to the two brokers and said, "Sister Yuexin, Sister Sun, it's because we didn't think things through. Tonight's matter was indeed a bit impulsive." Li Yuexin sighed and glanced at Lin Xia with a smile or not. She wasn't angry. After all, Li Tianhe had told her before to give Lin Xia unlimited freedom. She just hoped that the next time something like this happened, she'd be able to tell her ahead of time, and it wouldn't make her so passive. "Alright, great talent Lin, go back. Next time you have any ideas, remember to tell me in advance, don't make me scared anymore." Li Yuexin opened her mouth and laughed helplessly. Seeing this, Sister Sun also eased her face. She looked at Lu Yang and snorted coldly, "Brat, count yourself lucky tonight, I'll clean you up when I get back." She then looked at Li Yuexin and apologized, "I'm sorry, Miss Li, for causing trouble to your family Lin Xia. It's us who took advantage of the situation." Li Yuexin waved her hand, a smile with a few points of relief and understanding. "Sister Sun, don't say that, boys, a little bit of their own ideas can be understood. Besides, tonight's performance was truly wonderful, and I believe none of our efforts will be in vain. There's a new program to record tomorrow, so it's only right to let them rest early and get their spirits up." Lu Yang gratefully looked at the two brokers. "Thank you Sister Yuexin, thank you Sister Sun, I've remembered, I'll pay attention in the future," he said sincerely. Lin Xia also hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Yes, we were indeed negligent tonight, we will pay attention in the future. It's getting late, let's all take an early rest, we still have to get up early tomorrow." The four said goodbye to each other and returned to their rooms with their own artists. The lights of the hotel looked cozy at night, as if it was a fitting end to this little episode. Back in her room, Lin Xia briefly washed up before sitting on the edge of her bed, picking up her cell phone and flipping through the photos and videos of tonight's performance. Each one records the unspeakable understanding and enthusiasm between them and the audience, and each video fills his heart with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Honestly, the whole singing in a bar thing is still quite new when you think about it, and this kind of zero-distance contact with the audience and fans is really different from the past. Lin Xia sighed softly, her gaze gently looking out the window. The lights of the city are mesmerizingly beautiful against the sparse stars in the night sky. The night, deepening. The hustle and bustle of the city receded, leaving only the occasional sound of traffic and the night wind in the distance. The next morning, the sunlight gently woke up Lin Xia through the cracks in the curtains. He stretched out, feeling a sense of unprecedented ease and comfort. After briefly washing up, he went downstairs to meet up with the program team. The crew had already prepared for the show, and several SUVs were neatly parked in front of the hotel, waiting for the guests to arrive. Lin Xia walked towards the caravan with a brisk pace, her heart full of anticipation for the idyllic life that was about to begin. As soon as he got into the car, he saw Lu Yang, who had been waiting for a long time. The other party was wearing headphones, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, obviously also full of anticipation for the new day. The two of them smiled at each other without the need for Welcome Mr. Lin Xia, Mr. Lu Yang. So next please work hard for the two of you to walk and follow. Huang Bin, a movie and TV drama actor, who was generally in charge of ingredient cooking on the show. When he first met Lin Xia and Lu Yang, he greeted them warmly, his gentle smile adding to the affection. However, just like his persona, he always likes to tell people what to do when he's doing something, and while there's no malice in it, it can be a little uncomfortable at times. Lin Xia, Lu Yang, welcome. You'll have to be a bit more skillful in this work in the future. Huang Bin smiled and joked. He Tian, a host by birth, has a smooth personality and high emotional intelligence, and is the lubricant in the program. He skillfully adjusted the atmosphere, allowing Lin Xia and Lu Yang to quickly integrate into the family. Ha, everyone will experience this idyllic life together in the future, it must be especially interesting. He Tian laughed cheerfully. Zhanglan, a 22-year-old girl, dorky and cute, was Lin Xia's schoolmate. She excitedly ran over and stood beside Lin Xia, chattering away, her lively appearance making people smile. Hokage, let me tell you, this place is fun, and the scenery is beautiful. Zhanglan was full of anticipation. Xu Shurao has a generous character and is not pretentious. As a girl, she works harder than a boy. The beauty of her generosity is a sight to behold. Welcome, let's enjoy this idyllic time together. Xu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. As for Zhao Jun, the idol star started out as a self-proclaimed rapper with a huge fanbase. He stood aside with a haughty look on his face, seemingly unimpressed by Lin Xia and Lu Yang's arrival. He was especially upset when he saw that Lin Xia and Lu Yang had attracted the attention of the crowd as soon as they appeared. But he didn't dare to go in front of the camera, blatantly picking a fight, and secretly skimmed his lips in disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our idyllic life experience camp. In the next few days, you will experience a series of idyllic activities such as farming, harvesting and cooking here. I hope this experience will make you appreciate food more and feel the charm of nature. The director's voice came through the loudspeaker, kicking off the experience. As the program progressed, the director announced the first interesting challenge task. Guests, today's task is to go to the mountains to pick fresh wild vegetables and to come back and make them into a delicious dish within a specified time. The crowd got a little excited. Huang Bin immediately began to command, Lin Xia, Lu Yang, it's the first time for you two to come here, you must pay attention to distinguishing when picking wild vegetables, some of the ones that look like wild vegetables may be inedible weeds. Look at the shape and color of the leaves, as well as the smell, these are all ways to distinguish. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, okay, Mr. Huang Bin, we'll pay attention. Lu Yang also responded, thanks to brother Huang Bin for reminding us, we will pay more attention. Everyone set off to the mountains together, laughing and joking along the way. In the process of searching for wild vegetables, Lu Yang found a plant he didn't recognize and asked, what is this? Can I eat it? Lin Xia turned her head to look and just wanted to reply. Then he saw Huang Bin walk over and look at it and say, this can't be eaten indiscriminately, you have to be sure. Generally speaking, this kind of plant with smooth leaves and too brightly colored is most likely inedible. You guys have to remember, safety first. Lin Xia listened patiently, then smiled and said, Mr. Huang Bin is really experienced, we've learned a lot from following you. In fact, after Lin Xia returned to the hotel last night, he was afraid that he would encounter this situation today, so he exchanged a copy of the Encyclopedia of Plants with the system in advance. Mainly, he would be afraid of eating poisonous plants, except that now that he had just arrived, it would be better not to steal his predecessor's thunder, and it would be good if the end result remained the same anyway. Lu Yang also chimed in, yes, with brother Huang Bin around, we are much more relieved. At this time, in front of the live screen, viewers left messages. Lin Xia and Lu Yang are so polite. Mr. Huang Bin is really professional. Expect them to pick a lot of wild vegetables. However, Zhao Jun took advantage of everyone's inattention and quietly walked over to Lin Xia, gently bumping him before quickly leaving. Lin Xia gave a puzzled look and didn't say anything. However, this scene was seen by some sharp-eyed viewers. Why did Zhao Kuan bump into the summer god just now? It feels like Zhao Kuan is a bit strange. Soon, fans from both sides started arguing on the pop-ups. Our brother Zhao Jun surely didn't mean it. That doesn't mean you can just run people over. After returning to the farmhouse, Huang Bin again began to direct everyone to clean the wild vegetables and prepare them for cooking. Move faster, time is running out. Lin Xia, you wash those wild vegetables carefully, don't leave any dirt behind. Lu Yang, go help heat up the pot. Huang Bin urged. Lin Xia and Lu Yang both followed Huang Bin's instructions carefully. But Lin Xia was also thinking in her mind about how to politely ask Huang Bin not to over-command so much. During the cooking process, Huang Bin started to pick on the way Lu Yang burned the fire again. Lu Yang, the fire can't be this big, you have to control the fire. Chapter 88, Humor. After Lu Yang heard Huang Bin's words, he just smiled slightly and didn't retort. Instead, he adjusted the size of the fire according to Huang Bin's instructions. Lin Xia gently walked over to Huang Bin at this time and softly said, "Teacher Huang Bin, Lu Yang is also touching these things for the first time. We are all in the process of learning. Please be more tolerant, we will gradually improve and do better and better." Hearing Lin Xia's words, Huang Bin also felt that he might have been a bit too strict, so he smiled embarrassedly. I was also trying to get the dishes done, so I might have been a bit hasty. You guys have already done a very good job. Zhao Jun, on the other hand, was secretly observing all of this from the corner, his heart filled with jealousy. As Lin Xia and Huang Bin conversed, the atmosphere in the kitchen gradually eased. Everyone began to focus more on the task at hand, and a sense of harmony pervaded the kitchen. He Tian's voice broke the busyness of the kitchen, reminding everyone of the moment when they were about to start savoring their food. "Alright, everyone, quickly bring the finished dishes to the table." The crowd had put their carefully prepared dishes on the table, and for a while, the table was filled with delicacies of all colors and flavors. Huang Bin's specialty grilled fish was fragrant, Zhu Xiaoxiao's cold wild vegetables were fresh and crisp, Zhang Lan's mushroom soup was delicious, while Lin Xia and Lu Yang combined their efforts to complete a colorful and flavorful stir-fried wild vegetables. Incidentally, the fish was provided by the show, which provides the ingredients once on the first night whenever a flying guest arrives, and not again after that. Zhang Lan clapped her hands excitedly. "Wow, it all looks so delicious." He Tian greeted, taking the lead in picking up a piece of grilled fish and putting it in his mouth. "Well, Mr. Huang Bin's grilled fish is really excellent, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, the flavor is fantastic." The others also tasted them, and the atmosphere at the table became lively. Although Zhao Jun was a bit unhappy in his heart, he had to admit that the dishes were truly delicious. Zhu Xiaoxiao complimented, "Lin Xia, you've done a really good job with this stir-fried wild vegetables, it seems like you're very talented in cooking." "Yes? Let me taste it." Huang Bin picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, then his eyes lit up and he glanced at Lin Xia rather unexpectedly. They say you can tell if someone is a good cook by asking them to fry a green vegetable. While others may not understand the doorway, he does. Lin Xia's stir-fried wild vegetables were not only attractive in color, but also had just the right texture, and it was obvious that he had reached a certain level of mastery over the heat. "Lin Xia, you really did a good job with this dish, it seems like you're very knowledgeable about cooking." Huang Bin said sincerely, "In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, we'll improve together." At these words, the rest of the people looked at the two with surprised eyes. Knowing that they had recorded so many episodes together, they couldn't know more about Huang Bin's cooking skills, and even a word about a professional chef wouldn't be too much to ask. And now that he had just tasted a mouthful of fried wild vegetables, he had such an opinion of Lin Xia? Not only them, but the netizens in the broadcast room also started discussing it. "Ilo Bean, don't tell me that Xiaoxing can still cook? Laughing my ass off, just what could a stir-fry of wild greens be? Guess it's everyday business blowing each other up." But even before, Mr. Huang Bin hadn't complimented anyone like that, right? "That's right, God Xia is handsome, talented, and can cook, what kind of god is this? How about my brother Zhao Jun, my brother hasn't even made a move yet. Sing a new song live to exterminate everyone. Tell a joke, sing a new song in front of the summer god, and then destroy him. Ah ha ha ha, thanks, there's getting a laugh." Lin Xia smiled modestly as she listened to the compliments from the crowd. "Thank you, in fact, it's mainly because of the freshness of the ingredients, plus everyone's joint efforts." Zhao Jun listened on the sidelines and became even more upset. He had wanted to show his strength in the program, but he didn't expect to be stolen by Lin Xia and Lu Yang. "In the next event, I must find a chance to express myself, the main character of this program is me," Zhao Jun thought secretly. As dinner came to an end, everyone began to clear the table and get ready to move on to the next part of the program. The director announced, "Next, we're going to have a bonfire party, so everyone can show off their talents, or just relax and enjoy this wonderful evening." Zhao Jun's eyes lit up upon hearing this, dozing off to a pillow. "Isn't this a heavenly opportunity?" Lin Xia and Lu Yang glanced at each other, obviously also interested in the bonfire party. As night falls, the campfire is lit and the flames reflect on everyone's face. The bonfire party officially started with a warm atmosphere. A variety of games and performances were arranged for the guests to showcase their talents in a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. First of all, Xu Shurao picked up her guitar and presented a beautiful ballad. Her melodious voice seemed to bring everyone into a peaceful night. The audience left messages of praise on the pop-up screen. Xu Shurao's singing voice is so beautiful, it's simply heavenly. This song reminds me of the good old days. Then, not to be outdone, Zhang Lan performed a wonderful dance. She danced elegantly, and every movement was full of power and beauty. The audience was once again attracted by her performance. Zhang Lan's dance was amazing, I couldn't take my eyes off it. She's so versatile and awesome. When it was Zhao Jun's turn to go on stage, he decided to show off his singing prowess. Only a smile that he thought was charming was seen as he said, "A rap that I originated live, for everyone." The guitar sounds rang out and Zhao Jun began his rap. Yo, let's have a bonfire today. Build the log and light the fire. Let's have a bonfire today. Build a log and light a fire. Lin Xia's eyes stared, and his entire body froze a bit. Thick gift crab, what's the difference between this and the famous class song from a previous life? The people sitting around the campfire looked at each other with a polite but not awkward smile. Zhao Jun, who was standing in the center, was still singing in an intoxicated and unaware manner at the moment, and a strange atmosphere was wandering among the crowd. But apparently the viewers of the live stream weren't really buying it. Ha, you tell me what this is? A temporary original rap? Well, laugh me to death. Better to look forward to his other talents. No. Is my brother Zhao Jun singing bad? Did he write it badly? It's an improvised song, what's wrong with it? Yeah, didn't say it wasn't good, it's almost like you need talent to have humor, you need to sing to have humor, it's perfect, right? Laughed my ass off, upstairs reverse can be. Lin Xia and Lu Yang's expressions are so funny, they make my stomach hurt from laughing. P.S. Because of the recent busy work, can only update 1 chapter a day, the first of next month to revert to 2 chapters, I hope you can understand, thank you. Chapter 89, what else can you do that you don't know how to do? The atmosphere at the bonfire became a little subtle during Zhao Jun's rap, but everyone politely applauded as his performance ended. Zhao Jun walked off the stage confidently, secretly pleased in his heart that his performance would be able to cause a sensation. However, the next performance dealt an instant blow to Zhao Jun's confidence. When it was Lin Xia's turn to go on stage, the crowd thought he would choose to sing as well. But instead, he turned to the kitchen and picked out a knife and a piece of wood. Lin Xia, what are you preparing for? Huang Bin, who was sitting on the side, spoke curiously. Not only Huang Bin, the rest of the crowd looked at him with curious gazes. There was also a discussion in the live stream. What is Natsujin planning to do? Xia Shen, calm down. Even if Zhao Jun's hitching a wood-burning fire is outrageous, we can't do this. Ha, laugh my ass off, should be trying to carve something, right? Fruity? Isn't that a bit too much for the Summer Gods Club? Tough to look forward to staying in. Lin Xia revealed a mysterious smile, a gift for everyone, you'll find out later, soon. In the light of the campfire, he began to carve the wood. As the blade jumped on the wood and pieces of wood shavings flew, Lin Xia's expression was focused and calm. The audience was attracted by this sudden performance and turned their eyes to Lin Xia. The pop-up screens in the live broadcast room also began to frantically brush the screen. Wow, what kind of operation is this? Carving? Lin Xia really knows this? It's too unbelievable. The knife work, it's just amazing. I bet the Natsujin carves out beautiful things. No dude, you really know how to do that? No more games, let's go. Under the gaze of the crowd, the wood in Lin Xia's hands gradually turned into a beautifully carved statue of a small animal. He placed the statue next to the campfire and the little creature seemed to come to life in the firelight. The audience was in awe, singing, writing, cooking, and now adding a carving. What else does Lin Xia not know how to do now? This was actually something Lin Xia had idly redeemed in the prestige store for fun, and he didn't expect to be able to show it off on the show. Ms. Shinobu, this is yours. A hint of surprise flashed in Xu Shurao's eyes as she looked at the wooden kitten statue Lin Xia handed over. Wow, that's so cute. Lin Xia, you're so talented. Xu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Xia smiled faintly and continued to pass the small animal statues in his hands to the others. Each statue was so lifelike that it seemed to come to life in the light of the campfire. This is unbelievable, Hawk, you're simply an all-around entertainer. Zhang Lan couldn't help but praise as well. Zhao Jun watched Lin Xia's performance and felt something in his heart. Lin Xia, your craftsmanship is really admirable, it seems like we need to learn more from you. Zhao Jun barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said. Zhao Jun received the statue, and although there was some resentment in his heart, he had to recognize Lin Xia's talent. He nodded his thanks. The atmosphere of the bonfire party became more enthusiastic after Lin Xia's carving performance. Everyone had the opportunity to showcase their talents. The program team also arranged an interactive session with the audience to make everyone more involved in this wonderful evening. In the end, the bonfire was a success. The guests ended the day's taping with a lot of laughter. Although everyone had their own ideas and plans, they created a great memory together on this night. And Lin Xia's versatility has become a topic of conversation among viewers. Tonight's bonfire was such a success, so much conversation. The assistant director sat on the sidelines and exclaimed. The general director nodded approvingly, this is money well spent. Teacher Lin Xia's topic discussion count alone is almost as high as several others combined. As the bonfire came to an end, the guests dispersed to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, early morning. The sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, warm and soft. Lin Xia rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretched, and sat up from the bed. He walked out of the room to find that no one was up yet, and only a few scattered staff members were setting up machines. Lin Xia gently walked to the kitchen, where he skillfully fried a few eggs according to the number of people, toasted bread, and brewed a pot of fragrant coffee. He then opened the refrigerator and pulled out some leftover ingredients from last night. Lin Xia began to cut and fry the vegetables, each action looking so calm. Not to mention how it tastes, just based on the selling appearance this thing is absolutely not wrong. Boing boing, I'm so happy with the loving breakfast made for me by the summer god himself, aren't I? Upstairs if you're not awake, go back to sleep. The others woke up and stepped out of the room to smell the aroma that hit their noses. They came to the dining room and were too surprised to speak when they saw the table full of breakfast. And Lin Xia was standing in the kitchen doorway, greeting them with a smile. Lin Xia, did you do all of this? He Tian asked with some disbelief. Yeah, everyone try it to see if it's to your liking. Lin Xia responded humbly. The others sat around the table and looked at the table full of food, a wave of amazement welling up in their hearts. They picked up their utensils and savored Lin Xia's handiwork. The first sip went down and everyone was shocked. Lin Xia's cooking skills were surprisingly excellent, each dish was done just right, retaining the original flavor of the ingredients while incorporating unique creativity and seasoning. More to the point, all of these ingredients used were basically leftovers from yesterday, and while they had a full complement of seasonings here, that was shocking enough. They all cast admiring glances at Lin Xia, and their hearts felt much more favorable towards him. Lin Xia, your cooking is fantastic. I've never had such a delicious breakfast before. Chu Xiaoxiao praised as she ate. Yeah, you're really great, Hokage. Not only can you sing, write, and sculpt, but you can also cook. You're simply our all-round male god. Zhang Lan couldn't help but marvel as well. Chapter 90 Rehabilitation of Farmhouses. Well, what did I say? I told you that Lin Xia's cooking skills are definitely not bad, and now it seems to be better than even me. Huang Bin said triumphantly. The crowd nodded unanimously. Last night Huang Bin said so, everyone was shocked, but most of them actually have no concept, and now it seems, just one word, strong. The others chimed in, praising Lin Xia's talent and cooking skills. After breakfast, Lin Xia sat in a rocking chair and rested while the rest of the group spontaneously cleared the table and dishes. And that's when the show gave a new challenge task. Today's task is to restore a dilapidated farmhouse in the village, and we're all going to work together to make it look new. Zhao Jun bristled and said, this is too tiring. Lin Xia looked at him and said, Zhao Jun, since you're here, let's work together and experience the joy of labor. Although Zhao Jun was reluctant, he didn't dare to show it too obviously. The crowd set off with the program. The farmhouse sits on the edge of the village, surrounded by lush fields. The sunlight poured over the worn wooden door, reflecting the age. Lin Xia took the lead and walked into the farmhouse, looking around, having already conceptualized the restoration in his mind. Let's divide up the work, Lin Xia suggested. We'll clear the clutter and mark the broken areas. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded and took the initiative to take on the task of organizing the clutter. While Zhang Lan and Huang Bin were in charge of carrying the heavy objects, Zhao Jun stood aside somewhat hesitantly, seemingly unsure of what he should do. Lin Xia could see Zhao Jun's hesitation, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Zhao Jun, why don't you come and help me along to measure the length of the boards that need to be repaired? Zhao Jun nodded, and although there was some reluctance in his heart, he followed Lin Xia. Lin Xia's care and patience infected him, allowing him to gradually get into the work. Everyone divided up the labor, some moved wood, some built walls, and some painted. Chu Xiaoxiao was unambiguous and worked especially hard. "Come on everyone, we can definitely fix this farmhouse," Chu Xiaoxiao shouted. Zhang Lan was panting with exhaustion. This is not easy. He Tian is on the sidelines to give everyone a boost. Persistence is victory. When repaired must be very sense of accomplishment. Huangbin wiped the sweat from his head and spoke. "Lin Xia, can you help pass the tools over there?" Lu Yang saw this and took the initiative to speak. "Then let me help you organize the wood, teacher Huangbin." "Thank you, be safe, don't hurt yourself." Huangbin didn't refuse, nodding and smiling. Lin Xia smiled and responded, "Okay, Mr. Huangbin, we'll be careful." Lu Yan also acted immediately. Zhao Jun's face was torn at the side, and there was some hesitation in his heart. Before the program started, his manager specifically urged him to create more images with Lin Xia. Even if it was to intentionally create conflict, he still had to be on it. After all, black and red is also red, and for him, the more topics of conversation, the more favorable it would be for him. But at least from what he could see now, Lin Xia he was too well-rounded, and he really didn't want to go back to deliberately offending people. He is really crazy, but crazy is not stupid. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth. Success or failure, try one last time. After a while, unnoticed by Lin Xia, Zhao Jun quietly hid the tool he was about to hand out. Lin Xia searched for a while before realizing that the tool was missing and felt some doubt in his heart, but he did not suspect Zhao Jun. On the live feed, viewers noticed the scene and began to talk about it. Someone found this scene a bit strange and couldn't help but ask, "Why does it feel a bit strange?" Another chimed in, "Yeah, is someone messing with it?" So, both fans argued again. Someone must have done it on purpose. Don't guess, maybe it was accidental. Others on the show sensed something strange, but weren't sure what it was. At this point, Lin Xia and Lu Yan looked at each other, and they decided to stop being passive. Lin Xia cleared her throat and said loudly, "Listen up everyone, we're going to speed things up now. Zhang Lan, you and teacher Chu Xiaoxiao are in charge of organizing the tools on this side and placing them in categories so that it's easier to find them. Mr. Houghton, please coordinate the pace of everyone's work at the same time. Mr. Huangbin, I'm with you next. As for Zhao Jun." Lin Xia deliberately paused and looked at Zhao Jun, who was a little uneasy as his heart tightened. "Zhao Jun, go with Lu Yang and move those logs to the designated location, then check if there's anything that needs to be repaired where the wall is built." Zhao Jun's eyes widened, wanting to retort but not knowing what to say. He didn't expect Lin Xia to suddenly turn the tables and start assigning tasks. But in full view of everyone, he couldn't refuse, and could only reluctantly respond, "Okay. Okay." Huangbin spoke up and agreed, "Everyone just do what Lin Xia said, let's strive to complete the mission sooner." Everyone took action, while Zhao Jun could only follow Lu Yang to work even though his heart was not willing to do so. The audience in front of the live screen also nodded in approval. "Natsujin is really handsome, I feel like I'm going to have a nymphomania. Lu Yang is also very attractive. Ha, laughing my ass off, now without realizing it, the summer god has become the backbone of the team. Yeah, that's never happened in past shows." Fans on both sides of the argument died down and started cheering for their favorite stars. Finally, with everyone working together, the dilapidated farmhouse was given a new look. The night is starry. As payment for restoring the farmhouse, the villagers gave them a lot of ingredients. Some chickens and fish can be very generous. Everyone sat around the yard and enjoyed a delicious dinner. After the meal, the crowd began to chat and interact. Zhang Lan excitedly shared today's anecdote. "When I was repairing the farmhouse today, I almost got paint on myself, but luckily Sister Chu Xiaoxiao reminded me in time." Chu Xiaoxiao bared her teeth when she heard it, obviously thinking of the situation as well. I'll tell you what," but Erishur was so confused that she was one step away from almost bathing in paint. For his part, He Tian humorously quipped, "Our show is really getting interesting, everyone is great." Huangbin also nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, everyone has worked hard today, this farmhouse is in really good repair." At this time, Lin Xia looked at Zhao Jun and smiled. "Zhao Jun, you worked hard today as well." Zhao Jun was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Lin Xia went on to say, "Actually, we all came here to experience the idyllic life and work together to accomplish the mission. We are all a team and should support each other, and next time you have your own ideas, you should speak up and discuss them together." Zhao Jun's face instantly reddened. How could he not understand at this moment that Lin Xia was saving face for him? This had really convinced him. He lowered his head and whispered, "I'm sorry, it won't happen again." Lin Xia smiled and nodded. As a quality adult, it is best to convince people with virtue, but if no matter how you say it still does not make sense. This scene was seen by the viewers of the live broadcast, and the pop-up screen was once again lively. Well said, Natsujin. Zhao Jun has been slapped in the face this time. I'm crying my eyes out. Natsujin really feels so gentle. Natsujin is good at everything, but it just feels like he has too good of a temper and feels easily bullied. You don't have to be kidding, buddy. Right now with this fame and volume of Xiaoshen, who would dare to bully him? Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. The others should be glad that the summer god doesn't bully them. Chapter 91, The Wheat Fields. Early in the morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window. Everyone gathered in the courtyard once again, ready to begin a new mission. The director looked around at everyone and said with a smile, "Our mission today is to help the villagers harvest rice, so be careful and don't get hurt." Xu Xiaoxiao clapped her hands excitedly. "Great, I like this kind of labor the most, it feels especially fulfilling." Zhang Lan, on the other hand, was a bit worried. "I've never done farm work before, I don't know if I can help." He Tian, on the other hand, encouraged, "It's okay, all of us will teach you, as long as you put your heart into it, you'll soon learn." Huang Bin nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, and since we're a team, it's only right that we help each other." Lin Xia also added with a smile, "Right, Zhang Lan, don't worry, we're here." Lu Yang's expression was more direct, as he flexed his own arm and tapped his bicep, his intent self-evident. This scene successfully amused everyone present, and Zhang Lan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, the nervousness in her heart instantly dissipating. Zhao Jun was silent on the sidelines. He knew in his heart that after yesterday's incident, he needed to work harder to integrate into the team, and he couldn't afford to engage in any more petty maneuvers. When everyone came to the fields, the rice was golden and radiated the joy of the harvest. The crowd stepped into the rice fields with curiosity and anticipation, and the sight before them was breathtaking. The golden waves of wheat undulate with the wind, like a golden sea. On a boulder by the paddy field, an old man is leisurely smoking a dry cigarette. He is wearing a whitewashed blue cloth shirt, wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat. The wrinkles on his face seem to record the vicissitudes of time and the deep emotion of the land. When the old man saw the crowd, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a simple end. The crowd followed Oldly into the paddy field, where he casually picked up a sharp scythe from the side, demonstrating and explaining, "Be careful when you cut the rice, don't hurt your hands. Use this sickle, hold it like this, and then cut it one by one." His words had a slight country accent, but were unusually clear and strong. "Look at this scythe, you have to hold it like this to make it steady, and when you cut it, you have to start at the root of the wheat so that the ears don't fall off easily." Li Laohan demonstrated as he spoke, his movements skillful and powerful. The crowd gathered around him, wide-eyed, afraid to miss any detail. Under the careful guidance of the old man, the crowd began to try to do it themselves. At first, their movements were clumsy and rusty, and they either cut the ears of wheat or almost hurt their fingers. But instead of scolding them, Old Manly patiently encouraged them and personally corrected their mistakes. Lin Xia stood in the middle of the wheat field, looking extraordinarily focused. He silently contemplated each and every one of the essentials that Old Manly had said, and then carefully tried them out. At first, his movements were not smooth and even seemed a little stiff. But as time went by, he gradually found the feeling and his movements became more and more skillful. When he finally managed to cut a complete handful of wheat, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all surprised when they saw this scene. "Wow, Natsujin is improving so fast." "Yeah, seeing how serious he is, I'm tempted to go down to the field and try it." "Natsukami really feels proficient in everything and has such a great ability to learn." "Boing boing, it feels like everything Natsujin does is so charming and handsome." "Ilo a bean, when I went home on vacation to help work, but learned a few days, I did not expect the summer god so a moment to learn." In the wheat field, the rest of the people saw this and cast astonished gazes. They couldn't believe that this Lin Xia, who seemed a bit civilized, could grasp the essentials so quickly. People gathered around to ask Lin Xia about his the sweat, the muscles, it's a feast for the eyes. "I've decided that I'm going to start working out and look up to the summer god. Not only is Xiaoshen handsome, but he also works so hard, he's practically a male god. The picture is so beautiful, it kind of makes me afraid to look at it. I'm going to take a screenshot and treasure it." "Good guy, I'm straight up good guy, don't dare to look directly at you, so you just take a screenshot and prepare to look at it every day, right?" Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. "But seriously, with Natsujin's body, I'm attracted as." Old Manly waved his hand. "In fact, every life has its bitterness and joy, and I've had many grueling moments. But as long as one loves this land, everything will be worth it." Tian nodded thoughtfully. Uncle Lee is right, no matter what you do, love is the most important thing. Huang Bin also chimed in, yes, although we've had a hard day today, it's a rare experience to be able to experience the joy of this labor. Uncle Lee, why don't I even see any young people in the village? Zhang Lan looked around and was a bit curious. Old Man Lee sighed, picking up the tobacco stick at his waist and took a drag. The smoke filled his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashed through his eyes. Most of the young people nowadays have gone to work in the cities, and very few have stayed in the villages. They feel that farming is too hard and they can't make much money, so they all go to the big cities, yo. The crowd was a little silent at the news. The viewers of the live stream also voiced their opinions. Alas, it's all a matter of life. If it weren't for the sake of earning money, who would want to run out so far on their own? Yeah, I'd like to keep my home and stay at home, but reality really doesn't allow it. I used to think that I came out so that my family could have a better life, but now that I think about it, my family is also worrying about us all the time and guarding the fundamentals for us. Maybe it's not as hard on the family as it is on us. I'm a little homesick. Just then, I saw a few small children running from the distance. They were dressed in simple clothes, with innocent smiles on their faces, curiously surveying this strange group of townspeople. The presence of the children broke the brief silence of the field and brought new energy to the land. Grandpa Lee, we're here to help. A little girl with pigtails shouted excitedly. Old Man Lee smiled and touched the little girl's head. You little brats, didn't you say you'd help cook at home? Why did you run out again? We want to see how our brothers and sisters from the city work. Another little boy replied innocently, blinking his big eyes. Lin Xia looked at the children, a trace of warmth flashed in her eyes. Of course it's good that you want to help, but be careful and don't get hurt. The children nodded their heads, picked up the sickle and began to imitate the adults' movements in cutting rice. Although their movements were clumsy, their innocence and enthusiasm infected everyone present. You guys cut it really well. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled and complimented. Yeah, you guys are really our little helpers. Zhang Lan couldn't help but praise as well. Old Man Lee looked at this scene, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. These children, they are the new hope of our village. Viewers of the live broadcast were also impressed by the children's innocence. Oh my gosh, these kids are so cute. Seeing them makes the whole world feel better. I hope these kids grow up happy and don't have to run for their lives like we did. Yes, I hope they will cherish this land and pass on this innocence. The time spent working in the fields became more cozy amidst the children's laughter. While working, everyone communicated with the children, sharing their stories and dreams. The sun was sinking in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun poured over the rice paddies, giving the land a golden coat. The day's labor was coming to an end, but everyone's heart was full of satisfaction and happiness. Li Laohan looked at everyone, his eyes full of gratitude. Today is really hard work. Your arrival has brought new life to this land. Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled as she responded, Uncle Li, we feel very happy to be able to help you. Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Lan looked at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment. The little girl with pigtails walked up to Lin Xia and raised her head, curiosity flashing inside her big eyes. Big brother, you're so pretty, are you the stars inside the TV set? At this statement, the crowd could not help but laugh a little. For a man to use the word pretty is a bit of a burying ground. But for such an adorable little kid, maybe pretty is the best compliment they can think of in their heart of hearts. Lin Xia squatted down, smiled and stroked the little girl's head. It's pretty much the same thing, but we're happy to hear you praise us so much. The little girl blinked her big eyes and seemed a bit puzzled. Then why did you come to help Grandpa Lee work? Chu Xiaoxiao smiled and interjected, because we want to experience life in the countryside and feel the joy of labor. Moreover, helping others is a very happy thing. Then brother, can you sing a song? Inuyasha loves to hear others sing. Anticipation shone in Inuyasha's eyes. Lin Xiao looked at Yin Yin's big, expectant eyes, his heart softened and he nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll sing a song for Yin Yin. Yes. The little girl nodded happily, then turned and ran to her other little friends, excitedly sharing the news. Lin Xia turned his head to look at the program and signaled that he needed a guitar. At this moment, the children also gathered around Lin Xia, looking at him with expectant eyes. The rest of the crowd also sat on the side of the road without any concern for image and waited quietly, their eyes glittering with curiosity. They were all looking forward to what kind of song Lin Xia would sing. Would it be an old song, or a new song? Chapter 93: The Fragrance of Rice. The pop-ups in the live stream were even more frantic. At last. I was waiting for the summer god to sing at the bonfire the other night. Who'd have thought I'd end up making a carving out of it? Dog's head. Ha ha ha, laugh your ass off. What will the summer god sing today? An old song. It feels like there's nothing within the old songs genre that suits this current climate. So it can only be a new song? Harm, whether it's a new song or an old one, the anticipation is over. The breeze rustles through the rice paddies, as if accompanying the song that is about to begin. The staff of the program quickly handed over a guitar, and Lin Xia gently strummed the strings, and the melodious melody echoed among the fields. A song called Inajiku for all of you. As Lin Xia's song rang out, the entire field seemed to fall silent, with only the clear melody floating in the air. To the world, if you have too much to complain about. When you fall, you are afraid to move on. Why, man must be so weak and fallen. Please turn on the TV and look at it. How many people, for life, are trying to go on bravely? Shouldn't we be content? Cherish everything, even if you don't have it. The children sat around him, their eyes sparkling with desire for music and admiration for this big brother. Lin Xia's voice was warm and magnetic, and the children were mesmerized, as if they had been brought into a dreamy world. Only Lin Xia tapped the body of the guitar, playing and tapping as the melody gradually became melodious. Remember, you said home was the only castle. With the scent of rice, the river continues to run. A slight smile, a childhood dream I know. Lin Xia continued to sing, and his voice floated over the fields as if it carried a magic power that purified the soul. Don't cry, let the fireflies carry you away. A country song to lean on forever. Go home, go back to what was good in the beginning. Lin Xia's songs not only mesmerized the children, but also made the adults recall their own childhood, those simple and beautiful times. The pop-ups in the live streaming room once again boiled over as viewers expressed how moved they were. Oh my god, this song is so fitting, I'm going to cry. Natsujin's singing voice is really so healing, it feels like the whole person relaxes. This song reminds me of my childhood in the countryside, so nostalgic. Yeah, life moves so fast these days that sometimes you really need to slow down and feel the beauty of life. The melody of the guitar floats through the fields in a lilting, melodic way, and the sound of the breeze whipping through the rice paddies as well as the crispness of the insects chirping add a bit of a different color to the song. Everyone present was engrossed. The children sat around Lin Xia, mesmerized by what they were hearing, happy smiles on their faces. A new round of the main song arrives and Lin Xia continues to speak. Don't be so easy and want to give up. Like I said. If you can't chase a dream, just change it. Color your life brightly. Paint love in your favorite color first. Lin Xia suddenly pressed the strings with his palms and lurched as he looked around. Everyone looked at him with a perplexed expression. Lin Xia looked down at the children's puzzled expressions and smiled gently, his fingers re-strumming the strings as he continued to speak. As the song continued, smiles once again bloomed on the children's faces. Smile, success is not the goal. Make yourself happy, that's what it's called. Paper airplanes of childhood. Now it finally flies back to me. Lin Xia's voice seemed to be telling the softest memories in everyone's heart. The children's eyes sparkled with visions of the future, while the adults found a long-lost peace and calm in the songs. The so-called that pleasure. Chasing dragonflies barefoot in the fields until I got tired. Picking fruit and getting stung by bees. Who's snickering? I fell asleep against the scarecrow, blowing in the wind, singing. Oh. Oh. Afternoon guitars are crisper in the bugs. Oh. Oh, there's no fear of heartbreak when the sun shines on the road. Cherish everything, even if you don't have it. Lin Xia's voice was gentle and full of power, as if it was speaking to the softest part of everyone's heart. The audience in the live broadcast room was also deeply moved by the song, and pop-ups emerged like a tidal wave. Oh my god, this song is so fitting, I'm going to cry. Listening to this song makes you feel like your whole body is relaxed and you want to go home. Natsujin's song is so healing, I really want to go back to my childhood and carefree days. This song reminds me of the fields back home, so nostalgic. The chorus melody resumes. Remember, you said home was the only castle. With the scent of rice, the river continues to run. A slight smile, a childhood dream I know. Lin Xia's singing voice is like a clear spring, flowing in everyone's heart, making people forget the worries of the world and just want to immerse themselves in this golden rice field and enjoy the tranquility of this moment. The children gently swayed to the melody of the song with smiles on their faces. The rest of the crowd hummed softly along, the song echoing through the fields as if adding a warmth to the land. Don't cry, let the fireflies carry you away. A country song to lean on forever. Come home to the goodness of the beginning. Old Manly looked at this scene, his eyes full of relief and touched. He exhaled smoke. His slightly cloudy eyes looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking about. Viewers of the live broadcast were also touched by the heartwarming images and left messages expressing their feelings. "Oh my god, this is such a beautiful picture, I'm going to cry. Yeah, that innocent smile and song really heals everything. Isn't it really time for us to go home for a visit? Yes, it's only right that we be role models in our children's minds, too." As the last note fell, the aftermath echoed over the fields as if nature had responded to the song. The children applauded, happy smiles on their faces, while the adults silently wiped away tears from the corners of their eyes. "Your arrival has really brought a different color to this place, thank you," Mr. Lee said with emotion. Lin Xia stood up, patted the dirt on his body, and responded with a smile, "Uncle Lee, don't say that, we feel honored to do something for this land." Old Man Lee smiled and nodded. He went forward and held Lin Xia's hand, patting it gently. He said nothing, but it seemed as if he had said everything. "All right kids, we should go home." Old Man Lee turned his head to greet the children. In the light of the setting sun, everyone packed up their tools and was ready to set off on their way home. The children were reluctant to say goodbye, their eyes glittering with longing for the future. "Brothers and sisters, come again next time." The little girl waved her little hand and shouted. "Big brother, I'm going to look up to you in the future. I want to be a big star too." "Definitely. Go for it." Lin Xia responded loudly with the same smile and wave. The children reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Xia and the others and followed Old Man Lee towards the village. The setting sun's rays poured over them, giving the tiny group a golden glow. The crowd stood on the ridge and watched the children go away, their hearts filled with warmth and contentment. 94, Last Day. In the quiet countryside, the sunlight gently covers the earth like a golden veil. Today was the day Lin Xia and Lu Yan left the program as flying guests. It was their third day in this idyllic place, with only one last morning of recording left. Everyone woke up early and sat down to breakfast. Today we're going to visit the village's old herbalist to learn some traditional herbal knowledge, Huang Bin said as he drank the steaming porridge. "Great, I've always been interested in Chinese medicine." Zhang Lan responded excitedly. "Me too, I hope I can learn some practical knowledge about health and wellness." He Tian also nodded in agreement. "Haha, Mr. He, you're not getting old, are you?" Lin Xia opened his mouth and laughed. Coming to this program, everyone had already spent 3 days together, and they were no longer as rusty with each other as they were at the beginning, and it was not a problem to crack little jokes at each other's expense. Lu Yang hemmed and hawed on the sidelines. "Old Lin, what kind of big words are you talking nonsense about? Mr. He can still fight for a few more decades." He Tian rolled his eyes and sighed with a feigned helplessness. "You guys don't understand the pain of middle-aged men." This comment made everyone laugh and the atmosphere was light-hearted. The viewers in the live broadcast room also typed in their own words when they saw this scene, and the pop-up screen was filled with pleasure. "Ha ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off, is this what middle-aged men suffer from? When you reach middle age, you have to make goji berries in a thermos. Dog's head. It's like this, I can only advise young people to be moderate when they are young, and you will thank me for it later. My boyfriend eats a big handful of goji berries before every time, I don't know why." "Ha? This is something we can listen to? Heart your boyfriend." After breakfast, the group set off on the road to the old Chinese doctor's house. The sunlight shed dappled light and shadows through the leaves of the trees, and the birds sang happily on the branches as if welcoming them. The crowd walked along the countryside path, with a gentle breeze bringing the fragrance of the soil and the scent of the grass. Along the way, everyone was laughing and full of anticipation for the upcoming TCM trip. The old Chinese doctor's home was situated at the edge of the village. It was a quaint little courtyard, crawling with green vines, giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. All kinds of herbs were planted around the courtyard, emitting a faint fragrance. The stone table in front of the door was decorated with several ancient medical books. "Welcome, young people, my surname is Lee, just call me Old Mr. Lee." The old Chinese doctor's voice was gentle and powerful. He wore a new Chinese robe, his beard and hair were white, but he was hale and hearty, his eyes revealed the wisdom precipitated by the years. Viewers were also intrigued to see this scene through the camera. What a moody courtyard, Old Mr. Lee himself does feel a bit immortal now. Yes, the program team said that Old Mr. Lee is already almost 70 this year, and now he looks and feels just like he's 50 or 60. Could Chinese medicine really be helpful? It feels like it should be okay, right? If it wasn't for today's program, I wouldn't have heard about Chinese medicine for a long time. Yes, now basically all the Western medicine, the things left by the old ancestors, but we are no one cares, alas. Don't they say Chinese medicine is metaphysics? You silly Western medicine treats the symptoms, Chinese medicine treats the root cause. Now many foreign big shots around are always followed by a Chinese doctor to adjust the body. The group greeted the old herbalist with polite bows. Old Mr. Lee smiled and nodded, gesturing for them to enter the house. Inside the house, the furnishings are simple, the antique furniture exudes the luster of age, and several ink paintings depicting herbs hang on the wall, making it look particularly elegant. Please sit, please sit. Old Mr. Lee pointed to a few bamboo chairs and gestured for everyone to sit down. He then took out a few packets of herbs from the medicine cabinet, placed them on the table, and began to explain the efficacy and usage of each herb. His voice was calm and every word revealed a deep medical background. Mr. Lee began to talk about the history of Chinese medicine and the basic knowledge of herbs, explaining every detail from medicinal properties, medicinal effects to the contraindications of compounding. Lin Xia and Lu Yan listened with great interest, nodding their heads from time to time, while Huang Bin took notes carefully. He Tian, on the other hand, was particularly interested in the old Chinese doctor's approach to health, asking questions from time to time. In fact, the most important thing in the way of health maintenance is a calm mind, a regular diet, and combining work and rest. Old Mr. Lee said with a smile. Peace of mind, easier said than done. He Tian sighed. Yes, modern society is under a lot of pressure, and we are often plagued by all sorts of troubles. Xu Xiaoxiao echoed. Old Mr. Lee nodded, then took out a few herbs from the medicine box and placed them on the table. These herbs, which can be used to make tea, will help to soothe your emotions. You guys take them away later, you can try them. Old Mr. Lee, I've read that Chinese medicine practitioners are very accurate in taking their pulse. Can you give us a pulse as well? Zhang Lan said with an excited face. The crowd was also interested in this statement. Old Mr. Lee smiled slightly and nodded. Of course you can. Pulse taking is one of the important means of diagnosis in Chinese medicine. Through the pulse you can understand the health condition of the human body. The crowd gathered around and waited curiously for the diagnosis. The crowd sat down in front of old Mr. Lee in turn, and he began to take their pulse. First was Zhao Jun. The old Chinese doctor closed his eyes slightly, and after a few moments, he slowly opened his mouth, pointing out some of the areas in Zhao Jun's body that needed attention, such as the spleen and stomach being slightly weak and needing to pay attention to their diet. Zhao Jun nodded repeatedly, expressing his admiration for the old Chinese doctor's precise judgment. Next was Zhang Lan, and as soon as the old Chinese doctor took her pulse, Zhang Lan asked mischievously, Elderly, guess what I've been eating lately? Elderly smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, Little girl, your pulse has some signs of sweetness. I'm afraid that you've eaten a little too much sweets. The crowd roared with laughter, and Chu Xiaoxiao even put her arm around Zhang Lan's shoulder and snickered, Good you Zhang Lan. How dare you sneak delicious food behind my back? Zhang Lan. At this time, the live broadcast was bustling with activity. Zhang Lan is simply too cute. Look at Zhang Lan's expression, this must be right? Elderly really has something to offer. Is this Chinese medicine practitioner really so divine? He can know so much just by taking his pulse? I told you to read more, but you didn't listen. Chinese medicine is all about a look, smell, question, and cut. This is all said. When Xu Xiaoxiao came on, she purposely made a nervous face and said, Elderly, you have to take a good look at me. I always feel like a sick kid lately. Chapter 95, Departure. After carefully checking her pulse, the old Chinese doctor comforted her, Don't panic, you're just a little overworked, just rest and rest more. Huang Bin and He Tian also received their pulses in turn, and the old Chinese doctor both accurately stated the areas where their bodies were poorer, some of which were sleep deprivation, and some of which were slightly overflowing with liver fire. This left the crowd in awe, and some of the uninitiated viewers in the live broadcast were shocked, and the pop-up surged like a tidal wave. This elderly is simply a divine doctor. That's awesome, I'm tempted to get my pulse taken by an old Chinese doctor. I have a friend, he's just been a little bad lately with his kidneys, I'll ask for him, can this be regulated? Again without a Chinese friend, right? Chinese medicine conditioning, this is professional, hurry up. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, the smile on Elder Li's face instantly froze, and he rarely frowned tightly. This subtle change caused instant tension. The scene was silent, and all eyes were focused on the old Chinese doctor and Lin Xia. The viewers in the live broadcast room also began to worry, speculating whether Lin Xia had some hidden disease. No, but I've heard that when a Chinese doctor frowns, it's never good, is it? No way, what happened to Natsujin? So nervous, I hope Natsujin is okay. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and the tension was so great that one could hardly breathe. Lin Xiao was also a bit nervous at the moment. Could it be that she really had some kind of condition that she hadn't realized? It shouldn't be? Just when everyone was apprehensive, the old Chinese doctor suddenly laughed. He took a strange look at Lin Xiao and sighed. Strange, really strange, I've never seen such a good. The live stream is starting to boil over as well. Phew, that really scared me. I really thought Natsujin had some kind of disease. Just this part of elderly just now killed most people's acting skills. As a medical student studying Chinese medicine, I've never heard in my teacher's mouth such an evaluation of a person. At Elder Li's age, that should have taken the pulse of countless people, right? Then how good must the summer god's body be? Hiss. Your pulse is smooth and strong, your qi and blood are full, and your bodily functions are almost at their optimal state. Old Mr. Li continued, however, did you often feel fatigued some time ago, and even sometimes have a slight trance? Lin Xia heard some emotion. Chinese medicine culture is profound, even his state some time ago can pulse out. The things left behind by the old ancestors were indeed magical, and with that he nodded his head, indicating that this was indeed the case. The old Chinese doctor smiled slightly and explained, this is not a problem with your body, but because you have been in a state of intense work for a long period of time, your body needs proper rest and adjustment. Although your physical condition is very good, you can't ignore the signals from your body. Lin Xia smiled at this and nodded, gratefully saying to Elderly, thank you, Elderly, I'll pay attention to the adjustments. Old Mr. Li nodded and took out a few more pills from the medicine box and handed them to Lin Xia. These are my own formulated pills to replenish qi and nourish blood. You can take them when you feel fatigued, but remember not to overdo it. Lin Xia stood up, took the pills, and thanked him again. The crowd then said goodbye to Mr. Li and thanked him for his explanation and diagnosis. After the visit to the CMP, we all set off together on the journey back to the farmhouse. As the group left, old Mr. Li returned to his peaceful courtyard and continued his leisurely life with herbs. The viewers, on the other hand, were having a lively discussion in the live broadcast, with a new understanding and respect for Chinese medicine. It seems that we really can't ignore the valuable wealth left behind by our old ancestors. Yes, Chinese medicine does have its unique charm and value, and I hope there will be more programs like this in the future so that more people can understand and learn about Chinese medicine. Am I the only one who feels a little ripped off? You can feel out the condition of your body without using any instruments, just by feeling your pulse? It's even a bit fake to know what you've eaten and what happened some time ago. When you say it like that, it seems well really kind of. It's not a program effect, is it? Yes, if Chinese medicine is really so marvelous, then what's the matter with Western medicine? How many TCM practitioners can we still see now? Really lazy to spray you guys. Chinese medicine has a history of thousands of years. If you don't know, go and learn more instead of being the king of the mouth here. Along the way, the crowd was immersed in the marvelous experience they had just had, and gained a deeper understanding and awe of the culture of Chinese medicine. Back at the farmhouse, a faint sense of disenchantment filled the air. Although Lin Xia and Lu Yang had only been here for 3 days, the feelings they had brought to everyone were like no other guests had ever had. Zhao Jun said with emotion, it's only 3 days, but it feels like a long time. Zhu Xiaoxiao also nodded in agreement. Yes, Lin Xia and Lu Yang's arrival made the program more lively and interesting. Zhang Lan looked at Lin Xia and Lu Yang with a look of reluctance. If only you guys could stay for a few more days. Huang Bin and He Tian also expressed their feelings of reluctance. The crowd sat around and reminisced about the last 3 days. They worked together in the fields, savored country food, and had many fun times together. Those images played back in everyone's mind like a movie, and every moment was filled with joy. Finally, in an atmosphere of reluctance, we all said goodbye. Lin Xia and Lu Yang stood at the entrance of the farmhouse and hugged everyone goodbye. Huang Bin stepped forward and patted Lin Xia's shoulder emotionally. Among the many young artists, Lin Xia, you are the most special one. Welcome to play again next time. Lin Xia laughed and joked, I wouldn't dare to say that, but I'll definitely come back next time I have the chance. Xu Xiaoxiao also came forward with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Lin Xia, you must remember to come back to see us often. Definitely, definitely. Lin Xia responded with a smile. Zhang Lan and He Tian also said goodbye to Lin Xia and Lu Yang respectively, and they left their contact information with each other, agreeing to contact each other often in the future. The audience in the live broadcast room also left messages to express their reluctance and blessings for the 2 guests. Natsujin, you must take more care of your health. Lu Yang, I look forward to you coming back next time and bringing us more exciting programs. Goodbye, Lin Xia and Lu Yang. this episode is definitely the best one ever. Next time, I don't know when I'll be able to see Natsujin again, damn it. Actually, what I'm most curious about right now is just how good Natsujin's body is, and I have an idea. Dog's head. Whatever you have in mind, I suggest you'd better take it back or I'll report you. Chapter 96, Turmoil. Lin Xia and Lu Yang smiled and waved goodbye to everyone before turning around and walking into the car. The car slowly drove away from the farmhouse, and Lin Xia and Lu Yang sat in the back seat with a tired but satisfied smile on their faces. Lu Yang opened his mouth and laughed. How about it, old Lin? I told you this program is definitely interesting, right? Lin Xia was all emotional. This experience is really special. I didn't think Chinese medicine could be so amazing, and Mr. Li's pulse gave me a new understanding of traditional medicine. This is actually Lin Xia's truest thought. In his previous life, he usually could only see some news about Chinese medicine when he was brushing short videos. To be honest, Chinese medicine has been given too many mysterious colors, so that he has been itching in his heart, wanting to go to understand, and now it is also a wish, can only be said to be well deserved. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Yeah, I learned a lot too. And, it was really fun spending time with everyone. It felt like I found a big family. The two chatted in before they knew it. The car had pulled into the hustle and bustle of the city. Lin Xia looked at the skyscrapers outside the window. Although the city life is prosperous and convenient, the tranquility and simplicity of the countryside is unforgettable to him. By the time Lin Xia reached home, it was late at night. And that episode about Chinese medicine sparked a lively discussion on the internet, with netizens leaving comments and discussions. I've always believed in Chinese medicine. My mother's arthritis was relieved by acupuncture and herbal treatments through Chinese medicine. This is definitely not an exaggeration. Indeed, I was half-hearted before, but that time I had a cold and took Western medicine and never got better, and then I tried Chinese medicine soup, and the effect was immediate. However, the skepticism did not stop there either. I still don't believe it, to be honest. It's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? I don't deny the usefulness of Chinese medicine, but it's also definitely not as good as you guys make it out to be, otherwise why would you need Western medicine? As the discussion progressed, more and more people joined in, and it soon hit the hot seat, even joined by medical doctors with Blue V certifications behind their names. As a medical researcher, I think TCM needs more scientific validation. The current lack of rigorous clinical trials for many TCM treatments makes it difficult for me to be fully convinced. His views also resonated with most people. Yeah, when I was studying biology, a lot of the theories in TCM seemed too vague and subjective, and I'd like to see more data to support them. Nevertheless, voices in support of Chinese medicine remain high. Some netizens shared their own personal experiences or those of their family members to prove the efficacy of Chinese medicine. My father used to suffer from chronic insomnia, and the effect of Western medicine was not satisfactory. Later, we tried Chinese medicine conditioning, and we didn't expect the results to be surprisingly good. Now he is able to sleep peacefully and his mental state is much better. I agree with the efficacy of Chinese medicine, but at the same time I also think that Western medicine has irreplaceable advantages in certain aspects. Combining Chinese and Western medicine to complement each other's strengths may be the best choice. As the discussion continued, more and more people began to pay attention to the scientific and practical aspects of Chinese medicine. Some medical experts also joined the discussion, trying to explain the principles and advantages of Chinese medicine from a professional point of view. It is true that many of the theories of TCM are different from modern science, but this does not mean that it has no value. TCM focuses on a holistic view in evidence-based treatment, which is a unique advantage in many chronic and functional diseases. Then tell me, why are there fewer and fewer Chinese medicine practitioners nowadays and more Western medicine practitioners instead? Isn't it because Chinese medicine has been eliminated? What hasn't been scientifically proven is not destined for the long run. It's like this, foreign Western medicine is just better than our Chinese medicine, this is a fact. I hope everyone will face up to it. You're invincible, kid. Is it true that all moons abroad are rounder than ours at home? Really lazy to spray you. What's wrong with me telling some truth? In every way foreign countries are better than domestic ones, right? People over there are all about freedom, and look at you. Laughing dead, originally we are discussing Chinese medicine and Western medicine, you directly to the rise of this, worship foreigners, right? Then why are you still in China? Go out. For a time, the entire network's discussion winds changed completely, and the original discussion centered around Chinese medicine and Western medicine gradually evolved into a wide-ranging debate on domestic and foreign cultures, healthcare systems, and even values. Such a shift has caused many netizens who were originally just spectators or participants in the discussion of Chinese medicine to be caught up in this sudden and strange wind. Against this backdrop, Lin Xiao also received a lot of private messages and its from people who were asking for his opinion on this matter. After all, he was also considered to be one of the parties that caused this discussion. And by the time Lin Xiao saw these messages, it was already the next morning. The alarm rang on time. Lin Xiao rubbed her sleepy eyes, picked up her cell phone, and saw a message from Lin Yuexin. Lin Xia, when you wake up, go check the news on the internet first, then call me back first thing. Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled. He opened the scarf and looked at the dense private messages and its on the screen. For a while he was also a bit puzzled. He first replied to some of his fans' concerns and thanked them for their support and blessings. Then, he began to seriously check the private messages as well as the dynamics of those who asked for his opinion about Chinese medicine. At first Lin Xiao was a bit helpless. He didn't think that just a segment in the program could cause such a big impact and discussion. But in the end, he became more serious, because he also saw the bad comments. At this moment, he already understood what Lin Yuexin meant. If it was simply a discussion on Chinese and Western medicine, there was no need for it to make Lin Yuexin so nervous, even asking him to call back the first time after reading the message. Only these things that rise to a higher plane do so, not to mention, it involves oneself. Lin Xia thought for a moment, slid his cell phone, and dialed the number. The other end of the phone quickly connected, and Lin Yuexin's slightly anxious voice came out. Lin Xia, have you read it? Those remarks on the internet now, some of them have gone beyond the scope of normal discussion. Lin Xia took a deep breath and responded stoically, yes, I just saw it. I didn't expect it to be so serious that it has risen from Chinese medicine to such a sensitive topic of discussion. Lin Yuexin sighed, the most troublesome thing right now is that because you are the most talked about and one of the focal points of the program, so much of the rhetoric and emotion is naturally focused on you. Some people with ulterior motives have even started to use this topic to attack you or try to stir up a bigger dispute. Chapter 97. Lin Xia frowned. He knew the power of online public opinion. Once it got out of control, the consequences were unimaginable. Sister Yuexin, what should we do then? We can't just let things go on like this. Lin Yuexin pondered for a moment and said, the timing now is very bad, because 11 is approaching, and it's all a very sensitive period now, and coincidentally, you're involved in it. So my advice is that the company's side will respond for you, and it's best for you personally to keep quiet so as not to cause more trouble. Secondly, I will contact the PR team to clarify and debunk those malicious attacks and rumor-mongering remarks on the internet. At the same time, we also need to collect some positive examples and expert opinions to support our position. Lin Xia nodded, thinking that this plan was feasible. Alright, I'll cooperate with you guys. In addition, Lin Xia thought for a moment and spoke, I am definitely going to speak out. As a public figure, if all of them don't dare to step forward to defend their country's cultural heritage, then what's the point? But I do understand your concerns, and I'll only use one song as my response. Is that okay, Sister Yuexin? Lin Yuexin hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Alright, but you have to be careful with your words and try not to aggravate the conflict. Remember, your attitude is important. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xia sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window at the morning light. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. He hadn't expected that a simple program participation would inexplicably involve him in such a fiasco. But now that it had happened, he had to face it bravely and prove everything with his actions. It was incumbent upon him to face the question of the position of the Chinese nation. And as for song selection, he already had an idea. System, redeem the song, Materia Medica. Ding. Thought your redemption was successful, please check. As the melody of the song Materia Medica echoed in Lin Xiao's mind, he felt an unprecedented firmness and strength. This song is not only a celebration of the wisdom of Chinese medicine, but also a heartfelt confession of the deep heritage of Chinese civilization. He believes that through music, it is possible to cross the language barrier and touch the heartstrings of every listener, allowing them to feel the unique charm and immortal value of Chinese medicine and Chinese culture as a whole. As for the song, he wasn't going to release it directly, but wanted to present it to all of them in the form of a MV. Lin Xia has a detailed plan in mind. This is not just a mere response, but also an opportunity to promote Chinese culture. He turned on his computer and began editing the images of the MV in his head into text, ready to bring them all to the office at once when the time came, trying to get it all done in the quickest time possible. As time passes, the debate on the internet has intensified from the beginning of the battle between Chinese and Western medicine to the present-day battle between Chinese and foreign cultures, involving more and more people. The people of the program Field Life, at the moment, looked at the news of the discussion that was spreading all over the internet, and they were helpless. How could they have ever imagined that just a simple program would evolve into what it is today? The original intention of the program group was good, wanting to promote the idyllic culture through the program while also showing the ancient medical heritage of China in the process. Chu Xiaoxiao sighed softly as she returned to her senses. I feel that the most troublesome thing right now isn't us, but Lin Xia. The crowd's expressions were all a bit complicated upon hearing this, and they all naturally understood the meaning of these words. Lin Xia, as the focal point of the program, not only has a very high popularity among the audience, but also in the whirlpool of public opinion has become a target. They knew that every move Lin Xia made would be magnified and interpreted, and the slightest mistake could lead to even greater controversy. Yeah, Lin Xia is really quite difficult this time. Huang Bin put down his cell phone and sighed. All we can do is try not to cause him any trouble, so that he can focus on dealing with this storm. He Tian nodded and agreed. That's right, we have to be united, even if we aren't allowed to be vocalized, at least our internal opinions must be unified. Zhang Lan also put away her puffed-up expression, and after thinking about it, she opened her mouth to test the waters. Will Shuaiga also be banned from speaking out by the company? The crowd was a little silent at these words. Huang Bin spoke uncertainly. It should be like that too. After all, the storm is getting bigger and bigger now. One screw up and you'll be in big trouble. Zhao Jun finally spoke, his voice low and firm. Lin Xiao's company might do this, but he definitely won't. As Zhao Jun's words fell, the crowd was a little surprised that he would say this. After all, they had all seen some of the friction between him and Lin Xiao on the program before. He Tian nodded approvingly and said, even though we've only spent a short 3 days together, Lin Xiao gives me a feeling that's too special, and I'm also sure he'll do something about it. Yes, I believe that right now, not just us alone are included, but all of them are waiting for an opportunity to speak out. Xu Xiaoxiao looked at everyone, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Chapter 98 Discussions. And at this moment, Lin Xia had already finished organizing all the information. He quickly picked up his cell phone and dialed Lin Yuexin's number, and her familiar and competent voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, what's up Lin Xia? Sister Uxin, I need a song MV creative director, arrange it as soon as possible, I have something important to discuss. Lin Xia's voice was firm and urgent. Lin Yuexin on the other end of the phone froze slightly, then responded, okay, no problem. I'll immediately contact to get in touch for you, where to meet. Just at the office, and I'll be there later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xia took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. He knew that every next step was crucial, and he wanted to make sure that every detail was perfect. He quickly organized the papers on his desk, grabbed his jacket and folder, and prepared to head to the office. For now it was important for him to meet that creative director as soon as possible to discuss the next plans for the project. Shortly afterward, Lin Xia walked through the doors of the company and went straight to the conference room. The creative director was already waiting inside, and when he saw Lin Xia, he immediately rose to greet him. Teacher Lin Xia, I've heard a lot about you, I'm creative director Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao enthusiastically extended his hand. Lin Xia smiled and shook his hand. Director Zhang, nice to meet you. I have an idea that needs your help. After the two sat down, Lin Xia began to elaborate on his plan. I wanted the music video to be more than just a rendition of a song, but a journey through the past and present. Let the audience in the visual and auditory double enjoyment, feel the profoundness of traditional Chinese medicine and the long history of Chinese culture. What's more, it's important to respond forcefully to what's going on right now, on the internet, with all the bad rhetoric. Lin Xia said as he opened the folder and took out some of the scene idea sketches and thoughts he had drawn. Zhang Hao took the document and looked at it carefully. For a while the entire conference room was quiet, only the sound of Zhang Hao flipping papers came out. Lin Xia didn't interrupt when he saw this, he just silently closed his eyes and rested his mind. Time slowly passed, and the more Zhang Hao looked at it, the more he was shocked, and even though he had been working in this line of work for more than a decade, the pie-in-the-sky ideas depicted on it still shocked him. When Lin Yuexin contacted him earlier, he was still a bit puzzled, wondering why Lin Xia was so eager to see him. But now, he understood. Zhang Hao raised his head, excitement shining in his eyes. Mr. Lin Xia, this idea is fantastic. I'm completely captivated by your idea. This isn't just a music video, but a cultural spread and a powerful weapon to counteract bad speech. Lin Xia opened his eyes upon hearing this and smiled slightly. Thank you for your recognition, Director Zhang. I need your expertise to turn these ideas into reality. We need to complete this work in the shortest time possible, and we need to guarantee the quality. Zhang Hao nodded, no problem, I will organize the team to start working immediately. We need to finalize the details of the shooting location, actors and props. Do you have any special requirements? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Try to choose scenes with traditional characteristics, such as ancient courtyards, pharmacies, etc., while also interspersing modern elements, as if traveling through time and space. As for the actors, I hope to invite some strong actors to portray them, especially those who have some knowledge of Chinese medicine culture. Zhang Hao quickly jotted down Lin Xiao's request. Okay, I will arrange for someone to implement it as soon as possible. Also, regarding the songs. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, so focused on discussing the ideas and shooting details of the music video, he had forgotten the most important part of the song. He hastened to add, song-wise, I already have a ready-made piece, with the lyrics and melody completed. I'll send you the song file now. After saying that, the two exchanged contact information with each other. Lin Xiao also sent the song files together. Mr. Lin Xiao, can I listen to it first? Zhang Hao asked curiously as he looked at the words on his cell phone showing that the file was successfully received. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, of course. Zhang Hao put on his headphones and clicked play, gradually immersing himself in the melody as it flowed. This version was simply recorded at home by Lin Xiao, and the instrumentation was synthesized with electronic tracks. In terms of effect, it's not as good as a professional studio, but at least it's fine for auditioning now. And he had planned to use the company's studio to re-record a version out after the discussion. When the song ended, Zhang Hao took off his headphones, his eyes glittering with excitement. Teacher Lin Xiao, this song is fantastic. It fits perfectly with your creativity, it's a match made in heaven. Zhang Hao was indeed deeply shocked at the moment, and as the saying goes, 100 times is better than one, his current understanding of Lin Xiao's talent had undoubtedly been elevated to a new level. The lyrics and rhymes of the song are undoubtedly the Chinese style pioneered by Lin Xiao himself, but the singing style and melody are hip-hop? And the lyrics also clearly express the spirit of the inheritance of the ancient civilization of China, more satirical of those who worship foreign countries. Anyone who listens to it will be praised, can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Zhang Hao was infected by Lin Xiao's passion and creativity at the moment, and his heart also lit afire. As a Chinese, looking at the network of those who deceived their masters to destroy their ancestors' speech, how can he not be angry? Teacher Lin Xiao, both this song and the shooting of the MV are very meaningful. Zhang Hao said firmly, I will mobilize all my energy and go all out to produce a high-quality music video. Lin Xiao nodded gratefully, thank you, Director Zhang, I trust your expertise. We need to start as soon as possible, time waits for no one. There is another question, Ms. Lin Xiao, if you want to get it all done in a short period of time, it is in terms of the budget. Zhang Hao carefully opened his mouth to test the waters. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and was just about to speak when she only saw the door to the conference room being pushed open and Li Tianhe walked in with large strides. There's no need to worry about the budget. Rico. Mr. Li. Lin Xiao and Zhang Hao both stood up and nodded their heads in greeting. Li Tianhe smiled and waved his hand, signaling the two to sit down. Lin Xiao, Zhang Hao, I've heard all about what happened, so I've come here to take a look. Li Tianhe walked over to the conference table as he spoke, his eyes darted between the two men and finally rested on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, I'll just ask you one thing, do you have any certainty in this matter? Lin Xiao sniffed, her eyes were firm, and she answered without the slightest hesitation, yes. Li Tianhe nodded then looked at Zhang Hao again. Zhang Hao, the company will give you unconditional and comprehensive support in terms of budget, personnel, equipment and venues. How long do you want to use it? P.S. Starting tomorrow, this book will resume normal updates. Thank you for your continued support, thank you. Chapter 99 Full Support. Zhang Hao's heart was filled with astonishment as he listened to Li Tianhe's words. Previously, he had only heard that Lin Xiao's level of authority within the company was very high, but he had never imagined that it would be like this, or even so many floors higher than he had imagined. It's important to realize that the battleship that is Starlight Entertainment is undoubtedly the top bunch in the industry. And by the company's power holder Li Tianhe personally said unconditional full support. He did not even dare to imagine what the scene will be. When has he, Lao Zhang, ever fought such a rich war? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment, determination and confidence flashing in his eyes. Not counting today, give me 3 days and it will be done. This was the result of his deep thought. First of all, making a song MV doesn't take a lot of time like making a movie. Secondly, a lot of the content on Lin Xiao's stagebook, in his opinion, could be taken out straight away, which would save a lot of time on creative conceptualization. And the most troublesome scenes, costumes, personnel, equipment and other issues, have Li Tianhe had to take care of. Then these 3 days, bite the bullet is absolutely no problem. When Li Tianhe heard this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. He knew Zhang Hao's strength and efficiency, and he understood the pressure and motivation behind this promise even more. Okay, 3 days, I'm waiting for your work to rock the internet. Remember, we're not just making a music video, we're speaking out for legacy and justice. What others dare not do, we, Starlight Entertainment, will do. Li Tianhe's words were loud and clear, full of trust and expectation for Lin Xia. Lin Xia sniffed, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes, but then a few worries flowed out. Thank you, brotherly, but... He turned his tone and continued to speak, but in the end this matter is still just my personal idea, just like this the company's resources utilized, I'm afraid. Li Tianhe interrupted Lin Xia's concerns with a smile and patted his shoulder. Lin Xia, don't think so much. As I said, the company will fully support you in anything, as long as you are sure of it. Moreover, this project is not only your personal dream, but also our Starlight Entertainment's commitment to social responsibility. So, don't worry and be bold. Li Tianhe had already made his stance clear, and Lin Xia wasn't one to make a show of himself. He then nodded his head to show his gratitude. Zhang Hao, who was listening on the side, looked calm, but his heart had long since returned. Back then, even Su Yao, I'm afraid that he had never seen Li Tianhe treated like this. As the meeting came to an end, the trio got busy individually and Lin Xia started working on the re-recording of the song. While Zhang Hao was busy organizing the team for pre-shooting preparations, Li Tianhe was quietly clearing all obstacles for them behind the scenes. There was also a hiccup in the preparatory process. After learning that Lin Xia was producing a music video about Chinese medicine culture, an old Chinese doctor offered to star in it for free, and contributed his own collection of ancient books and medical tools as props. This gesture touched Lin Xia deeply and strengthened his determination to pass on Chinese culture. The entire Starlight Entertainment was rushing under Lin Xia's thoughts. In the following days, the whole team seemed to be driven by an invisible force, and devoted themselves to their work day and night. Zhang Hao personally screened the participants to ensure that each one could accurately convey the emotions and concepts in the music video. At the same time, he led the team to run through the major traditional and modern combination of shooting locations, and strive to perfectly present Lin Xia's creative ideas in every shot. Incidentally, when the artists within the company learned that the production of this music video was initiated by Lin Xia, they all took the initiative to ask for help to participate in it, even if it was just a cameo. When Zhang Hao told Lin Xia about this matter, he only thought about it for a little while before he readily agreed. After all, for Lin Xia, it doesn't matter much who was cast in the MV, as long as they meet the requirements. And the company has always offered him a lot of help, then he needs to give back. Meanwhile, the internet. As the news of Lin Xia's new song and its music video production spread, an unprecedented craze quickly started on the internet. On major social media platforms, music forums, and video websites, the discussion of keywords such as Lin Xia's new song, Chinese hip-hop fusion, and Chinese civilization inheritance skyrocketed. The keywords Lin Xia's new song, Chinese-style hip-hop fusion and Chinese civilization inheritance skyrocketed in discussion on video forums, and even dominated the top of the hot search list. Of course, this was also the news that Lin Xia had taken the initiative to ask the company to arrange for someone to put out after deep thought. This will draw the attention of the network, temporarily, and at the same time prevent people who have the intention to continue to expand the attitude of things. In the end, even if this fire burned down on himself, Lin Xia was confident that he could face everything with this one song. Netizens left comments expressing their anticipation and curiosity about Lin Xia's new work. Some marveled at Lin Xia's immense talent, daring to break through the traditional framework and skillfully blending seemingly out-of-place elements. Some are looking forward to the elements of Chinese culture that may be shown in the music video, hoping to feel the sense of national pride that is deeply rooted in their hearts in the double feast of sight and sound. Xia Shan made another big one this time? Chinese style plus hip-hop, it's exciting to think about. I've long been tired of seeing those same old pop music. Xia Shan's creativity is a breath of fresh air. Looking forward to the Chinese elements in the music video, I hope to see the unique charm of our culture. Of course, there is no shortage of bad voices in this. What does Lin Xia mean by this? Even if you don't make a sound at a time like this, you still have the heart to release a new song? Yeah, so many people at Lin Xia, he doesn't read or reply, and now he's coming up with a hip-hop Chinese style? You little hacks, I don't usually see you come out and jump, but now I let you catch a break? Yeah, laugh your ass off. Which public figure dares to come out and participate in such a sensitive topic now? And now it's just the internet uploading out the news that Summer God is working on a song MV. You guys are in a hurry? But seriously. I understand that everyone is afraid to come out and make a statement, but Xiaoshen, who was able to write Teenage Wasia Speaks, hasn't made a statement either, and is even filming an MV. It still feels a bit lost. When you put it that way, it seems really. It could be said that Lin Xia's move had managed to draw most of the internet's attention. There were good and bad comments in this, but he didn't pay any more attention to any of them either. For the next few days, Lin Xia devoted himself to the shooting of the music video after re-recording the song. Dressed in the costumes of different dynasties, he traveled through ancient medicine huts, modern hospitals, and skyscrapers, telling stories with his songs and performances. Chapter 100 The Materia Medica. In MV, there are both ancient physicians who hang around to help the world, and modern scientists who conduct in-depth research on the ingredients of traditional Chinese medicine. There are the miraculous healing effects of traditional acupuncture and cupping, as well as the recognition and integration of TCM theories by modern medicine. All these are silent words about the resilience and vitality of Chinese medicine and its important position in the long history of the Chinese nation. 3 days passed in a flash, and when the final music video was presented to the crowd, everyone was shocked. In the MV, the intertwining of ancient courtyards and modern cities, and the collision of the essence of traditional Chinese medicine culture and hip-hop music not only show the profundity of Chinese civilization, but also convey the firm belief in cultural self-confidence and justice. It can be said that it perfectly fits every idea of Lin Xia. With the music video completed, Lin Xia and the entire team breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear to all that there was more than just the birth of a work this time. In the conference room, Li Tianhe, Lin Xia, and Zhang Hao sat around the long table, their gazes all casting towards the music video playing on the projector. As the last image was framed, a silence fell over the entire conference room. Li Tianhe was the first to break the silence, his eyes glittering with relief. "Lin Xia, you did it." Lin Xia smiled slightly, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. "Thank you, brotherly. Without the company's support and everyone's joint efforts, none of this would have been possible." Zhang Hao also nodded his head and smiled. "This time it's kind of opened my eyes, and many of Ms. Lin Xia's ideas have given me a lot of inspiration. I never thought before that I could make such a high-quality song in only 3 days. I really didn't know that I had so much potential without putting up a fight." The three of them looked at each other and smiled. The tacit understanding and trust between them was especially precious at this moment. Li Tianhe converged his smile and solemnly opened his mouth to ask again, "Lin Xia, you're really ready, aren't you?" There's no turning back from the open bow. "Don't worry, brotherly, I'm clear on everything." Lin Xia nodded with a serious face. Li Tianhe nodded and didn't say anything else. He just turned his head and picked up the phone to dial a number. "Publicity and Development Department, I've already explained the task to you guys, let's start now." Starlight Entertainment's publicity department has also begun to prepare for the online program in earnest. They worked closely with major media outlets, music platforms and video sites to ensure that the music video would garner maximum attention on the day of its release. Finally, release day arrived. Lin Xia posted a teaser on social media that generated millions of retweets and comments in just a few hours. In the text, he wrote, "In this age of information explosion, we may overlook many precious existences due to momentary prejudice. Chinese medicine, as the crystallization of our national wisdom, has survived for thousands of years, and what lies behind it is not only the medical skill of treating the sick and saving people, but also a profound understanding of the harmonious coexistence of life and nature. I firmly believe that every culture has its own unique value and significance that deserves to be honored and passed on. Materia Medica is not only a song, but also my deep tribute to Chinese medicine and Chinese culture. May we all embrace this colorful world with an open and inclusive mind." Fans have left comments expressing their anticipation, while some media outlets have begun to report on the event ahead of time. "No summer god, you're for real? I thought it was just gossip before. Should I say no to the fact that Natsugen's production is really high? But with the way the internet is right now, is it really a good idea for Natsugen to release a new song at this point? Lin Xia, how dare you? The key issue does not see you come out to make a statement, but you are diligent in posting songs. That's right, this money just has to be earned all the time, right? Are you black people not finished? Didn't you see the text that Hashin posted? Are you really just mindlessly spraying without even reading it? Who says it isn't? Instead of playing against these brainless people, we should be looking forward to Natsugen's song." That's right. Then again, why does this song title feel a little familiar? Ha 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 ha, the Materia Medica is that medical book by Li Shizhen. Looking forward. The moment the music video was officially launched, the internet was instantly abuzz. Countless netizens flocked to the video site, and the number of hits surpassed the 10 million mark in just a few minutes. The music video is a blend of traditional and modern elements, which is not only new to young people, but also relatable to the older generation of viewers. Xiaolin is an office worker who is busy with his 9-to-5 job every day and has a dull and uneventful life. However, when he saw the teaser posted by Lin Xia on social media, a long-lost excitement welled up in his heart. Natsujin really did release a new song, it's just that the music video looks so special, must check it out. Kobayashi said to himself. He can't wait for the moment when the music video officially goes live. When the video loaded, Kobayashi couldn't wait to click on it, watching every frame with rapt attention. In the video, Lin Xia's figure slowly appeared above a Gothic-style street. The pedestrians on the road are of all colors, and the buildings on both sides of the street have a modern vibe on one side and a vintage style on the other. As the fast-paced hip-hop music played, Lin Xia stood still, and several figures suddenly appeared behind him, dancing to the song, the rhythm. If Hua Tuo were to come back to life, Chongyang would be healed. Foreign countries come to learn Chinese characters and inspire my national consciousness. Strychnine, cassia seeds, celandine seeds, and lotus seeds. Yellow herbs and bitter beans and neem, I want to save face. Kobayashi's eyes lit up, his body involuntarily shaking to the rhythm of the song and the lyrics, not only the name of the herbal medicine, but the most overwhelming point was the first two lines. Isn't this a scathing response to all the foreign admiration on the internet? Foreigners come to learn Chinese characters. When you think about this phrase, isn't it true that there are a lot of foreigners learning Chinese characters right now? There are even many countries that have included Chinese as a compulsory subject. Xiaolin was deeply attracted by the unique images and music, and he felt an unprecedented sense of pride welling up in his heart. The song continues. Rewrite a history, my way. Nothing else, repeat after me a few words. Yam, Angelica, goji berries, go. Yam, Angelica, goji berries, go. Watch me grab a handful of herbs and take a dose of pride. The pop-ups fly in the video. Ha ha ha, holy, this song, this lyric by Xiaoshun, lit up. Before this, I've been wondering how Chinese style can be added to hip-hop, and now that I understand, I can only say that Xiaoshun deserves to be Xiaoshun. And the graphic scenes in this MV are so great. That being said, I'm surprised Natsujin can dance and sing at the same time. I just wonder if Natsujin can play basketball. Dog head. Chapter 101. Ha ha ha, Koroko. Showing your chicken feet. But Natsujin is really handsome when he dances. Ah. Where are the people who said before that foreign countries are so much better? Come in and watch and learn what it means to have national pride. Those guys will be long gone as soon as something goes wrong, so what's the point of counting on them? In the video, as the tempo of the song picks up, Lin Xia and her backing dancers increase the amplitude of their steps accordingly. I have a leisurely expression and dance about. The movements are easy and comfortable, you can't learn them. Neon sign, adjust. In the gorgeous city, waiting to wake up. At this moment, all the viewers who were watching the video, their hearts rose and fell with the melody of the song, and it was as if he had been brought into a whole new world. There is both historical and modern vigor there. Every detail in the music video is carefully designed, from the collision and fusion of retro and modern, to the cultural depth and confidence contained in the song. In the video, Lin Xia's dance steps are like flowing clouds in water, with the agility and power of street dance, but also skillfully incorporating some ancient flavor, showing a unique beauty that transcends time and space. His eyes were firm and deep, as if they pierced through the screen and directly touched the depths of every viewer's heart. I have a leisurely expression and dance about. Using calligraphy to write dynasties, the inner power is transmitted. Magnificent swings in block letters and gives a punch of dialogue. And flat on your back and see who's good. One paragraph ended, and at the moment the video was halfway through the progress bar. Lin Xia wandered through the vintage streets with his backing dancers behind him, and they were like ghosts as they traveled from scene to scene. Suddenly, Lin Xia and the others suddenly lowered their heads, and the palms of the few backup dancers behind them brushed the tops of their heads, and in just an instant, it went from short hair to long hair, covering their faces. The whole scene is filled with an alternative sense of fun and horror. OMG. This scene scared me. Ha 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 ha, laughed my ass off, really gave my buddy goosebumps. It's only the summer god that can come up with this style of MV. This song is really well written, not only Chinese medicine, but also calligraphy and so on, have been written in it. Yes, our history is 5,000 years up and down. It's not comparable to some places with only a few hundred years of history. Hold on to me, progress bar. As the song restarted, the scene shifted and Lin Xia was sitting in the middle of an ancient Chinese pharmacy, surrounded by all sorts of ancient equipment as well as medicinal herbs. And in the middle of the counter stood two masters with arbitrage scales in their hands, looking like they were grabbing medicine. Lin Xia was holding a yellowed copy of Materia Medica and was sitting on the sofa looking at it, gently turning it over, as if there was aura surging between the pages. He put the book down gently, looked up at the camera, and began to continue singing. Make it into any kind of dan and knead it into any kind of pill. Antler slices should not be too thin. You can't copy a teacher's techniques like that. As the camera advances in the video, it gives the camera to one of the medicine grabbers, who points to the individual herbs on the medicine cabinet as if he is describing something. Turtle jelly, Yunnan Baiyao, and cordyceps. Own music, own medicine in just the right portions. Listen to me when I say herbal medicine is bitter, plagiarism should be even more bitter. Quickly turn to the Materia Medica and read more of the good book. The toadstool geoduck has turned over the river. We must not lose the hard work of these old ancestors. With each line of the song, the camera pans around the CCM once, as if introducing every part of the venue. When the song enters the chorus, Lin Xia's voice becomes even more impassioned and powerful, as if he is transformed into a time-traveling messenger, perfectly combining the essence of Chinese medicine culture with modern music, proclaiming to the world the unique charm of Chinese culture. All this old ancestral hard work we mustn't lose. That's the light. That's the light. Sing along. It's this light, hey dot. Let me mix up a remedy for your internal injuries. Chinese medicine, which has been rooted for thousands of years, has a power no one else knows. At this moment, the pop-ups in the video were already densely packed like stars, each one filled with praise and resonance for Lin Xia's song. This song of the god of Xia sings directly to my heart. Chinese medicine culture, our pride. Tears streamed down my face as I looked at the herbs and the scenes, as if I were back in the days when I was a kid going to the herbal store with my grandfather. Plagiarism is shameful, support originality, and more importantly, support this kind of creation that promotes national culture. This song is really inexplicably lit. Let me just ask those domestic black people, are you blushing now? Let me mix up a prescription that specializes in your internal injuries from pandering, ha 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 ha, who gets it family? That one really cracked me up. Natsujin is really mocking those people unabashedly. There's nothing to say, the summer god is always so direct. This song not only hits straight to the heart, but it's also a direct and resounding slap in the face to that group of black people who blindly worship foreign cultures. The summer god is awesome. The god of Xia is mighty. The summer god is awesome. The god of Xia is mighty. The summer god is awesome. The god of Xia is mighty. All the viewers watched the images in the music video with an unprecedented sense of pride welling up in their hearts. They, as sons and daughters of China, should cherish and pass on this valuable cultural heritage even more. At the same time, they were also impressed by Lin Xia's courage and talent, being able to stick to his beliefs and use music to convey positive energy in such a complicated online environment. As the song progressed, Lin Xia's singing became more and more heartfelt and powerful, his every movement filled with reverence and love for Chinese culture. The audience, in front of the screen, seemed to be able to feel the power from the 1,000-year inheritance that is inspiring everyone to cherish, to pass on and to carry forward. I have a leisurely expression and dance about. The movements are easy and comfortable, you can't learn them. Neon sign, adjust. In the gorgeous city, waiting to wake up. The music video features ever-changing scenes, from a quaint traditional Chinese medicine store to a bustling modern city, from a tranquil idyllic landscape to the hustle and bustle of the city streets, each filled with stories and emotions. The performance of Lin Xia and his backing dancers was like a flowing river, perfectly blending the essence of Chinese medicine culture with the rhythm of modern music, allowing the audience to enjoy the music and at the same time deeply feel the profundity of Chinese culture. Just when everyone thought the song was about to end, suddenly the melody in the video lurched, the camera then switched, and a cute little zombie jumped into view. The melody resumes. Squat, little zombie squat, little zombie, squat. Squatting again, little zombie squatting, dark alley lighting. Squat again, little zombie squat, drill the turnip pit. Squat again, little zombie squat, chant the spell hum. Chapter 102, All Hard. The appearance of the little zombie made the whole atmosphere of the music video instantly become light-hearted and humorous, and the audience could not help but laugh out loud. This sudden twist not only breaks the previous serious atmosphere, but also cleverly combines traditional culture with modern pop elements, showing Lin Xia's unique creativity and sense of humor. Squat, little zombie, squat, Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of playfulness, as if she was playing a game of hide and seek with the audience. Squatting again, little zombie squatting, dark alley lighting lanterns. The camera follows the rhythm of the lyrics, taking the audience through the old alleyways as if a little zombie is actually jumping ahead, lighting a dim lantern. Squatting again, little zombie squatting, drilling turnip pit. The scene shifted, and the little zombie seemed to actually drill into the turnip pit, making the audience laugh. Lin Xiao's creativity allows traditional culture to be presented in a light-hearted and enjoyable way, making people feel the charm of culture through laughter. Squat again, little zombie squat, recite the incantation hum. Finally, the little zombie stood in front of the camera and recited a mysterious incantation, while Lin Xiao's voice gradually became low and mysterious, as if there was really some kind of ancient magic permeating the air. At the end of the music video, Lin Xiao stands in the center of the courtyard, behind him the afterglow of the setting sun and the garden full of Chinese herbs. He smiles and waves goodbye to the camera. As the song ends, the picture fades out and a line appears on the screen. No matter how times change, we should not forget our roots and soul, and we should always maintain our love and inheritance of local culture. This is not only a slogan, but also Lin Xiao's call to all the audience, hoping that everyone can cherish and pass on the traditional culture of China, and at the same time be innovative, so that culture can bloom with new splendor in the new era. After the video ended, the pop-ups once again came in like a tidal wave as viewers expressed their feelings of emotion and respect. Xiaoshen is so good at this music video is just so creative. The little zombie is so cute, it made me laugh. Traditional culture can be so funny. Natsujin is such a treasure boy, not only does he make good music, but even his music videos are so meaningful. Deep meaning? Fine, I can understand the lyrics, but the little zombie at the end, while cute, also feels a little abrupt to me. What's the meaning of this? Right. I just remembered when you said that, the images in the previous MVs were all traceable, so I at least knew what they meant, but I really didn't get this little zombie. Ha ha ha, die laughing. Let me just say one thing, a zombie is hard all over, he can't bend his back or his knees, get it? A word to the wise. I've realized, master, ha ha ha, the summer god deserves to be called the summer god, even satirizing that group at the end. Inheritance and innovation, Xiaoshen has done it. The summer god is awesome. The god of Xia is mighty. As the music video ended, Kobayashi felt unfulfilled. He quickly took to social media to share his feelings and urge more people to come out and support the song. Soon, his post received a lot of likes and retweets, and more people began to join in this discussion about cultural confidence and heritage. Meanwhile, Starlight Entertainment's promotional department is working furiously. They utilize a variety of channels and resources to continually expand the reach and distribution of their songs. From offline activities to online interactions, from traditional media to new media platforms, every corner was filled with the sounds and images of the song Materia Medica. At the same time, various public figures, as if they had negotiated a deal, retweeted and commented on the song on their social media platforms, expressing their support for Lin Xia and their love for Chinese culture. This song, Materia Medica, is really refreshing, and I deeply admire Lin Xiao's talent and respect for traditional culture. A well-known actor wrote on Weibo. Lin Xia has conveyed the charm of Chinese culture with his music, and each of us should be proud of our own culture. A famous singer shared the song on his music platform with a heartfelt comment. Materia Medica is not only a song, it is more like a cultural feast, allowing us to enjoy the music while feeling the cultural heritage and innovation. A cultural scholar, writing on his blog, spoke highly of the song. The song's influence spread quickly as more and more public figures joined in. It has not only attracted widespread attention at home, but even aroused a warm response in overseas Chinese circles. Many overseas Chinese felt the cultural power from their motherland through this song and shared their feelings and pride in Chinese culture on social media. No matter where we are, the Chinese culture is our common root, and this song, Materia Medica, makes me feel at home. Lin Xiao's song reminds me of the taste of my hometown, those familiar Chinese medicine stores and idyllic scenery, all of which are forever attached to my heart. This song was also recommended to me by a friend of mine in China, and after I clicked on it with a skeptical attitude, I admit that I was conquered, and I just hope that all peoples, no matter what kind of achievements they've gained out there, don't forget where their roots are. I don't know how many people nowadays, who are themselves at the bottom of the barrel abroad, and then turn around and taunt the rest of the country, are really lazy spewing. Yeah, I really don't get what these people are thinking. Can't they really see where we are now internationally? Don't say it, brother, you can never wake a man who pretends to be asleep. However, as with any work, there are different voices, and the music video has sparked some controversy. Some believe that this fusion is too bold and may undermine the purity of traditional culture. But Lin Xia doesn't care about this. He knows that any innovation will face questions, and what he seeks is for more people to understand and respect traditional culture. In the days following the release of the music video, Lin Xia was interviewed by several media outlets. In the interview, Lin Xia candidly shared his creative philosophy and love for traditional culture. He emphasized that traditional culture is not static, but should be constantly innovated and developed as times change. Lin Xia said, "I hope I can get more young people interested in traditional culture through my music and music videos, and show them that traditional culture can be cool and fun." Media reporters appreciated Lin Xia's innovative spirit and also discussed some details in the music video in depth. Chapter 103, The 4th of July approaches. A reporter asked, "In the music video, the image of the little zombie seems to be a bit of a reversal of tradition. What did you think about that?" Lin Xia smiled and replied, "The image of the little zombie is actually a symbol that represents the rebirth and vitality of traditional culture in modern society. I hope that through this light-hearted and humorous approach, I can break people's stereotypes of traditional culture and present it in a more approachable and accessible form." "Is that really true?" A reporter smiled and reconfirmed. Lin Xia didn't say much, but only revealed a meaningful smile. "It's said and it doesn't seem to be said." As the interview progressed, Lin Xia also revealed her plans for the future. He hopes to collaborate with more artists to create more musical works with traditional cultural elements. Lin Xia said, "Music has no boundaries, and I hope that through the power of music, more people will understand and love our traditional culture, so that traditional culture can bloom more brilliantly in the new era." After the interview, Lin Xia's words resonated with more people. On social media, the discussion about traditional cultural innovations is getting more and more heated. Many people began to spontaneously share stories of traditional culture around themselves, calling for more attention and heritage. Lin Xia's Materia Medica has not only become a hit song, but also a cultural phenomenon, inspiring people to think about the love and inheritance of traditional culture, as well as stirring up the national pride of countless people even more. Against this backdrop, the 11th National Day is getting closer and closer, and preparations for the celebrations have begun all over the country. In Kyoto, preparations are underway for a grand National Day party. Conference room. Chen Dafeng sat in the main seat as he looked around at the people present, frowning tightly. The success of the last Mid-Autumn Gala made the leaders above appreciate his ability, so this time the National Day Gala was likewise run by him. But this time around, the general director wasn't so good at his job, because this time around, the National Day involved an anniversary. It was a grand festival for the country and the people, plus a while ago, there was such a stall on the internet. The leaders above also attach great importance to this matter, for the content of the theme of the evening party repeatedly instructed him. That is, in addition to the normal program, make sure you don't forget the pioneers. The implication couldn't have been more obvious, and he's been a general director for so many years, how could he not have understood it? So what's giving him the biggest headache right now is the way to present it. Drama? Or a documentary? Apparently none of them would be appropriate, as it would come across as heavy-handed. Tell us all, what does each of you have in mind? Chen Dafeng looked around, then spoke in a deep voice. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy and full of anticipation, with everyone harboring a unique vision for the National Day party, but feeling pressured by the special historical significance of the event. Several of the writers, directors and planners looked at each other in disbelief and then looked down in contemplation, trying to find a spark of inspiration from their respective areas of expertise. "I think we could try a fusion show," a young choreographer began, breaking the silence. Combining modern technological means, such as AR augmented reality technology, or stereoscopic projection, to recreate scenes of some important historical moments, allows the audience to feel as if they have traveled through time and space and stood side by side with their forefathers. It's a great idea, but it's a challenge to make sure the content is respectful of history without being too innovative. Another experienced planner added, "We can invite historical scholars as consultants to make sure every detail stands up to scrutiny." "Yes, and we can include some interactive sessions," the head of the technology department said excitedly, using social media platforms to allow viewers to participate in the evening from home, such as by voting for the historical scenes they would most like to see recreated, or setting up some online quizzes to increase viewers' sense of participation and immersion. The conference room instantly set off a storm of lively discussion, once someone put forward an idea, followed by a continuous stream of ideas like a spring. Chen Dafeng listened to the crowd's discussion, his brows gradually stretching. He knew very well that the party was not just a performance, but a celebration of the spirit of the country and the nation, and a tribute to the selflessness of our forefathers. Chen Dafeng stood up, looked around the circle, and said in a firm tone, "Very well, everyone's ideas are very creative. What we're trying to do is skillfully blend these elements together to create an evening that is both mind-blowing and warm. In addition, he said, we also need to find some artists who can represent the style of the new era to participate in the event, and their songs, dances, and performances should be closely related to the theme of the party, showing the prosperity of our country and the happy life of our people. Speaking of this, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen Dafeng's mind, right? Isn't Lin Xiao's compendium of Materia Medica a good example? He has revitalized traditional culture in his own way, and we can invite him, or an innovative artist like him, to add a touch of color to our evening. The idea was immediately echoed by those present, and everyone nodded in agreement. Just then a voice rang out abruptly, but Director Chen, Lin Xiao's Materia Medica is indeed an outstanding work, but the style of it, isn't it not quite suitable for the topic we discussed earlier? The moment these words came out, everyone was a bit silent, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, that voice was like a sudden cold wind, causing the originally warm atmosphere to drop to the freezing point. Chen Dafeng frowned slightly, his eyes sharply scanned the circle, finally settling on the speaker, a senior planner, with a bit of caution and worry in his eyes. I understand your concerns, Chen Dafeng spoke slowly, his voice steady and strong, but the charm of art lies in its diversity and inclusiveness. Lin Xiao's Materia Medica has attracted such a great response precisely because it successfully blends traditional culture with modern elements. It touches the heartstrings of young people in a novel form. This is exactly what we want to convey to the audience. History is not a heavy burden, but a force that inspires us to move forward. Traditional culture is not an obsolete symbol, but a source that can be constantly innovated and revitalized. He paused for a moment and continued, as for the issue of style, we can communicate with Lin Xia and his team in depth, and together we can explore how to present it in the innovative way they specialize in while respecting history. Perhaps we could design a special session that combines Lin Xiao's music with our historical reenactments for a unique artistic experience. Let the audience enjoy the audio-visual feast, but also deeply feel the charm and value of traditional culture. Chapter 104 Raffle. And Chen Dafeng smiled, we can discuss it and let Lin Xia write a new song, it's not like we're favoring Benjamin. After all, Lin Xiao's talent is there for all to see, adapting a classic into a pop, that's his specialty. With Chen Dafeng's words, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually warmed up, and the spark of hope once again flickered in everyone's eyes. They looked at each other and smiled. What Director Chen said was indeed true, Lin Xia had created too many miracles since his debut, up until now. Whether it was talent or character, in their opinion it was definitely the top of the line among all artists. Some began to whisper and exchange more specific suggestions, others grabbed their notebooks and made quick notes of the inspiration that flashed through their minds. And, added Chen Dafeng, we can also consider setting up a cultural inheritance and innovation themed section in the gala. Artists and cultural scholars from different fields are invited to discuss, in the form of comedy or sketches, how to better transmit and develop our traditional culture in the context of the new era. This will not only show the depth and breadth of our evening, but also inspire more people to pay attention to and think about traditional culture. After all, whether it's opera or Chinese medicine culture, Lin Xia has already brought them into the scope of the public's vision, so we can't lag behind either. This statement immediately received a warm response from those present. Everyone expressed their approval and began to actively discuss the specific implementation plan of this new board. Finally, the meeting was temporarily concluded in a warm and hopeful atmosphere. Chen Dafeng knew very well in his heart that there would be many challenges in this party. But because of this, he made sure to create a National Day Gala that was both mind-blowing and full of warmth, so that every audience member could find their own resonance and emotion in it. Lin Xia's home. System, open the panel. Ding, opening the panel for you. Host, Lin Xia. Age, 23. Health, 98. Face value, 95. Singing, SS grade. Emotional value, 1 million, continuously growing. Reputation value, 650,000. Special skills, vocalization, perfect voice change, higher range, master piano technique. Uncompleted mission, participate in King of Masked Singer and win the first edition of the championship, rewarded with 50,000 emotional value and 50,000 reputation value, as well as a random skill raffle ticket. Note, in view of the change of the competition system of King of Masked Singer, the tasks belonging to the system have now been updated. Uncompleted quest, participate in King of Masked Singer and win the overall championship in the following 4-team melee, rewarded with 100,000 emotion value and 100,000 prestige value, as well as an advanced skill randomization coupon. Advanced skill randomization coupon? A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. After the mission had not been settled after their team had temporarily finished the match earlier, he had speculated that it might have been delayed due to the sudden change in the tournament system. And after that, he had thought about asking the system what to do, but had also been doing various things that caused him to give that a miss. Now that he opened the panel again, to the fact that it was really updated, not to mention the doubling of the emotional value and prestige value rewarded by the quest, that advanced skill randomization coupon was the one that interested him the most. While the mission cycle has gotten longer, the rewards have doubled. And now that the special skills he had currently drawn were almost all beginner level, now that he had the chance to directly obtain advanced skills, it was naturally not a loss. Since the Mid-Autumn Gala until now, almost a month had passed, and the emotion value had risen by 300,000, and the prestige value had risen by 150,000, so it could be considered a bumper harvest. Lin Xia released his eyes and noticed that a magnifying glass-shaped icon had appeared after the quest list, which was something he had not seen before. He gently clicked on that magnifying glass logo, trying to see what was in it. Ding, the mission details are being displayed for you. Host Lin Xia, after you complete the mission, you will have the opportunity to obtain one of the following advanced skills. 1. Musical All-Rounders, mastering the skills of all musical instruments to become a musical all-rounders. 2. Emotional Resonance, strong emotions are conveyed through the song, allowing the listener to have strong empathy. 3. Stage Mastery, an unrivaled presence on stage that makes it impossible for the audience to take their eyes off the stage. 4. Creative Inspiration, get a constant stream of creative inspiration to create more classic works. 5. Masters of Languages, fluent in various languages, easily mastering singing in different languages. Lin Xia looked at the options and his heart was filled with shock. It could be said that every skill made his heart flutter, which made his heart itch to fast forward directly to 2 months later. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded again. Ding! Given that the host's emotional value has reached the standard of 1 million, the store lottery function is now open. For specifics, please ask the host to explore on his own. A store raffle? Is it the same content as the previous reputation value rewards? If so, Lin Xia's face raised a flash of excitement as he rubbed his palms together and quickly focused his mind, opening the system store. As his mind focused, a semi-transparent virtual screen slowly unfolded in front of his eyes, with various items just like before flashing on the screen. Only at the top of the store, there are 4 big words Store Lucky Draw, and underneath is a spinning red wheel, covered with all kinds of. The question marks are all over the wheel. Yeah, that's right. Question mark. And there is no color difference in the rewards, the whole wheel is red, except that it is each piece of area, separated by black lines. The question mark on it is like breathing, flickering brightly and dimly. Lin Xia looked downwards. The single draw cost 20,000 emotion value. He secretly smacked his lips. This price was not cheap. He currently had 1 million emotional value, which meant that he could only draw 50 times at the moment, and it was important to realize that this was, by far, all he had since his debut. Lin Xia took a deep breath, his fingers trembled gently, and finally firmly landed on the Start Lucky Draw button that was glittering with a tantalizing light. Every draw was an unknown adventure, but that curiosity and desire for the unknown overwhelmed him. System, straight up 10 in a row. Ding! Deduct 200,000 emotional values, the lottery begins. With the system's beep, Lin Xia had a face of flesh, but at this moment, the roulette wheel had already begun to slowly rotate, and each question mark seemed to contain infinite possibilities, causing Lin Xia's heart to rise up into his throat. He stared deathly at the roulette wheel in front of him, not daring to shift his gaze for a moment. The rotation of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and eventually, in a flurry of tension and anticipation, the needle slowly came to rest on one of the question marks. Lin Xia's heartbeat accelerated, almost jumping out of his chest as a red light flashed violently before his eyes. Chapter 105 Stud. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Pure Wood Pulp Rolling Paper X7. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fatigue Recovery Agent X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pack of goji berries X1. Listening to a burst of beeps coming from the system, Lin Xia's heart was half cold. 200,000 sentiments and you drew these? Just then, as the roulette wheel slowly came to a halt, a new question mark was illuminated and the system gave its answer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special prop inspiration stimulator. Inspirator? What was this thing? Lin Xia's heart was filled with curiosity as he immediately checked the prop's detailed description. Inspiration stimulator, a one-time use prop that can stimulate the host's or another person's level of learning and understanding in a short period of time, helping the host or another person learn faster and more efficiently. Seeing this description, Xiao's complexion was a bit complicated. How can I put it? If you say it's not useful, it's actually a bit useful. But if you say it's useful, come to think of it, there's really no place where it can be used. At the very least, he himself is used for a while, but fortunately, in addition to himself, you can also secretly enchant others with this effect, which is also some small psychological comfort. Lin Xiao opened the system backpack and looked at the rolling papers and goji berries lying quietly inside. His blood pressure felt a little elevated. He shifted his eyes to the bottle of fatigue restorer. Fatigue recovery agent disposable item. After taking it, the host can recover most of the fatigue value in a short period of time, and not only the fatigue value. Lin Xiao was a bit silent. He wanted to ask, this fatigue recovery agent is ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS Singing Enhancement Dan Fragment 1. Collecting all three of them will automatically synthesize one SSS Singing Enhancement Dan. The series of surprises made Lin Xiao almost unable to believe his ears as he stared wide-eyed, checking the details of these rewards one by one. Actor Acting Experience Card, Perfect Voice Permanent Skill, Global Influence plus Buff. Every one of them is a dream come true, especially the perfect voice, which is certainly a feather in his cap. Perfect voice gives the host an unrivaled voice quality and range, whether it's a low, magnetic voice or a high-pitched, clear voice, it's all at your fingertips. Let every vocalization become a melody that touches the heart. This skill not only enhances the host's musical expression, but also allows him to display extraordinary charisma in the areas of speech and recitation, making the listener fall in love with him. Lin Xiao was so excited that she almost jumped up and down, knowing that in this entertainment industry, the voice is the second face of actors and singers. With this perfect voice, his acting path will undoubtedly be wider, both in singing and acting, reaching unprecedented heights. Immediately afterward, his eyes fell on the Global Influence bonus buff. This buff means that within a month of activation, any of his works or activities will receive extra attention and recognition worldwide, which is invaluable in increasing the value of one's brand and international awareness. But he wasn't allowed to activate it now. He had heard some gossip from Li Tianhe earlier. Maybe this thing would be of great use in the future. As for the SSS Singing Skill Enhancement Dan Fragment, although there is currently only one, and this fragment synthesis mode makes him feel inexplicably familiar, but at least Lin Xiao has seen hope. After his singing skill was raised to SS rank, he searched every corner of the system store and did not see any similar props that could raise it again. And now that he could actually draw out the shards, that meant that there was a chance that he could achieve SSS level singing. The Actor Experience card also gives him one more option for his next development path. Although there is only a time limit of 3 days, but this at least can be automatically switched on and off at any time, not to mention the TV series, at least save the use of a movie is certainly no problem. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The joy in her heart was hard to express. Sure enough, stud is an art, and these rewards will not only greatly enhance his artistic attainment, but will pave the way for his future path to shine even brighter and more eye-catching in the music industry. He couldn't wait to start trying out these newly acquired skills and abilities. Lin Xiao tried humming a few lines, and even he was shocked by the wonderful singing voice. The perfect voice adds to his voice is like heavenly music. Every note is full of emotion and hits the heart. Coupled with his previous perfect change of voice as well as his supreme range, Lin Xiao would dare to say that the quality of his voice could be considered the top in the circle without considering his singing ability. As for the Global Influence Plus buff, although he couldn't feel its effect directly for the time being, Lin Xiao believed that in the days to come, it would surely become a powerful aid for him to climb to the peak of music. Looking at the backpack full of toilet paper and goji berries, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Thinking of changing the title of the book now, any suggestions? Chapter 106, Headaches. Granted, this wave clears his entire emotional value since his debut, but the boost is huge, and all that toilet paper and goji berries. It's not like they can't be used, right? Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID was Chen Dafeng. Lin Xiao's heart stirred and he answered the call. Lin Xia, how are you? I'm Chen Dafeng. Chen Dafeng's enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Director Chen. What's the matter? Lin Xia responded politely. After the last Mid-Autumn Gala, the two had added their contact information to each other backstage, and this time when Chen Dafeng took the initiative to call, Lin Xia was still quite curious as to what was going on. It's like this, we are preparing for the National Day Party and would like to invite you to participate. Your materia medica has left a deep impression on us, and we hope you can bring more surprises to the party. Chen Dafeng opened the door and said. Lin Xia's heart rejoiced. The emotion value had just been completely depleted, and this came as an opportunity. Although he was heartened, he still spoke up with a slight doubt. Director Chen, isn't the style of the materia medica not very suitable for the National Day Gala? This was Lin Xia's true thought, although the intention of the materia medica was very good, but he had heard something about this National Day Gala before. This time, the party was not like the past, but an anniversary party, so he was also afraid that it would be botched and lead to some unnecessary trouble. We have considered your concerns before, so we are going to use stereoscopic projection technology in the form of the stage's performance this time. In this way, it recreates scenes of some important historical moments, making the audience feel as if they have traveled through time and space, standing side by side with their forefathers. So you don't have to worry in that regard, of course, if you have any new songs that fit better. Right, ha ha ha. Lin Xia listened to Chen Dafeng's laughter on the other end of the phone and silently pondered, if he was using stereo projection technology, then he really did have so many songs that were more appropriate. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xia cautiously spoke, Director Chen, when you said that, I really remembered, I actually wrote 2 similar songs before, which should meet the needs of this party. Lin Xia, you don't stress too much, even if there is no. Chen Dafeng suddenly gave a start, his voice involuntarily pulled up in shock. What? 2 songs? You said 2 songs? Yes, Director Chen, 2 songs. Lin Xia smiled and replied, when I organize both songs tomorrow and send them to you, then you can see which one is a bit more suitable. Wonderful. Lin Xia, you really brought us a surprise. Chen Dafeng's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Then I'll wait for your email, thank you for your hard work. You're welcome, Director Chen, I'll organize the demo and send it to you as soon as possible. Lin Xia promised cheerfully. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xia began to think. The 2 songs are 10,000 Borders as well as Grandma's Patriotic Version. The former is softer and is the most representative of the peaceful and prosperous times of the family and the country, while the latter can highlight the difficulty of the forefathers. So either of those 2 songs felt right to him. Lin Xia decided to start with 10,000 Borders, a song with a beautiful melody and poetic lyrics that could evoke love for the greatness of the motherland. He turned on his computer and began to organize the sheet music and lyrics he had created earlier. Along with the sound of the keyboard, Lin Xia's thoughts were gradually immersed in the world of music. The melody rang in his mind, as if he saw the magnificent mountains and rivers of his country, and felt the heaviness of history and the preciousness of peace. He decided to add some elements of ethnic instruments to the song to make the whole song more Chinese. After a few hours of hard work, Lin Xia finally finished making the demo of 10,000 Borders. He double-checked to make sure that every note, every rhythm was perfect. Next, Lin Xia began to work on the Grandma's Patriotic Edition. The inspiration for this song, I heard in a previous life, came from the anti-Japanese stories I heard from my grandmother when I was a child, and it is full of respect for the heroic struggles of our forefathers. Lin Xia decided to present the song with a more impassioned melody, so that the listener could feel the fervor and passion of that era. During the production process, Lin Xia constantly tweaked the sound and arrangement, striving to make the songs more heartfelt. As night fell, Lin Xia stretched her body, her eyes fell on the 2 music files on the computer desktop, and the corner of her mouth curled into a smile. After the 2 songs were all played, the crowd was a bit silent, because both songs seemed to them to be very suitable for this National Day party. So the question is, which of these 2 songs should be on? Chen Dafeng took a deep breath and broke the silence. Everyone, we have indeed encountered a problem that none of us have encountered before. It used to be from worrying because there were no good tracks available, now it's from worrying because the songs are too good to choose. Both songs are great in their own way, but we had limited time for the show and had to make a choice. The team members began to discuss it enthusiastically. Some thought that 10,000 Borders was more suitable for the opening, which could create an atmosphere of peace and prosperity, while others thought that Grandma's Patriotic Version could stimulate the audience's emotional resonance more, and was suitable to be placed in the climax of the party. Chapter 107 Accidents. Chen Dafeng listened carefully to everyone's opinions. He also had a headache. The significance of this party is special. It is not like the last Mid-Autumn Festival party he can directly clap to make decisions. After he had finalized the program list, he had to report it again to the leaders above him to make a decision. Finally he clapped his hands and decided, let's do it this way, we'll report both songs first, with 10,000 Borders as the opening song, able to set the tone for the party, and Grandma's Patriotic Version to be placed in the climax of the party, as the finale. It's still up to the leaders above to decide exactly which song to keep. The team members nodded their heads in agreement, and the group began to work furiously to prepare for the rest of the auditions. Chen Dafeng, on the other hand, got up, took the documents on the table, and prepared to go to the leader above him to report. Chen Dafeng walked into the leader's office with some apprehension in his heart. He knew that this decision was not just about the success of the evening, but carried with it a respect for history and culture. The leader looked at the document that Chen Dafeng handed over, his brows frowning slightly and then stretching. He listened attentively to Chen Dafeng's report, nodding his head from time to time in understanding. The name Lin Xia, I hear it every day at home, my daughters are his big fans. Moreover, this young man's performance is something we've always been optimistic about. After hearing this, the leader picked up the cup on the table, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile. Chen Dafeng stood by the side and was secretly shocked, not realizing that the leaders above had long been concerned about Lin Xia, but when he turned his head and thought about Lin Xia's achievements so far since his debut, it seemed like there was indeed nothing to be surprised about. Right, leader, Lin Xia, this person is very talented. Today is also really can't get an idea. There is no way to come to trouble you. You see what should be done with this program list. Ah, Big Wind, your choice is very discerning. The leader smiled and spoke. These two songs do each have their own characteristics, capable of evoking the deepest emotions in people's hearts. 10,000 Borders as the opening song is able to create an atmosphere of prosperity and peace, while Grandma's patriotic version is placed in the climax, which is more able to stimulate the audience's emotional resonance. Chen Dafeng let out a sigh of relief. The leader's recognition made the stone in his heart fall to the ground. He smiled and then, leader, you see, which of these two songs do we choose to be a bit better? The leader nodded and continued, I am aware of all your concerns, and for special holidays, they should be treated in a special way. However, rules are dead and people are alive, so since both of these songs are so good, why don't we consider including them both in the evening's program? Chen Dafeng froze, and then understood what the leader meant. This idea simply coincided with him. In fact, before he came here, he had thought that he would do his best to make sure that both songs would try to be chosen. Because of these two songs, whichever one is eliminated, he will feel it is a great loss. Chen Dafeng replied excitedly, leader, your suggestion is wonderful. We can use 10,000 Borders as the opening song and Grandma's patriotic version as the climax of the evening. This will satisfy the audience and show our respect for history and culture. The leader nodded with satisfaction and said, then it's decided. You guys continue to prepare and make sure that every part of the party is as good as it can be. Right. The leader suddenly called out to Chen Dafeng, thought for a moment and took out something from the drawer and handed it to him, continuing, this thing will be passed on to Lin Xia by you for me, so that he can keep up the good work. Chen Dafeng took what the leader handed over and looked down to see that it was an entry pass for the National Day Parade. Chen Dafeng's heart was shaken. He knew the weight of this pass. It was an opportunity that how many people could only dream of. He looked up at the leader with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Leader, this. It is important to know that usually this kind of event festivals will only invite old comrades who have made outstanding contributions or their families to attend the ceremony. The invitees include models of the times, the most beautiful people, great national craftsmen, excellent migrant workers, etc. Thank you, leader, I will definitely pass it on to Lin Xia and tell him that this is a recognition and encouragement of his talent. Chen Dafeng said solemnly. The leader smiled and nodded, signaling that Chen Dafeng could leave. Chen Dafeng walked out of the office, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. Chen Dafeng returned to the conference room with the leader's instructions, and when the team members saw the smile on his face, they knew that things had been resolved smoothly. Everyone, the leaders have agreed to our proposal to include both 10,000 Borders and Grandma's patriotic version in the program list for the party. Chen Dafeng excitedly announced. The conference room once again erupted in applause as the team members rejoiced at the decision. They knew that with the addition of these two songs, this National Day party would be an unforgettable event. Chen Dafeng looked at the passionate faces of his team members and his heart was filled with confidence, but the main thing now was to call Lin Xia. He gave a greeting to the crowd, signaling them to continue, and turned around to leave the conference room himself, dialing Lin Xia's number. When the call connected, Lin Xia's voice came from the other end with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Director Chen, any good news? Chen Dafeng replied with a big smile, Lin Xia, you guessed right. The leaders are very satisfied with these two songs of yours and have decided to include both 10,000 Borders and Grandma's patriotic version in the program list for the evening. Lin Xia on the other end of the phone was also a little surprised to hear that he had been prepared to be passed over for a song. After all, this time it meant something different. What I didn't expect was that both songs were chosen, which was a surprise. Lin Xia laughed in surprise, really? That's great. I will definitely do my best to sing these two songs well and live up to everyone's expectations. Chen Dafeng continued, by the way, the leader also asked me to pass you something. He paused and then continued, this is an entry pass for the National Day Parade, and the leader wants you to come to this grand event. Chapter 108, Favored. This. Lin Xia pondered slightly, this kind of big event, he felt that it was better to tell Li Tianhe, especially the matter of him being invited to the ceremony. Li Tianhe had always been extremely supportive and helpful to Lin Xia's career, so it was only fair and reasonable to inform him. Lin Xia dialed Li Tianhe's phone, and Li Tianhe's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Xia, is something wrong? Li Tianhe asked. Brotherly, there's good news for you. Lin Xia's voice carried a hint of mystery. Oh? Tell me. Li Tianhe's voice revealed a hint of curiosity. Lin Xia took a deep breath, then said, this National Day Gala, my two songs 10,000 Borders and Grandma's Patriotic Version were chosen, and the leaders especially invited me to participate in the viewing of the National Day Parade. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, then Li Tianhe's voice carried a hint of excitement, this is really great news. Ha, Lin Xia, this honor, you can be considered the first person in the circle. Brotherly, don't say that, all along, it's thanks to having the company and your help that I've been able to get where I am today. Lin Xia said sincerely. Ha, you're too polite. This is all the result of your own efforts, I'm just giving you a boost from the side. Li Tianhe replied with a smile, by the way, since you've been invited to the viewing ceremony, you must prepare well, this is a rare opportunity. Well, I'll definitely make good use of this opportunity. Lin Xia replied firmly. Alright then, you go ahead and get busy, just say if you need any help. Li Tianhe instructed. Okay, brotherly, thank you again. Lin Xia said gratefully. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xia exhaled a long breath under his breath, he was now being watched by more and more people, this was pressure and motivation. So now he is only able to come up with better performances and works as a way to give back to all those who support him. Lin Xia returned to her workbench and began to seriously prepare for the upcoming National Day party. This is going to be a big moment in his life and he's going to give it his all to show the best version of himself. Meanwhile, Chen Dafeng was busy arranging the work for the party. The preparations for the National Day party were in an intense and orderly manner, with every detail being carefully polished and every link being double-checked. The team members were full of expectations and confidence in their hearts, and they believed that the party would be a successful event and an unforgettable memory in people's hearts. And at this moment on the internet, people are discussing this National Day party extremely passionately. Various speculations and expectations flooded the major social media platforms as netizens expressed their views. I heard that the program list for this party has been finalized, I just don't know if there's an oxygen. You're kidding my friend, is this even a thought? That's definitely wrapped up with a summer god. That's right, the only thing I'm looking forward to now is this, will Natsugen still sing new songs this time? It's been so long, I feel like there's a 90% chance that the summer god will sing a new song. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off, what about the remaining 10%? Is that what you're keeping back for yourself? Looking forward to Natsugen's performance. First time chasing a star being supported by my family, really, so touching. Watching the parade during the day and the gala at night, I can't even imagine how fulfilling that day will be for me. As time passed, the preparations for the National Day party gradually came to an end. Lin Xia was also about to embark on a journey to Kyoto to attend the rehearsal. Lin Xia stood in front of the mirror, carefully organizing her clothes. He chose a simple and elegant suit that looked formal yet stylish. He smiled in the mirror, adjusting his expression to make sure he looked his most confident in front of the camera. On the day of the rehearsal, Lin Xia arrived early. He saw many familiar faces, all of them working hard for this event. Director Chen Dafeng warmly greeted him and introduced him to the other staff and artists involved in the show. Lin Xia, how are you preparing? Chen Dafeng asked with concern. Director Chen, I've been practicing hard and I hope to give the best performance. Lin Xia replied firmly. The rehearsal began, and Lin Xia stood on the stage, feeling the warmth of the lights and the anticipation of the auditorium. He took a deep breath and began to sing 10,000 Borders. His voice was loud and infectious, and every note was full of power. The audience was deeply moved by his song and the applause continued. Next up was Grandma's Patriotic Version, which Lin Xia delivered with an even more heartfelt rendition of the song. The atmosphere became solemn and touching, and many were moved by his song. After the rehearsal, Chen Dafeng walked over to Lin Xia and patted him on the shoulder. Lin Xia, you've done a great job, I'm sure the official performance will be even more exciting. Thank you, Director Chin, I will continue to work hard. Lin Xia replied with a smile. And at this moment, at the same time, the official media of the Sheep TV Gala sent out several sets of photos, which attracted the attention of the crowd as well as the media. Chapter 109: The Arrival of the Festival. The photos show the various invited artists, capturing every moment of the rehearsal scene. And one of the photos of Lin Xia, only to see him standing in the center of the stage, focused in passionate singing, every movement looked so natural and powerful. The staff and the audience were also infected by his singing and had shocked expressions. Media outlets have been reposting these photos as this pretty much belongs on the official release of the party list. They retweeted it with all sorts of compliments. Lin Xia's rehearsal scene rocked the house, and the anticipation for the National Day Gala was off the charts. Lin Xia's singing voice once again conquered the audience, and the rehearsal was met with thunderous applause. Lin Xia rehearsal photos revealed netizens looking forward to the official performance. The buzz on the internet continues to heat up as netizens get excited. Oh my gosh, these pictures are just awesome. And what a lot of old artists I've found who have announced their retirement. Oh my god. That's right, I'll unilaterally announce this party and seal the god. Because this party has a different meaning. After all, it's the anniversary. As long as there is a slot, I feel sure that all will come. Looking forward to Natsujan's performance. Looking forward to Summer God's new song. Die laughing, the last one is the one you're looking forward to the most, isn't it? Hey, it's all the same, it's all the same. Lin Xia, you're our pride, make sure you shine at the National Day party. Lin Xia also swiped these comments during her free time in rehearsal, and her heart was filled with gratitude and motivation. For him, the basis of all this is these people who support him, so it's also hard for him to figure out what those who call out fans, or even mock them, are thinking. Teacher Lin Xia, try the projection effect match again this time, it's been adjusted again according to your request. A staff member over there called out. Lin Xia smiled slightly and put down her cell phone, coming. In the following days, his heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness, and he traveled to the parade viewing site with excitement. Along the way, it was difficult for him to calm down, and various images kept surfacing in his mind. When Lin Xia arrived at the viewing site, he was shocked by the sight before him. Red flags fluttered, ribbons flew, crowds bustled, and everyone's face was filled with pride and joy. Lin Xia took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, knowing that today was going to be a memorable day in his life. Lin Xia found his place and quietly waited for the parade to begin. The parade officially began as stirring music played. The loud and clear slogans, as if they were the horn of the charge, shook everyone's heart. Lin Xia's gaze was firmly fixed on that mighty team, his heart filled with admiration and emotion. They are the backbone of the country, our pride. Lin Xia looked at the valiant soldier and a strong feeling of patriotism welled up in his heart. He saw the strength of the country, the unity of the people, and the hope that his dreams would blossom in this land. At the same time, countless netizens watched the game on TVs and cell phones. Grand Military Parade. On the internet, the heat of discussion about the parade continues to rise, and netizens have expressed their excitement and pride. This momentum, this neat and tidy pace, it's simply shocking. I couldn't be prouder to see our military so strong. Long live the motherland. I throw, all this equipment, it's all refined and excessive. Is it really okay to debut it just like that? This is the pride of our country, show it off and let the world see our strength. Don't worry, since what can be displayed, it means that our scientists have already updated these equipments to several generations, and it doesn't bring fear at all. Dog head. Yes, seeing this strengthens my love and confidence in my country. The motherland is strong so that we can live and work in peace and happiness, thanks to those heroes who have given their lives for the country. Long live the motherland. Proud of our homeland. The camera slowly swept across the viewing platform, and suddenly, the image froze on Lin Xiao's body for a second, before sweeping across again. Viewers in front of their TV sets and cell phones were instantly abuzz. Wow, isn't that the summer god? He's actually at the parade viewing site. Holy! I'm not awake. The summer god is actually watching the ceremony. What's wrong? I just looked down to return a message. What happened? It's the summer god. The summer god is on the scene. It's impossible, isn't it? Which of the people who can go to the ceremony aren't bigwigs who have made outstanding contributions? The last time someone from the circle was invited was I don't know how many years ago, and how long has Lin Xiao only been on the scene? Don't bother being stubborn, someone already sent all the screenshots, go see for yourself. Holy! It's so true. The audience let out gasps of surprise and admiration in their eyes. Some of them stood up excitedly, pointing at the screen and saying to those around them, "Look, that's Linxia, I super love his work." Some took out their cell phones and quickly snapped the image, sharing it on their social media platforms so that more people could see the surprising moment. Linxia stood on the viewing platform, feeling the warm atmosphere around him, his heart filled with pride and excitement. He knows that he is able to stand here because of the support and efforts of countless people. As the parade progressed, Linxia's mood gradually calmed down. He began to take in the grand ceremony more intently, feeling the strength and determination conveyed in every detail. As the soldiers walked neatly across the viewing platform, Linxia couldn't help but be impressed by their valor. At the same time, Linxia's fans also created a frenzy on the internet. They have been posting photos and videos about Linxia at the viewing site on social media platforms to express their pride and blessings for their idol. The summer god is really fantastic. Being able to appear on such an occasion shows that he has really been recognized by the country. Yes, Linxia not only sings well, his character is also top-notch, he deserves such an honor. Chapter 110 The 10,000 Borders. I'm definitely going to tell my kids to look at Linxia and look at our country and show them that hard work and talent can be rewarded. Linxia, you are our pride. I look forward to you continuing to shine in the days ahead. Linxia's appearance on the viewing platform was not only an immense honor for himself, but also for his fans. With the successful conclusion of the parade, Linxia also left the viewing site with a full of emotion and pride. He knew that this day's experience would be the most valuable asset in his life. With this honor and responsibility, he will continue to move forward on the path of music and contribute to the prosperity of his country. Linxia hurriedly rushed back to the TV studio. He next had to make final preparations for the upcoming party as well. In the studio, the crew was busy with final tuning. The lighting technician carefully adjusts the angle of each light to ensure that the stage effect is optimal. The sound technician checks the sound equipment over and over again to ensure that the sound quality is clear and error-free. Linxia walked into the studio and felt an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Linxia, you're finally back. Chen Dafeng saw him and immediately greeted him. We're about to start the last rehearsal, are you ready? Linxia smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Director Chen, I'm ready. The rehearsal started and Linxia stood on the stage, singing the song with all his heart as the music played. His voice echoed through the studio, every note full of power and emotion. The staff was so impressed by his singing that they stopped what they were doing and listened quietly. Fantastic! Linxia, your stage presence this time is better than all the previous rehearsals you've had. Chen Dafeng clapped his hands excitedly. Tonight's party will definitely be a great success. Linxia smiled and responded, Thank you, Director Chen, I will continue to work hard. As a Chinese, watching such a magnificent military parade on the spot, Linxia's heart was filled with love and pride for his country. Having done so, he is indeed far more expressive and informed than he was in the. Finally, the host came on stage and announced the official start of the party with her sweet and infectious voice. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our event tonight. Tonight, we will celebrate the prosperity of our motherland and offer our best wishes to our great country. With the host's opening remarks, the audience erupted in applause. Linxia stood backstage and took a deep breath, her heart filled with excitement and anticipation. Next, please enjoy the song 10,000 Borders by our talented singer Linxia. When the moderator announced his name, the room erupted in applause. The viewers watching the live broadcast on the internet perked up and waited for Linxia's performance. Coming. Looking forward to today's song from the summer god. 10,000 Borders, what an atmospheric name, looking forward to living it fiercely. The summer god is just rowdy, even the National Day Party is the opening act. Good news, Shagami is the opening, so you can listen to it straight away without having to wait. Bad news, it's gone after you've heard it. Dog's head. Harm, it can't be helped, after all, this party isn't like the last Mid-Autumn Festival party, the level is different, I already feel good to be able to listen to one song. Linxia took a deep breath and walked towards the center of the stage with firm steps. Lights over his body as he smiled and waved to the audience. When Linxia stepped onto the stage, the eyes of the entire audience were focused on him. He stood in the center of the stage, gazing deeply ahead, and as the music started, he began to sing in his magnetic voice. The red sun rises in the east, and its path is full of light. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms. Bearing a lineage of blood flowing. Sharing the same difficulties, sharing the same blessings, standing up for the backbone. My kingdom of all borders, in kindness and love. 1,000 years of undying faith. As the heartfelt prelude fades, pipa, flute, marimba and other instruments ring out, interweaving a magnificent musical canvas. And there's also the faint sound of a child's song that can be heard in the intro, which is crisp and energetic. Right about the heavens, just a corner, the sun and the moon are lone. Painting the earth, just a corner, the mountains and the river are unharmed. Viewing the ages, 5,000 years up and down, heaven and earth are in common admiration. Only Yenuan, with an open heart, is all to the four directions. Lin Xia's voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, clear and powerful, and every word was full of deep emotion, as if it was telling a 1,000-year story. The live stream was filled with viewers who were captivated by his vocals, and the comments section was instantly screamed. Summer God's voice is so penetrating, it gives me goosebumps. The lyrics are so well written, and with Lin Xia's singing, it's perfect. Long live the motherland. The summer god sings so touchingly, I'm going to cry. Really, what a gentle voice. Chapter 111. 10,000 years. The song continues. Fondle the light, brick by brick, year by year, red wall by red wall. Sighs of sorrow and glory, a flower and a sadness and joy through the vicissitudes. The lights on the stage changed with the rhythm of the song, creating a solemn atmosphere. And at this moment, the stage above began to slowly change, and an illusory scenery was projected. It was as if the audience was transported into a dreamlike realm. The majesty of the Great Wall, the rushing of the Yangtze River, the magnificence of the Yellow River, as well as the beauty of Jiangnan, a scene of the motherland's magnificent scenery unfolded in front of our eyes, so that people cannot help but be overwhelmed. Lin Xia's song blended perfectly with these scenes, as if telling an ancient and timeless story. His voice echoed through the studio, every note full of power and emotion, leaving everyone in the room feeling an indescribable sense of pride and excitement. Caressing the flow of light, brick by brick, age by age, dipping the red wall. Sighing at the withering, a flower and a tree, sadness and joy through the vicissitudes of life. Across the 8 wastelands, the 9 states are one color, the homeland of the heart. Only Wasia, emerging from the front, the road is in full bloom. As the climax of the song arrives, Lin Xia's vocals become more and more impassioned, and he pours his emotions into every note with all his might. The audience, infected by this power, rose to their feet and applauded like thunder for a long time. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms. Bearing a lineage of blood flowing. Hardships are shared, blessings are shared, and the spine is uplifted. My kingdom of all borders, in kindness and love. 1,000 years of undying faith. As the last note echoed through the air, a brief silence fell over the entire studio. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the applause and cheers rang out again, and the audience used the most enthusiastic way to express their appreciation for Lin Xia and their love for their country. Lin Xia stood at the center of the stage and bowed deeply, his eyes glittering with emotion. You know, tonight for him to bear the pressure, in no way less than others, tonight's significance is too special. The significance of tonight's singing was incomparable to all the events he had attended before. In his opinion, this is the most important moment for him to share his deep feelings and blessings for his country with the audience. As the evening continued, other programs took the stage, but Lin Xia's 10,000 Borders undoubtedly became the most memorable chapter of the night. The live viewers on the internet also left countless praises and blessings in the comments section, and Lin Xia's name once again became the center of discussion. Summer God, you sang so well, I'm going to cry. Long live the motherland. Lin Xia's song makes me feel the greatness of the motherland. This song is so shocking, Lin Xia's rendition is so perfect, I'm proud to be Chinese. Not only the song, but the stage effect is so shocking that it feels like the whole studio is bouncing to the rhythm of the song. Natsujin, bravo. Long live the motherland. Lin Xia sings so well. The song, the lyrics, it's shocking. And in the comments section on social media, viewers also left messages expressing their appreciation for Lin Xia's performance and their love for their country. The songs of the summer gods bring tears to my eyes, and the prosperity of our country makes each and every one of us proud. It's a song that gets the blood pumping and Lin Xia sings our hearts out. Lin Xia's 10,000 Borders is not just a song, it is more like a hymn dedicated to the motherland, which will forever echo in the hearts of every Chinese child. Long live the motherland. Lin Xia, you are our pride. As the evening continued, other performers gave great performances, but Lin Xia's 10,000 Borders was undoubtedly the brightest spot of the night. His songs not only show his personal talent, but also offer a deep blessing to the motherland. Backstage, Lin Xia changed into another outfit and took out her script for another song. Lin Xia, this opening of yours, I would call it a masterpiece. Chen Dafeng came over and patted him on the shoulder, gave a thumbs up and laughed. The audience was touched by you, I'm about to shed a tear. Lin Xia smiled at the sight and responded, thank you, Director Chen, it's my honor to dedicate a song to our motherland. I hope my song can convey our love and blessings for the motherland. Ah, don't be modest, you've managed something that many people couldn't, be proud of yourself. Chen Dafeng nodded, his eyes full of praise, then he hurriedly left. As the chief director, he was very busy. Backstage, the rest of the show was gearing up, with each cast member hoping to make their mark on the stage tonight. Lin Xia took a deep breath and adjusted himself, ready for the next challenge. Although the next song wasn't as high in quality as 10,000 Borders, he thought it was absolutely flawless in terms of intent and content, so every detail had to be perfect. With the host's rousing intro, the next program began. The lights change again, creating a dreamy atmosphere. In the center of the stage, a group of dancers dressed in gorgeous costumes danced to the music. Their movements were neatly organized, and every turn and every jump was full of power and beauty. Chapter 112, Grandma, Patriotic Edition. The audience was once again captivated by this wonderful performance, with applause and cheers. Lin Xia stood backstage, quietly watching, his heart filled with respect. Every performer who takes the stage is under a great deal of pressure in his or her heart, so every one of them should be worthy of respect. The dancers build to a crescendo as they perform with amazing understanding and skill. Every action seems to tell an ancient story, making people feel the weight of history and the charm of culture. As the dance ended, the audience once again erupted in applause. The dancers bowed and thanked the audience with smiles of pride and satisfaction. Next, a young pianist walked onto the stage, his fingers jumping over the black and white keys, playing a melodious piano piece. And midway through his playing, he even added other ethnic instruments and harmonies, which was obviously borrowed from Lin Xia's style, an attempt that caught the eyes of many viewers. The music flowed like flowing water, purifying and tranquilizing the mind. The audience was immersed in the sea of music, as if they were in a distant and beautiful world. After the pianist's performance, there was once again thunderous applause. Tonight's party was really great. That's right, having Xiaxin's 10,000 Borders open the show instantly lifts the tone of the entire venue. It feels like time has passed so quickly, it's been almost half a year since Xiaxin debuted from The Voice, but now I look back on it as if it was yesterday. Ha, who says it isn't? Come to think of it, every song that the summer god took out doesn't look like it's from this world, every song is too classic. Ha 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 ha, agree, if it wasn't impossible, I'd wonder if the summer god had a system. Unfortunately, after tonight, I don't know when the next time I'll be able to see the summer god appear again. The atmosphere of the evening became more and more enthusiastic, and each program brought different touches and surprises to the audience. Lin Xiao waited quietly backstage. Finally, the party was coming to a close as time passed. The host stepped onto the stage with a solemn face and opened the show with a soft tone. Tonight, we have experienced a feast for the eyes and ears together. Allow me to extend my deepest gratitude to each and every performer, it was their talent that made this night unforgettable. Since the founding of our nation, we have weathered countless stormy journeys. Looking back at history, the suffering of the times seems to be inescapable, and the only way to open up a ray of hope for future generations is to push the wheel of the times with our flesh and blood. This is precisely why countless martyrs have been so righteous and courageous. They knew the path ahead was perilous, yet they were undaunted and even quickened their pace, lest if they hesitated a little, we would repeat their mistakes, as they exchanged their lives for our survival. However, we have the same eyes and the same blood as our forefathers. How can future generations not recognize the path of our forefathers? The unfinished journey has already. She and Grandpa are chartered. Can't read big words. Never. Suddenly, the entire scene of the stage began to change, and images of countless valiant pioneer warriors were projected. They fought in blood and never stopped fighting, despite being bruised and bloodied. Immediately afterward, a scene shocked almost everyone present, and goosebumps rose uncontrollably all over their bodies. A warrior ran towards Lin Xia at a brisk pace, holding the military horn tightly in his hand. They turned their heads in unison, and their gazes met as if they had traveled through 100 years of time and space to meet and merge at this moment. The two men raised their bugles in silent agreement and blew the rousing trumpet. What's on the other side of the mountain? It is the heroic spirit of a martyr. It was they who fought to the death to defend the new China. What's on the other side of the river? It's stretches of war. She looked into the distance, tears falling one by one. Peace be upon you. They're gone. The man she waited for never came back. The audience had been completely overwhelmed by the mind-blowing performance, and many of them had moist eyes, their hearts deeply touched. Lin Xia's voice seemed to have traveled through time and space, conveying the suffering and sacrifices of that era and the desire for peace to everyone present. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were like a waterfall scrolling rapidly, with countless words such as tribute, touched and remember history filling the entire screen. It's not just a song, it's a piece of history we can't forget. One viewer wrote in a pop-up. Yes, we can't forget the heroes who gave their lives for the happiness we have today. They forged peace with their lives, we remember them in song. Who understands, I couldn't stop my tears from the moment the charge blew. I get it because I, too, literally all of a sudden remembered all those stories my grandmother told me when I was a kid and literally broke down in tears. The big screen in the middle of the stage began to jump from one scene to another, and those jumping images were the history of the beginning, the images colored red with blood. The history books are too small to contain their greatness, and a random page is their life. As the picture jumped around until it settled on that great man, standing on the bright red gatehouse, shouting out in a high voice, "The people of China have risen, long live the people." I don't know how many people were moistened by this sentence and completely broke down in tears. The main song resumes. Smoke drifts by. The cooking would bent my back. Sunset at dusk. Grandpa knocked on the dishes and sang. With the climax of the song, Lin Xia's voice became more and more impassioned, as if proclaiming to the world the great sacrifices and immortal spirit of the forefathers. She counts the days on her fingers every day. Waiting for a car to drive in the distance. The bench at the door was there, never moved. The eyes are still expectant. She gave birth to one after another. All blown away by the call of the trumpet. When the stirring melody of Grandma's patriotic version played again, the audience's emotions were completely ignited. As the last note fell, the entire venue fell into a brief silence before thunderous applause erupted. Ms. Lin Xia's song made me feel the heaviness of history and the admiration for the martyrs, and I am proud that I am a child of China. A netizen commented below the video. Every time I listen to the song, I think of my grandfather, who was once part of the resistance. Thank you, Mr. Lin Xia, for making us remember history and cherish the present. The two songs, 10,000 Borders and Grandma's patriotic version, are perfectly linked together, conveying the sadness of history and the preciousness of peace to each and every one of us. Lin Xia's performance not only created a strong reaction among the audience, but also attracted extensive media attention. Chapter 114. Yes or No? Major news websites and newspapers covered the show, praising Lin Xia for using music to convey the weight of history and hope for the future. Lin Xia's song is like a key that opens the door to our memory of history, allowing us to still feel the sacrifices and dedication of our forefathers in times of peace. A mainstream media outlet commented this in its report. In a college classroom, students were discussing the show in class, and the teacher took the opportunity to tell the students about the dramatic history of the show. We have to remember history, and more importantly, we have to repay the martyrs for their sacrifices with practical actions. A professor said excitedly during the public lecture. A student raised his hand and asked, "Professor, how can we empathize with our forefathers and even reach their heights when we live in peaceful times? I always find it difficult to match our forefathers no matter what we do." Upon hearing this, the professor responded with a smile, "You may have misunderstood my words. At your age, your shoulders should be burdened with long grass and clear wind and moon, and on this basis, it is the time for you to show your talent and contribute to the society." And the professor paused and continued to speak, "I hope that you will not be presumptuous. The peace that our forefathers fought for is so that we can have a better life. That great man once said, 'The world is yours and ours, but ultimately it is yours.' You young people are vigorous and flourishing, like the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Hope rests on you." All in all, let's not forget the deeper meaning behind Grandma's patriotic version while we can continue to exalt the happiness that 10,000 Borders brings. At the same time, major media outlets also reported on Lin Xia's performance, praising it as a soul-stirring audio-visual feast. Some mainstream media outlets have also invited Lin Xia to be a guest on their programs to share his inspirations and stories behind the creation of 10,000 Borders as well as Grandma's patriotic version. I hope I can make more people understand that period of history and feel the great spirit of the martyrs through my songs. Lin Xia said in an interview. There are a lot of people in the country right now who don't even know how strong our country has become and how wonderful it is to live in peace right now, so I created 10,000 Borders. At the same time, it is precisely because of 10,000 Borders that it is all the more important for everyone not to forget that heavy history. The present peaceful and happy life was made possible by the blood of our forefathers, which subsequently led to the Grandma's patriotic version, but Mr. Lin Xia, since this song is called Grandma's Patriotic Version, does that mean there are other versions? The host smiled and opened his mouth to ask. Lin Xia was all smiles, yes or no, who can tell? With the passage of time, Lin Xia's songs not only echoed in the land of China, but also spread overseas. Many overseas Chinese watched the performance through the internet and expressed their thoughts of the motherland and respect for the martyrs. No matter where we are, our hearts are always with our motherland. An overseas Chinese left a message. Our country is getting stronger and stronger. When I return from my studies, I will serve my country. It's time to go home to the land that gave me birth. You ask me why I am always in hot tears, because I love this land so much. As Lin Xia's songs spread around the globe, Chinese communities around the world organized various forms of commemorative activities. In New York's Chinatown, a special concert drew a large crowd. An elderly Chinese elder said excitedly to the reporter after the concert, "Lin Xia's song reminds me of my country when I was young, when we would do anything for our ideals and beliefs. Now, although we, the older generation, are in a foreign country, our hearts will always be attached to our motherland." Lin Xia's songs make us feel immensely proud and honored. In the Big Apple's Wasia City, a group of young international students organized a spontaneous choral competition of 10,000 Borders and Grandma's Patriotic Version. They hope that through this way, more people will understand the history and culture of China. An international student said in an interview, "We hope that through our efforts, the world will have a better understanding of Huaxia, the love of our generation of young people for the motherland and their vision for the future." Meanwhile, Lin Xia's songs have attracted the attention of international friends. After listening to all of Lin Xia's songs, a Gallic musician said with emotion, "Lin Xia's music makes me feel a resonance across borders. History is the common memory of mankind, and peace is the pursuit of all mankind." Lin Xia conveys such a message with his music, which is deeply moving. And the high quality of all his songs and the depth of the content of the intention is sensational. It's incredible, and I think he's going to be our biggest rival in the future. In a cafe in Huadu, a group of international students sat around and discussed Lin Xia's music enthusiastically. They came from different countries, but they were all impressed by Lin Xia's songs. Lin Xia's music made me re-examine history and made me understand the preciousness of peace more. A student from Woolly Bear Country said, "OMG, although all of Lin Xia's works are excellent, I think that our country's singer will definitely not lose either." A student from the Bald Eagle Country spoke up. In a Chinese-run bookstore in Sakura Country, Lin Xia's music surrounds every corner inside the bookstore. Many young people stopped to listen. They were attracted by the melody of Lin Xia's music, and went to find the owner to ask what kind of song it was. Lin Xia's music makes me feel the charm of Chinese culture, and I hope to have a chance to travel to China and see that beautiful land with my own eyes. A young man from Cherry Blossom Country said excitedly. For a while, countless countries in the world quietly flowed into some of the native Chinese songs, and the Chinese body, likewise, as if there was a pair of big invisible hands manipulating all this. Foreign songs that can only be heard over the wall are now quietly appearing on top of some music players, but only a few people have found them yet. In the Starlight Entertainment conference room, the two of them, Li Tianhe and Lin Xia, were discussing something. "Lin Xia, what I'm going to say next, don't voice it out," Li Tianhe said with a solemn face. "All right, Mr. Li, I guarantee that I won't divulge half the news." Lin Xia nodded his head in response. At this moment he was also a little curious. It was the first time he had seen Li Tianhe so serious. Chapter 115 Participation in a Variety Show. Li Tianhe took a deep breath and slowly began, "Your popularity has resounded throughout the country, and you even have many fans overseas. Therefore, I think it is necessary to inform you of this matter. Currently, only a few people know about this matter. The senior leaders have already made the decision that the Chinese music market will soon be unblocked. This means that in the near future, a large number of foreign songs and singers will flood into our country. At that time, the impact on China's local art industry will be enormous." Lin Xia's eyes flashed with a trace of gravity when he heard this. Nowadays, he was no longer the little white guy from back then, so naturally, he understood the deep meaning in Li Tianhe's words. The local market in China is so big that the cake is big enough for all the foreign singers and entertainment companies to work together to come and devour it. Lin Xia quickly regained his composure and spoke seriously. "This is both a challenge and an opportunity. The Chinese music market will face unprecedented competition, but at the same time, this is also an opportunity for our music to go global." Li Tianhe nodded, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes. "That's right, Lin Xia, you already have an international perspective. The reasoning is like this: I'm telling you about this matter, also so that you can be mentally prepared." Lin Xia smiled gratefully, but in his heart, he understood that this would be a hard battle. He took a deep breath and asked the last doubt in his heart, "Brotherly, how much longer until the ban is completely lifted?" Li Tianhe pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "As far as I know, the longest time is about half a year or so. During this time, we need to be well prepared for the changes that are coming." Lin Xia nodded, and in his mind, he began to calculate his next plan. This half-year would be very critical, and he had to seize the time to improve his musical prowess. In fact, in terms of singing alone now, apart from the King of Heaven, he has almost no rivals. And back to the quality of the work, he holds in his hands the countless musical treasures of the Blue Star in the previous life, and also does not bring fear at all. You know that the system is not with you to share the language. To put it bluntly, if he really pushed it, he alone would be able to make countless gods in minutes. The key point now is in the fact that you have the big four at home, but will there be no singers of the same caliber abroad? To know the domestic countless singers before and after, only elected the four heavenly kings of this highest honor, but people abroad adjoint, may even be able to directly get a heavenly king's alliance. I'm afraid that when the time comes, the many Chinese singers will not be able to stand on their own, the songs he has, but the lack of people who can sing. So raising his singing skills to SSS level as soon as possible would be his next top priority now. Then it is known that now you need to use the SSS singing boosting elixir if you want to boost your singing to the 3S level quickly. If you want to use Singing Boost Dan, you need 3S Singing Boost Dan fragments to synthesize it, and if you want to synthesize it with fragments, then you can only use emotional value to draw. Wanting to use the emotional value to draw a prize, then he can only continue to participate in the program and show his face in public. It sounds like an infinite set of kids, but that's how the process works. Thinking about this, Lin Xia opened his mouth and asked, "Brotherly, there's no variety show or something like that that's exploding all over the country lately? Arrange for me to go on an installment." Variety? What? You like variety arts now? Li Tianhe curiously laughed. Lin Xia smiled and waved her hand and said, "No, it's also to change the flavor and regulate the mood." In fact, this was the conclusion Lin Xia came to after much thought. It's currently October, and the second team selection for King of Masked Singer has just been completed, which means that the identity of Sword Immortal won't be reintroduced until December. Therefore, it was important for him to make the most of this time. For him, releasing new songs frequently, even if the songs were of superior quality, would easily lead to aesthetic fatigue among the public, thus making the return on emotional and prestige values extremely low. Keep in mind that the National Day Party just ended not long ago and his two new songs are still high on the new songs chart, so the option of participating in a music variety show or releasing a new song has been ruled out. The remaining options include appearing on variety shows or going into movie production, ways that can quickly boost his emotional value. As long as he can create a strong sense of contrast and stimulate the audience's interest and emotional turmoil, he is considered a success. However, movies have a long production cycle, so variety has become his current preferred route. Li Tianhe pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Well, after you said that, it seems like there is indeed such a variety program, which is quite hot in the whole country. Let's do it this way, you go home and rest first, I'll go and arrange it for you, and I'll let Yuexing contact you directly after you've made a good contact is all." Lin Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement after hearing this. "Great, brotherly, then I'll trouble you." "No problem, I will arrange it as soon as possible." Li Tianhe responded with a smile. The next day, Lin Xia was enjoying her breakfast. Just then, the phone rang. It was Lin Yuexing calling. "Lin Xia, Mr. Li's side has already arranged a program. I'll send you the information, take a look to see if it's suitable. If it's suitable, we'll be leaving in a few days." Lin Yuexing's voice looked a little tired on the phone, obviously she hadn't rested well. Lin Xia put down the bread in his hands and first said with concern, "Sister Yuexin, listening to your voice, is it because you haven't rested well recently? I'll look at the information right away, so go and have a good rest first." "Yo, thank you great talent Lin for your concern, but it's okay, work is important." Lin Yuexing's voice had a hint of laughter in it. "The information has been sent to your mailbox, so take a look at it first." Lin Xia nodded and hung up the phone, then quickly opened his mailbox to check the information. It's a variety show called Extreme Running. Since its debut, Ultimate Run has been like a dazzling supernova, instantly illuminating the vast dome of variety arts. The biggest feature of this program is its unique rules of the game. The unscripted setting relies only on the outline to lead the way, allowing the celebrities to give free rein and show their truest side without reservation. Guests compete in a variety of challenging and unknown scenarios, with each installment set in a different game. Or a mysterious and enigmatic old castle, or a wild jungle full of crises, or an old manor that is as eerie as this one. Each challenge kept the audience's hearts racing with anticipation. Moreover, extreme running adopts the form of live broadcasting, so that viewers can feel the tension of the scene and the real reaction of the guests for the first time. This form of live broadcast not only increases the viewability of the program, but also gives the audience a stronger sense of participation, as if they were in the game themselves, experiencing a variety of exciting challenges with the guests. Chapter 116: The Ultimate Run. Lin Xia's complexion moved. This program had actually been on his radar for a long time. How could he not have thought that it was actually this program? Simply because this program is like a combination of the previous life's Run For It as well as Chicken Strips, in the celebrity outdoor reality show of this race, is deservedly hot all over the internet. Celebrities who wanted to go as flying guests had heard that they were all lined up months later, and Lin Xia really hadn't expected that Li Tianhe would be able to directly arrange for him to get in. The truth of having your back to a tree is once again confirmed and can only be described as too comfortable. Lin Xia immediately resumed Lin Yuexin's message of agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, the director of Extreme Running, is nervously preparing for the live recording of the program. For him, Lin Xia's joining was definitely considered an unexpected blessing. Their program was currently very hot, but he also knew very well that it had reached a traffic bottleneck. If you want to go to the next level, then you must need absolute gimmicks and attractions, and this episode is bound to explode in attention because of Lin Xia's addition. He carefully designed every part of the program, striving to make it more exciting and thrilling. He gathered the staff of the program and repeatedly emphasized the importance of the program and the precautions to be taken. A few days before the show started, rumors had already started circulating on the internet that Lin Xia would be participating in Ultimate Run. Fans were excited and took to social media to discuss the topic. Various entertainment media also reported on it, warming up for the program. For a while, Ultimate Run became a topic of focus in the entertainment circle. Am I not awake? Why is the summer god so diligent this time? Ha 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 ha, that's right, every time the summer god participates in an event, he disappears for a while before coming out for business. Is the sun coming out of the west today? Ooh, I'm literally crying my eyes out. Why is Natsujin suddenly working so hard, isn't it? Ha, you could have just not said it. Expectation. Looking forward. I hope the other guests will be nicer to the summer god and not be fooled by others. At this moment, Lin Xia was also accompanied by Lin Yuexin as she embarked on a journey to the program's destination. They reached their destination and had a good night's rest in the hotel. Early the next morning, Lin Xia was full of energy as he got into the program's car and sped towards the recording location. The recording location is a grand-scale manor house, where ancient and stately buildings and picturesque gardens are set against each other to form a mesmerizing landscape. However, when the guests arrived at the manor one after another, they vaguely sensed a bizarre aura permeating the area. The manor seems to hide a number of unknown secrets that send shivers down the spine. There were 6 resident guests on the program, 2 flying guests, plus Lin Xia, making a total of 8. When Lin Xia arrived at the recording location, he was warmly welcomed by everyone. The lively and cheerful Su Qin bounced to Lin Xia's side with a bright smile on her face. Wow, brother Lin Xia, welcome. Today will definitely be super fun. However, a trace of uneasiness flashed in her eyes, as if she had also sensed something strange about the manor. Lin Xia laughed and responded, thank you Su Qin, it's definitely lively with you around. The calm and atmospheric Zhao Ming also came forward and nodded slightly in greeting. Lin Xia, welcome aboard. I hope you have fun. Zhao Ming seemed calm, but in fact, his mind was secretly alert to his surroundings. Lin Xia said politely, Brother Ming, please take care of me. The sweet and adorable Chen Yusen blinked her big eyes and said gently, Senior Lin Xia, it's nice to see you. Chen Yusen hugged her arm tightly as if she was seeking a trace of security. Lin Xia said gently, Uxin, cheer together. The humorous Sun Hao, on the other hand, went up and put his arm around Lin Xia's shoulder grinning, Lin Xia, with you here, we're bustling. However, there was a hint of reluctance in his laughter, and his eyes surveyed the surroundings, seemingly on guard against something. Lin Xia, on the other hand, spoke up curiously and asked, Brother Sun Hao, what are you guys guarding against? Sun Hao smiled faintly and replied in a pretense of relaxation, oh, it's nothing, it's just that this manor is a bit spooky, so everyone is more careful. But with you joining us, I believe it will be more interesting. Lin Xia nodded, but in his heart, he was curious about the eerie atmosphere. He looked around, only to see that the manor's ancient buildings looked especially mysterious in the morning light, as if they were hiding countless stories. The sunny and handsome Li Xian waved his hand, hey, Lin Xia, cheer together. Li Xian looked around from time to time with a nervous expression. Lin Xia nodded, yes, I will. The gentle and generous Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Welcome, Lin Xia." Zhou Yu's smile was also a bit stiff, obviously also affected by the atmosphere of the manor. Lin Xia returned a smile. "Zhou Yu, looking forward to working with you." Han Shui, who had a high and cold temperament, just gave Lin Xia a faint look and nodded slightly. Han Shui remained expressionless, but her eyes revealed a hint of caution. The recording officially started with an order from director Wang Yu. Only a few teams of men in black came down from the surrounding cars, who put blindfolds on the people and helped them towards the interior of the estate. "I knew it, nothing good is bound to happen once I come to this kind of scene," Sun Hao shouted. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene and began to look forward to it. Each person was taken individually to a small, separate room. This time, the story is set in a mysterious old manor, which is rumored to have been the scene of a series of bizarre events, and now the guests are caught up in a game similar to Manor Escape. As the blindfold was removed, Lin Xia found himself inside an ornately decorated study. The surrounding bookshelves were filled with various ancient books, and a huge oak desk occupied the center of the room. An oil painting depicting a panoramic view of the estate hangs on the wall, seemingly hiding some sort of clue. Lin Xia looked around and noticed a vintage radio sitting on the table. He walked over and carefully picked up the radio and pressed the play button, only to hear a low male mechanical voice coming out of it. "Welcome to the manor. Among the 8 of you, 2 of you have the identity of mysterious assassins, while the remaining 6 are ordinary civilians." The assassin was tasked with taking out each of the remaining 6 civilians before they managed to escape the estate. Civilians, on the other hand, are tasked with escaping the manor alive by any means possible, or in the process of searching for clues to escape the manor. There is a certain probability of obtaining a disposable weapon that will allow them to strike back at the killers. "Now please turn over the ID card on the table, this will be your identity for the night." Lin Xia took a deep breath and carefully turned over the identity card on the desktop. The word killer was clearly written on the card. His eyes narrowed with a meaningful smile as he showed the contents of the card face to the camera. "Ilua Bean, Xiaoshin just came to give killer right. Holy, Slayer feels so hard, I don't know who my teammates are, and civilians have countermeasures, go Natsujin." It's already getting tense. Lin Xia sat in the small room, his brain racing, secretly calculating his strategy in his mind. This is because the killer needs to do a mission to get his weapon, and after getting it, it needs to be fully touched to be counted as eliminated. That's why the killer should never spook the civilians, because civilians can escape when they see that something is wrong. Then this game tests not only intelligence, but also acting skills. He had to be careful to hide his identity and never be discovered by the civilians, while at the same time looking for the right opportunity to take care of them one by one. Of course, the first and most important thing is to do the quest and get your own weapon, as well as to find your teammates as soon as possible, otherwise it would be embarrassing to find the weapon and kill the wrong person. As for the civilians, they need to be on high alert at all times, cooperating with each other and working together to find clues in order to successfully escape from the manor. The game had begun, and the manor was filled with an atmosphere so tense that one could hardly breathe. Everyone moved cautiously, fearful of being discovered by the assassin if they were not careful. Lin Xia looked around, trying to find any possible clues. The ancient books on the shelves all seemed to relate to the history of the manor, but usually in this case, the real clues may be hidden in more obscure places. He walked over to the painting on the wall, scrutinizing every detail. The panoramic view of the manor in the painting seemed to have a different layout than the manor in reality, and Lin Xia acutely realized that one of the towers in the painting did not exist in reality. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open and a man in black walked in. He handed Lin Xia a note that read, "Please find the tower hidden in the manor within 10 minutes, inside the tower is hidden the key to freedom." Lin Xia quickly put the note away and decided to leave the study first to look for clues. He cautiously walked out of the room and down the hallway. The sconces on either side of the corridor gave off a faint glow, reflecting the ancient frescoes on the walls. Lin Xia noticed that one of the murals seemed to be a bit strange. He walked up and realized that there was a mechanism on the mural that could be pressed. After pressing the mechanism, the mural slowly moved away, revealing a hidden passageway. Lin Xia walked into the passageway without hesitation and walked up the narrow stairs. At the end of the stairs was a closed door with some strange symbols carved on it. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xia realized that these symbols were similar to the symbols on the cover of a book he had previously seen in his study. He quickly went back to his study, found the book and turned it over. The contents of the book seemed to be an account of the manor's history, and one paragraph caught Lin Xia's attention. "In the manor's tower, there is a key hidden, and only those who truly understand the manor's history can find it." Lin Xia quickly memorized the key information in the book in his mind before returning to the hidden passage once again. He carefully cross-referenced the symbols in the book with the symbols on the door, and realized that there was a connection between them. After a bit of nudging, he finally found the right order and pressed the symbols down one by one, one by one. The door opened slowly and a rush of stale air greeted him. Lin Xia stepped inside the tower, only to see that the walls around it were hung with ancient tapestries depicting the successive owners of the manor and their stories. In the center of the tower, there was a stone pedestal with a map on it. Lin Xia walked forward and picked up the map to scrutinize it. There was something marked on it with a red arrow. Only halfway through, the marking came to an abrupt end, as if the map was only half a sheet. He hypothesized that this map might hold clues about the Slayer's weapon, so the other half must be in the hands of his teammates. Just then, a voice came out from the side. Please go to the center hall and wait for the game to begin. Lin Xiao's expression was calm, making it impossible to see what was going on in his mind as he quickly hid the map in his arms and turned around to walk towards the study. Meanwhile, the crowd had gotten their initial hints through their respective cues, and they had a rusty key is found in the garden and some find a mysterious treasure map in the basement. Everyone's mind was filled with tension and anticipation, wondering what would happen next. Lin Xiao walked into the central hall, only to see the other 7 people already waiting there. They looked at each other, trying to find traces of the killer in each other's eyes. However, everyone's expression was unusually calm, as if they were all hiding something. They all wore varying degrees of tension and vigilance on their faces, and it was clear that each one realized how extraordinary this game was. Lin Xia found a random chair and sat down, starting to think about how to get in touch with his teammates. Since he was acting as an assassin this time, he had to be cautious and not expose himself easily. Lin Xia, on the other hand, didn't move and observed every move of the others, trying to find some clues from these subtle movements. Lin Xia first decided to start with Su Qin. After all, she was quirky and might be able to tell something from her reaction. He quietly approached Su Qin and said with a smile, Su Qin, who do you think is the most likely killer in this game? Su Qin tilted her head and thought, saying, I don't know, everyone looks normal. But brother Lin Xia, if you're asking that, is it because you found something? Lin Xia smiled and said, no la, I'm just asking. Brother Lin Xia, don't lie to me, I think you're just suspicious. Su Qin smiled mischievously. Lin Xia pretended to be surprised, me? How can that be, I'm such a kind person. Su Qin crossed her arms, who knows, maybe you're the hidden killer. Don't talk nonsense, if I were an assassin, I would be the first to eliminate you. Lin Xia hastily waved his hand. Su Qin's eyes widened, huh? Brother Lin Xia, you are so cruel. At this time, the live broadcast was bustling with activity. Chapter 118 The game begins. The audience was vocal about their opinions and feelings. This manor looks so eerie, it feels like something terrible is going to happen at any moment. Su Qin is so cute, run away Su Qin. The person next to you is a ghost. Even though I know that Natsujin can't move now, I'm still so nervous that my heart is racing. Say, who's the other killer, damn the show, for not telling us. Lin Xia then found Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming still maintained his composure and atmosphere, calmly analyzing the current situation. The situation is still unclear, we must remain vigilant. The killer may be lurking deep, we can't easily trust anyone. Lin Xia nodded in agreement, what Brother Ming said is very true. However, his heart was speculating whether Zhao Ming's words had an ulterior motive. Could Zhao Ming be the killer's accomplice? Often in situations like this where everyone knows what's going on, repetition and emphasis seems unnecessary, which is quite puzzling to him. Lin Xia tentatively inquired, Brother Ming, in your opinion, where should we start looking for clues now? I feel like I should explore the more hidden rooms first, there might be unexpected discoveries. Zhao Ming replied after a little thought. Lin Xia pretended to suddenly understand, I see, often the more corners there are the more likely there are clues. Zhao Ming gave him a sidelong glance and laughed, hurry up and rush. Lin Xia looked at his back as he pieced together to seek the corner and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From Zhao Ming's point of view, he was also constantly scrutinizing the people around him in an attempt to pull out the killer's clues. So will his teammate really be Zhao Ming? Lin Xia continued to act like she was searching for clues and probed the other guests. He walked toward Chen Yusen, who was carefully searching for clues in the corner, and asked softly, Yusen, any progress? Chen Yuxian raised her head and revealed a sweet smile, not yet, Lin Xia Sr. It's all really good to burn your brain when the program shows up with this kind of game. Unease showed in Chen Yuxian's eyes, she wasn't sure if she would be chosen as a target by the assassin. Lin Xia encouraged, "Don't rush, take your time, clues will always surface." Chen Yuxian blinked, "Senior Lin Xia, if you're a killer, don't eliminate me." The humorous Sun Hao, on the other hand, amuses everyone and tries to ease the tense atmosphere. Lin Xia walked over and jokingly said, "Sun Hao, you're so joyful, don't be a killer in disguise." Sun Hao laughed out loud, "If I were an assassin, I would have finished you all off a long time ago." Although Sun Hao was relaxed on the surface, his inner thoughts were unknown. Lin Xia laughed along with him, but in his heart, he was thinking about whether Sun Hao's words were believable. Lin Xia teased, "Are you that confident? Then if you're a killer, eliminate me now." Sun Hao quickly waved his hand and snorted, Don't, I wouldn't dare to eliminate you, you have so many fans, I'm afraid of being scolded." Live in the booth. "Ha, there are offended, everyone go with me to flush Sun Hao." Dog head. Laughing my ass off, now we can only say that we all don't have the slightest bit of trust in each other, this game hasn't even officially begun yet, and it's already starting to put on a court battle blockbuster. There's no sincerity in the words, it's all testing. "Hello everyone, welcome to the manor." A gentle female voice suddenly rang out, breaking the tentativeness of the crowd in the hall. The crowd looked up and saw a woman in a long black dress standing on the balcony of the second floor. "I am the owner of the manor, and I will be hosting tonight's game." She continued, "Now, please set out individually in order to find the clues in the middle of the manor. At regular intervals, the bells within the middle of the manor will ring, so please return to the hall quickly when they do." Lin Xia took the lead and walked out of the hall as instructed, but in his mind, he was silently thinking about the reactions of the others just now. The game officially started and the crowd dispersed, while Lin Xia, as the killer, decided to find his teammates first. But how to find it was a big question, and one thing he could be sure of now was that each person received a different initial clue, and the location was different. Thinking to no avail, Lin Xia took out the half-sheet map that he had folded up from his bosom, and although the final location on it was stopped and broken, there was still a marked location in it. He was going to take his chances, whether it pointed to a clue to a weapon or a clue to a teammate, it was a sure thing for him. As Lin Xia strolled along, he reviewed the rules of this game in his head. Counting himself, there are a total of 8 guests involved in the show, including 6 resident guests and 2 flying guests. Lively and cheerful Su Qin, calm and atmospheric Xiaoming, sweet and lovely Chen Yusin, humorous Sun Hao, sunny and handsome Li Xian, gentle and generous Shouyu and temperamentally cool Han Shui are among the stars with their own characteristics. 2 of the 8 were identified as mysterious assassins, while the remaining 6 were ordinary civilians. Of course, now he's one of the killers. Assassin's mission. The assassin's mission is to take care of the remaining 6 civilians one by one before they manage to escape from the manor. Killers must complete specific tasks before they can obtain a weapon to kill with, and they have to be touched in their entirety before they can be counted as eliminated from the civilian population. It can be very demanding, both in terms of having to wear conspicuous gloves before doing it, and in terms of touching someone in one piece, which is more difficult to do. After all, people. Lin Xia's heart stirred, this might be the clue to the weapon. He picked up the key and looked closely, realizing that there was a number 7 engraved on the key. Lin Xia put the note and key away and decided to continue exploring. He walked out of the study and continued along the corridor, memorizing the number 7 in his mind. Shortly afterward, he came to an ordinary-looking door with the number 7 marked on it. He inserted the key into the lock hole and turned it gently, and the door slowly opened. Behind the door was a dimly lit room with a table in the center of the room with a box on it. Lin Xia's heart was certain, and he quickly stepped forward to open the box. Inside the box, a pair of gloves as black as ink lay silently. Lin Xia took out his gloves, which were cool to the touch and very comfortable. But he looked at it repeatedly and realized that there was no special red dye on it as the mission information said. Lin Xia silently contemplated that there was 1 pair of gloves, or 2, with the same front and back, which meant that he and his teammate had 1 each. So is it possible that another of his Slayer teammates, who got the quest item, was the special dye? Feeling likely, Lin Xia turned to scrutinize every corner of the room in case there were any missed or hidden clues. Just then he noticed a small drawer on the other side of the table. Lin Xia walked over and pulled open the drawer to find a card inside. The card read, "The Slayer's teammate is." Lin Xia's heart raced as he realized that this card might help him find his teammates. However, part of the text on the card had been scratched out, leaving only a faint letter C. Lin Xia frowned, the letter C can stand for a lot of people, the initials in the name? Or an English name? Or a code word? He needed more clues to identify his teammates. He put the card away and continued to search the estate for other clues. Just as he was about to leave the room, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the corridor. Lin Xia quickly hid behind the door and held his breath as he waited for the visitor to appear. The sound of footsteps got closer and closer, and a figure appeared in the doorway. Lin Xia saw through the doorway that the person coming was actually Chen Yuxin. She looked around and seemed to be searching for something. Lin Xia's heart stirred. Could it be that Chen Yuxin was also a teammate of the killer? He decided to test the waters and coughed gently. When Chen Yuxin heard the voice, she immediately became alert and quickly turned around to prepare to leave. Seeing this, Lin Xia hurriedly walked out from behind the door and said in a low voice, "Yuxin, it's me?" Chen Yuxin stopped and turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Senior Lin Xia, why are you here?" Lin Xia smiled and replied, "I found some clues, how about you?" Chen Yuxin hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm also looking for clues, but there doesn't seem to be any progress." Lin Xia looked at her and pondered in his heart. He decided not to reveal the clues he had found for the time being, but continued to observe Chen Yuxin's reaction. "Then let's look for it together, maybe we can find something new," Lin Xia proposed. Chen Yuxin nodded, and the two of them left the room together, continuing to search for clues in the manor. However, Lin Xia was silently pondering in his mind, was Chen Yuxin really his teammate? Or was she just in disguise? The game continues as everyone is secretly watching each other and trying to uncover the secrets hidden in the manor. And Lin Xia, as one of the assassins, had to be more careful in order to find his allies in the complicated situation and complete the mission. The line of sight returned to Zhao Ming, who was standing in the manor's garden, scrutinizing the surroundings. The garden was filled with flowers and green grass, but Zhao Ming didn't have the heart to enjoy the beautiful scenery. He was the last to leave the hall and also had a special idea. Instead of finding out the clues and completing the mission to escape from the manor, it is better to find out the identity of the killer hidden in the shadows and turn passive into active. After all, from the rules above, civilians still have a big advantage. Zhao Ming's gaze fell on a tall oak tree with a stone bench underneath it. He walked over, sat down on a stone bench, and began to think. After all, the show also states in the rules of the game that there must be some clues left behind in the manor by the killers, and he needs to find those clues to identify the killers. But what puzzled him was that this was the location of his initial mission, but he had already searched for half a day and hadn't found anything suspicious, so it wasn't possible for him to start digging, was it? Zhao Ming sighed and got up, ready to continue to look at, really cannot, he was ready to go elsewhere to try his luck, after all, cannot always be here to die, right? It was then that he noticed some strange symbols carved into the stone bench. Zhao Ming looked closely and realized that the symbols seemed to be some sort of code. With a flutter in his mind, he quickly took out a slip of paper, which was his initial clue, and after comparing the symbols, they were exactly the same as the ones on the clue. After some effort, Zhao Ming finally cracked the code. It turned out that these symbols represented some specific locations in the manor. Zhao Ming's heart rejoiced. Was it possible that maybe there were clues about the killer? He decided to follow the locations indicated by the symbols, one by one. Zhao Ming stood up and began to make his way through the manor. He first came to the other end of the garden, where there was a small bridge with water flowing underneath. Zhao Ming stood on the bridge and looked around carefully. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a stone on the bridge railing that seemed a little different. He walked up and gently pressed on the stone, and found that it could actually move. Zhao Ming's heart fluttered as he carefully removed the stone and found a note hidden underneath, along with a key. He picked up the note and unfolded it, which read, "The assassin's weapon is hidden in a secret compartment in the study, and the beginning of all this is hidden in the middle of room 7. Zhao Ming frowned. It seemed he needed to return to the study again. He quickly left the garden and walked in the direction of the study. Along the way, he was constantly alert to the movements around him, fearing that the assassin would suddenly appear. Finally, Zhao Ming once again came to the corridor of the study. He followed his previous memory and found the door labeled with the number 7. Zhao Ming took a deep breath, inserted the key into the lock hole again, and gently turned it. Chapter 120, Who is Who Again? The door slowly opened and Zhao Ming walked into the room, heading straight for the box on that table. And when he opened the box, Zhao Ming's heart was a little heavy, simply because the box was empty inside. Does that mean the killers got the weapon? That's not good news. Just then, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Zhao Ming quickly hid behind the door and held his breath as he waited for the incoming person to appear. Footsteps came closer and a figure appeared in the doorway. Zhao Ming saw through the doorway that the visitor was actually Sun Hao. His heart stirred. Could it be that Sun Hao was one of the killers? He decided to test it out and coughed gently. When Sun Hao heard the voice, he immediately became alert and quickly turned around to prepare to leave. Seeing this, Zhao Ming hurriedly walked out from behind the door and called out to him, "Sun Hao, it's me." Sun Hao stopped and turned around, a hint of surprise swept across his eyes. "Zhao Ming, why are you here?" Zhao Ming put on a smile and responded, "I'm looking for clues. I just don't seem to have found any. What about you?" Sun Hao hesitated slightly, then spoke, "I'm similarly searching for clues, and just like you, I haven't found much." Zhao Ming looked at him and pondered in his heart. He decided not to reveal the clues he had found for the time being, and instead continued to observe Sun Hao's reaction. "Then let's look for it together, maybe we can find something new," Zhao Ming proposed. Sun Hao nodded, and the two of them left the room together, continuing to look for clues in the manor. However, Zhao Ming was silently thinking in his mind, was Sun Hao one of the killers? He wasn't aware that the weapons had been taken away? Or was he just in disguise? The game continues as everyone is secretly watching each other and trying to uncover the secrets hidden in the manor. As for Zhao Ming, as one of the civilians, he had to be more careful in order to find the killer and protect himself and his teammates in a complicated situation. The sight returned to Sun Hao at the beginning. Sun Hao stood on the corridor of the manor, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings, his heart filled with vigilance. This game he, as a civilian player, could only become the ultimate winner if he was careful and cautious. Sun Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart as he recalled the explanation of the rules he had heard in the hall earlier. Keeping in mind that this show is supposed to be famous for its authenticity, the entire game is only an outline and there are no so-called hidden rules of the show at all. And today's episode, because of Lin Xiao's participation, he could guarantee that it was definitely the highest attention as well as traffic the program had ever received, so he wasn't surprised that the crew would come up with something. Sun Hao decided to start looking for clues from the place he was most familiar with, which was the study. He entered the study cautiously, his eyes sweeping quickly over the bookshelves. He knew that there must be some important clues hidden in the study. Because his initial clue said, "The way to salvation is in the books." In the hidden corner of the bookshelf, Sun Hao's gaze was suddenly lit up. The reason for this was that, compared to the other books that were more or less covered in dust, the one in front of him looked brand new and had obviously just been placed there. He quickly picked up the book and flipped through a few random pages when he suddenly realized there was a note wedged between the pages. Sun Hao's heart stirred and he quickly took the note out and unfolded it, which read, "Maybe you should go see the fountain in the garden." Sun Hao frowned, it seemed like he needed to head to the garden immediately. He quickly left the study and walked in the direction of the garden. Along the way, he was constantly alert to the movements around him, fearing that the assassin would suddenly appear. Finally, Sun Hao arrived at the garden. He stood next to the fountain and looked around carefully. Sure enough, he noticed a small box at the edge of the fountain's pool. Sun Hao walked forward, rolled up his sleeves, fished the box out of the water, and opened it. There was a note and key in the box. He picked up the note and unfolded it. It read, "That day, ever since room 7 was opened, everything changed, he killed everyone." Sun Hao pondered slightly, room 7? He had some vague impression that it should be in the corridor on that side of the study. As for the line, "He killed everyone." Is it possible that there's a clue about the killer? Or maybe it's just that the killer's weapon was there? Thinking of this, Sun Hao was a bit excited. He quickly left the garden and prepared to return to the study. Finally, Sun Hao came to the corridor of the study again. According to his previous memory, he found the door labeled with the number 7. Sun Hao was just about to take out his key and open the door when he heard a coughing sound coming from behind this door. Sun Hao was shocked in his heart and quickly hid the key in his pocket, backing up a little bit, while staring at the door of the room vigilantly, ready to just drive and run once the situation got bad. After all, judging from the clues above, there was a good chance that there were clues about the killer, or even the killer's weapon. So would the person inside the room at the moment be his teammate, or the killer? "Sun Hao, it's me." Sun Hao stopped his footsteps, hiding the fluctuations within himself, and spoke, "Zhao Ming, why are you here?" "Of course I'm looking for clues, Sun Hao, why are you here?" Zhao Ming asked, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Sun Hao's heart was tightened, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. "I was also looking for clues, and I didn't expect to meet you here." Zhao Ming nodded, his gaze sweeping over Sun Hao's entire body. "Then together next?" Sun Hao secretly pondered in his heart. Zhao Ming's appearance made him a little uneasy. He decided to test Zhao Ming. "Did you find any clues?" Zhao Ming smiled slightly and didn't answer directly. "I'm still searching, but there's some progress." "How about you?" Sun Hao's heart fluttered and decided not to reveal the clues he had found for the time being, instead continuing to observe Zhao Ming's reaction. Me too, but it seems that there isn't much to discover yet. The two of them glanced at each other's hearts filled with vigilance. Zhao Ming proposed, then let's look for it together, we might be able to find something new. Sun Hao frowned tightly, he didn't particularly want to be with Zhao Ming. In his opinion, the suspicion on Zhao Ming was infinitely greater now. Coming from a room with such obvious guidelines, did he already have what was inside the room? Is it a clue or a weapons? Still, he nodded, at the very least, Zhao Ming didn't have anything suspicious on him at the moment, so as long as he kept his distance, it should be fine. The two then left the corridor of the study together and continued to look for clues in the manor. However, Sun Hao was silently pondering in his heart, was Zhao Ming really a civilian player? Or was he just in disguise? Actually ready to make a move on him? The game continues as everyone is secretly watching each other and trying to uncover the secrets hidden in the manor. Sun Hao, as one of the civilian players, had to be more careful in order to find the killers and protect himself and his teammates in the complicated situation. P.S. A little freebie, everyone. Thanks to Chapter 121, The Mysterious Figure Escaping. The viewpoint returns to Li Xian here. Li Xian stood on the balcony of the manor, his eyes gazing at the garden not far away. His initial clue reads, the answer is revealed to you as you stand on a high place overlooking the garden. Li Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He scrutinized every corner of the garden, trying to find clues in the intricate flower beds and paths. However, the garden was too big, and the clues seemed to be hidden in every detail, leaving him somewhat clueless. Just then, Li Xian's gaze was suddenly attracted to a sculpture in the center of the garden. It was an ancient statue covered with traces of age, but still looked solemn and mysterious. Li Xian's heart stirred and he decided to head to the statue to look for clues. He walked quickly off the balcony and across the garden path to the statue. Li Xian carefully observed every detail of the statue, trying to find some clues from it. Suddenly, he noticed some strange symbols carved on the base of the statue. Li Xian frowned, these symbols did not seem to be carved randomly, but rather intentionally. He pulled out his own clue note and scrutinized the symbols against each other, trying to find the connection. After some effort, Li Xian finally realized that the symbols matched some of the words on the clue note he was holding. He was delighted and quickly rearranged the symbols into combinations following the hints on the note. As the symbols rearranged themselves, the base of the statue suddenly made a slight sound and slowly opened a secret door. Li Xian was shocked in his heart, he didn't expect the seemingly ordinary statue to hide such a mechanism. Before the show started, he had heard that the showrunners had taken the games that were supposed to be released at the finale right out of the box. The news, so far, seems to be absolutely fidelity, or it couldn't have been such a big deal. Was this the power of Lin Xia? Li Xian sighed a little. He carefully stepped through the dark door and found that it was actually a secret room. There were all sorts of ancient books and scrolls placed in the secret room, obviously this was a book collection room. Li Xian's heart stirred, perhaps these books hid clues about the killer. He began to look carefully among the shelves, his eyes sweeping quickly over the spine of each book. Suddenly, Li Xian noticed a strange pattern engraved on the spine of a seemingly ordinary book, similar to the symbols he had seen on the statue's base earlier. Li Xian quickly took out the book and flipped it open to find a yellowed note wedged inside. He carefully unfolded the note, which read, "Real killers hide in the most unlikely places, and the truth is often hidden in the details." Li Xian's heart was shaken, the real killer was hiding in the most unlikely places? This sentence is a bit too much information. However, before he could think more, he suddenly heard light footsteps coming from outside the chamber door. Li Xian's heart tightened and he quickly hid himself between the bookshelves, holding his breath and vigilantly observing the doorway. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Li Xian's heartbeat accelerated. The door was slowly pushed open, and a faint beam of light filtered in, reflecting a silhouette. Li Xian held his breath, his palms slightly sweaty, he was unsure if the visitor was a friend or foe. The figure seemed to be searching for something as well, his steps light and cautious. Li Xian was a little nervous, his eyes peering through the gaps in the bookshelves, trying to see the face of the visitor. However, the light was too dim, coupled with the distance, Li Xian could only vaguely recognize that it was a person with a thin figure. Just as he was about to look more closely, the man seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around, retreating towards the entrance of the chamber. Li Xian was shocked in his heart and knew that he might have been exposed. He quickly dodged out from behind the bookshelf, ready to chase after the mysterious man. But the very moment he took a step, the lights in the secret room suddenly lit up, and the blinding light caused Li Xian to squint his eyes involuntarily. He quickly adapted to the light, only to realize that the entrance to the secret room was empty. Damn it! Li Xian cursed in a low voice, knowing that he had missed an important opportunity. He looked around. There was no place to hide in the chamber except for the bookshelves and scrolls. Who exactly was that mysterious person? His mind quickly flashed through several people, and after thinking carefully down the list, it seemed that all of them were of a similar size. Li Xian decided not to waste any more time as he quickly returned to the book with the note in it and took it out to put it away. At the same time, he began to look around the chamber for any other clues that might be hidden, his eyes sweeping quickly over the spines of each book and the labels of each scroll. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to an inconspicuous corner. There was a row of seemingly ordinary books there, but one of them had the book placed upside down and with the spine protruding outward. Li Xian carefully took out the book and flipped it open, realizing that there was indeed a piece of paper that appeared to be made of a special material sandwiched inside. Li Xian nervously unfolded the piece of paper, his heart racing. His eyes fell on the paper and realized that there was a beautifully drawn picture on it. This painting has a unique style that gives a strong sense of cutting. The image depicts a group of people sitting around a table, their expressions varying as they seem to be arguing heatedly about something. However, in the center of the picture, a blurry figure stood out. It was as if the figure was secretly observing the group's quarrel, as if it was silently recording it as it happened. He scrutinized every detail of the picture, trying to decipher the meaning. But sadly, it didn't seem to be enough to decipher anything in terms of the information he had on the trail right now. Li Xian folded the paper, put it into his pocket, and left the secret room. Along the way, Li Xian bowed his head and contemplated all the clues he had just searched for. Rule number 1, real killers hide in the most unlikely places, and the truth is often hidden in the details. Number 2, an unexplained painting, a crowd arguing, but someone silently observing from behind the scenes? As well as the departing figure that concerned him the most, who could that be? Why did he run away? Li Xian walked out of the secret room and returned to the garden, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on every corner of the garden, giving the entire garden a golden veil. Li Xian took a deep breath and tried to clear his thoughts. But what he didn't know was that a pair of eyes were watching his every move from hiding in the woods. The game continues as everyone is secretly watching each other and trying to uncover the secrets hidden in the manor. And Li Xian, as one of the civilians, must be more careful in order to find the truth and protect himself and his teammates in the complicated situation. Chapter 122 Panic. The viewpoint goes back to Han Shui at the beginning. She walked out from the hall, and as a high and cold imperial lady persona, her demeanor at the moment actually looked a bit droll. Come on, she's the first one voted out every time she plays werewolf, and she's definitely the most noobish one whenever it comes to games like this one. Now you're telling her that it's hard to come to a real-life version of the estate werewolf killings, isn't it? Han Shui smiled to herself as she walked away. She knew that her performance in the game was always unsatisfactory, but this time she decided to change herself, or at least try not to be the first one out of the game. She walked through the gardens and down the winding path toward the backyard of the estate. The sunlight shed dappled light through the leaves, and the breeze brought a burst of floral scent. Han Shui took a deep breath, trying to relax herself. Suddenly, she noticed what appeared to be movement in the bushes not far away. Han Shui's heart tightened, and she quickly stopped and looked around vigilantly. She cautiously approached the bush, trying to see inside. Just then, a small squirrel suddenly scurried out of the bushes, and Han Shui was so startled that she almost screamed out in shock. She patted her chest. It seemed she was still too nervous. Han Shui continued to walk forward, secretly reminding herself to stay calm. She arrived at an open space in the backyard, where several stone tables and benches were set up, obviously used by the owner of the manor to relax. Han Shui sat down on the stone bench and looked around, trying to find some useful clues. It was then that she noticed some strange symbols that seemed to be carved into one corner of the stone table. She moved closer for a closer look. She seemed to have seen a similar pattern before when she was in the hall. Han Shui's heart stirred. Could there be some connection between these symbols? She began looking around the stone table, hoping to find more clues. Suddenly, she noticed a small drawer hidden under the stone table. She carefully pulled the drawer open and found a note inside. She quickly took out the note and unfolded it. It read, "Beware of those who seem harmless, true danger is often hidden in a smile, please keep moving forward." Han Shui was shocked in her heart as the words seemed to remind her to be wary of everyone around her. She put the note away and decided not to waste any more time. Han Shui stood up and continued to follow the contents of the note, walking forward. She continued down the path in the backyard, only to see a statue standing at the end of the path, an ancient Greek-style statue depicting a goddess gracefully wielding a spear. There was a line of inscription carved into the base of the statue, and Han Shui looked closer and realized that it was a riddle. I am both light and darkness, I am present in every corner, yet no one can truly touch. I guide the way, yet I also hide secrets. If you can solve my riddles, you will be given the key to the truth. Han Shui frowned, as if in the center of the garden, she also saw a similar statue from afar, only that statue's face was a blur and there was no weapon in its hands. She returned her attention to the inscription on the statue's base, pondering the meaning of the riddle. Han Shui looked around, trying to find clues to solve the mystery. It was then that she noticed something seemed off about the direction the statue's spear was pointing. She had the bright idea that maybe this was the key to solving the mystery. Han Shui followed. Han Shui carefully explored the room as she began to expect to find something. She walked over to the bookshelf and began flipping through the old books, trying to find clues related to the riddle. Suddenly, Han Shui's footsteps suddenly lurched, her eyes widened, something was wrong. 10 out of 10 had to be 9 out of 10 wrong. The books on top of this bookshelf had more or less fallen into a thin layer of gray, but on top of that, there was a clearly visible trace. It was as if someone had run their finger over it, looking for something. Someone has been here. Or maybe that person is hiding in the room at the moment. Han Shui's heart raced as she nervously looked around, trying to catch any suspicious movement. However, there didn't seem to be any sound in the chamber other than her own breathing. She moved carefully along the shelves, her fingers brushing over the spines of the books, trying to find the one that might have been flipped through. Finally, at the very bottom of the shelf, she found a slightly worn book with an exceptionally clean cover compared to the other books. Han Shui gently pulled out the book, flipped open the cover, and found a yellowed note tucked inside. She carefully unfolded the note, ready to scrutinize it. Just then, she heard a slight rattle, as if someone had accidentally touched something somewhere in the room. Han Shui's heart tightened and she quickly stopped her hand movements, holding her breath and listening carefully. No way, no way, no way. Han Shui was feeling a little stiff at the moment, this feeling was too horrible. Mom, I really can't seem to. Han Shui wanted to run away. Every time she played this similar game before, it was because she was always curious to ask questions that seemed like common sense to everyone, thus being caused to be suspected and eventually voted out. This time she must not fall, she must run. Must run. Han Shui cautiously moved backward little by little, and the moment she touched the wooden door, she immediately turned around and fled. The extreme panic made it seem like she had inadvertently triggered some sort of mechanism as she ran. The chamber behind her suddenly glowed with light, which caused her heart to tighten and accelerated her escape. Chapter 123, Stalking. It wasn't until she burst out of the passage that she stopped, gasping for air. It was too scary, really, and even though she knew it was fake, she couldn't help but feel scared in this context and environment. And just now, she hadn't had a chance to scrutinize the clues, only vaguely catching a few keywords: killer, hide, truth. Is it hard to believe that this is a clue about the killer? Then that person is a bit suspicious. After a short break, she began to think calmly. Only a silhouette slowly stepped out from behind the statue. Han Shui admitted that she had gambled on it, but judging from the results now, she had gambled correctly. This statue also had a path to the secret room. Li Xian's figure loomed in the night, and Han Shui. She pressed herself against the wall, trying to make her body blend in with the shadows as best she could. There were a number of room doors in the middle of the way, but Han Shui could still clearly see the dirt-stained footprints on the steps that had been brought out in the garden. Just as she was about to take another step forward, she heard a crack from behind her, the sound of a wooden door being pushed open. Han Shui violently paused in place, her heart beating violently, and before she could turn around to check, she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder from behind. Han Shui was so shocked in her heart that she almost shrieked. She turned her head and realized it was Li Xian standing behind her with a hint of surprise and caution in his eyes. Han Shui, why are you here? Li Xian asked in a low voice. Han Shui was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to explain her behavior. She knew that if Li Xian really was a killer, then she had been in great danger. I was just curious, Hansel stammered in reply. I saw you walk in here, so I followed you. The game continues as everyone is secretly watching each other and trying to uncover the secrets hidden in the manor. And Han Shui, as one of the civilians, must be more careful to find the truth and keep herself and her teammates safe in a complicated situation. But can anyone tell her what to do if she is caught stalking? Waiting online, quite urgent. Chapter 124, Flower of Eternity. The sight returned to Zhou. Zhou walked out of the hall, looking down at the clue strip in her hand, silently contemplating. Together we once planted hope in a place where the seasons are like spring, but he betrayed us, and today that place is probably abandoned. Joyu frowned, trying to find the hidden meaning in this clue. She looked around, thinking to take her chances and see if she could find any clues related to the trail. Where the seasons are like spring, hope is planted, and betrayal. The words swirled around in her head, but she could never find a suitable answer. At the end of the day, is there a place with 4 seasons? That's definitely there, but definitely not on this property. Then this thread can't be about seasons in the actual sense, but in the physical sense, which means it's artificially manipulable. Joyu pondered for a moment and suddenly had a flash of light. She remembered this sentence from a manner journal she had read in the hall earlier. The forgotten greenhouse on the estate, where the seasons used to be springtime, a haven for plants carefully tended by their owners. However, since the owner's passing, the greenhouse has fallen into disuse and is no longer tended. Thinking of this, Joyu immediately quickened her pace and walked in the direction of the greenhouse. Passing through an overgrown garden, Joyu finally saw the vine-twisted greenhouse. She pushed the door open and a rush of humid air greeted her, laced with the smell of dirt and rotting plants. The interior of the greenhouse was a mess, the once flourishing plants now withered and faded, with only a few hardy greenery left to languish in the corners. Joyu looked around, trying to find clues related to the clues. She noticed an empty space in the center of the greenhouse that seemed to have been planted with some kind of important plant at one time. She walked up and found a stone slab on the ground with a line engraved on it, "Seed of Hope, only for the faithful." Joyu's heart stirred. Isn't this the hope mentioned in the clue? She carefully lifted the stone slab and found a small box hidden underneath. Joyu's heart raced as she opened the box. Inside was a yellowed slip of paper and a map. The slip of paper read, "The betrayer took something like that at the end and hid it in the basement." The basement? What exactly did the betrayer take with him? Is this a clue to the killer? Joyu had a bit of a headache. She hated solving mysteries, especially ones that burned her brain so much. She unfolded the map in her hand and studied the markings on it. The map marked all corners of the manor, with one area circled in particular, and the words "basement entrance" labeled on the side. Joyu took a deep breath and decided to head to that marked location immediately, just hoping that it would allow her to find some clues about the killer. She stepped out of the greenhouse and followed the directions on the map through a secluded wooded area, eventually coming to a seemingly unremarkable stone building. The building looked old and had moss and vines growing around it. Joyu pushed open the heavy wooden door and a musty smell hit his nose. She lit her flashlight and realized that inside was a stone staircase stretching downward, the walls on either side of which were carved with ancient reliefs. Joyu carefully descended the stone steps, his heart filled with nervousness and anticipation. She didn't know what she was going to find, but her gut told her she was going to start getting scared. At the end of the stone steps was a heavy iron door covered in rust. Joyu pushed the door open with force, and a cold wind greeted her, causing her to shiver. She entered the mysterious basement and found it spacious and surrounded by various ancient instruments and books. Joyu's eyes were attracted to a huge bookshelf that was piled high with dusty scrolls and books. She stepped forward and casually pulled out a yellowed book, flipping it open to find it contained the diary of the Lord of the Manor. The diary details the Lord of the Manor's dealings with a mysterious figure and a secret project they worked on together. The more Joyu looked at it, the more alarmed she felt. It turned out that this project was related to a mysterious drug, and it was for this drug that the betrayer had betrayed the manor owner. Joyu continued to flip through the diary, trying to find more clues about the betrayer and the mysterious drug. She discovers that the Lord of the Manor mentions a mysterious plant called the Eternal Flower several times in his diary. The plant is said to possess incredible powers to cure all diseases and even prolong life. But what the betrayer doesn't realize is that this plant, if not handled properly, can be a deadly poison that kills on touch. However, the betrayer apparently developed an insatiable appetite for this power, and he colluded with outside forces in an attempt to steal the secret of the Flower of Eternity. The notes describe in detail how the betrayer used the Eternal Flower to extract a mysterious liquid and attempted to turn it into a drug. However, there were some mishaps during the experiment, and the betrayer seemed unable to fully control the power of this liquid. Joyu's eyes were drawn to a passage in the diary. The betrayer ultimately failed to succeed, but he succeeded and failed. "I have hidden the Flower of Eternity in a place where only the faithful can find it. May it never be known to the world again, lest it bring more disaster." Joyu's heart sank. If everything was really according to what the manor owner's diary said, then what was that clue in the greenhouse? Apparently in the end the betrayer managed to steal it and take it to the basement without the knowledge of the owner of the manor. So what could this eternal flower be? Would it be a killer's weapon if it dies when touched? Zhou scrutinized every corner of the basement, hoping to find some clues. She flicked on the faint flashlight light that illuminated her surroundings, scrutinizing them meticulously. The basement was spacious and claustrophobic, and the light from the beam of flashlights obviously couldn't completely dispel the darkness in the depths. Just then, she heard footsteps coming from the deep darkness of the basement. Zhou's heart skipped a beat as she quickly turned off the flashlight and held her breath, trying to recognize the source of the sound in the darkness. The footsteps were getting closer, and she nervously gripped the flashlight in her hand, ready for any possible danger. Suddenly, a faint light filtered through from the other end of the basement, and Zhou realized that someone was walking towards her. She quickly ducked behind a huge bookshelf and tried to keep herself out of sight. The sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer. Zhou waited nervously, she didn't know what to do now. Chapter 125, Lisa. Who will it be? Should she just graciously go out and recognize them, or continue to hide here? But what was she going to do if this person was really a killer and had already found the flower of eternity? A figure appeared in her line of sight, the man holding an oil lamp as he slowly made his way through the basement. The game continues as everyone is secretly watching each other and trying to uncover the secrets hidden in the manor. And Zhou, as one of the civilians, must be more careful in order to find the truth and protect himself and his teammates in a complicated situation. The sight returned to Sukin. Suchin walked out of the hall, and after seeing no one around, she took out a map from behind her, which was her initial clue. There are no textual reminders, just this map alone, and judging by what's on it, it's only half a sheet. Suchin pondered silently as she decided to first go to the place on the map where the markings deepened in color to find out what was going on. Suchin followed the winding path through a dense forest and finally arrived at the location marked on the map. It was an abandoned garden, surrounded by overgrown weeds that had obviously not been tended for a long time. She scrutinized her surroundings, trying to find markings that corresponded to those on the map. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a half-collapsed stone pavilion. The pillars of the stone pavilion were engraved with vague symbols that seemed to match some of the patterns on the map. Suchin cautiously walked into the stone pavilion and found a small line engraved on one of the stone slabs, "Only those with hope in their hearts will be able to uncover the truth." She smiled helplessly. She was an assassin, her goal was to kill everyone. Was this considered someone with a heart of hope? But no matter what, the clues are still there to be deciphered. After a bit of poking around, she realized that the symbols were actually a set of codes that needed to be deciphered in a specific order. It's also the case that the programmers didn't design these symbols to be particularly difficult to code, and there were hints all along the way, or she could have literally just taken a cab home. Suchin followed the password's hints and found an ancient tree next to the stone pavilion. There was a hidden groove in the trunk of the ancient tree. Suchin put her hand in to feel around and indeed felt a small organ. She pressed gently, and the trunk of the tree suddenly made a slight sound, slowly opening a secret door. Suchin took a deep breath and walked into the dark door. Behind the door was a narrow passage, at the end of which was a secret room. A table was set up in the secret room, and a heavy diary was placed on the table. Sukin flips through the diary and realizes it's a third point of view depicting the lord of the manor as well as the betrayer. The diary details the feud between the lord of the manor and the betrayer, as well as the betrayer's plot to use the eternal flower to cause disaster. The more Sukin sees, the more shocked he is. It turns out that the betrayer hid the flower of eternity in the basement of the manor at the last minute. The plant is said to possess incredible powers to cure all diseases and even prolong life. But what the betrayer doesn't realize is that this plant, if not handled properly, can be a deadly poison that kills on touch. Sukin's eyes are drawn to a passage in the diary. The betrayer ultimately fails to succeed, but he succeeds as well as fails. Since then, the betrayer has disappeared from the manor, and the owner of the manor has been getting worse and worse in health, and finally passed away tragically, and her daughter Liza inherited everything in the manor. But since Liza returned from abroad, she has become strange and secretive all day long, which is puzzling. Suchin pondered silently. The description of the eternal flower seemed strange, being able to save yet kill. Did that mean that this weapon could be used by both killers and civilians? Or is there something else going on here? She took a deep breath. Whether she did or not, she now had to get to the basement and get the eternal flower as soon as possible. Suchin quickly left the secret room and returned along the passageway with a sense of urgency in her heart. She must find the flower of eternity before anyone else does, or the consequences will be dire. Back on the ground, Suchin looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, and then quickly headed in the direction of the manor's basement. She carefully avoided places where she might meet up with the others, silently praying in her mind that she wouldn't run into any obstacles. Finally, she reached the entrance to the basement. Suchin took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked into the dimly lit basement. She lit an oil lamp and carefully looked around. The basement was filled with all sorts of clutter and looked a bit messy. Suchin began to look for clues in the basement, hoping to find traces of the eternal flower. According to the diary, the final betrayer put the eternal flower into a sealed glass bottle and hid it in the depths of the basement. Without hesitation, she lifted the oil lamp and stepped forward into the depths. Sukin's footsteps echoed through the basement, her heart racing. But she had to stay calm or she could easily miss key clues in her nervousness. Just as she was searching carefully, she suddenly found a pile of tattered books and papers in a corner. Along the way, in the basement, books were laid out everywhere, something very common, but the filing bag files were the first time she had seen them. Suchin squatted down and began to flip through the information. She finds one of the yellowed journals, which records Liza's strange behavior since her return from abroad. The diary mentions that Liza seems to be convinced of the existence of the eternal flower, and that she even conducted some mysterious experiments in the basement. And there were some words in the diary that particularly concerned Suchin. One day I happened to walk by Liza's room, the door to the room was open and Liza was sitting in front of the mirror as if she was talking to herself. It was a little creepy to watch. Because the distance was still a bit far, I only heard a few words: the container succeeded, bearer, human body and things like that, and in the end, fearing that I would be found out and blamed, I quickly left. Liza is becoming more and more silent, her smile seems so fake to me. What's wrong with her? Today Liza kicked out a couple of old people without warning. Geez, what the hell is she doing? These people have watched her grow up. Suchin frowned. If according to the statement on this, and the clues obtained before, after Liza returned from abroad and inherited the manor, she suddenly had a big change in character, then. A horrible thought popped into her mind. Suchin shook her head. Now she didn't even know who or where Liza was, it was useless to think that much. Chapter 126. She opened the file pouch and found an ancient map wedged inside. The map was labeled with a special location that seemed to be related to a corner of the basement. Suchin decided to follow the map's guidance and search for this mysterious location. She followed the markings on the map through rows of outdated bookshelves and finally came to a seemingly unremarkable corner. Suchin carefully observed and found a seemingly ordinary book on the shelf, but its cover was unusually delicate. She gently pulled out the book and realized that there was a small mechanism hidden in the back of the book. Suchin carefully pressed the mechanism, and the bookshelf suddenly made a slight sound and slowly moved inward, revealing a hidden darkroom. She took a deep breath and stepped into the darkroom. A strange aroma filled the darkroom, and Suchin felt a bit curious. She settled back and realized that in the center of the darkroom lay a clear glass vase with a strange flower in it. The flowers emit a faint glow as if they possess life. Suchin was a bit excited. Could this be the legendary eternal flower? She carefully picked up the glass bottle and looked closely at it. And on the glass bottle, there appeared to be some fine writing engraved on it. She squinted and lifted the oil lamp a little closer, trying to make out the writing on it in this dimly lit basement. Above, the bright blood-red petals are stained with chilling poison, while the golden stamens. At that moment, before Suchin finished reading, she heard a bang from the distance behind her, echoing in the basement. She was startled by the sudden sound, which she knew very well was the sound of the basement door closing. But she had closed all the doors before she came in, so that meant someone was coming? Suchin's heart skipped a beat as she took a deep breath and hid the glass bottle among her clothes. Luckily, the program distributes costumes with lots of pockets and enough space, or she really wouldn't be able to carry them out well. There was no more road ahead, so she could only return the way she came. This current situation was really awkward. It wasn't true that she was an assassin, but she didn't have the ability to kill right now. It was fine if it was another teammate that came in, but if it was a civilian and got the same news about the eternal flower as she did, there was no way to say that she might have to be suspected. So she mustn't be nervous now, she must go out in a big way. Suchin tried her best to keep herself calm as she straightened her clothes and carried the oil lamp in her hand before walking towards the exit with firm steps. Her heart was beating like a drum, but she tried to keep a calm expression on her face. Just as she was about to walk out of the basement, a figure suddenly appeared in the doorway, blocking her way. Suchin's heart skipped a beat, but she tried to remain calm and raised her head to face this uninvited guest. A figure appeared in the doorway, and it was none other than Joyu. She held a flashlight and revealed a smile that looked a bit forced. "Sister Suchin, what a coincidence, you're here too." Suchin tried her best to keep herself calm and responded with a smile, "Yeah, it's not like you don't know me, sometimes I get confused and walk here without realizing it." Joyu nodded, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at the oil lamp in Suchin's hand and her bulging pockets. I heard there were some ancient secrets here, so I wanted to come and explore. Su Qin's heart tightened, but she remained subdued on the surface. Yeah, there's really a lot to explore here. However, I just had a casual look around and didn't find anything special. Zhou Yu's gaze wandered over Su Qin, seemingly searching for some clue. Sister Su Qin, did you find anything strange? For example, some unusual items or symbols? Su Qin was shocked in her heart, but still replied in a relaxed manner, no, this is just an ordinary basement. However, if you're interested, I can show you around. Zhou Yu seemed a little hesitant, but eventually nodded. Alright then, Sister Su Qin, please. Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but at the same time, she also realized that she had to be more careful. She led Zhou Yu around in the basement, trying to avoid letting her get close to the direction of that dark room. The two of them chatted along the way, each obviously having their own thoughts and ideas. Right at this moment, Zhou Yu suddenly spoke out, by the way, Sister Su Qin, have you found the eternal flower? Su Qin's heart shook, but she remained calm on the surface. Eternal flower? What is that thing? I've never heard of it. Zhou Yu smiled faintly as she looked towards Su Qin's somewhat bulging pockets, a hint of cunning flashing through her eyes. Sister Su Qin, don't pretend, your pockets are exposed. What kind of person would carry an object that big? Unless that thing is important. Su Qin was secretly wary in her heart as she opened her mouth and laughed, oh, so this is what you're talking about. But indeed I have to disappoint you, I really don't. After saying that, she took the initiative to take out something from her pocket and handed it to Zhou Yu. Here, this is what's in my pocket. I found this diary on my way to find clues, and it felt quite interesting, so I brought it with me. Who knows that I made you misunderstand. Zhou Yu felt a bit unbelievable. She looked down at the diary in front of her, and then looked up at Su Qin, who was wearing a smile. Could it be that she thought wrong? But as it was, she could only take the diary and symbolically flip through the pages. Su Qin was observing her reaction from the side, but in her heart, she was calculating how to deal with the next situation. This diary is indeed quite interesting, Zhou Yu finally spoke up, but, Sister Su Qin, did you really not find anything else? For example, some special symbols or organs? Su Qin smiled faintly and tried to look as relaxed as possible. There really isn't, Zhou Yu. As you know, I'm a person who isn't too interested in these mysterious things. I just think that this diary has quite a story, that's why I brought it with me. Zhou Yu nodded, seemingly accepting Su Qin's explanation, but her gaze remained somewhat skeptical. Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Luckily she felt something was wrong on her way over. That's why she had taken the glass bottle containing the eternal flower in advance and hid it in a hidden corner, or else it wouldn't really be easy to explain now. Although this hurdle was now passed for the time being, she had to get out of here as soon as possible, or else sooner or later, Zhou Yu would discover the secret of that dark room. In that case, we'd better go out first, Su Qin suggested. The air here isn't very good, and I'm afraid you'll be uncomfortable if you stay too long. Zhou Yu also seemed to feel a little bored, so she agreed to Su Qin's suggestion. The two of them returned along the original path together. Su Qin walked in front, but in her mind, she was thinking about how to get rid of Zhou Yu's line of sight. The game continues as everyone is secretly watching each other and trying to uncover the secrets hidden in the manor. And Su Qin, as one of the assassins, had to be more careful in order to find her allies in the complicated situation and complete the mission. Chapter 127. The first player's identity is somewhat mysterious, like a princess of a certain country. The second player is the squire with the sword his duty is to embrace. Lin Xiao walked through the manor, humming a song in his mouth, not the slightest bit of tension from the escape game. Chen Yusen followed by the side and listened curiously. Rinha-senpai, is this your new song? It feels like the melody is so special. Chen Yusen curiously said. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. I've had a little thought about it before. I guess it just so happens that I'm experiencing an estate escape today, so it's only natural to hum a few words. Don't pay attention to it. But to be honest, this is a really nice feeling right now. It has the feeling that he was playing live scripted kills in his previous life, and naturally the song came to him. In the live streaming pop-up. Hey, you don't say that this melody feels kinda catchy. Ditto, and it kinda goes with this game today, ha ha ha. But you really don't say oh. I've seen a couple of other people's perspectives and it's really vicarious. The most interesting thing right now is Chen Yuxian, following Xiaoshen, the killer, with a smile and a laugh, ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Dusk was falling at the moment, and the silhouette of the manor looked particularly mysterious in the afterglow of the setting sun. Lin Xia and Chen Yusen walked on the stone-paved path, surrounded by a peaceful garden. Dang! 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 Suddenly, a heavy bell sounded in the manor, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. Lin Xia and Chen Yusen stopped their steps and looked at each other, a hint of vigilance flashing in their eyes. What is this sound? Chen Yuxian asked in a low voice. Lin Xia frowned, pondering for a moment before answering. It sounds like the manor's bell tower is ringing. It should be calling us back to the hall to gather. Let's go. Lin Xia returned to the hall and randomly picked a seat to sit down. Chen Yusen followed suit and sat next to him. Other guests gradually returned to the hall as time went on. They greeted each other, and Lin Xia noticed an interesting phenomenon. Everyone seemed to come back in pairs. This made him suspect that the program group might have made arrangements beforehand. After all, meeting by chance in such a large manner was not an easy task. This means that there may be overlap in the clues of some participants, and some may not even have found any key clues. Hey Lin Xia, did you find any important clues? Su Qin smiled as she sat beside Lin Xia and greeted him. Lin Xia smiled faintly and replied easily, there's nothing special to discover for now, but this manor is indeed quite interesting. It feels like every corner hides some secrets. Lin Xia's most important piece of clue information at the moment, besides getting the parts of the killer's weapon, might be that there was another killer. See? This clue was just too general, and if he just took it literally, any way you look at it, his other teammate could be Chen Yuxian, but that was just the most superficial. Right now, besides Chen Yusen, there was one other person he suspected, and that was Su Qin. As far as he knew, Sukin had a background in classical music, which was spelled Lin Xia raised an eyebrow and showed keen interest. Oh? Tell me about it. Su Qin smiled mysteriously and came close to Lin Xia's ear and whispered, I've heard that there is a legend in this manor, and it is said that at a specific time, the owner of the manor will appear in a certain mysterious room. And that room hides a precious treasure. Then, before Lin Xia could say anything, the director appeared and said in a loud voice, now that everyone has gathered their breath, please start sharing your clues as well as your experiences. The air in the hall suddenly fell silent as everyone looked at each other, their eyes revealing wariness, as if none of them were willing to be the first one to share this. Lin Xia thought about it. He decided to be the first to speak up. After all, the director just said, can start sharing, not mandatory sharing, so he said more or less others do not know. What's more, if he was the first to speak up, he could subconsciously make the others less suspicious of him. After all, he was the first to generously share a clue, so he couldn't be the bad guy, right? Lin Xia cleared his throat and looked around with a smile before he began, well, I just took a look around the manor and found something interesting. First, I found an ancient key that seemed to open some mysterious door. Then, I found a fragment of a treasure map in the garden labeled with some strange symbols. He paused for a moment, watching the reactions of the others. The atmosphere in the hall became more tense, but Lin Xia still maintained a relaxed expression. What intrigued me the most, though, was that I found a diary in an abandoned room. The diary mentions a mysterious eternal flower that seems to be related to the legend of the manor. I'm guessing that this eternal flower might be that legendary precious treasure. Lin Xia's words caught everyone's attention, and Su Qin also revealed a surprised expression. She didn't expect Lin Xia to share her findings so openly, which made her even more curious about Lin Xia's true identity. The director nodded and gestured for Lin Xia to sit down before turning to the others. Now, it's your turn to share. Su Qin took a deep breath and decided to share some of her findings. She knew that if she didn't share something, it might arouse suspicion. I just explored some corners of the manor with Zhou, Su Qin began. We found some strange symbols that seemed to point to some secret room. However, we didn't find the exact location of that room. She paused for a moment, then continued, also, we found a painting at the end of one of the corridors that seemed to hide some sort of mechanism. We tried, but did not succeed in opening it. Someone started it, and one by one, the rest of the crowd shared their clues. Lin Xia was curious about what they said about the owner of the manor, Lisa, the betrayer, and the so-called characteristics of the eternal flower. Lin Xia glanced at Su Qin. Then in that case, what Su Qin had said before was somewhat interesting. Time was running out and everyone had finished sharing their respective clues, which were true or false, and it was up to each one to recognize them. P.S. It feels like people don't particularly like this plot, so I'll just finish this section as soon as possible. I had left quite a few ambushes, but I can't seem to use them now, so I'll try to get it done in 3 chapters. Chapter 128, Recognition. The director didn't give the group more time to discuss as he spoke. The clues have been shared, so now everyone is free to go. With those words, he left the scene, signaling that a new round of action was about to begin. Lin Xia turned to Su Qin and proposed with a smile on his face, Su Qin, can we find a place to talk next? Su Qin gently nodded and returned a smile, of course, Lin Xia. However, it would be best for us to find a quiet place so that it would be easier to communicate. Others have also chosen to travel in groups, although in this case, collective action, while risky, is much safer than going it alone. The two left the hall and walked through a long corridor, eventually arriving at an elegantly decorated study. The study was filled with a faint aroma of books, and the shelves were well organized with a variety of precious ancient books. Lin Xia closed the door to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then walked towards the window and pulled back the curtains, letting the moonlight flood the room. He looked out the window, a deep thought sweeping through his eyes. Su Qin, I remember that you used to be in classical music, right? Lin Xia looked out the window at the night scene and seemed to ask without thinking. Su Qin felt a little surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Xia to purposely explore these details. What made her feel even more curious was why Lin Xia suddenly mentioned this matter. Lin Xia didn't give Su Qin a chance to interject, so he continued, I've grasped a new clue that wasn't mentioned before. It indicated that the killer's identity was C. I thought about it for a long time, and thought it was unlikely to be the obvious Chen Yuxian, because if it was really her, that would be almost the same as publicizing the answer. So, after much thought, it seems that you are the only one who best fits the clue. With a hint of confusion, Su Qin opened her mouth and asked, Huh? But what does this have to do with me? Before her words fell, she suddenly stopped, and Su Qin turned around, her eyes widening as she gazed at Lin Xiao's back, simply because she suddenly thought of something unbelievable. At this moment, Su Qin's heart was beating violently, and she realized that Lin Xia had already connected her to the mysterious sea. Su Qin took a deep breath and tried to maintain her composure, realizing that she had to be careful now. Lin Xia, what do you mean by that? Su Qin tried to make her voice sound as calm as possible. Could it be that you suspect me of being that killer? Lin Xia turned around, the moonlight sprinkled on his body as he looked at Su Qin with a smile. That's right, Su Qin, you are precisely one of the killers. The pop-ups in the live feed scrolled at a rapid pace. Two killers meet. Wow, Natsujin's pose is so cool now, screenshot. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Natsujin himself is one of the killers, and he goes and scares his own teammates, how badass. Getting a bit excited, so it's going to be a real manor run next. Su Qin was silent for a moment, then spoke softly, Lin Xia, you are a smart person. But why are you so sure that I am one of the killers? Lin Xia smiled slightly. Since Su Qin had this reaction, the certainty in his heart at this moment had already reached 80%. Go to the desk, pick up a pen and write the letter C on a piece of paper. The English word for classical music is classical music and the initial classical is C. You just mentioned that you come from a classical music background, which makes me suspicious. Su Qin sighed and smiled helplessly. Alright, I admit, you are indeed very smart. However, don't you think this clue is too obvious? Lin Xia nodded. Indeed, this clue is indeed a bit too obvious. However, there are no absolute coincidences in this game, and every clue could hide a deeper meaning. Also, there seems to be some deliberate avoidance of certain key information in the clues you just shared. Su Qin frowned, seemingly thinking about something. However, I am curious as to why you chose to reveal me at this time. If you had just blurted out that information straight away, then I might have been knocked right out of the game. Lin Xia smiled mysteriously and didn't answer the question. Can you show me your identity card now? Su Qin was a bit shocked to hear that Lin Xia was tricking her. She nodded somewhat helplessly, admitting it all, any defense now would look weak, so she might as well be generous. Su Qin took out her identity card and handed it to Lin Xia. What are you going to do now? Go and report me directly to everyone. And aren't you afraid that I'll just make a move to eliminate you? Lin Xia took the identity card and looked at it. It really showed the word killer. He returned the identity card to Su Qin and smiled. I'm not going to report you, and as for why I'm not afraid of you making a move to eliminate me, it's because I'm an assassin too, and I have the weapon. Said Lin Xia pulled out the pair of gloves from his coat pocket and waved them in front of Su Qin. Su Qin looked at the gloves in Lin Xia's hands, and a trace of frustration could not help but sweep through her heart. This Lin Xia, really elusive. Of course, it was only in the blink of an eye that Su Qin adjusted her mindset, and the lost color on her face dissipated without a trace, replaced by a glint of excitement. So, what should we do now? Lin Xia took out the half of the map. You should have half of it there as well, right? Come on and put it together to see where the final marked location is. Oh. Su Qin came to a realization and quickly pulled out her own half of the map from her pocket, carefully piecing it together with the map in Lin Xia's hand. The lines and markings on the map gradually pieced together into a complete pattern, eventually pointing to an abandoned laboratory deep within the manor. Su Qin and Lin Xia glanced at each other with excitement shining in their eyes. Looks like that's where we're aiming for. Lin Xia whispered, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. That's right, but we have to be careful. After all, we don't know if other people will be eyeing that place. Su Qin reminded. Lin Xia nodded and held out his hand. Where's the special die? Bring it out, we're going to start moving from now on. Su Qin smiled awkwardly. That. Lin Xia, I didn't find the special die in the game rules. Huh? Lin Xia looked up at Su Qin. This was really unfolding in a way that he hadn't expected. She hadn't gotten the other part of the weapon? But I found the Flower of Eternity. And in the clues I found, it said that the Flower of Eternity will die when touched. Su Qin seemed to have sensed Lin Xia's doubts and hurriedly spoke. Chapter 129 Commencement of Operations. Lin Xia froze slightly, then a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. Then it seems that the Eternal Flower is that special die, and we need to go to the lab next to turn it into a die. Su Qin nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. That's right, I think so too. What about the flowers? Lin Xia asked. Su Qin was silent for a moment, awkwardly smiled. That. I ran into Zhou earlier, and for fear of being discovered, I hid the flowers. Where did you hide it? Lin Xia felt a little amused and shook his head. This Su Qin was really cautious. Su Qin shrugged and helplessly replied, it's hidden under the basement, I pressed it down with a book. Alright, then we'll go fetch the flowers now. However, we both need to be careful so that the others don't find out what we're doing. The two quickly left the room and crept toward the basement in the night. Ah, I'm laughing my ass off, what a show. I've always felt that Sujin is the big sister who knows what she's doing, but now I feel nerdy and dorky with Natsujin. It's starting to get tense. Getting the Eternal Flower next means it's going to start with people getting eliminated. Yeah, I just don't know who the first one was. Charge. The air in the basement carried a hint of dampness and moldy smell, and under the dim light, Su Qin and Lin Xia's footsteps echoed in the empty space. They carefully walked through the long corridor and finally arrived at the place where Su Qin had hidden the flowers. Lin Xia squatted down and gently removed several heavy books that were pressed against the books, revealing a delicate glass bottle. Inside the bottle lay the delicate Eternal Flower, its petals shimmering with a faint glow as if speaking of its mysterious power. Is this the Eternal Flower? Lin Xia asked in a low voice, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Lin Xia carefully picked up the glass bottle and scrutinized every detail of the Eternal Flower. Su Qin nodded and replied softly, that's right, that's it. According to the clues I found, this flower is instantly fatal once touched. Lin Xia nodded, let's go, to the lab. The two took advantage of the night and carefully made their way through the corridors of the manor to the abandoned laboratory. The door to the lab was tightly closed, covered in dust and cobwebs. Lin Xia gently pushed the door open, and a musty smell hit his nose. They walked into the lab and found it in shambles. Various instruments were scattered all over the place, and the tables and chairs were falling over. Lin Xia and Su Qin began to search the lab for a tool that could turn the Eternal Flower into a die. Suddenly, Lin Xia noticed a strange device in a corner, covered with complex symbols and pipes. Su Qin approached for a closer look and realized that the device appeared to be a complex distiller for extracting some kind of liquid. His heart stirred. Could this be the device to extract the mysterious liquid of the Flower of Eternity? Found it, come quickly. Lin Xia shouted softly at Su Qin, signaling her to hurry over. Lin Xia began to scrutinize the device, trying to find a way to activate it. He noticed a small groove in the device that seemed to require the insertion of a specific item, more like a lock hole in terms of shape. Split up, the key should be inside the lab. Su Qin nodded, and the two quickly split up, carefully searching the cluttered lab for possible clues. As time passed by, Su Qin found an oddly shaped key in a pile of broken test tubes and beakers. She quickly grabbed the key and ran in Lin Xia's direction. Lin Xia, I found it! Su Qin shouted out of breath. Lin Xia turned around, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Great, quickly show me. Taking the key, Lin Xia looked closely and realized that the shape of the key matched the groove on the device perfectly. He carefully inserted the key into the groove, and with a click, the light on the device came on and the machine began to hum slightly. It worked! Lin Xia said excitedly. Su Qin also breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. What next? Lin Xia pointed to several knobs and buttons on the device. We need to adjust these settings and then put the Eternal Flower into the device for distillation. The two men got busy, carefully following the prompts to adjust the parameters of the device. Su Qin opened the glass bottle and gently poured the Eternal Flower into the device's glass container and added some water while Lin Xia began to start the machine. As the machine ran, the eternal flower was gradually heated and gave off a faint glow. Not long after, a strange aroma filled the laboratory, as if it carried some kind of mysterious power. Look, it's coming out. Lin Xia pointed to a vial at the bottom of the device, from which a deep red liquid slowly flowed out. Su Qin came closer to observe, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This is the dye that the eternal flower has turned into? How amazing! Lin Xia also stared with some interest for a moment and nodded. That's right, with this, we can get started. The two men carefully packed the dye into a sealed container and left the lab. In the night, the two of them advanced aimlessly. At this moment, both of them had already worn a glove each. After all, it was already dark now, and wearing a black glove wasn't easy for people to notice. And the special dyes extracted have been split into two, with each person carrying one, just in case. Lin Xia, who do you think it's better for us to make a move on first now? Su Qin followed along and said softly. Lin Xia was silent for a moment, then replied in a low voice, we have to analyze the situation first. At the moment, we are still unclear about the strength and plans of the others, and acting rashly may put us in a passive position. Su Qin nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's observe for a while and see who is most likely to be a threat to us. Of course, if I had the chance, I would definitely kill anyone. If I had to choose one, I would choose Li Xian. After all, he runs a bit fast. Lin Xia joked. Su Qin covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Ha, I agree. The viewers in the live broadcast room also couldn't help but laugh, and they all teased in the pop-up screen, Li Xian, who did I invite? Laughing my ass off, Li Xian is somehow wanted. Brothers, just now I went to look at other people's perspectives. If Xiaoshan continues to walk forward, he might just still run into Li Xian for real. I lost it, for real. Exciting. It's already going to be nerve-wracking. Chapter 130, Ambush. But, seriously, Li Xian is indeed a difficult fellow to deal with. Lin Xia put away his smile and said seriously, he has quick reflexes and is agile, so if we let him discover our actions first, we might be caught in a passive position. Su Qin nodded in agreement. That's right, we have to be careful. The two continued on through the night, alert to the movements around them while discussing their next plans in low voices. However, Lin Xia suddenly said, we can't wait too long, or we'll be too passive if we let the others find disposable weapons. A hint of worry flashed in Su Qin's eyes upon hearing this. Then what should? We'll set up an ambush here. Lin Xia said in a low voice, pointing at a clearing in front of him. From here, we can clearly see the movements around us, and the terrain is favorable for us. Su Qin nodded, and the two of them found a large tree and crouched down. Lin Xia, on the other hand, checked their weapons on the side to make sure everything was ready. The night was deepening, and a mysterious intense atmosphere filled the woods. Lin Xia and Su Qin waited quietly, with only the occasional sound of insects chirping in their ears. Brother Li Xian, wait for me, I'll tie my shoes. Han Shui squatted down and rushed at Li Xian. Li Xian looked back and nodded, then hurry up, I'll wait for you in front. After saying that, Li Xian continued to walk forward. At this moment, his mood was a bit heavy, because in terms of the clues that everyone had shared earlier, the killer had already gotten his hands on the weapon. Then the current situation for civilians could be considered extremely unfavorable, except that according to Zhou Yu's words, Su Qin might be one of the more suspicious ones. Meanwhile, Lin Xia and Su Qin waited in the woods as the insects chirping in their ears gradually became thinner. Suddenly, there was a slight ringing in Lin Xia's ears, and he was immediately alerted. Someone's coming. Lin Xia whispered, pointing his finger towards the entrance of the woods. Su Qin nodded and the two of them quickly made preparations. Su Qin got up and prepared to go attract the attention of the incoming people, while Lin Xia quietly moved in the direction of the entrance to the woods. Not long after, a figure appeared in their field of vision. Who's there? Li Xian looked at the flickering black shadows in front of him and exclaimed with a footstep. Su Qin took a deep breath, then walked out from behind the tree with a hint of a smile on her face. It's me, brother Li Xian. Li Xian saw that it was Su Qin. Instead of relaxing, he remained vigilant. How are you here? Su Qin replied with a fake ease. I just finished a quest and got a clue. It's about the Slayer. About killers? Li Xian was a bit curious, but his eyes were still scanning around. What does it say? Is it convenient to say? Su Qin nodded. Of course, we're teammates. It says the killer's code name is C. I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out who it was. C, it's hard to believe that it's Chen Yusen. Li Xian was still skeptical about. Brother Li Xian, what are you doing? Han Shui asked in surprise. Li Xian gasped for air and couldn't say much in time, just said, run. Lin Xia is a killer. With that, he quickly disappeared from Han Shue's sight. What? Han Shue's face changed, and before she could react, she only saw Lin Xia's figure quickly cross over her, chasing after her in Li Xian's direction. With a confused look on her face, she looked in the direction of the two men's departure, suddenly a little unsure of what to do. If Lin Xia is a killer, why don't you care about her? Is it because she's weak? This is simply great. Just then, Su Qin's figure suddenly appeared. What just happened to Han Shui? I think I heard someone talking? Su Qin walked out of the night, her face full of confusion. Sister Su Qin, listen to what I'm telling you, Lin Xia is the killer. She went after Brother Xian. Han Shui was relieved to see her sister's appearance and explained to her. When Su Qin heard this, her face sank, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Lin Xia is a killer? How is this possible? It's true, Brother Li Xian told me himself. Han Shui said anxiously, we have to rush to help. Su Qin nodded, and the two of them quickly chased after Lin Xia and Li Xian in the direction they had left. However, Han Shui did not realize that in Su Qin's upper hand was currently wearing a black glove, and bright red dye slowly dripped down from the seams of the glove, as if flashing ominously in the night. The shadows of the woods lengthened beneath them in the night, as if signaling impending danger. Chapter 131. The audience in the live broadcast room was already boiling at this moment, with pop-ups brushing across the screen like a waterfall. Oh my god, Han Shui, run away. You're in the wolf's den. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off, Han Shui is followed by a killer and still doesn't realize it. This plot is so exciting, it's better than a movie. What I'm worried about now is whether or not Xiaoshen can catch up with Li Xian. Yeah, I'm afraid that I won't be able to fight Li Xian physically, or I'll run into someone in the middle of the game, and the summer god will be able to declare GG. I'm not worried about Xiaoshen's physical fitness. Have you forgotten what the Chinese doctor said about Xiaoshen before Doghead? Now I'm just afraid that I'll run into someone else in the middle of the journey. Don't panic, Natsujin is running fast. It feels like it's about to catch up. Amidst the audience's anticipation, Su Qin and Han Shui quickened their pace, the two of them chasing after the direction the two had left. And at the moment, Lin Xia was in hot pursuit, and Li Xian was running desperately ahead. The two weaved through the pathways of the manor, their silhouettes flickering in and out of the moonlight. Lin Xia's breathing gradually became rapid, but he didn't have the slightest thought of giving up. One could only say that he still underestimated Li Xian. This person ran really fast. But it's not a big problem, he can catch up. Li Xian, who was running, looked back and was anxious in his heart. He had to find a safe place as soon as possible or find his other teammates. However, Lin Xia's speed was so fast that he could barely get away. Just as Li Xian was about to despair, the dead end that appeared in front of him was even more of a blackout. Lin Xia also noticed the situation in front of him at this moment, and looked at Li Xian, who stopped to take a big breath and was happy. Brother Xian, don't struggle, give up. Li Xian clenched his fists, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that the only hope now was to put up a fight. Lin Xia, do you really want to do this? Li Xian tried to stall for time while looking for a chance to escape. Lin Xia smiled slightly, but there wasn't the slightest hint of laughter in her eyes. Brother Xian, don't blame me, this is the rules of the game. Just as the two were confronting each other, Han Shui finally arrived at the scene, while as for Su Qin, she intentionally or unintentionally slowed down her pace and fell behind, trying to prevent Li Xian from discovering it in the first place. Han Shui's heart tightened when she saw the scene in front of her, but she kept her composure. When Li Xian saw Han Shui, his heart tightened and he couldn't help but shout, Han Shui, you run. What are you following over for? Go tell the others the news. Lin Xia smiled faintly, then without caring at all about Han Shui's gaze, he walked towards Li Xian. Brother Xian, don't worry about it if you don't worry about it. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xia suddenly launched an attack, aiming straight at Li Xian. Li Xian was prepared and quickly dodged, but the terrain was narrow at the moment, and Lin Xia's attack was like a shadow, so there wasn't a bit of a way to live. Han Shui also snapped out of it when she saw the scene. She backed up a little bit and scanned around as if wondering where Su Qin had gone. In just a moment, the director's voice could be heard coming from all the speakers in the manor. Li Xian out. Li Xian out. The rest of the crowd hadn't even waited to react. Only to hear a new name, once again. Han Shui out. Han Zut. Han Shui looked incredulously at Su Qin, who was holding an apologetic smile behind her. Mom, this game is really too difficult. With Han Shui and Li Xian out, the atmosphere in the manor became more and more tense. Li Xian smiled helplessly. Lin Xia, I'm really convinced, it's true that being young is good. Haha, brother Xian, don't say that, you really ran too fast, I almost had to catch up with you. Lin Xia went forward and hugged Li Xian and laughed. Sister Su Qin, you. Han Shue's voice was filled with confusion. How could she not expect that she had followed a killer all the way? Sukin didn't answer, just silently removed the red dye-stained glove and put it back in his pocket. A hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes as she stepped forward and hugged Han Shui. Wrong, I'll treat you to a late-night snack after work. Just as a few people were chatting, they only saw a few bright lights flashing from the distance. It seemed like it should be other people coming over. Quickly, we have to hurry and get out of here. Lin Xia patted Li Xian's shoulder and spoke to Su Qin. Su Qin nodded, smiled at Han Shui, and quickly followed Lin Xia out of the scene, leaving Li Xian and Han Shui alone in the wind. The two quickly left the scene and headed deeper into the woods. In the night, their figures blurred, as if blending into the darkness. Where are we going next? Su Qin asked, still a little nervous in her heart. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. Counting the time, we'll be rushing back to meet up with the others in a while. Lin Xia replied with a smile, his eyes full of confidence. Convergence? Wouldn't that be suspicious straight away? After all, if someone walks in pairs, our combination would be obvious. Su Qin was a bit puzzled. That's right, so what we're going to do is ambush a wave at the halfway point. The audience in the live broadcast room had exploded, with pop-ups like a meteor shower across the screen. God Xia is really decisive, eliminating Li Xian without any delay. That's a great match. That's right, with just a gesture, Sister Su Qin understood what the summer god meant, or else she might have really let Han Shui run away. Ha ha ha, if Su Qin hadn't appeared, Han Shui would have absolutely run away straight away and wouldn't have gone after those two at all. The combination of Natsujin and Qin is too strong. Now the others will have to be careful. Exciting! I can't wait for the next scene. Amidst the audience's fervor, Lin Xia and Su Qin quickly traveled through the woods. They had to find a suitable ambush spot before the others arrived. Lin Xia's face wore a mysterious and unpredictable smile, as if everything was under his control. Su Qin, your performance just now was perfect, almost I thought you didn't understand me. Lin Xia whispered. Su Qin smiled faintly, a hint of complacency flashed in her eyes. Don't underestimate me, I'm very powerful. The two talked as they searched for the best ambush point. Eventually, they stopped behind a thick bush that hid their silhouettes and gave them a clear view of the movement ahead. The main thing is that it's not too far or too close to the curb, so if anything happens, it's basically a sprint away. Alright, let's just wait here. Lin Xia said in a low voice, excitement shining in her eyes. Su Qin nodded, and the two quietly waited for their prey to appear. Time passed minute by minute, and the only sound in the woods was the breeze brushing through the leaves, making it extraordinarily peaceful. Chapter 132, Confusion. Suddenly, footsteps came from the distance. Lin Xia and Su Qin immediately held their breath and prepared for battle. If this wave comes to fruition, it will pretty much determine the final direction of the game. Ready? Lin Xia asked in a low voice. Of course. Su Qin replied, with a determined gleam in her eyes. As the footsteps got closer, the two men's heartbeats gradually accelerated. Just as the tense atmosphere reached its peak, a figure slowly stepped out from the shadows of the woods. Lin Xia and Su Qin held their breath, their gazes locked tightly in front. It's Zhao Ming. Su Qin whispered, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Zhao Ming didn't seem to notice the danger as he looked around vigilantly while walking, the weapon in his hand tightly gripped. Apparently, he had gotten his hands on the so-called disposable weapon, and at the same time, didn't realize his current situation. Lin Xia and Su Qin glanced at each other, a trace of gravity flashed in their eyes. Neither of them had the slightest idea what effect this disposable weapon had. But they knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a move. 3, 2, 1. Lin Xia was counting silently in a low voice, and just as Zhang Hao was about to pass by the bushes where they were hiding, the two of them leaped out at the same time. Zhao Ming was startled, but reacted quickly and immediately brandished his weapon to meet the battle. However, Lin Xia and Su Qin's coordination was seamless, with one holding back and the other attacking, causing Zhao Ming to be overwhelmed. And no one thought that this disposable weapon was something that could eliminate killers. Brother Ming, you're putting up too much of a fight. Su Qin hummed lightly and spat mercilessly at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming laughed a few times and shrugged. Ha, I really didn't expect it. The killers are actually the two of you. I really didn't expect it. I can't help it though, it's one thing to trade for another, and if I wasn't sure if the weapon could be thrown at Lin Xia, I would have definitely gone with Lin Xia. Looks like we're still too gullible. Brother Ming is really something. Lin Xia smiled and sighed while patting Su Qin's shoulder. It's okay, we still have a chance, Lin Xia, I'll leave the rest to you. Su Qin encouraged with a faint smile. Lin Xia nodded, an inexplicable glint in his eyes. Every next step had to be taken more cautiously, because now with the loss of one of his teammates, things were still a little bleak. But it's hard to say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Next, I have to be more careful and not make any more mistakes. Lin Xia was somewhat emotional. Su Qin nodded, although being eliminated made her a bit lost, she knew that now was not the time to get frustrated. She believed in Lin Xia's ability and believed that Lin Xia would be able to create a winning opportunity. I'll be in the audience cheering you on, you must be careful. Su Qin said softly. Dang! 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 The bells of the manor rang again, signaling the crowd still alive to return quickly to the hall. I'll go back first, then. In the night, Lin Xia's figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the road, leaving behind only a silent night sky and the sound of the breeze coming from. That's right, I thought the killer lineup was solidified, but now I see it's not. This game just keeps getting better and better. Looking forward to the next scene, I wonder how the others will react. On the road, Lin Xia silently contemplated that Zhao Ming was traveling solo, Li Xian and Han Shui were moving together, and he and Su Qin were also together. The three remaining personnel are currently Chen Yusin, Sun Hao, and Zhou Yu. Then by common sense, assuming that the two girls, Chen Yusin and Zhou Yu, were acting together, then the remaining one, Sun Hao, had no one to give him proof. And since he himself and Su Qin were the ones who left the hall together before everyone saw them, then he could push the killer's identity onto Zhao Ming while draping him over himself. Lin Xia secretly calculated in his mind that if he could skillfully utilize this identity, he might be able to confuse the others and throw them into confusion. He needed a plan, one that would give him an advantage in the rest of the game. But now, there is a point that Lin Xia is more concerned about, is the crowd previously said Lisa the owner of the manor seems to have appeared only at the beginning of the time. Back in the hall, Lin Xia found the atmosphere unusually tense. Chen Yusin and Zhou Yu were talking in low voices, while Sun Hao was sitting alone in the corner, seemingly thinking about something. Lin Xia took a deep breath and decided to start with Sun Hao first. He walked towards Sun Hao and asked in a pretense of relaxation, Sun Hao, where did you go just now? Sun Hao raised his head, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes, me? I've been wandering around the neighborhood, I didn't go far. P.S. Expect a chapter tomorrow, and it'll be over as soon as possible, and then it'll be time to start preparing for the return to the main thread. Chapter 133. I made a typo in the name before and wrote Zhao Ming as Zhang Hao, which has been changed. Lin Xia smiled, really? I think I saw you heading towards the woods just now. Sun Hao frowned slightly and spoke, you might have misread it, I've always been nearby. He paused and continued, on the contrary, it's you, Lin Xia, didn't Su Qin go with you? How was she eliminated? Lin Xia sighed silently upon hearing this, how as an assassin, he sneaked up on us when we were coming back. Only luckily, two of us got disposable weapons, so we. Only by muddying the waters could he proceed more smoothly next. The audience's heated comments continued as Lin Xia's wave of maneuvers had clearly dumbfounded them. Is this the guy who plays tactics? Not that I'm saying, even if this is the summer god I'm going to call it out, the hearts of those who play tactics are dirty. Good guy, I'm straight up good guy, these seemingly simple words have the other's psyches mapped out. Suggest downloading the anti-fraud app, ha 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 ha, laughed my ass off. Surrender yourselves. You have been surrounded by Natsujin alone. The current situation can only be described as adding some more possibilities, and Natsukami is still not really in a good position. That's right, as long as these three remaining people react, the summer god will still be the most suspicious by then. Wait and see how the summer god breaks the game. Shagami voted, don't struggle. Dog's head. Just then, a woman in a long black dress was seen walking in from the doorway of the hall, and her appearance added to the already tense atmosphere. The woman slowly removed the black veil from her face, revealing a delicate and cold face. Her eyes had a hint of imperceptible cunning. Gentlemen, it's been a long time, I'm Liza, the owner of the manor. Her voice was low and magnetic, sending a chill down the spine of everyone present. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes as this mysterious manor owner finally showed up again. He quickly adjusted his mindset and prepared for the possible changes that might occur next. Liza scanned around the crowd in the hall, her gaze finally resting on Lin Xia. Lin Xia, your reasoning just now was brilliant, but are you really sure that Zhao Ming is the killer? Lin Xia was slightly stunned, he didn't expect Liza to directly name him. He settled down and replied, yes, Ms. Liza. Su Qin and I witnessed Zhao Ming's sneak attack and we managed to eliminate him. Liza smiled slightly, seemingly not surprised by Lin Xia's answer. Then, have you ever thought that Zhao Ming might just be a pawn being used? The hall erupted in an uproar at these words. The crowd looked at each other with confusion in their hearts. Live in the booth. What does this mean? A direct dismantling of Natsujin's stage? Ha! Can it still be played like that? The show's NPCs are directly trying to help civilians win? That's right, the summer god just muddied the waters and this NPC stepped in to bring back thoughts. Shady? It can't be, so isn't this just a case of smashing your own sign? Why don't we keep watching first? Lin Xia frowned. What did this mean? The program's NPCs were openly coming down to help civilians? Shady? The inertia of variety shows? But again, it doesn't make sense. It's not that he's bragging. Given his current popularity, even if there were shady practices, no one with a bad head would hack into him. Is that due to the inertia of variety shows? That's even less likely, knowing that the core of the show is unscripted. Whether you're a good guy or a bad guy on the show, a loss is a loss and a win is a win. It's all about authenticity. Then this Liza's actions are suspicious. Is she doing this because she doesn't want him to win? Or rather, not wanting everyone to win? Lin Xia pondered silently, his brain racing at the moment, trying to connect the clues that everyone had once said one by one. Liza appears at the very beginning of the game, and all she says is, I am the owner of the manor, and I will be hosting the game tonight. Hosting? What's she hosting? After all, does this type of game need a host? Even the first time the crowd gathered she didn't show up, but the director stepped in to guide them. Real killers hide in the most unlikely places, and the truth is often hidden in the details. This is Li Xian's clue. And the painting that Li Xian brought out was that of a group of people sitting around a table. Their expressions varied and they seemed to be arguing about something heatedly, and there was a person hidden in that, silently observing it all. Beware of those who seem harmless, real danger is often hidden in a smile. Please keep moving forward. By the time we realized the truth, it was too late. She wanted to kill us all. These two are clues for Han Solo. We had been together in the seasons, planting hope, but he betrayed us. The betrayer ultimately failed to succeed, but he succeeded and failed. Here's a clue from Chuiwei. Liza is becoming more and more silent. Her smile seems so fake to me. What's wrong with her? The owner of the manor also grew worse and worse in health, and finally passed away tragically, and her daughter Liza inherited everything on the manor. But since Liza returned from abroad, she's become very strange, mysterious all day long, puzzling people. These three are Han Shui's clues. Chapter 134, Reversal. The killer's weapon is hidden in a secret compartment in the study, and the beginning of all this is hidden in room 7. This was Zhao Ming's clue. That day, ever since room 7 was opened, everything changed, and he killed everyone. This is Sun Hao's clue. Lin Xia frowned tightly, as if the starting point of all the clues started from that mysterious room 7. So what did he get in room 7? There didn't seem to be any useful clues other than the killer's weapon. Nope. Lin Xia suddenly widened his eyes. In addition to the weapon, he also got his teammate's clue card C. At this moment, Lin Xia's aura came to him, and he felt as if the entire world had become clear and transparent. This was not only a clue pointing to Su Qin, but also the key to revealing the person behind the curtain. Liza continued, everyone must think carefully, don't be drilled by someone with an axe to grind. The hope of the manor is in your hands at this moment. Chen Yusen and Zhou Yu glanced at each other, a trace of uneasiness flashing in their eyes. Sun Hao, on the other hand, was silent and seemed to be thinking about something. Lin Xia took a deep breath as he smiled. Ms. Liza, could you give us some tips? Liza shook her head gently. Unfortunately, I don't know anything, so does anyone want to vote this round? She looked at the only few people left in front of her, and there was some silence in the arena for a while, as the people looked at each other and all tacitly chose to abstain from voting. Liza nodded and turned to get ready to leave, leaving behind the words, you have one last round to vote. If the real killer can't be found, then the escapades will continue until someone finds the truth. The atmosphere in the hall became more tense and everyone was in deep thought. Brother Lin Xia, you're not lying to us, are you? You're actually the real murderer? Chen Yuxian tried in a small voice. When these words came out, they instantly drew the gazes of the people present, and they looked at Lin Xia with skepticism in their gazes. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, saying something that shocked everyone, I'm a killer. The viewers instantly exploded in the broadcast room. They were surprised by Liza's appearance and at the same time were shocked by Lin Xiao's words. This plot reversal is too fast. Once Liza showed up, it felt like the whole game changed. What is the summer god doing? Just giving up? What can I do if I don't give up? The NPCs all picked it out straight away. The summer god just set up the stage, and before he even mounted it, people dismantled it. Wait, could there be some deeper meaning to the summer god blowing himself up? There's no guarantee. Even if the summer god blew himself up now, it didn't announce the end of the game. There must still be a plot. Somewhere in a small room on the estate. The eliminated crowds have gathered here, and they are watching the moment on television. Su Qin was a bit incredulous. What is Lin Xia doing? Why is he suddenly blowing himself up in a good way? Even if there are NPCs tearing him down, he's at least struggling a bit. I feel like there's still a chance. Maybe brother Lin Xia has some deeper meaning? Sister Su Qin, don't be anxious for now. Han Shui comforted from the side. Ha ha ha, it seems that in the end, it's still a victory for us civilians. This Lin Xia kid, he's really tough to deal with. I was expecting to get cold. And this is reversed again? Aha. Damn, it feels like I'm going to grow a brain. How did Liza become a betrayer? Holy, that line gave me goosebumps the whole time. Painful. What a pain in the ass, even Taiyuan. Even the NPCs have become protagonists, it hurts. Liza was a bit puzzled, with a puzzled look on her face. What are you talking about, Mr. Lin Xia? How am I a betrayer? Lin Xia walked over to the bookshelf and picked up a random book and flipped through it. Originally, I hadn't suspected you until what you just said in the hall managed to make me put my eyes on you. Liza smiled, her palm brushing through her long hair as she said, I don't think I said anything, did I? I'm just reminding everyone not to be fooled. Lin Xia gently shook her head, her gaze fixed firmly on Liza. There's nothing inherently wrong with you warning people not to be fooled. However, you deliberately emphasized the word well-intentioned as if to imply that someone is manipulating something between us. However, you're the only one of us who's an NPC, so why are you deliberately emphasizing this point? Liza's smile stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Mr. Lin Xia, aren't you thinking too much? I'm just reminding everyone to be careful. Lin Xia, however, didn't buy it and continued, not only that, but you just said that the hope of the manor is in your hands at the moment, which sounded as if you were implying that we still had a chance to win the game. But if I'm the killer, then the game is over, so why are you giving us hope? Chapter 135 Conclusion. Liza's smile finally disappeared as she looked at Lin Xia coldly. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Xia closed the book in his hand and laughed lightly. The true owner of the manor discovered the betrayer's plot and hid the eternal flower. This may seem like a happy ending, but there is no mention in this of where the betrayer ended up dead? Or evicted from the estate? None of this is recorded above. It stands to reason that this kind of thing would have been recorded, right? If the owner of the manor didn't forget, then it was deliberately erased by man. Lin Xia ignored Liza's look at the moment and continued to speak to herself. There are a few sentences in the clues we got that particularly concern me. The Real killers hide in the most unlikely places. After the old owner of the manor died, Liza became stranger and stranger when she returned from abroad. The betrayer ultimately failed to succeed, but she. The dressers or skin changers, on the other hand, can correspond to those evidences of Han Shui's you were so like a changed person. So what identity is the easiest to use within the manor? That would only be the one of the manor owner. Liza shook her head with a complex smile. She knew the game was over. Shagami, I'm convinced. Inside the hall, the remaining three were quietly waiting for a new round of bells to ring. At the moment they were a bit restless because Lin Xia's actions were just too bizarre. Just then, the director's voice resounded throughout the estate. Liza out. Liza out. Game over, victory for all. As the director's voice echoed through the manor, the tension in the hall was instantly replaced by shock. A few people looked at each other, glancing at each other, their expressions filled with confusion, obviously not knowing what was happening. Just then, the eliminated crowd returned to the hall with awestruck faces. Obviously something big had just happened that made their jaws drop. Chen Yuxian rushed forward and pulled Su Qin's hand curiously asking, Sister Su Qin, what happened? How come the game suddenly ended? Su Qin smiled faintly, excitement shining in her eyes as she whispered, Lin Xia, he's really amazing. He actually recognized Liza's disguise and revealed her identity as a betrayer. What? Liza is actually a betrayer? Chen Yuxian asked in disbelief as her eyes widened. Yes, not only did he discover Lisha's brokenness, he also reasoned out the truth of the entire incident. Su Qin nodded and continued, to be honest, it directly shocked me for 10,000 years, Lin Xia is really too powerful. Gosh, then how did Lin Xia find out about all this? Zhou Yu couldn't help but interject and ask as well. Lin Xia deduced that Liza was the betrayer through clue C, or conspirator, combined with those clues we had. Su Qin explained, and a soul-transferring betrayer at that. I see, brother Lin Xia is really a genius. Chun Yuxin exclaimed. Yeah, not only is he smart, but he's also bold enough to gamble on this. Han Shui agreed, but the game is over, so we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Lin Xia walked into the hall with a smile, and the crowd gathered around to congratulate him. Lin Xia, you're amazing. We're all blown away by you. Zhao Ming said as he excitedly went up and wrapped his arms around his shoulders. Lin Xia waved his hand and smiled modestly. Actually, all of this is thanks to everyone's cooperation. Without your clues, I wouldn't have been able to uncover Lisha's true colors. No matter what, without you, I'm afraid we'll all lose. Su Qin smiled and patted Lin Xia's shoulder. That's right, Lin Xia, I obey no one but you. Li Xian said approvingly with a thumbs up. The viewers in the live broadcast room also swiped up pop-ups to express their admiration for Lin Xia. Great God, Lin Xia, awesome. This reasoning ability is simply divine. I'm really going to kneel down for Xiaoshen. We didn't even understand our god's perspective, and people passed the level. On that year, the story of one god with 7 folk. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death, but I really didn't expect that Xiaoshen has this brain. I feel enough to be a private detective in the future. The summer god is awesome. Alright, everyone, stop praising me and keep a low profile. Lin Xia joked. The crowd nodded, and the hall was filled with laughter. However, right at this moment, the director's voice sounded once again. Players, congratulations on successfully exposing the betrayer and winning the game. However, the story of the manor is not yet over. Next, we'll be having a special celebration, and we hope you'll be able to join us. The crowd looked at each other with a curious gleam in their eyes. Let's go see what new tricks the director has up his sleeve. Lin Xia led the way out of the hall, with the others following closely behind. The night at the estate seemed especially peaceful, with starlight spilling onto the grass as if to add a bit of mystery to the celebration. The director had already set up the venue in the garden, with a variety of food and beverages on long tables, waiting for the players. So this part of the plot is finally finished. I've been trying my best to shorten the word count, so please forgive me if there are any unreasonable or forced places. Chapter 136. Let him sing, don't let him run away. The night at the estate seemed especially peaceful, with starlight spilling onto the grass as if to add a bit of mystery to the celebration. The director had already set up the venue in the garden, with a variety of food and beverages on long tables, waiting for the players. Boo! Seeing the crowds coming, the staff of the show twisted the ceremonial tube, and colorful ribbons fluttered in the air. Congratulations, everyone, for successfully winning the game. Please claim your prizes next. The director smiled mysteriously. The crowd gathered curiously in anticipation of the director's prize. With a nod of the director's head, the crew handed a small box to the crowd. Lin Xia took the small box and gently opened it. Inside lay a delicate golden brooch with a sparkling ruby. He was a little surprised that the show was so willing to put in the blood. Lin Xia smiled and said to the director, "You broke the bank, thank you, director." The others also opened their boxes and found that they were filled with beautiful souvenirs, from silver wineglasses engraved with the estate's logo, to handmade vintage pocket watches, to beautiful crystal ornaments. All of these souvenirs are meant to commemorate this unforgettable time you spent in the manor. The director smiled. I hope you will keep them as memories of this adventure. The crowd thanked the director for his intentions, and then they were guided by the crew to another corner of the garden. There was a long table set up with all kinds of food, from traditional Chinese dim sum to Western desserts. Tonight, let's enjoy this celebratory feast, the director announced. As the music played, the crowd began to savor the food and talk to each other about their experiences and feelings during the game. Lin Xia and Su Qin chatted about how they had discovered Liza's brokenness, while Li Xian shared some of his interesting discoveries in the game with Han Shui. By the way, brother Lin Xia, the clue C you just mentioned, conspirator, I still don't understand it a bit, can you elaborate on it? Chun Yuxin asked curiously. Lin Xia smiled slightly and explained, actually, clue C is a key hint. The word conspirator hints at the existence of a conspirator in I throw. Usually this kind is prepared a year or half a year in advance, right? This is the card face of the summer god. You guys are forgetting one more thing, right? What were those 2 lines of the song that Summer God was humming during the live broadcast earlier? Play it for me. I threw, yeah. Almost forgot, put it out. Release it. Don't let the summer god escape. At this moment, the director of the program was similarly alerted by the staff, and he glanced at the pop-up screen, feeling a bit surprised. The two lines that Lin Xia had hummed earlier were naturally clear to him, but he hadn't thought about them carefully and had turned his head and forgotten about them, and now he was reminded of them by the audience. The director nodded, picked up his cell phone and walked over to Lin Xia and said with a smile, "Lin Xia, the audience was just saying that you still owe them a song." After saying that, he handed his cell phone to Lin Xia, signaling him to take a look at the pop-ups. Lin Xia froze, his eyes swept over the flying pop-ups, then he revealed a helpless smile. So you guys still remember?" He was genuinely surprised that the audience remembered the two lyrics he had hummed earlier. "Haha, didn't expect that. Just guarding against you." "Wow, I'm blushing a little bit with Natsujin's handsome face so close to me." "No dude, you're a guy, blushing a bubble teapot? Sing. Sing fast. Don't let the brothers down. That's right, absolutely no running." At this moment, the rest of the crowd was obviously aware of the current situation, and they gathered around Lin Xia, looking at him with an expectant expression. "That Mr. Lin Xia. What do you think should be done about this?" The director also had a slightly excited gleam in his eyes. If Lin Xia was able to sing a new song on the program, he probably would have woken up smiling in his dreams. It would be a direct booking for tomorrow's hot search. Looking at the expectant faces around him, Lin Xia shrugged and helplessly laughed. "Well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll make an offering. Can the director give me a guitar?" Lin Xia turned his head and asked. Without the slightest hesitation, the director shouted at the assistant director, "Go. Run along. Bring Mr. Lin Xia a guitar over here." The assistant director nodded and quickly trotted off, disappearing into the crowd. "Teacher Lin Xia, don't be in a hurry, our prop car is parked not far away, we'll be able to bring it over right away." The director turned back to Lin Xia and smiled. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, trouble. Then he looked at the live broadcast and said, "Everyone heard it, wait a little bit, don't rush. Live in the booth. Whoa, kind of happy. Reasonable, no blowing, no black, Xia Xinyes really favors the fans and sings when he says it. Starting to look forward to it, Natsujin rushing. The last time I heard the summer god sing was the last time I've waited too long. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off at the bull literature, huh?" Not a moment later, only the assistant director hurriedly ran back, holding a fine guitar in his arms, carefully handing it over to Lin Xia. Chapter 137, The Sunny and Cheerful Big Boy. Hard work. Lin Xia took the guitar and gently adjusted the intonation, then smiled and said to everyone, "I recently composed this song. It hasn't been officially released yet, so let's give you Lifa. The first player's identity is somewhat mysterious, like a princess of a certain country. The second player is the squire with the sword, whose duty is to embrace. The third player plays a prince who has some conflict with the princess. At the end, all eyes moved to me to ask what role I was playing. Lin Xia deliberately paused for a moment, and instantly drew everyone's attention to him. Curiosity twinkled in their eyes. Wasn't Lin Xia's song about this game tonight? Everyone plays their own role, and in the end, this game tonight is more like a live version of the scripted what? The song continues. I look at the identity and say I am Big Sunny Cheerful Boy. Big Sunny Cheerful Boy. The only thing I'm good at is smiling, look at the corners of my raised mouth. Big Sunny Cheerful Boy. Big Sunny Cheerful Boy. I just happened to be passing through and got caught up in the strife. Big Sunny Cheerful Boy. Big Sunny Cheerful Boy. I don't have any secrets as to why I'm sitting here. This game has, in the end, to do with me. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were like a waterfall scrolling rapidly. Ha 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 ha, laughed my ass off, so true, I always do that when I go to play scripted kills. I get it, Summer God's song was written to make everyone happy. Ha 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 ha, I can't, let me keep laughing for a while. The last time I played scripted kills, I played Ben from a mental institution, and I knew everything the whole time, and I thought I was the murderer or someone important. It turned out that it was only in a late review that I realized that there was a vehicle in the story that routinely delivered ingredients to mental hospitals, and that I, surprisingly, was the engine of that vehicle. I can't, man, enough. Stop it, I'm heartbroken. Stop, I'm shattered, I played a deduction book yesterday, I was bad guy A. I destroyed all sorts of clues, muddied the waters, and directed all eyes to good guy A. Turns out I'm a ing pawn of bad guy B. The script I was given was all set up by bad guy B. My identity is that of a passerby with absolutely no connections whatsoever, except that I've given the bad guy B a handjob and mistakenly thought I was the bad guy. I jumped up and down like a monkey in a play, RNM refund. Laugh your asses off, ha 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 ha, why don't you guys laugh? Is it because you don't like to laugh? Ha 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 ha. Lin Xia smiled at everyone's reaction. This song had made him laugh for a while when he heard it in his previous life, only to hear him continue singing. Along with the discovery of the body, the atmosphere became progressively more anxious. Everyone is arguing and excusing what they did. After one clue was made public, the discussion grew more and more heated. DM says, take turns speaking and explaining what you've done. The dynamic rhythm and melody once again pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. Lin Xia's singing voice seemed to carry magic, immersing everyone present in this virtual scripted killing game. Anticipation and curiosity showed in everyone's eyes, and at the moment Lin Xia's song was more like a game, a story full of fun. The poison on the princess, she said it was to assassinate the prince. The sabers on the guards with swords also did not look cleaned upon investigation. The prince is prepared with ropes and concealed weapons, but he hasn't started yet. Finally all eyes moved to me to ask me what I had done before and after the murder. As the climax of the song arrived, Lin Xia's singing voice seemed as if it had a magical quality, so that the crowd in the room could not help but follow along and swing the rhythm. I'll see what the clues say I am. Big sunny cheerful boy. Big sunny cheerful boy. I sat there the whole time and didn't even go to the bathroom. Lin Xia strummed his guitar, a smile on his lips as he looked to the crowd sitting beside him with eyes signaling, I'm. The rest of them immediately responded, sunny cheerful big boy. They sang in unison with smiles on their faces. I'm just a passerby with not a single twist in my life. With Lin Xia's gesture, the rest of the crowd followed Lin Xia's chorus. Big sunny cheerful boy. Big sunny cheerful boy. I'm not even wearing a coat and my weapon isn't in my arms. Lin Xia continued to sing with a hint of helplessness and amusement in her voice. This game has, in the end, to do.